After being reborn, I found myself trapped in a glass jar as a spider. There are several other inmates in the jar with me, including a giant centipede, a two-headed gecko, a black mamba, and a golden arrow poison frog. Just a drop of their venom can kill tens of thousands of people. Obviously, the person who keeps us wants us to have a deadly battle. As I scan the surroundings while circling the container, a girl opens the door and walks in. But when I see that the person is Zhang Yueling, the school beauty, I suddenly feel a chill down my spine. It's because several classmates mysteriously disappeared on campus not long ago, and all the signs indicate that she is the culprit. However, I have never been able to find substantial evidence. So, when Zhang Yueling goes out, I secretly sneak into her rental house to look for clues. However, as soon as I crawl in through the window, someone hits me hard on the head. I feel like I'm plunged into darkness, and when I wake up again, I find myself turned into a spider. At this moment, Zhang Yueling's voice answering the phone rings out. I was just questioned by the Criminal Investigation Department, and I don't know what's going on. Okay, thank you, teacher. See you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, she has a look of resentment on her face. How did Xiao Jiejie suddenly disappear? What a good ingredient he was. It's such a pity. The teacher said that the strange seal that suddenly appeared is related to the Witchgu clan. Could it be that Xiao Jiejie is a member of the Witchgu clan? Oh well, forget it. They're all dead anyway. Hearing this, I realize that my original body is already dead, and she seems to be unaware that I have turned into a spider. It seems that something unexpected happened after I passed out. But what does Witchgu mean? I start to think frantically while crouching in the container. At the same time, Zhang Yueling moved the glass container containing me and several other feeding boxes to the bedroom, and then turned on the computer to start the live broadcast. I suddenly had a bad feeling. This girl actually has this kind of hobby. Hello everyone, it's feeding time for Nix. Zhang Yueling opened the glass jar and took out a mealworm in front of me. The barrage immediately became lively. It's so big. I really like it. The host is rich. This Amazon blue-purple laser spider is worth at least 3,000. And when I saw the glass jar being opened, the thought of escaping immediately came to my mind. But I quickly gave up on this idea. After all, I am not familiar with the hunting skills of the Amazon laser spider. Going out is tantamount to seeking death, and it is very likely to be easily caught by Zhang Yueling. But a new choice is placed in front of me. Should I eat this breadworm or not? After a slight hesitation, I decisively chose to survive. As soon as the breadworm entered my mouth, a mechanical sound rang in my mind. The fusion container was successful, and then a technological panel appeared out of thin air. But before I could figure out the function of the system, Zhang Yueling threw a gecko into the glass box where I was. Seeing this, I was a bit confused. She wouldn't really want to perform a bug fighting show, would she? According to animal instincts, geckos cannot attack creatures larger than themselves, and my spider instinct is not interested in a slender dog with a body length of 8 centimeters. But my body felt hungry, and I could only hope for feeding instead of attacking. Just when I thought that myself and the two-headed gecko would be safe, a pink-purple halo flashed in Zhang Yueling's eyes. Go, Air Guzi. As soon as the words fell, the two-headed gecko seemed to have found its target and quickly crawled towards me. The anchor's choice of name is still so casual and sharp. The dispute over the reputation of the 5 poisons. Can the spider squeeze out the gecko and be listed as one of the 5 poisons? New viewers who don't understand can ask, why is the gecko one of the 5 poisons, but the spider is not? The barrage was lively, but I was shocked because I found myself involuntarily filled with violent emotions. 2 venomous fangs were brewing venom, wanting to kill the other party at all costs. It seems that I have also been influenced by some kind of enchantress. At this moment, the emotionless mechanical voice sounded again, detecting unknown mental interference and has been blocked. As the voice fell, my emotions returned to calm. The system has this magical function. Although I don't know what happened, I have to prepare for the upcoming battle. Seeing the two-headed gecko getting closer, I lifted my front foot to block its actions, and then firmly fixed it with the rest of my spider legs. The gecko, whether in size or strength, is far inferior to me. If I can't deal with you, what am I doing here? I thought disdainfully. Suddenly, a transparent liquid sprayed out from the lower abdomen of the gecko. Fortunately, I was behind it, and only a few drops splashed on my legs. A piece of information entered my consciousness. Due to the talent of refining poison, I am immune to toxic damage. I seized the opportunity, and 2 venomous fangs pierced into its neck, and the venom began to pour in continuously. After about a minute, the status information about the two-headed gecko in my field of vision slowly changed from weakly poisoned to dead. Seeing the end of the battle, Zhang Yueling began to explain to the audience. We saw that Nix lived up to expectations and won the first battle. After all, this is the first time Nix has participated in a performance after growing to 20 centimeters. so the opponent I chose this time is not too strong, but I am looking forward to its future performance. Next, we would like to invite the next group of guests. While speaking, she took out a container for feeding other reptiles, which turned out to be a centipede and a giant toad. Most of the barrage was still discussing the previous battle. If Nyx is not considered, it is actually not much bigger than Sanguzi. It is not easy to win. Although two-headed geckos are rare, Nyx still has racial suppression. As someone who has hunted down opponents with great difficulty, I naturally won't let them go. Driven by instinct, I restrained the gecko with one claw while rotating my body to weave a ground net with spinnerets. After setting the table with great effort, I fell into a daze again because I didn't know where to start eating. At this moment, the system message appeared, saying that I can inject digestive fluid into the target and wait for the internal organs of the target to dissolve before feeding. Since the target is a poisonous substance, under the effect of the talent of refining poison, feeding on it can strengthen your vitality. After being reminded by the system, I quickly started the feeding process. Thank you for the gift from Han Jinlian. Thank you for the big gray plane sent by Yenzi. And thank you for the 6-month fan subscription from Odubio. After completing the feeding, I felt hot and humid all over my body, and had the urge to take a nap. I glanced at Zhang Yueling, who was still live streaming, and felt a sense of insecurity. So I threw the remains of the two-headed gecko into the corner and wove another layer of net between the arched deadwood and the soil. I hid in the deadwood and fell asleep comfortably. When I woke up again, I couldn't hear Zhang Yueling's live stream anymore. It was dark all around. I tried to crawl out of the deadwood, but found that I hit a wall. Did I become bigger? I couldn't wait to summon the data panel, remove the silly title of the goddess of the night, Nyx, and I found that the skill level had increased, and the vitality had reached 0. 1. With the elongation of the body, my perception distance also became broader. In this way, I stared at the data panel motionlessly, and the figures of my classmates kept flashing in my mind, as well as my parents who were far away in another province. I should be the first person to disappear from school, I thought. At the same time, in Xingchuan University, Chen Zhang followed Zhang Yueling unhurriedly. Originally, we had agreed to investigate Zhang Yueling together. Now that I had disappeared for a whole day, he suddenly had a bad feeling and could only choose to follow Zhang Yueling to find clues. Seeing that the other party was about to be submerged in the crowd leaving the school, Chen Zhang immediately chased after her, but was stopped by a stunning woman. Chen Zhang looked at her inexplicably and then ignored her, choosing to go around. You are tracking senior sister Zhang. With a clear and crisp voice like an aureole. It was not a question but a statement. Hearing this, Chen Zhang turned his head stiffly like a robot and looked at the beautiful woman with an embarrassed expression. I'm Wang Miaoyin, from the neighboring new media class. You don't remember me, but I have an impression of you. The girl's smile was charming and alluring, revealing an indescribable charm. However, Chen Zhang was not moved at all. I don't know you. I have other things to do. I'll go first. After saying that, he walked towards the school gate on his own. After passing Wang Miaoyin, Chen Zhang's eyes flashed a barely noticeable coldness. As expected, he lost track of himself. At this time, Zhang Yuelin, who returned to the rental house, looked surprised at me in the glass jar. Nyx, why do you seem to have suddenly grown bigger? Saying that, she took a caterpillar and put it in the glass jar. I naturally accepted it. Although the caterpillar cannot increase its vitality, it can satisfy its satiety. In the blink of an eye, it was night again, and Zhang Yuelu also started the live broadcast as scheduled. But my mood was a bit complicated. Based on last night's experience, I found that only by swallowing poison can the organism grow. But in this way, I can only face cruel killings. I don't know if I will have an opponent today. Just as I was thinking about this, Zhang Yuelin used tweezers to pick up a Solomon spider and put it in an empty plastic box. Just when the audience was puzzled, the Solomon bird-catching spider slowly crawled into the tile of the empty box. But in the next second, it seemed to be startled by something and quickly retreated and climbed towards the wall of the plastic box. Almost at the same time, a long and thick black shadow like a belt suddenly emerged from the tile. The black shadow quickly touched Solomon, and its body with distinct patterns and segments curled up, wrapping Solomon completely. The black shadow turned out to be a long and terrifying centipede, with a body length of at least 30 centimeters. Its exaggerated posture was enough to make people's scalp numb. Seeing this, the barrage in the live broadcast room instantly boiled, scaring me. What kind of centipede is this? Did it grow up by eating shit? I feel sorry for Solomon. Looking at the barrage, Zhang Yueling smiled slightly. This is our new friend. It is a Galapagos giant centipede at the 30 centimeters level. It ranks first in known centipedes in terms of body length, with the longest reaching 40 centimeters. I can't see the situation inside the box due to the limited perspective, but I couldn't help but be surprised when I heard her introduction. Such a long centipede is really unbelievable. I hope I won't encounter it. However, what you fear will come. When the familiar tweezers pick me up, I was already cursing in my heart. Zhang Yueling, you really are a high jumper in the toilet. Too shitty. A string of information appeared, with a vitality 0.02 higher than mine. I don't know if it has a big impact. I landed on the home soil of the giant centipede snake, staring at the opponent vigilantly, but the giant centipede is still enjoying the delicacy in its arms, unaware that its home has been violated. Gala, with Zhang Yueling's shout, I felt something was wrong. This enchantress is about to use some kind of mental control trick. I resisted the urge to kick due to nervousness. Mao's impulse suddenly surged out, ready to take the initiative before the centipede is provoked by Zhang Yueling. Otherwise, when the other party reacts, the difference in size may put me at a disadvantage. Gala darling, Zhang Yueling called for the second time. As soon as the words fell, my two large fangs pierced deeply into the back of the giant centipede. There was a very crisp snort, a sound so tiny that only Bai Jie could hear it. Chapter 7, 4 Days Missing. Xia. Venom infused. I don't know if it was Zhang Yue's call that worked, or if it was stung by Bai Jie's venomous fangs, but the giant centipede raised its head. The two tentacles slowly swung, and the palate fangs were vaguely visible leaping out. With an instigation, the giant centipede let go of Solomon in its arms and turned its head towards Bai Jie. In a flash of lightning, Bai Jie then used the pair of feet at the very end to quickly brush down the stinging hairs on his abdomen, and there were dozens and hundreds of fine hairs floating in the air. However, the kicking hairs seemed to have little effect on the giant centipede. The giant centipede just gave a slight lurch in the air and launched its onslaught at full speed again. Bai Jie had no choice but to accelerate the secretion and infusion of venom at full speed. Snort! The centipede's palatal fangs pierced into the birdcatcher spider's abdomen without being obstructed. Subsequently, a prompt rang out in Bai Jie's consciousness. Due to the talent, compassion of refining poison, has been immune to toxic damage. Too good. It hurts so much. Bai Jie did not have time to celebrate before a burst of heartbreaking pain came from his abdomen, infuriating him as he kicked his fur while injecting poison. The giant centipede also wrapped Bai Jie with the entirety of its torso, but since the difference in size wasn't too great, it had little effect, and Bai Jie injected the venom as usual. After a few seconds, the giant centipede suddenly loosened its palate teeth and began to wriggle in pain. Bai Jie knew that this was probably the stinging hairs kicked out playing a role. It was not in vain that he had kicked out 80% of the stinging hairs, and now it was really going bald. I'm getting bald, but you're going to lose it, Bai Jie sneered. The stinging hairs certainly couldn't kill him, and at the moment, they could only make the giant centipede feel bad for a while. He pinned his hopes on a venom that was a little more toxic than the average birdcatcher spider. Well, at least it was augmented by the skill elementary toxicity LV. 2. The giant centipede gradually became immobile, only occasionally shaking a bit. However, Bai Jie didn't let his guard down, because in the data panel, the giant centipede's status didn't show dead, but rather weak, poisoned. Nix isn't going to finish Gala off, is he? Zhang Yue's voice came out. At this moment, the pop-up screen. Am I reading this right? Gala is going to be gone? Nix is too smart to know about sneak attacks. What sneak attack? Can you call what happened to the goddess of darkness stealing? It's called a preemptive strike. Suddenly, something changed. As if the giant centipede had swindled, it once again raised its head and bit at the birdcatcher spider. In Bai Jie's eyes, the giant centipede's counterattack was just a dying struggle. Its speed had obviously dropped significantly. The birdcatcher spider reacted quickly, pulling out its fangs and raising its upper body. Its powerful forelegs easily clamped down on the giant centipede's head, and then its two fangs suddenly pierced through its head armor, mercilessly injecting poison again. After about one more breath, the giant centipede's status was displayed as dead, without any danger. The 32 centimeters centipede was finally finished off by the birdcatcher spider. The latter was satisfied and began to release its digestive juices. Gobble gobble gobble. Bai Jie silently dubbed himself in his mind. The fans of the central laser birdcatcher spider on the pop-up screen were also relieved. Many of the viewers who had originally supported the giant centipede had transformed into fans of the sub-radium birdcatcher spider, with only a few strangling for the giant centipede. There were also some pop-ups with a clear perspective. Who can tell me, how much did the anchor lose in this game? Not much, not much. I guess it's just a month's pocket money for the anchor. Zhang Yue, however, didn't show much heartache, chatting with the pop-up screen and moving the plastic box that was originally the giant centipede's house and was now the sub-rammed bird trapper's cafeteria to the side. By the time Bai Jie exited, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already surpassed 10,000, and Zhang Yue had received a lot of gifts. Thank you for the cruise ship sent by the Mazoko anchor triangle kill. Nix really surprised me. Gala is a shame, but that's how nature works. Survival of the fittest and elimination of the weak, Zhang Yueya said with a smile. Her surprise could not only come from the victory of the sub-radiant birdcatcher spider, but also because of the popularity that the live broadcast had never reached. After 10 minutes or so, Zhang Yueya had stopped letting the poisonous creatures fight each other, and instead, she was popularizing the knowledge of reptile pet rearing with the audience fans. On Bai Jie's side, the interior of the prey had only just finished being dissolved by the digestive fluid. After all, the Galapagos giant centipede size was outrageous for a bird-catching spider. A system prompt appeared. As the target belongs to poison, under the effect of talent compassion of refining poison, it can strengthen its life force after inhaling. After a bit of sucking, the familiar burning sensation and drowsiness came, and Bai Jie fell asleep weaving his web in the giant centipede's home. When he woke up again, it was the middle of the night again. Bai Jie felt that his senses had become more sensitive, and he could even hear Zhang Yueya's subtle and even breathing in her sleep. He couldn't wait to conjure up the data panel. Name, Bai Jie. Title, Goddess of Darkness Nyx. Race Amazonian blue and purple laser birdcatcher spider, adult. Skills, kick hair LV. 5. Spider silk LV. 5. Tear bite LV. 5. Primary toxicity LV. 12. Max. Talent, compass of refining poison. Body of devouring spirit. Vitality, 0. 35. Satiety, 70%. Body length, 30 centimeters. When he saw Nyx, goddess of the night again, a few black lines ran down Bai Jie's furry forehead. He suddenly thought of something. This spider of his own. It wouldn't be a female, would it? Boom! As this thought flashed by, Bai Jie felt like he was struck by lightning. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe Zhang Yueya couldn't tell the difference between genders? Or maybe Zhang Yueya simply liked the name Nyx? Bai Jie pushed down the bitterness and fear in his heart and continued reading. The skills had been upgraded, with elementary toxicity, even reaching full level, which Bai Jie guessed might have something to do with the strong toxicity of the giant centipede that he had sucked on. The body length had even reached the level of 30 centimeters, meaning that counting the long legs, he was close to the body length of the giant centipede. Moreover, he also found that his belly, which was about to go bald, had all the stinging hairs growing up, and they were even denser. The changes brought about by the skill upgrade were great. Bai Jie, who couldn't sleep again this night, simply started weaving a web in order to test the effectiveness of the skill upgrade. Sure enough, the viscosity of the spider's silk as well as the toughness has increased dramatically. Bai Jie said to himself in his heart. Early morning, why are there so many webs? Those who don't know would think it's a pile of cotton candy. When Zhang Yueya, who got up in the morning, saw the densely packed cobwebs in the feeding box, she was dumbfounded. Nyx, what's wrong with you? With that, Zhang Yueya used her hands to pick at the spider web, but found that it seemed like fine rope, requiring force to pluck it apart, and it was very easy to stick and stick. She was shocked when she found the huge bird-trapping spider hiding under the layers of the spider web with some effort. You're on hormones? On the other side, in front of the North Gate sculpture of Star Transmission University. Say, what is it that you want from me? A woman wearing slender glasses with a slightly quiet and bookish air faintly said. The woman's skin was as white as a freshly peeled fresh lozenge. Her eyebrows were long and slender, and between her eyebrows there was a hidden aura of bookishness, a face that was beautiful and unrivaled. Class president, this is already the 4th day of Bai Jie's disappearance. I don't know if there is any progress on your uncle's side? Chen Chang said with a gloomy face. This quiet and beautiful woman in front of Chen Chang was none other than their class president, Xia Qimeng. Upon hearing this, Xia Qimeng's gaze dimmed as she said, although you reported the case in a timely manner, the Criminal Investigation Division currently does not have any clues. How could they not have found out? Didn't I tell them all about Zhang Yueya's suspicions? Chen Chang's voice suddenly rose in pitch. They also read the chat records of Bai Jie and I. Did they not go to Zhang Yueya's house to look for her? He couldn't understand. Chapter 8 Mutated Golden Mountain Toad. Chen Chang, don't get excited. Xia Qimeng sighed. You should know that with the technology nowadays, it's too easy to make up and fake chat logs. Taking a step back, even if the chat logs were real, it would still be impossible to convict Zhang Yueya. Like Chen Chang, she no longer brought the word senior sister when addressing Zhang Yueya. The most crucial thing is that the Criminal Investigation Division really didn't find any traces of Bai Jie and Snap. Chen Chang fell into silence as if he had deflated. After a while, he slowly said, I looked for Zhang Yueya, but she simply refused to admit that she had seen Bai Jie that day. What's even more ridiculous is that she also acted like she was worried about Bai Jie. I've decided that I'm going to personally go to Zhang Yueya's house. Xia Qimeng's eyebrows knitted slightly. Don't be impulsive. That's an illegal home invasion offense. Once she prosecutes you, your college career will be ruined. But, The only clue I have in my hands right now is Zheng Yueya, Chen Chang said helplessly. If you have to go and investigate. Xia Qiming suddenly paused. You must first ensure your own safety. I have a way. Wait for you to come find me here at noon today. What way? Chen Chang's eyes lit up slightly, as if he saw hope. Bai Jia's sudden disappearance in Zhang Yueya's house for no apparent reason had caused Chen Chang to guess that there was most likely some sort of danger inside, and it would be great if there was some way to protect himself or call for help in time. You should have heard of Gaia technology, right? Naturally, I've heard of it. The Federation's newly risen AI tech giant company that went public not too long ago. Wait, you wouldn't be related to this company, right? Chen Chang grew his mouth. Xia Qiming made a gesture of silence. Zheng Yueya noticed the abnormality of the subramid birdcatcher spider. Not to mention weaving so many spider webs in one night, the 32 centimeters giant centipede enjoyed it all in one night, and grew another size by itself without even molting. You little guy, is your digestion so strong? Zheng Yueya said while helping Bai Jia clean up the food remnants. And it doesn't seem like your stomach is very bloated. It doesn't seem to be propped up. Kind of interesting. I'll throw you another centipede. Nix, you're on your own. I'm going to class. Zheng Yueya said. Before she left the door, she really did throw a centipede of about 15 centimeters in for Bai Jia. Obviously not the gala kind of variety. This centipede was obviously afraid of Bai Jia's 30 centimeters footspan and did not dare to act rashly. Zheng Yueya also did not want to interfere with the intention. So the two insects could not fight for a while, then went out. Once the demoness went out, Bai Jia quickly began to hunt and kill, without much effort. 15 centimeters centipede will be unable to move, and quickly died. His toxicity had gotten much stronger, and it only took 2 seconds for the centipede to show dead. Bai Jia finally saw the effect of the full level of elementary toxicity. After a bit of devouring, Bai Jia witnessed a slow increase in his vitality and skill upgrades. However, there was no change in body size. The daytime passed quickly, and Bai Jia was already somewhat looking forward to the arrival of the night. There was no other reason but because Zheng Yueya's live broadcast would allow him to become stronger as soon as possible. Zheng Yueya went out and walked on the boulevard of Star Transmission University when she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Zheng Yueya's eyes widened somewhat unexpectedly as she looked at the girl who stopped in front of her with an unassuming demeanor. Xia, senior sister. Good morning, ah. The girl with a quiet and leisurely demeanor coldly said. Didn't I warn you that you can't take a shot at the people in our class? Zheng Yueya shook her head with an innocent expression. Senior sister Xia, I don't understand what you mean. A touch of frost surfaced on the girl's face. Since you broke the agreement and struck out at Bai Jia, then you better be prepared to pay the price accordingly. Zheng Yueya's brows were affable and still smiling, but she did not retort. The moonlight climbed onto the windowsill before the demoness returned to the house. She opened the live broadcast as usual, and this time she prepared 3 15 centimeters level centipedes for Bai Jia in one breath. In her heart, she wondered why her stomach hadn't changed even though she had fed her a centipede in the morning. So the demoness decided to increase the dose to see where the limits of the sub-radiant birdcatcher were. The pop-ups were also confused when they heard about Zheng Yueya's decision. Hold on, Anchor, are you sure you're not murdering our goddess? 3ing battle Lubu? Oh no! 3 heroes fighting Diochan? But I like it. Opening thunderclap. The 3 centipedes were not aggressive, and Bai Jia accepted them as they came. After all of them were poisoned to death, Bai Jia injected digestive fluid one by one and sucked them up one by one. This scene was recorded by the live broadcast. Many netizens have not seen such a big spider, let alone a spider with such a perverted appetite and combat power. Coupled with the extremely high face value of the sub-radium birdcatcher spider, the popularity of the live broadcast room broke through 20,000 people in no time. Gifts came pouring in by the brushstrokes. Thank you for the cruise sent by Brother Shrimp Thread Fried Riverflower. Thank you Mr. Mapayenzi for sending the gray plane. Atmosphere. Thank you for the airship sent by Brother Han Jing Non who also wanted to today. This demon girl earns a lot today, ah. Really noisy. Hearing becomes sensitive is not all good. After inhaling, Bai Jia weaved a curtain and slowly ran under the tree slice to sleep. He woke up in the middle of the night, and the first thing he did was to open the data panel. Heaven is not responsible for the painstaking people. Name, Bai Jia. Title, Nyx, Goddess of the Night. Race Amazonian blue and purple laser birdcatcher spider, adult. Vitality, 0. 7, max. Skills, corrosive poison LV. 1, new. Kick hair LV. 8, spider silk LV. 8, tear bite LV. 8, talent, compulsion of refining poison. Body of devouring spirit. Satiety, 90%. Body length, foot spread 32 centimeters, max. Bai Jia automatically ignored the first 3 lines and realized that there was an additional new skill, corrosive poison. While he was puzzled, a prompt message appeared. Corrosive poison, advanced from the full-level skill, elementary toxicity. It can secrete and release poisonous liquid mixed with venom and digestive juices, combining strong toxicity and corrosiveness. It seems pretty powerful, but how come the life force and body length are both showing up to their maximum values? Will it still go up if it proceeds to swallow poison? Bai Jia was a bit worried. The prompt message appeared again in due time. Due to talent, spirit-eating body, continuing to swallow poison can break through the current racial life force barrier and complete life evolution. As expected. It's great. A big stone in Bai Jia's heart fell down. In that case, there might really be a chance of transforming. The next day was the 4th day of Bai Jia's transformation into a spider. The 5th day of his disappearance. Early in the morning, he vaguely heard the demoness making a phone call, in which Chen Chang's name was mentioned. Chen Chang didn't follow me yesterday. I wonder if he gave up yet. Well, he's quite sentimental, but he shouldn't be stupid enough to dare to break in. Ha ha. So you like this type? Chen Chang? Stalking? Bai Jia's mind quickly thought of a certain possibility. Chen Chang the fool. Alas. Now, Bai Jia could only hope that Zhang Yueya did not have her sights set on Chen Chang, or that it was not long since Bai Jia's disappearance and thus she did not dare to make a move. However, Zhang Yueya definitely had accomplices, and he didn't know who was on the phone with her, and whether she was a threat to Chen Chang. Anxiety rose in Bai Jia's heart. He had to evolve quickly and become stronger earlier in order to have the capital to mediate with the demoness. In Bai Jia's unbearable weight, the night finally arrived. The compulsion-raising livestream opened on time, and the poisonous object that appeared in front of Bai Jia's eyes was clearly a golden toad. Object, golden mountain toad, mutant. Skills, body expansion, poison arrow spray, hallucinogenic venom, long tongue flesh hooks, vitality, 0. 8. Body length, 29 centimeters. Status, healthy. Chapter 9, Evolution. The pink toe laser spider. Mutant? What does this mean? Bai Jia issued a question in his heart, but this time the system didn't show a prompt. There were as many as 4 skills, and the life force was still higher than his own. Although Bai Jia knew that life force was not equivalent to combat power, Bai Jia was still on guard. Moving away from the information in front of him, Bai Jia looked at the golden mountain toad's main body. He saw that its back was pitted and covered with mucus and raised meat particles. Its head had raised ears like a pair of head horns, and what was even more oozing was the pair of ruby red eyes that looked like jewels. At this time, the pop-up screen. Is this the golden horn great king that singled out 15 centipedes 2 days ago? I watched a short video on the internet to find it. Although it only swallowed 12 centipedes, it's still remarkable. The remaining 3 were all trampled to death by it. Nyx is so big, the golden horned king can't swallow it, right? Suddenly, before Zhang Yueya could give orders, the golden mountain toad moved. It took a step forward, and its back and abdomen bulged, followed by the sides of its mouth bulging out abruptly. Poof! A crunching sound came, followed by a dark green water arrow shooting out across the sky. Bai Jia was like an enemy. His 8 feet arched, and he violently pranced, dodging the water arrow. Is this still a toad? This is still a toad? But what surprised Bai Jia even more was still behind. The golden mountain toad see a hit missed, croak sound inhale. The body suddenly open, expanding half times. It is a jump. Again croak sound. Barely inhale. Body expansion has been expanded more than double, as if a basketball in general, occupying half of the space of the feeding box. Bai Jia heart appalled. The pop-up screen also instantly exploded. What's the situation? The golden horn great king has opened a multiplication technique? This kind of species is no longer an ordinary toad, right? How can Moon Aya get her hands on one? This is a real compulsion, isn't it? I didn't expect to see it on the air. Golden horn, don't look at me like I'm stupid. I'm from the Myriad Woods Mountain. Whoosh! The golden mountain toad spat out its long tongue in a hurry. The toad tongue was full of sticky mucus, and there was a sharp meat hook at the end, sticking to the spider's back before Bai Jia could react. It then pulled Bai Jia into an aerial leap towards the toad's large mouth. Bai Jia was unable to break free for a moment, but he also ejected hundreds of stinging hairs in an instant. The golden mountain toad's long tongue closed its momentum without decreasing, still swallowing the bird-catching spider into its mouth, leaving 1 or 2 hairy spider legs half-pulled and exposed outside its mouth. Ah! Nyx was actually swallowed in one bite. Zhang Yueya narrated with some concern, but without the slightest intention of rescuing it. Viewers, the golden mountain toad in its feeding state is too dangerous. I really can't intervene. The fans of birdcatcher spider Nyx wailed in the pop-up screen. The golden mountain toad did not move a muscle, slowly sending the prey in its mouth towards its stomach. On the other hand, the protagonist in question, Bai Jia, calmed down, and his 2 large fangs began to drip down a mixture of venom and secreted it at an increasing rate. Corrosive intense venom. Bai Jia's current venom also included digestive fluid with dissolving properties. The effect of the corrosive poison could be described as immediate. The golden mountain toad began to tremble slightly, followed by violent struggles. Bai Jie did not feel good either. The stomach acid in the golden mountain toad's belly burned his body, bringing about great pain and a sense of crisis. So he began to struggle desperately in the toad's belly as well. The golden mountain toad obviously didn't expect that his opponent still had this kind of tactic. Even the mucus in his abdomen that protected him from the stomach acid couldn't resist the corrosive poison. There was a writhing within it, wanting to spit out Bai Jie. However, while Bai Jie was pouring the corrosive poison, he was tearing into the tender meat inside the golden mountain toad, and after a moment of killing its eyes, he simply stuck the flesh wall with his 8 legs inside and refused to come out. Zheng Yueya raised her eyebrows, feeling that things had taken a turn for the worse. At this moment, the pop-up screen. What's sea basin? Golden horn great king indigestion? Sure enough, Nix's toxicity isn't small enough to hold him up. A few minutes later, the golden mountain toad that had forcibly swallowed the birdcatcher spider reaped the evil consequence, which was death. Its red eyes were dimmed and its body shrank and shriveled. A huge spider with a shiny black body, pink stinging hair, and a blue and purple laser pattern on its back drilled out of its mouth. Even though there were quite a few scars on his body from being burned by the stomach acid, Bai Jie still managed to survive. Unperturbed, Bai Jie wove a ground web and wrapped it around the toad that had changed back to its original size. Although it was very disgusting, for the sake of evolution, Bai Jie decisively chose to consume it. After silently swallowing it, a system prompt appeared amidst a string of thank you gifts from the Demoness. The conditions for species evolution have been met. Evolution will begin soon. Bai Jie fell into a deep sleep. This live broadcast had a cumulative total of 40,000 people who had watched it, and it had naturally attracted the attention of certain special groups of people. Inside an ancient and dimly lit wide room, this spider looks like it's going to mutate. It's very suitable as a compulsion. After this spider mutates, we can consider asking for it. Well, it's just a pity that we gave her the golden mountain toad. It can't be helped. That's how raising a parasite is. Only a parasite that experiences killing can become stronger. Bai Jie felt like he was bound by a rope. No, not a rope. More like a pile of sacks. But the sack didn't seem to be that tight. So Bai Jie began to struggle to break free. After a rustling sound, Bai Jie finally saw the light. That's right. It was already dawn. Bai Jie didn't realize that he had slept for so long. Looking at the large piece of skin shelf beside him, he realized that he had just undergone molting. It's too refreshing, isn't it? Although he felt a bit weak at the moment, this feeling like a new life was really good. And more importantly, Bai Jie was confident in his own strength. It was as if he had shed not just his skin, but had shed his mortal body and stepped into a new level of life. He immediately summoned the data panel. Name, Bai Jie. Title, Goddess of Darkness Nyx. Race, Pink Toe Laser Venom Spider, Mutant. Life Force, 1. Skills, Poison Arrow Spray LV. 1. New. Corrosive Poison LV. 4. Kick Hair LV. 12. Max. Spider Silk LV. 12. Max. Tear Bite LV. 12. Max. Talent, Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Satiety, 50%. Body length, foot spread 43 centimeters. The first thing was that his race had changed, becoming a mutant just like that golden mountain toad. But Bai Jie probably guessed that it was a life form that distinguished itself from mortal insects. As for the pink toes, Bai Jie silently perceived his own 8 feet. Sure enough, the joints and ends of the spider's legs had turned pink, while the rest of the legs were still ink black. In addition, not only had the spider legs become longer, but there seemed to be some sort of sharp, hard substance growing in the forefoot, which might require a further increase in vitality to be known. Thus, Bai Jie looked at the vitality column again, always feeling that this one contained a deeper meaning. At this time, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Vitality is a comprehensive indicator of a creature's physical quality and life potential. Taking an ordinary adult as a reference, its vitality value hovers between 0.95 and 1.2. Bai Jie suddenly realized that his vitality was already comparable to that of an adult. Chapter 10, Chip Implant Surgery and Silver Ring Snake. Poison Arrow Spray, a newly awakened skill that allows you to compress and launch venom out remotely through your mouthpiece. Needless to say, this was a skill stolen from the Golden Mountain Toad, and Bai Jie felt that he finally didn't have to just go up to his mouth and bite at everything. At the same time, the other skills also received a significant upgrade, basically reaching full level. The length of his body even broke through the 40 centimeters mark, and at this point, Bai Jie already needed 2 adult palms to merge in order to be lifted up. Will he be the biggest spider in the world? Bai Jie thought wildly. Nyx, you really surprised me. I never thought I would be able to witness the birth of a compulsion, or that I personally nurtured it. Zheng Yueya's voice suddenly came out. With a pair of jade hands, she actually opened the lid of the box and caught it with her bare hands towards the bird-trapping spider. "Can't bite the master oh," Zhang Yueya said, a pinkish-purple halo flashing from her eyes. An unemotional mechanical voice also rang out. "Unknowable mental interference detected. Blocked." Bai Jie's mind was shaken as he realized that this was an opportunity for revenge. With his corrosive poison, he might be able to give Zhang Yueya a set to take away. But Bai Jie hesitated. There were still some variables involved. The main thing was that he was not sure if Zhang Yueya had any other means. What if she was immune to his venom? What if she could kill herself back? More importantly, the truth behind the string of disappearances was still unclear, and Zhang Yueya's accomplices were not clear either. It would be better to wait and see what happens. And when he was fully confident and had probed more of Zhang Yueya's horse's footsteps, then it would not be too late to strike again. Bai Jie suddenly thought that he had not checked Zhang Yueya's data information. I wonder if the system can display it. Suddenly, the familiar illusory information template had been presented in front of Bai Jie's eyes. Object, Zhang Yueya, symbiote, vitality, 10. Body length, 168 centimeters. Status, stable. Bai Jie. Little spider. Are there many question marks flashing before your eyes? I go. Vitality, did the system hit an extra 0 there? And what the hell is a symbiote? Luckily he didn't do anything. Bai Jie was secretly happy. He was really afraid that Zhang Yueya would suddenly turn into 9 doppelgangers and stomp him to pieces with 1 foot each. Zhang Yueya's 2 hands could barely hold up the pink toe laser poison spider, and she surveyed it with a mesmerized face. So beautiful. So cute. So pink and tender. Melting a young girl's heart without losing its mighty and intimidating hegemony. It's worthy of you. Nix. Zhang Yueya gave a good round of compliments. Bai Jie couldn't take it anymore. A shiver ran through him and a large amount of stinging hairs flew in the air. Zhang Yueya's eyes widened in disbelief. Then a red rash flared up on his white skin that was visible to the naked eye. Nix, what's gotten into you? She violently threw the laser poison spider back into the feeding box. Then with a scream, she ran to the bathroom on her hands and knees. Comfortable. Bai Jie stretched. She only said she couldn't bite her, but she didn't say she couldn't kick the fur. Furthermore, birdcatcher spider species were easily nervous, and it was normal for them to kick their fur when they were nervous. Moreover, it looked like his own fully leveled kicking hair skill didn't affect Zhang Yueya enough to be fatal. Yangon City, Gaia Technology Company Limited Branch Building. In a room that was bright and surrounded by technological instruments, Chen Chang was lying on his back on a half-human high operating table. Next to him stood a few whitecoats dressed as researchers, a tall and cold man in black, and a quiet and beautiful female college student. The female college student was clearly Bai Jie's class president, Xia Qimeng, who asked, "Are you sure you're ready?" Chen Chang said in a nonchalant manner. Xia Qimeng, you have to realize that if this surgery goes down, you will no longer be the same boy as before. Chen Chang instantly went cold in his lower body when he heard this. His expression was strange and his tone was a bit panicked. Isn't this a chip implant surgery? How come you're talking about it like a sex change operation? Put. The tall and cold black-clothed man suddenly laughed out loud, but quickly resumed his high and cold demeanor, staring into the void as if nothing had just happened. Xia Qimeng retracted the strange look she had given to the tall and cold man, and gazed gently at Chen Chang. Just kidding with you. Don't worry. Although this chip is not on the market due to policy reasons, its safety is still guaranteed. Not bad, classmate. The chip that will be implanted in your body is not the most powerful in our sequence of brain chips, but it is the safest. You can rest assured. A researcher with thinning hair said. Only then did Chen Chang make a relieved face. But in actuality, the tension in his heart wasn't any less. Good. Then start quickly. Xia Qimeng nodded to the group of white coats. I'll leave it to you guys. Then she opened the door and walked out, with the tall and cold black-clothed man following closely behind. You guys, don't change your surgical gowns or anything? Chen Chang swallowed and said. Why? Don't worry little brother. It'll be quick. Just a moment. A clear girl comforted. Then began to anesthetize Chen Chang. After all, we're professionals. If Chen Chang hadn't seen that the address of the branch on Gaia Technology's official website was the same as here, as well as the slew of certificates that they presented, he was really worried that he had been tricked into a black hospital that trafficked in human organs. Sleepiness swept over him, and before falling asleep, Chen Chang saw 2 machines automatically approaching while the other whitecoats retreated to the side. Chen Chang then realized that, as it turned out, it was the robots that were responsible for doing the surgery. At night, Zhang Yueya appeared on the air wearing a duck-tongued cap and mask, covered tightly. Facing questions from the pop-ups, Zhang Yueya just smiled and explained that she had some recent allergies. With Bai Jie's appearance, the attention of the fan audience quickly shifted to the pretty and colorful pink toe poison spider. Is this Nyx? Anchor is sure it's not a different spider? It's too big, isn't it? Bai Jie knew that he had pissed off Zheng Yueya, because in front of his eyes, a long, silver-ringed viper appeared. Object, silver-ringed viper. Vitality, 0. 9. Body length, 1. 8 m. Status, general, hungry. That's right. Some of you who are more knowledgeable have already recognized it. This is the 4th-ranked venomous snake on land. Zheng Yueya explained. Anchor this time is blood money did not point attention to the baby, point attention to chant. Bai Jie was just as surprised as the audience because the silver-ringed snake was not a mutated creature, but its vitality was as high as 0. 9. Hiss. The silver-ringed viper had its upper body hanging high, spitting out its core, and didn't take the initiative to attack for a while, apparently never having seen a spider as big as Bai Jie's. But Bai Jie couldn't wait to try his evolved battle power. Zip! Inaudible cracking sound sounded. A milky white water arrow abruptly shot out from the mouth of the mutant poisonous spider. Did not leave any reaction time for the silver-ringed viper. It easily did not enter its jaw. It was Bai Jie's newly awakened skill, poison arrow spray. The silver-ringed snake immediately opened its mouth to the sky, writhing in agony, and its tail, which was as thick as a man's wrist, violently swept towards Bai Jie. Bai Jie quickly leapt up and dodged the snake whip sweep. ZZ! Between the opening and closing of the mouthpiece, 2 more milky white poison arrows were sprayed out, like spring water moisturizing the 7 inches of the silver-ringed snake. Chapter 11. The surgery was a success. You're already a girl. However, the effect of the poison arrow was naturally not as silent and gentle as the surface. The poison arrows were not ordinary venom, but rather a corrosive and violent poison fused with digestive fluid. After suffering 2 rounds of poison arrows into its body, the silver-ringed snake was like a slug wrapped in coarse salt, struggling miserably and frantically continuously. Now that the silver-ringed snake had completely lost its will to fight and its goal, it had no time to care about Bai Jie's position, and was unable to touch a single spider hair of Bai Jie. However, this kind of reaction that made people scalp numb did not last long. After only 3 breaths, this silver-ringed snake subsided, only twitching in place in small increments. When the silver-ringed snake was completely unable to move, the system prompted that the target silver-ringed snake's status was also updated to dead. The silver-ringed serpent, whose vitality was only 0. 1 lower than Bai Jie's, quickly died under the attack of just 3 poison arrows. It was a pity that the snake hadn't attacked much yet. This made Bai Jie surprised at the power of his poison arrows as well. I'm afraid that the golden mountain toad from yesterday wasn't a match for the poison arrows. When the poison arrow spray skill was upgraded to a certain level, it might even be possible to spit on a small poisonous creature with a mouthful of spit. So it was a good time. Zheng Yueya, who saw the silver-ringed serpent fall into eternal sleep, was dumbfounded. The pop-up screen was also dumbfounded. This was a bit different from what was imagined. I can't, sisterly. What just happened? If you're keeping such a sublime snake, you should get insurance, right? Ask me if you don't know. If a boy keeps it, will it turn into a spider lady at night to return the favor? If so, then Nyx will be wearing leggings and a blue and purple corset. Sparrow Eclipse. The blue and purple radium has a blue and purple radium pattern on its back, and its belly is also black. So in that case, will Spider Maiden have leg hairs? Zheng Yueya. For certain pop-ups, she just had to pretend she didn't see them. The focus of the audience was really getting weird now. Only after a few hours, sensing Zheng Yueya sleeping, did Bai Jie start devouring on the silver-ringed snake. Despite the fact that the silver-ringed snake was long and thick, Bai Jie quickly finished eating after the silver-ringed snake's internal tissues turned into liquid due to the far superior dissolving properties of the corrosive poison. The satiety level also came to 98%. And it was the first time Bai Jie had been so propped up after turning into a spider. With the satisfaction of a full stomach and the anticipation of waking up with his own strength increased, Bai Jie fell into a deep sleep. To Bai Jie's surprise, the next day he realized that he had an additional new skill. No, it wasn't an additional new skill, but rather the original full-level skill had completed its advancement. Name, Bai Jie. Title, Night Goddess Nyx. Race, Pink Toe Laser Venom Spider, Mutant. Vitality, 2. 8. Skills, Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 1. New. Poison Arrow Spray LV. 3. Corrosive Poison LV. 7. Spider Silk LV. 12. Max. Tear Bite LV. 12. Max. Talent, Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Satiety, 80%. Body length, 48 centimeters. Bai Jie gazed at the first item on the skill bar. Stinging Hair Poison Needle, advanced from the full-level skill, Kicking Hair. The stinging hair toughness and ejection speed are strengthened. The stinging hair becomes more subtle and sharp, pervasive, and can attach venom to the stinging hair. It looked awesome, and Bai Jie thought that this should be considered a hidden weapon skill in the true sense of the word. When Spider Silk and Tear Bite advanced, What would it be like? Bai Jia couldn't help but think about it. His own vitality had also reached 3, so he believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to surpass the Demoness. On the other hand, the Yangon branch of Gaia Technology Company, Chen Chang woke up leisurely. He felt like he had a very long dream, in which he had turned into a cyborg, forgetting human emotions and completely reduced to a weapon of war. Thinking back to this, he shuddered a little. A tingling and soreness came from the back of his neck, and he couldn't help but touch it with his hand, only to be cut off by another cold hand. What a cold hand, too cold to be human. He looked at the owner of the icy hand, a tall and cold man wearing sunglasses. Chen Chang remembered that this man was a member of the security department of Gaia Technology Limited, named Lu Wei. You're awake. Congratulations, the surgery was successful. You're already a girl. Xia Qiming's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Chen Chang stared at her in a daze. Then his face swished and turned pale as he quickly felt downwards. The taut features instantly relaxed. The calf was still there. Chen Chang gritted his teeth and said, Xia, Jie, dream, do you think you're humorous? Xia Qiming spread her hands. Just kidding, to relax your tense mood. Put. A strange sound rang out. Chen Chang and Xia Qiming both looked over, only to see Lu Wei hastily covering his mouth and coughing twice, resuming his high spirits. Chen Chang moved his lips, but still chose to swallow those indecent words. After all, the brain chip at the back of his neck was implanted into his body through Xia Qiming's relationship, and the smart brain chip was an important leaning for him to further investigate Zhang Yueya. He wanted to uncover Zhang Yueya's false mask and find the truth about Bai Jia and Snap's disappearance. By the way, during the time you were asleep, a big news came out. Xia Qiming suddenly put away her smile and said seriously, What's wrong? Could it be that someone has gone missing again? Chen Chang asked with a frown on his face. Xia Qiming slowed down her tone and said word by word, No. The news said that the murderer of the missing case was captured. Chen Chang's originally furrowed brows slowly pulled apart, followed by eyes that were rounded and a mouth so wide open that it could fit a duck egg. You're not joking with me again, are you? It's true. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Xia Qiming handed Chen Chang a cell phone, on which a web link had already been tapped. Chen Chang took it with confidence and found that it was a news article, still posted by the official media number of Star Transmission University, and his expression gradually became complicated. It's not just the Star Transmission University's official number, the Yangon News, and the official media of the Federation have also sent it out, and there's a briefing from the Criminal Investigation Division in it as well. Xia Yiming said, The suspect is a 30-year-old male who lives in North City Flower Garden and works as a security guard for Star Transmission University. By the way, I remember you said that Zhang Yueya also lives in this neighborhood. The Criminal Investigation Division found 4 male corpses in his home, and after laboratory tests and identification, it was confirmed that the victims were all missing students from Starchuan University. The cause of their deaths were all due to shock, including blood loss, infection or cardiogenic shock. In that case, the fact that Snap and Bai Jia's cell phones were positioned at Zhang Yueya's house at the time of their disappearance can be attributed to the recent phenomenon of unstable satellite signals that have been occurring across the Federation. However, there are still 3 points of doubt. Firstly, Bai Jia was not among the bodies found. Secondly, the suspect's motive is insufficient. And thirdly, the suspect's modus operandi is unknown. Because, at this time, Chen Chang finished reading the news, slowly raised his eyes and looked at Xia Qiming in a grave manner. This person has gone crazy. This tragedy. But perhaps I should be thankful that there is no Bai Jia. Chen Chang's face was sad and confused. At the moment he was in a state of confusion and bewilderment. Yes, perhaps Bai Jia is still not dead and Zhang Yueya is still our breakthrough. Xia Qiming stroked her glasses. Moreover, don't you think that it's too coincidental that this suspect is crazy? Chen Chang's eyes suddenly stared in thought. What do you mean? Is he the real murderer? Or is he a scapegoat that was topped out? Xia Qiming's crisp voice threw itself around the lab. Chapter 12 Solo Battle Against the 5 Poisons. This day is the second day after Bai Jia attacked Zhang Yueya with stinging hair. Zhang Yueya the demoness seems to be still angry. Today did not come to see Bai Jia, and did not feed breadworms, cicada poopy and other snacks. During the day she did not go to school, but stayed in the rental house rummage through boxes and cabinets. Moving and climbing favor, do not know what to prepare. It will not be to cook yourself. Bai Ji shuddered. Will he himself be chicken flavor? Crunchy? Can the high temperature eliminate his poison? Bai Jia brainstormed. In the anticipation of the pink-toed laser poison spider, time quickly came to night. Bai Jia looked at the poison in the 5 boxes next to him in a daze, and with Zhang Yueya's voice ringing in his ears, the anticipation swept away. Families, what do you say? Can Nyax survive the siege of 5 poisons at the same time? Bai Jia? Zhang Yueya, are you unable to play? Bai Jie growled in his mind. Wow, thanks to Love River Noodle Fried Shrimp Line for the luxury amusement park. Thank you Woohoo Tower for requesting a card for takeoff. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room had clearly exceeded 100,000, many of which were due to a fan distributing past recorded clips to major short video platforms, thus attracting a large amount of tap water. At this time, the pop-up screen has discussed this tonight's finale battle. What do you say today? The 5 poisons are besieging the bright top? Moon Aya is also too ruthless, but Nyx has not lost a single match since his debut, so he'll definitely win tonight. What do you think the odds are between Nyx and the 5 Venoms? Who has the advantage? Well, 50-50. Zhang Yueya bit her lip and said. At those words, countless viewers watching this live broadcast stood up in front of the screen. The Demoness began to set up the battlefield. The first to break into Bai Jie's territory was a strange snake with wide horns on its head and neck, whose size was not as large as the silver-ringed snake, but its vitality was 1. 2. Immediately after, Zhang Yueya threw in another bright green lizard with a clip. This lizard was less than 20 centimeters, but its life force was even higher than the monster snake by 0.1, which made Bai Jie slightly surprised. Following closely behind, was an ink-colored toad and a thick green and red centipede, both of which had a higher life force of 1.5. The last to make an appearance was a golden scorpion with a body length of about 30 centimeters and a vitality indicator of 2, which was clearly the highest among the 5 poisonous creatures. This golden scorpion body type strange and comparable, head and stinger very small like a thumb, but the body is as wide as the human face, and more terrible is that it is even wider than the body of the pincers. At a glance know that can be easily clamped walnuts. Actually all of them were mutant poisons. The demon girl has gone crazy. This thought flashed through Bai Jie's mind, but he couldn't die. At least not before accomplishing his revenge. Under Zhang Yueya's trickery command, the 5 major poisonous creatures slowly approached Bai Jie in a well-organized manner. It seems like they agree that Nyx is the biggest threat to them yet. Zhang Yueya explained with a smile. Amidst the rustling sound of crawling, and in the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Bai Jie's pink and black spider legs moved, invisible to the naked eye. Countless stinging hairs with venom attached to them shot violently into the air. It was the newly awakened skill, Stinging Hair Poison Needle. At the same time, Bai Jie's mouthpiece opened and closed, actually sending out 5 poison arrows in a row, stabbing at the 5 major poisonous creatures respectively. In the next moment, the pink toe laser poison spider's figure also disappeared from its original location, directly arriving in front of the horned monstrous serpent with the largest body size. So fast. A trace of surprise flashed through Zhang Yueya's eyes. The horned monstrous snake had just had one of its snake eyes cauterized by the poison arrow, and between hisses, Bai Jie seized the opportunity to climb onto its back. The other poisonous creatures, after being corrupted by the poison arrow, attacked Bai Jie like crazy, no longer cautious as they were just now. The lizard seems to be affected by the poison arrow the least, the first to recover. A twist and a twist quickly climbed toward Bai Jie, opened a mouth full of sharp teeth. Then came the toad's whip-like tongue hook, as well as the centipede's greenish-red shadow, one on the left and one on the right in an encircling position. However, due to the large size of the strange snake, it just became Bai Jie's cover. Seeing Bai Jie move around while leaving bite marks on the back of the strange snake, he was able to dodge a number of attacks. The lizard's sharp teeth and the centipede's palate teeth even bit into the strange snake's body, instantly splitting its flesh and poisonous blood. But the danger is far from passing. Harsh air-breaking sounds suddenly sounded. A golden pincer took advantage of Bai Jie's landing gap, fiercely clamped down on Bai Jie's right side of the spider legs. This dead scorpion belongs to the crab, right? Feeling the sharp pain coming from his leg, Bai Jie was on fire with rage, but he was unable to break free. Thus, when that golden scorpion drove the scorpion tail needle to stab Bai Jie's back vertically again, the latter could only let it have its way. As the unknown toxin was injected into Bai Jie's body from the scorpion tail needle, a familiar prompt sounded at the same time. Due to the talent, compassion of poison refining, you are immune to toxic damage. Zip, zip, z. 3 consecutive poison arrows hit the golden scorpion squarely in the face, and after a moment of painful trembling, the golden scorpion still refused to pull out the poison needles and let go of its pincers. What? Bai Jie was incredulous that the golden scorpion was able to resist the poison arrows. The silver-ringed snake really couldn't be compared to this mutant poisonous creature. He was about to release the poison arrow again. However, at this time, the other poisonous creatures had also reacted, and they used a variety of methods, all of which were unleashed towards Bai Jie. Bai Jie fiercely gritted his teeth and pulled his body towards the left with all his might. Snap! Tiny, crisp snapping sounds rang out, and Bai Jie had to break free from the shackles of the scorpion's large pincers at the cost of ripping off 3 of the spider's legs. Stinging hair poison needle. As Bai Jie's mind moved, Countless stinging hairs once again rose into the air and drifted into the bodies of the major poisonous creatures. The figures of the various poisonous creatures suddenly stagnated, and with the previous first wave of poisonous needles having entered their bodies long ago, their speed of movement was now greatly reduced. Even their vitality began to show a decline. However, Bai Jia was not spared either. Due to the loss of his 3 legs and a hole in his back, his vitality had dropped from 3 to 2.5. This caused his speed to be far less than before as well. Snap! The greenish-red centipede took a bite on his pitch-black-ass abdomen. Rascal! Bai Jia's heart cursed while he couldn't help but be filled with indignation and anxiety. At this rate, wouldn't he have to end up here? The hearts of Nyx's fans in the live broadcast room were also in their throats. A flash of hatred and ferocity flashed through the dark eyes of the pink toe laser poison spider, and the spider ignored the centipede that was biting on its body, and summoned all its strength to charge head-on towards the strange snake that was biting at it. The speed was so fast that it had already surpassed the limits that the spider had shown before, and avoided the toad's tongue hook and the lizard's bite. It even made the golden scorpion's pincers miss and accidentally caught the centipede dragging behind the spider's butt. Ka-ching! The power of the golden pincers was beyond Bai Jia's imagination, and it actually broke the centipede in two. The dark juice splashed on the scarlet soil, adding a touch of cruelty and evil, and without looking at the situation behind him, Bai Jia fiercely retracted his legs and squeezed into the bloody mouth of the strange snake, propping up its head in a big bag, still leaving half of the centipede's body by the strange snake's mouth. Seeing that Bai Jia was nowhere to be seen, the toad, lizard and golden scorpion did not hesitate for a second, and all turned to attack the strange snake that had swallowed Bai Jia. What a good move to attract the evil to the east, Zheng Yueya muttered. Chapter 13, The winner is the compassion. The strange snake with bottomless vitality was naturally no match for the 3 major poisonous creatures joining forces, adding to the fact that it had previously been hit by Bai Jia's stinging hair poison needle, poison arrow spray, and its back was even injected with corrosive poison by Bai Jia. After a few breaths, the monstrous snake whose body was bruised and battered without a single piece of good flesh died. The lizard impatiently began to tear up the snake's flesh and swallow it. The toad, on the other hand, obviously didn't think of where to start, and without teeth, it couldn't swallow it. A snort. The lizard suddenly stopped eating. Stupidly, it apparently forgot that there was another overlord among the poisonous creatures. The toxin was injected into the top of the lizard's head along the scorpion tail poison needle. The lizard's gaze gradually became dull, and in a short while it was lifeless. The ink-colored toad noticed the great threat of the golden scorpion, and it flicked its long tongue, its meat hook instantly sticking to the golden scorpion's back. As it struggled to pull, the golden scorpion was thrown into the air by the long tongue with a huge force. Bang! Bang! The meat hook didn't detach from the golden scorpion, but continuously smashed the golden scorpion against the wall of the feeding box, emitting a burst of muffled sounds. It was fortunate that this feeding box was specially treated so that no cracks appeared. Toad's performance clearly exceeded the audience's expectations, and at this point, the pop-up screen, "Where's Nyx? Is it gone?" Alas! I'm sure there's a reason why spiders aren't ranked among the 5 poisons. They even threw themselves into the snake's mouth. The winner is about to be born. But I didn't realize that this toad is the biggest dark horse. This toad. It's too perverted. It's not really a parasite, is it? The name of the original broadcasting room is not a joke. I didn't expect to see a witchcraft heir in the modern world. Federal History Records. Before entering the modern world, Miaojiang, a region active in the legend of the Witch Compulsion clan. Legend has it that the Wukong people were able to obtain extraordinary abilities by driving the parasites. However, with the advent of the age of steam and electricity, the witchcraft was gradually lost. Due to the deterioration of the natural environment, those strange and exotic insects and bugs also slowly disappeared from people's sight. So the audience immediately remembered the historical legends of parasites and witchcraft. Zheng Yueya secretly disdained. A bunch of amateurs know a hammer. She knew that the situation was far from clear. There was a slight crunching sound. The large golden pincers didn't seem to have exerted any force, but the toad's long pink tongue had already snapped in response, and blood foam immediately flew into the void. Only saw that the golden scorpion just landed. It swiftly rushed to the toad, up to the sky waving the golden pincers. Seems to be extremely angry. Also seems to be arrogant and pleased. The 2 poisonous creatures immediately twisted in a piece, but the toad is obviously at a disadvantage. Skin and flesh. Difficult to counterattack. Just as the audience exclaimed that the golden scorpion had reversed the situation and was about to kill the toad, a sudden change occurred. Pooh snort. A sound like cracking sounded. The pink toe laser spider that should have been dead in the snake's belly, also known as Bai Jia, suddenly broke through the snake's flesh and drilled out. The pop-up screen exclaimed, "Fraud." Zheng Yueya said in her heart, "It's true." Zip. As soon as Bai Jia appeared, he fired a series of 5 poison arrows. spitting them out onto the 2 poisonous creatures, 4 of which were given to the golden scorpion. The golden scorpion and toad then trembled in pain, and their life force began to slowly decline. Among them, the toad's life force dropped to 0.7, and the golden scorpion's life force dropped to 1.5. Both were at the end of their strength. Baijia leapt up and swept over the 2 poisonous creatures, spilling a string of spider silk, sizzling. Taking advantage of the moment when they were corrupted by the poison arrows, Baijia quickly used his spider silk skill to bind them together. In their current state, the 2 poisonous creatures were unable to break free, but Baijia didn't forget that the golden scorpion had that pair of large pincers. Right now, only that pair of large pincers could cut through the spider silk. So, while spraying poison arrows at the golden scorpion to disrupt its attention, he wrapped layer after layer of spider silk around the large pincers, the original somewhat transparent spider silk. Under such intensive wrapping, just like converging into a pair of white gloves worn on the golden scorpion's big pincers. Now, the golden scorpion was completely reduced to an unarmed, defenseless prey. Dead scorpion, I want you to pay the price for my broken 3 legs. Baijia's fangs elongated, biting at the back of the golden scorpion, slightly stopping the momentum, but still ruthlessly pierced through the leather armor. Corrosive poison, venom infusion. Because the efficiency of the poison injection through the fangs is much higher than the poison arrow injection and stinging hair poison needle, so Baijia chose to personally move the mouth to bite. At this time the pop-up screen. Ha, the ultimate winner is still our goddess. And Aishi has been trying to taste the guts of a snake, and has finally gotten his revenge. After half a day of busyness, Master and I finally decided to personally mouth. After waiting for a long time, a mechanical voice sounded in Baijia's consciousness. When the system prompted the golden scorpion's status changed to dead, Baijia hanging in the throat of the stone finally landed. He then did the same thing and injected the toad that was bound by the spiderweb and unable to move with the corrosive poison. Baijia moved slowly, looking around the messy feeding box. The broken limbs, skin and blood juice and guts spilled all over the soil and barriers. There were no more enemies. The only one still alive was the greenish-red centipede that had turned into a half-broken piece, but it obviously couldn't last much longer. So Baijia was a good guy and gave it a ride as well. Well, let's congratulate Nyx. The demon girl's voice echoed unexpectedly. I knew it would be possible if Nyx. So viewers, this is the end of tonight's live broadcast. What about the next few days? I will also be resting for a while. I need to prepare for the opening of the school's project, so I won't be able to live broadcast with you for a while. The atmosphere of the pop-up screen immediately changed from cheers to a wail. Amidst the crazy wave of gifts, Zheng Yueya smiled as she said goodbye in the live broadcast. After confirming that the live broadcast was closed, she went to the feeding box and stroked the spider that was feeding through the glass. Zheng Yueya muttered to herself, Nyx, I never thought I could cultivate such a marvelous and intelligent compulsion as you. Although you're not particularly powerful amongst the parasites, your growth rate and evolutionary potential is something I've never seen before. Don't worry, I won't let them snatch you away. The current me is by no means something they can bully whenever they want. Baijia's mouth was not stopping, but his thoughts were flying, pondering the meaning behind these words of the demoness. He had some impression of compulsion. Legend has it that the ancients gathered many poisonous bugs together, let them devour each other and kill each other, and what was left at the end was compulsion. Now it seems that he has aroused the possessiveness and strong interest of the demoness. At the same time, it seems that there is a group of people who have noticed their power and want to snatch them, and the demoness is not afraid of these people's snatch, and even opened the live broadcast of brightly. Speaking of which, why did the demoness like live broadcasting so much? Baijia was sure that it was by no means as simple as just a hobby and gaining the attention of others. Could it be that it was for money? Baijia couldn't support himself enough to go to sleep after just devouring the golden scorpion. This time, he woke up in the middle of the night and whirled around, immediately opening the data panel to check for updates. Name, Baijia. Title, Goddess of Darkness Nyx. Race, Pink Toad Laser Venom Spider, Mutant. Vitality, 9, Max. Skills, Sharp Blade Spider LV. 1, New. Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 5. Poison Arrow Spray LV. 8. Corrosive Poison LV. 10. Tear Bite LV. 12. Max. Talent, Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Satiety, 55. Body length, 50 centimeters. New skill. Baijia's heart was dancing with excitement. Sharp Edge Spider Silk, advanced from the full level skill, Spider Silk. Toughness and sharpness of the spider silk has been strengthened. Able to bind and stick to the target while dealing cutting damage to the target, and can attach venom to the spider silk. Chapter 14, Evolving Again. Brand new skills. The life force had also reached the current maximum of 9, which meant that White Jay would most likely start a new round of evolution as soon as he swallowed a certain amount of poisonous creatures. and he had 4 poisonous creatures left to feed on. Bai Jie's physique had also changed somewhat, the purple laser pattern on his back becoming lighter, and the pink color of his leg joints becoming lighter. The 3 spider legs that had been ripped off by the golden scorpion earlier had also regrown, especially the edges of the pattern on its back. A thin and narrow layer of golden edges appeared, making Bai Jie think of the golden scorpion's body color. What skills would appear in the next evolution and what would it become? Bai Jie turned his intense curiosity and anticipation into practical action and devoured the 4 poisonous creatures. After eating 3 poisonous creatures in a row, that familiar sleepiness never appeared. What's going on? Could it be that the number of poisons and life force requirements needed to evolve again are very high? Bai Jie could only hope for that last lizard, knowing that Zhang Yueya meant that she wasn't going to live stream lately, of which it was probably because she had eaten her other reptilian pets to the point that she didn't have much left. It would be bad if Zhang Yueya didn't feed the poison anymore. Right now he was stuck at the juncture of evolution. If he was delayed in evolving, it would be too hard to bear. Finally, after Bai Jie finished swallowing the last lizard, in his apprehensive wait, the system prompt finally appeared. Late but arrived. The conditions for species evolution have been met, and evolution is about to begin. In the middle of the afternoon, after the release of classes at Star Transmission University. Say, Long Gu, what are you looking for me for? Zhang Yueya looked at the man in front of her with a feminine temperament and a pale face and said lightly. Today's demon girl was wearing a red and white striped short sleeve on top, with delicately cut sleeve edges and a round neckline revealing her beautiful collarbone. The lower body is a light blue mini shorts, revealing white slender thighs. A pair of red cloth shoes, simple and generous, leads to the roadside. Constantly have college students towards her, also puzzled about the identity of the man across from her. How a face of kidney weakness look. The feminine man's name is Long Gu, but his voice is not like the appearance of that, but instead penetrates a point of thick. You know what I'm looking for you for. Zhang Yueya's expression did not change. Don't stop here to play Riddler with me. Have a fart quickly put. I still have class in the afternoon. Long Gu said. Give us that mutant spider. We can give you 10 compotes. Zhang Yueya looked like she suddenly realized, then became cold and lightly spat out one word, no. Long Gu furrowed his eyebrows, somewhat displeased, as if he was surprised by Zhang Yueya's answer. You're an outer hall disciple. Neither do you know the method of imperial compulsion nor do you have the resources to cultivate poisonous creatures with that kind of potential. What's the use of keeping it? Zhang Yueya shook her head and said, that is a parasite that I personally cultivated. I have my own right to dispose of it. Long Gu aggravated his tone. You can add some more conditions. Zhang Yueya still refused. In the past, you were the ones who provided me with poisonous insects, while I shared a large portion of the live broadcast proceeds with you, and also helped you run your business. Otherwise, where would you get the money to cultivate the compotes? The Witch Compass clan has been in decline for a long time now. Isn't it thanks to our partnership that you guys were able to establish yourselves in the clan so quickly? And now, you guys are thinking of crossing the river and tearing down the bridge? You should know that I bought Nyax myself, and the ownership rests with me. If needed, I can return all those poisonous insects that you guys lent me for live broadcast. Are you sure you've thought this through? Let me warn you, you won't be able to keep those poisonous things by yourself. Long Gu said in a deep voice. Naturally, I've thought about it. Besides, how do you know I can't keep it? Zhang Yueya suddenly smiled sweetly, like a peach blossom blooming. Long Gu gave her a deep look and said, wasteful. Immediately, he let out a cold snort and left without looking back. Zhang Yueya was unmoved, the corner of her mouth raised in a confident and bizarre arc. Meanwhile, at the hidden street corner, a tall and thin figure was secretly watching Zhang Yueya's back while guessing Long Ge's identity. Only when he saw Zhang Yueya walking towards the school grounds did the tall and thin figure reveal its form, and there was a transparent clear light flashing in its eyes. It was clearly Chen Chang, who had finished receiving the Gaia technology chip implantation surgery. Zhang Yueya, I can't wait to reveal you, Chen Chang muttered, his eyes blazing. At Zhang Yueya's home, inside a transparent feeding box that was half the width of a bed, cobwebs were so dense and layered that it was impossible to see the situation inside clearly, and one could only see a few pieces of dried up remains being piled up in the corner. It is not difficult to guess. These remains of the organization is naturally the owner of the feeding box to eat the leftovers. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared in the spider web that looked like curtains and then quickly disappeared. Immediately afterward, the golden light reappeared, flickering and flickering a dozen times before finally blooming and illuminating the entire room. After this illumination, the golden light disappeared completely, and the feeding box returned to peace. Data panel. Unfold. In Bai Jie's emotionally charged silent cry, a row of golden illusory information presented itself. Name, Bai Jie. Title, Goddess of Darkness Nyx. Race, Golden Laser Snake Swallowing Spider, Awakened Body. Life Force, 15. Skills, Footblade/LV. 1, New. Bite LV. 1, New. Sharp Blade Spider LV. 3, Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 8, Poison Arrow Spray LV. 8, Corrosive Poison LV. 11, Talent, Compass of Poison Refining, Body of Spirit Devouring. Satiety, 85. Body length, 60 centimeters. The race had changed, and the body size grew again. Vitality has finally broken through the shackles, and 2 new skills have been acquired. Foot blade cutting, newly awakened skill. Sharp blades grow from the 2 front feet, which can slash and stab the target, and the blades are covered with poisonous glands that can secrete venom. As the skill level increases, sharp blades grow from the other legs as well. Aha! I nodded silently. Great. When you run into a difficult opponent, you finally don't have to only move your mouth. After all, a gentleman moves his mouth, not his hands. Eating Bite, advanced from the full level skill, Tearing Bite. The fangs have been strengthened with an indestructible biting ability that can draw blood and devour spirit energy while attacking the target. It looks impressive, and I can read it, but what does this spiritual embodiment mean? Turning into a blood-sucking spider yourself? Baijia was a bit confused. Baijia saw his current appearance through the reflection in the feeding box again. A pitch-black spider with golden lines flowing through it. The parts that were once pink and purple had turned golden, with only the velvet hair retaining a slight pinkish-purple color. It looked somewhat noble, somewhat majestic, and beautiful. Baijia admitted that he was awestruck, so much so that he wanted to raise one of his own awe. Just as Baijia was indulging in his beauty, the countless stinging hairs suddenly stood up. He instantly woke up, put his senses to the maximum, and slowly retreated to hide in the curtain woven by the spiderwebs. This was because he sensed a dangerous aura suddenly appearing in the room. In the line of sight, a middle-aged man with a face like deadwood actually appeared. The middle-aged man recited, "It should be you." Spinning around, he opened the lid of the feeding box, his dry lips opening and closing as he recited obscure syllables. Spiritual interference from spell detected. Due to talent, compulsion of refining poison. Automated solution already. What the hell? What does this person want? Although he didn't know this person's purpose, Baijia had already felt a great uneasiness from the obscure incantation. His spider instinct was telling him that this person was an enemy. Since this was the case, Baijia had resolved to let the visitor know how powerful he was. With a thought, countless stinging hair poison needles instantly flew through the air towards the middle-aged man's face. This was a level 8 stinging hair poison needle. With the current skill level of stinging hair poison needle, if these stinging hairs touch the skin, it is okay. That is, the skin will be ulcerated. The pain and itching is unbearable, but not fatal. If it is inhaled into the body along with the nasal cavity, the body will bleed and rot lightly, or the organs will fail, which is enough to be fatal. However, the middle-aged man was not panicked. His face reddened, a mouthful of black blood sprayed out, and roared the word ingestion. A dark red rain of blood and stinging hair poisonous needles met, and blocked most of the stinging hair's attack. Baijia intuited that it was not good, curled up and retreated with the intention of avoiding it, but he was still stained by the black blood. Not good, but the danger Baijia expected did not happen. Instead, the black blood gradually disappeared on the surface of Baijia's body and seemed to be absorbed. A familiar burning sensation flowed throughout his body, and Baijia actually felt that his life force was vaguely having signs of enhancement. Ha! The middle-aged man muttered in confusion. What's going on? It's not working? Can't it be that this is a mortal insect? But where can there be such a large and bizarre mortal insect? Chapter 15, Disfigurement Caused by a Spider. Just as the man was puzzled, a handful of stinging hair poison needles had already touched his skin, and even more had burrowed into his nostrils. Ah! The middle-aged man wailed and covered his face, only to see that the man's facial skin, which was originally shaped like a wither, quickly turned greenish-black and then began to ooze blood, with pink flesh breaking through the skin and exposing it to the air. Not only that, the man's nostrils, eyes, ears, and the corners of his mouth, all began to bleed out. Ah! The man's agonizing howls grew louder and louder, and it was thought that even the outside of the house could hear them. There was a click. The door to the room opened, and it was actually Zhang Yueya who had returned. Her face flashed with a hint of surprise, then quickly turned into mockery as she snorted. I knew that some of you would come to steal my spider, but I didn't expect a rookie to come. Stealing a chicken didn't work out, but instead, it went down the drain. Wait a minute, who are you calling that? Chicken? Baijia was instantly annoyed. When the middle-aged man heard the demon girl's playful laughter, he happened to be full of anger to vent, so he violently rushed towards Zhang Yueya. The man rolled his eyes and arrived in front of the demoness, and in the next moment, his withered wood-like palm was about to lock onto the demoness' white neck. Baijia, who saw this scene, almost danced with joy. Fight! Fight! but a bizarre image appeared, only to see Zhang Yue slightly tilting her body. She easily dodged the throat lock. Then again, she turned around with great speed, and charged an elbow strike into the middle-aged man's chest. Cough. The middle-aged man coughed dryly in pain. His chest sunken in, and he was actually pushed back by this strike, finally crashing into the coffee table in a sorry state before removing the force of the impact. Bang! The sound of glass exploding immediately resounded through the living room. If Bai Jia had a jaw right now, then it must have dropped. He was stunned. Even though he knew that the demon girl had a life force of 10, he still felt a strong contrast when he actually saw the delicate and soft-looking petite body from days gone by displaying amazing battle strength. I'm going to kill you, the man cursed, matching his bloodied face as if he was a harsh ghost from hell. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, the man pinched his hand and recited a treacherous incantation under his breath once again, and an evil aura immediately filled the room. Zhang Yue stared coldly from her spot, a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth. Rustling sounds rang out. A red-colored millipede crawled out from behind the man's clothes, and then its body shape rapidly grew larger, becoming more than a meter long before stopping the change. Insect control. There is also this trickery. Could it be that this man is a witchcraft clan member? Bai Jia's thoughts flew, and at the same time, he also had an initial guess about Zhang Yue's identity. Long Hai. Do you think I'm still the same as before? Zhang Yue's face did not change in the face of this terrifying millipede, and she faintly said, giggling. The millipede violently emitted a liquid with a strong irritating odor, but it was easily dodged by Zhang Yue's slight sideways movement. That millipede drove its body like a long train, with a surprisingly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it climbed to the bottom of Zhang Yue's feet, and tilted its head back to climb onto Zhang Yue's thigh. Clanking. Suddenly, a cold light appeared. Juice splash. This millipede has become two, but still wriggling. It was Zhang Yue a foot trampled to pieces. Zhang Yue actually pulled out a dagger from nowhere, turning it between her fingers to play with it. Is this your compulsion? It's a bit too weak yet. Buzz. Before the words fell, a scalp-numbing sound of vibrating wings echoed behind Zhang Yue. That was. Bai Jia's gaze narrowed. As danger approached, Zhang Yue didn't even look at it, and her dagger slashed towards behind her following the sound. Wow! The black shadow that had sneaked up on Zhang Yue was instantly sliced into pieces and fell onto the wooden floor along with its juices. This sneak attacker turned out to be a mosquito that was as big as a faceplate, with mouthparts as thick as a data cable. It obviously could not escape its fate, and with a snap, it was stomped into mincemeat by Zhang Yue from the chunks of meat, the so-called heir to the inner hall, but nothing more than that. The witchcraft clan has finally fallen. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Use them all. Zhang Yue wore an inscrutable smile as she looked with interest at the middle-aged man, Long He, who was frozen in place. The latter's face was currently twisted in its decay, and his face was horrified as if he had seen something extremely difficult to comprehend. No, it can't be. You, could it be that you have implanted a force compulsion? But, you're just an outer hall disciple. Ah, how could you be qualified to obtain a force compulsion? The demoness' delicate features still maintained her smile. Who said I got the force compulsion? This is a power that belongs to me. No, it's ours. Saying that, Zhang Yue's gaze was out of focus, slightly tilting her head as if she was looking into some unknown space. In this world, there are many things you don't know. Go away. My spider is not going to be given to you. I won't kill you either. You can go and call a more powerful clan member. But by then, my spider will completely belong to me only. Long Hai sniffed before he snapped to mind his mission for this trip. He looked deeply at Zhang Yue. Originally, I was wondering why you had the confidence to leave that spider behind. After this time, I probably understand a little bit. Because you've gone crazy. You have nothing in the way of defending against parasites. You don't have sustained cultivation resources. And you don't know that the true underbelly of the Witch Compass clan is something that you simply can't contend with. Aren't you afraid that the elders will refine you into a corpse compulsion? Zhang Yue smiled as she walked slowly to Long Hai and softly denied. As I said, there are many things in this world that you don't know. The Witch and Compassion clan has accumulated a lot of weight. All of them are withered stems and rotten bones. Even though they try to seek changes, they still refuse to give up their old systems and spells. They are already unsuitable for development in this new world. Ultimately it is difficult for them to become a climatic situation. So how can they be able to help me? Speaking here she paused. As for the method of royal compulsion, didn't you send it to me? A pinkish-purple halo emerged in the demoness' eyes, projecting straight into Long Hai's eyes. The latter's gaze immediately became dull and lifeless, with only a void in his eyes. This demon girl was casting demonic spells again. Bai Jia couldn't wait to cover his mouth with his forefoot. This was the first time since his reincarnation that he had seen Zhang Yue casting this kind of tactic on someone in his waking state. After a long time, the pink and purple halo in Zhang Yue's eyes only annihilated, stepped back a few body lengths, and under a ringing finger, Long Hai came to his senses. But a flash of doubt flashed across Long Hai's face. What just happened? How did he have a feeling of being disconnected? If you don't leave, I'll report it to the police. Oh, Zhang Yue reminded as if she was kind. You'll regret it, Long Hai said coldly, and whirled around, still choosing to leave. Quickly go back and put on the medicine. In the future, go out less during the day and night, lest you let your face scare us young and beautiful female college students, Zhang Yue shouted. Long Hai's wretched figure stumbled, then quickly disappeared to the windowsill. Zhang Yue gave a disdainful cut and walked over to the feeding box where Bai Jia was, seeing the old skin carapace that Bai Jia had molted off and surveying it in surprise. You little guy has changed his appearance again. Well, can't call it a little guy anymore. It's a big guy now. Baby Nix. Now that I've mastered the method of royal compulsion, would you like to be my Pokemon? Bai Jia. If you don't say anything, you're willing? Bai Jia raised his forefoot and compared it to a big cross. Well, I'm willing to be your master too. Baby is so good. Sister didn't hurt you for nothing. Bai Jia. You big master. The spider wanted to curse but stopped. The demon girl pinched in her hand while reciting a sorcery incantation that was somewhat similar to what Long Hai had recited to Bai Jia earlier, but not exactly the same. Bai Jia's heart was in a state of awe. This demoness really got the so-called compulsion method from Long Hai? Ding! Spiritual interference from the spell has been detected, and due to the talent compulsion of poison refining, it has been automated to resolve. At the end, a mouthful of dark red blood spewed out from Zhang Leia's mouth, turning into a blood arrow toward Bai Jia, and on top of the blood, a pinkish-purple glow flowed. Chapter 16, Finally Free. Bai Jia was just about to dodge when he suddenly thought of the previous incident where Long Hai's black blood was absorbed after it landed on him. He decided to take a risk. Blast! Essence blood immediately spilled onto Bai Jia's body, blood and gold patterns simultaneously dotting the ink-black spider's body surface, appearing demonic and evil. Bai Jia's heart also suddenly tightened, but fortunately, the system prompt appeared in time. Detected the power of the unified contract from the spell. Due to the talent Spirit Devouring Body, it has been automated to dissolve and seize the essence blood and the spiritual content therein. This time, it was actually the Spirit Devouring Body that worked. Subsequently, Bai Jia felt a pure and massive power surge into his body. His own vitality also rose from 15 to 16. On the contrary, after casting the spell, Zhang Yue's entire aura abruptly became shriveled, and her face swished pale. After a few seconds, the sensation that Zhang Yue expected did not appear, and suspicion flashed in her eyes. Why is there no reaction? Could it be that there is something wrong with the method of imperial compulsion? Zhang Yue muttered to herself. Sizzle. Suddenly, a number of spider silks shot out from the feeding box, aiming straight at Zhang Yue. Before the demoness could show her surprised expression, her body had already reacted and she swung her dagger towards the spider silks. But the scene in front of Zhang Yue was again out of Zhang Yue's expectation, only to see that the spider silk did not break when it touched the dagger, but quickly wrapped around it, and in the blink of an eye the dagger was wrapped in a layer of spider silk. In the blink of an eye, the dagger was wrapped in a layer of spider silk. Not only that, more spider silk began to wrap around Zhang Yue's wrist that was holding the dagger. Nix, Zhang Yue shouted in surprise. Seeing that she was unable to cut through the bindings, she tried to use her strength to tear the spider silk, but she was pulled by a massive force at the end of the spider silk and was unable to break it. It was as if what was in her hands was not spider silk, but tight, thick rope. Moreover, she realized that once she exerted more and more force, the spider silk would be like a sharp blade carving out bloody marks on her skin, and it was getting deeper and deeper. Nix, what do you want? Zhang Yue shouted in alarm, while a strange pinkish-purple halo flashed in her eyes. Unknown mental interference detected. Blocked. The spinning weapon of the gold-striped laser-swallowing snake spider continuously shot out sharp-edged spider threads, but the threads did not have venom attached to them. What the hell are you doing? Zhang Yue constantly shouted in alarm. The pinkish-purple glow in her eyes grew more and more intense, and at the same time, there was a hint of panic under her eyes. Unknown mental interference detected. Blocked. Unknown mental interference detected. Shielded. Detected. How? Zhang Yue looked incredulously at the spider that disobeyed orders. Watching the latter spread its long spider legs, it slowly climbed up the wall of the feeding box, with clear liquid secreting from its large fangs. You beast want to kill your master. I really raised you for nothing. The two arms of the current Zhang Yue had been firmly entangled by the spider silks and were tightly attached to her upper body. Unable to move, Bai Jia secretly shook his head. I do want to kill you, but now is not the time. Zhang Yue is a bright line behind a series of disappearances, and following this line will lead to more people. In fact, his intuition told him that after devouring Zhang Yueya, he was able to gain a great enhancement. However, he still chose to refrain. This was the confidence and realization of a mature hunter that his prey would be hard to escape. Zhang Yueya had teased him like this in the beginning, and only a week had passed. And now the positions had been reversed, and Bai Jia had become the hunter who could dominate her life. Leaping down from the feeder, he landed on the wooden floor. It was the first time he had stepped on ground that wasn't soil since he was reborn as a spider. Bai Jia experienced the joy of freedom, and a joy that made his soul tremble surged to his heart. This kind of elation even surpassed the feelings he felt during his last evolution. Feeling the touch of his feet, in a trance, he had a sense of unreality. He looked up at Zhang Yueya, and without jumping, he was just able to reach the latter's calf stomach. This perspective was also too shameful. There seemed to be a specialized term for it. Bai Jia also ignored Zhang Yueya, crossing over her and heading towards the windowsill. Where are you going? Come back quickly. In Zhang Yueya's astonished gaze, with a prancing leap, Bai Jia jumped off the windowsill without looking back. He was free. More importantly, the current Bai Jia possessed the powerful ability to defend his freedom. Zhang Yueya was actually able to go after Bai Jia because she was only bound to her upper body and her feet could still walk. However, she knew in her heart that she could not help this spider, this poisonous creature that she had witnessed grow. Where exactly is the problem? Thoughts swirled in her mind. Zhang Yueya spent a lot of effort to find a lighter from the drawer and pressed the button with difficulty. Fortunately, the spider silk was combustible, but it also burned for almost 10 minutes before all the spider silk on her body fell off. Looks like I'm not strong enough to actually not be able to help my pet. Need to have to restart the hunt. Nix, you are mine and can only belong to me. I will get you back. The woman muttered in the empty and messy room where the sunlight couldn't shine. As night fell and the lights came on, downstairs in the male dormitory of Star Transmission University, Chen Chang had just returned from the Gaia Technology branch and was about to go upstairs to his dorm room when his body suddenly stiffened. After quickly returning to normal, he feigned composure as he approached the pretty figure. Ha, Chen Chang, it's you. We meet again. The pretty girl laughed. The girl wore light makeup and applied lipstick of an unknown color. Her skin was like gelatinous grease while appearing even more dainty. Her hip-hugging short skirt was accompanied by oily black silk boots, and her rich perfume smell was mixed with sexy teasing. You are Wang Miaozhen? Chen Chang searched this name out of his mind. It was her who had uncovered that day that she was stalking Zhang Yueya. Why was she downstairs in the boys' dormitory? Was she waiting for her boyfriend? His mind was puzzled, but he still politely said, hello, and then was about to cross Wang Miaozhen to approach the dormitory building. How are you and senior sister Zhang doing? Wang Miaozhen suddenly said. Chen Chang looked fiercely at Wang Miaozhen, and the latter's eyes were filled with ambiguity and teasing. You've got it wrong. I don't have that kind of thoughts about her. Chen Chang calmly finished his explanation and asked back, what are you here for? I'm waiting for someone. This person you still recognize. Oh, look, he's here. Saying that, Wang Mianan was suddenly overjoyed, waving her hand to the side and smiling. Chen Chang followed Wang Mianyang's gaze and froze. The visitor was white and chubby, his hair combed in lines, and was actually his roommate, He Jun. Yo, Mr. Chang, you're also here, He Jun greeted. Then the corner of his mouth lifted up with a touch of smugness as he stood beside Wang Miaozhen. Long time waiting, let's go. He Jun looked at Wang Mianan with fascination and said with a red glow, Humph, letting people wait for so long. Say it, how are you going to compensate me later? In Chen Chang's stunned gaze, Wang Mianai's lotus root arm pulled on He Jun. A pair of autumn water-like eyes, under the backdrop of deep purple eyeshadow, appeared to be beautiful and seductive. Ignoring Chen Chang, who had turned into a single dog, the two of them joked and laughed and left side by side. The class flower of the new media class. The person who came to wait under the dormitory floor was actually his roommate He Jun. Chen Chang felt that the world was a bit unreal, and Wang Miaozhen was also a bit off. He shook his head, shook the nonsense out of his head, and stopped thinking about Wang Miaozhen and He Jun. This was because he had to properly prepare for tomorrow's plan. Chapter 17 Ransacking Zhang Yueya's home. After leaving Zhang Yueya's house, Bai Jia strolled around in the North City Flower Garden neighborhood, being careful not to reveal his presence in front of people. After all, his current size was really a bit exaggerated. Once discovered by the residents, it would cause unnecessary trouble. He didn't want to live a life of hiding and stealing, and there were reasons why he had to stay in this neighborhood for the time being. Although Bai Jia didn't want to attract the attention of humans, the fact was that he had long since become a crawling favorite that had exploded across the internet after his victory over the 5 poisons. Thanks to the spread of the self-media and the distribution of short video platforms, not only did the fans of Black Knight Goddess Nyx form a considerable size, in addition, the whole Federation has set off a trend of keeping reptile pets. Among them, there were cases of reptile pets dying in large numbers due to irresponsible breeding by humans on a whim, as well as cases of humans being injured or even killed by reptile pets due to unprofessional breeding methods. The online sentiment can be described as both love and fear for reptile pets. It is worth mentioning that due to Baijia's rapid growth and abnormal evolution, discussions about the long-lost art of witchcraft and parasites are once again on the rise. Baijia was hidden in the half-manhai vegetation of the neighborhood, idling and thinking at the same time. There were three things that needed to be done now. The first was to find a way to inform Chen Chang that he was temporarily fine, as well as the unusual relationship between Zhang Yueya and the Criminal Investigation Division. But by no means could he confess about his reincarnation as a spider. It felt too far-fetched. Who would believe him if he said it? Moreover, he was unwilling to appear in front of Chen Chang with this face. Secondly, to monitor and investigate Zhang Yueya to find out the truth and murderer behind the consecutive disappearance cases. Thirdly, was to continue swallowing poisons to enhance his life force and evolve as early as possible towards the goal of transforming into a form. Baijia was a little worried that if he was strangely ugly after transforming into a form, he might as well be a spider. Woof, woof. Suddenly, a bark came from a dog, and Baijia looked over in sweat. Sure enough, a tall Alaskan sled dog was barking furiously at the grass where Baijia was hiding. Woof your ass, it's so noisy. If only he had the skill to make the other party run away with their tails between their legs with one look. It wasn't that Baijia hadn't thought about eating dog meat, but since dogs weren't poisonous, they couldn't be converted into life points and could only be used as emergency food to increase satiety. If a dog bites you, you can't bite back, right? It's too humiliating. Both in Baijia's subconscious and surface consciousness, he still retained his thinking as a human. Humph. You can bark if you want to. I won't get into it with you. Baijia decided to follow his spider instincts. Go find a tree, weave a lair, wait to settle down, and then take the next step. The nest first of all it must be able to see the entrance of Zhang Yueya's house, to understand her daily in and out of the situation. Secondly, it must be high enough, deep enough, and hidden enough. The greenery in this neighborhood was doing a good job, and Baijia quickly confirmed the location of his lair. After about half a bell, Baijia weaved a spider web at the top of a large, dense tree. A dense spider web spread horizontally, connecting branches of varying thicknesses, like a hammock, with a diameter of a full 3 meters, wider than the largest feeding box in Zhang Yueya's house. At the same time, Baijia also arranged hundreds of spider silks horizontally and vertically around the lair, hammock, acting as a cordon to sense the intrusion of foreign objects. Cool. After arranging my own home, it's really a full sense of accomplishment. Isn't this 10 times more comfortable and at ease than that demon girl's box? Baijia was belly up to the sky, gazing at the deep night sky on all fours. It seems like that demoness won't be going out today. As soon as she goes out tomorrow, I'll go and pack up the poison in her house. The reason why he didn't choose to do it this afternoon when he had control over Zhang Yueya was because he had just finished evolving and was still a bit weak. 2. He felt that the demoness might still have tricks that she hadn't yet unleashed. Thirdly, he was afraid that after swallowing the poison on the spot, he would not be able to suppress his sleepiness and fall asleep, and then he would be at the mercy of others. The next day, after confirming that Zhang Yueya left the neighborhood, Baijia once again sneaked into the familiar house, is considered to be the second palace. Large and small feeding boxes and poisonous substances are still in the living room. Baijia nimbly came to a box containing an emperor scorpion and easily used his own sharp-edged forefoot to open the lid. Next, naturally, was the hunting moment. Either use poison arrow spray to poison the target to death, or use foot blade cutting and sharp-edged spider silk to split the opponent into pieces and cut up the disc. Or go straight to the mouth and use the skill eating bite. Baijia found that among these skills, the most labor-saving and efficient was foot blade cutting. I'm really good with this pair of cold weapons. In less than a quarter of an hour, all of the poisonous creatures in the living room had been executed by Baijia, about nearly 30 of them. There were still some non-poisonous crawling pets left in the living room, such as corn snakes and the like, as well as small bugs used as food. Having solved so many poisonous creatures with his own hands, Baijia couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Yueya's richness once again. It was important to know that during the previous live broadcasts, there was basically a daily loss from the death of the poisonous insects. So Baijia had also seen Zhang Yueya replenish her poisonous insect inventory once, which showed Zhang Yueya's strong financial resources. After the 30 poisonous insects died, Baijia did not immediately choose to swallow them. Instead, like encapsulating a courier parcel, he used spider silk to wrap up the corrosive poisonous insect corpses layer by layer, and the small parcels were bundled into one big parcel, and then transported them to his lair. Back and forth transported 7 or 8 times, before counting all empty. Baijia's stamina was also much depleted, and his satiety level dropped to 58% because he hadn't eaten much since he escaped yesterday. So, Baijia stared at the cicada pupa that was still alive. After some eating, the satiety level barely increased to 70%. Satisfied, Baijia decided to consume his food and searched carefully in Zhang Yue's bedroom. He opened a drawer and the key was surprisingly still inside. Even though Baijia had 8 legs and a pair of whiskered limbs, it was still a bit awkward and difficult for him to really use the key to unlock the door. It took some effort to open the secret door behind the closet, which contained a secret room. He had once found Snap in here before being blocked by agents from the Criminal Investigation Division. Eyes probed inward, paired with senses, but found nothing. Suddenly, a mechanical and emotionless voice rang out, and a line of characters simultaneously appeared before his eyes. Sensing a weak spiritual reaction, target location searching. What's the situation? Baijia immediately came into the spirit. Search complete. A treacherous and incomparable, yet sacred and pure aura suddenly appeared in Baijia's perception. He fiercely looked towards the corner of the secret room, his eyesight and spirit focusing with all his might, and a metal box the size of a bed cabinet was revealed in the darkness. Strangely, when Baijia's eyes landed on the box suddenly transmitted a pinkish-purple light as if it had a sense. Baijia came to the chest and tried to open it, but realized that it was locked with a combination lock. Must open it. I need it. This thought was like weeds growing wild, quickly occupying Baijia's entire mind. However, before Baijia could do anything, the box opened automatically. No, it would be more appropriate to say that it was opened from the inside by the pinkish-purple halo, because the box just opened a slit. Pink and purple light will quickly wrap around the white Jia, in its body light flow, as if it is to find the master of the pet in the pet-like. The moment Baijia saw the objects inside the box, it was as if he was struck by lightning, frozen in place, motionless. Chapter 18, a skill that will shock the whole family for a whole year. Meteorite. Why is this filled with fragments of a meteorite? At this moment, Baijia's heart was letting out a long whistle that seemed like thunder. Inside the metal box, there was a tennis ball-sized purple stone block, the surface of which was like magma, flashing with purple light spots from the inside out, while also emitting a pungent smell. More than a month ago, a meteorite fell into the lake of Star Chuan University, and was later kept by the official scientific research team. However, rumors came out of nowhere that the meteorite, which was larger than a water tank, had disappeared into thin air under the watchful eyes of the researchers and guards. Now it seems that it was not just a rumor. Baijia was able to recognize it at a glance because he was also among the onlookers on the day the meteorite landed and saw the meteorite's appearance with his own eyes. After that day, he even dreamed of the meteorite appearing for several nights in a row. Why is Zhang Yue hiding this meteorite fragment? Where did you get it from? Baijia was puzzled. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Based on the talent Spirit Devouring Body, you can seize the target's spiritual embodiment. Do you want to start seizing it now? This is the first time that a question has appeared in the system prompt. Could it be that the system can't wait? Baijia, however, calmed down. He wasn't in a hurry. So like packing a bunch of poisonous things before, he wrapped up this meteorite remnant as well, dragging it behind him with his spider silk, intending to devour it when it was safe to do so. Then, he searched the rooms again, and after not finding any valuable clues, he took the meteorite remnant back to the spider's nest in the neighborhood tree. When he returned to the nest, Baijia also found an unknown fat bird sparrow trapped by spider silk on the tree web. Delivery? Too bad. I have better food now. I'll keep you for now. He. Baijia couldn't wait to unwrap one of the poisonous insect packages and started devouring them, feeling the evil energy constantly filling his body. Baijia also sent out a happy shudder from the soul level. As he took a bite of a poisonous insect, the expected drowsiness didn't come, and Baijia was awake and watched as his data panel continued to change. Vitality starts at 16 and slowly rises. 16, 5, 17, 18, 19. Skillfoot edge cutting leveled up, LV. 2. Skill chewing bite leveled up, LV2. Skill sharp blade spider leveled up to LV4. Skill stinging hair poison needle and skill poison arrow spray leveled up to LV9. Skill corrosive poison leveled up to LV11. After devouring nearly 20 poisonous creatures in one gulp, Baijia was simply too braced to eat, and his satiety level came to 96%. Although his stomach was obviously bigger, Baijia's body length stats didn't change. It was still 60 centimeters. It seemed that the data panel statistics would not take into account the actual body length changes that occurred due to eating. He looked towards the meteorite remnant, and despite being wrapped in spider silk, he could still see the glittering light emanating from it. According to the system tip, devouring the spirit embrace would not increase the satiety level, and only then did Baijia feel relieved as he arrived in front of the meteorite remnant. But, How do I grab the spirit embrace? Bai Jia wondered darkly. Tentatively, he placed his fangs on the meteorite remnant. In a flash, the meteorite remnant's halo became a few points brighter, and Bai Jia also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the meteorite. As a stream of pure energy continued to pour into Bai Jia's fangs, the sleepiness suddenly attacked. Inside the first floor hall of Star Transmission University's No. 1 teaching building. Senior Brother Chen, you're looking for me? Zheng Yueya looked at the tall and thin man in front of her who stopped her. At this moment, Zheng Yueya's face didn't look too good. Her eyes even had light circles under them. Perhaps she didn't rest well last night. Senior Sister Zhang, I want to talk to you about Brother Jia and Snap, Chen Chang said in a calm tone, but a pair of pitch-black eyes were as sharp as knives as they swept towards Zheng Yueya. Oh, you're over this Zheng Yueya's almond eyes rolled around and smiled. It can be somewhat out of Chen Chang's expectation. Zheng Yueya didn't shrug off something or stay out of it to express her sadness like she did a few times before. She actually directly agreed to it. At 6 p.m., come to my house. You can chat any way you want. Zheng Yueya's tone suddenly became even softer. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Chang directly nodded and said, okay, do you know where my house is? I'll send you a location later. Before Chen Chang could answer, Zheng Yueya uttered a sentence that made his sweat stand on end. Oh, I almost forgot. You do know where my home is, right? Seeing Chen Chang fall into silence, the corners of Zheng Yueya's mouth smiled even more. I have to go to Mr. Xiao's side right now. So, bye-bye. I won't see you at 6 o'clock. Then, she walked away from Chen Chang, leaving only a fragrant breeze in her wake. Chen Chang twisted his head little by little, looking at that youthful and beautiful back. The bottom of his eyes was cold. Have you thought about it? You really want to face her straight on? Xia Qiming came behind Chen Chang at an unknown time and said in a condensed voice, from the moment I underwent the surgery, it was decided that I would eventually confront her. Chen Chang lamented. You still have room to spare. There's no need to take any risks. Xia Yiming hesitated for a moment and said, but he might still be alive. Chen Chang said without hesitation. When Bai Jia woke up, the meteorite remnants no longer possessed any light and were like mortal stones. Name, Bai Jia. Title, Goddess of Darkness Nyx. Race, Golden Laser Tarantula, Awakened Body. Life Force, 24, Max. Skills, Mutant Venom LV. 1, New. Spawning LV. 1, New. Footage / LV. 5. Bite LV. 5. Sharp Edge Arachnid LV. 5. Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 10. Poisoned Arrow Jet LV. 10. Corrosive Poison LV. 12. Max. Talent, Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Satiety, 88. Length, 70 centimeters. Oh god. Look what I found. Vitality 24. Full. I can evolve again. Bai Jia was ecstatic, pounding his chest in excitement. And there were also 2 new skills. Mutant Venom? Bai Jia clasped his hands and nodded his head. That sounds awesome. And Spawn. 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 And so on. Bai Jia had millions of alpacas running around in his heart at the same time. It seems like no male spiders will lay eggs, right? What do you mean? System? Come out and explain it to me clearly. Bai Jia's Saiyan value dropped crazily, roaring inwardly to the point that even his body was slightly trembling. Ding! Slightly illusory characters appeared. Spawn, new awakening skill, on cooldown. Passively released with a 7-day cooldown. Can reproduce asexually, producing spider eggs. 112 eggs are spawned each time, and the race of the hatching spider hatchlings is the same as the race at the time the skill is activated. Note, as the skill level increases, the number of spawns increases and the cooldown decreases. Bai Jia. It was enough to shock Bai Jia's entire family for an entire year. But what made Bai Jia even more speechless was still to come. When it suddenly noticed the words on cooldown, it quickly looked behind itself. 3 bright golden gelatinous spheres were lying there quietly. Can even sense the breath of life in them? Bai Jia froze his gaze, but his heart was in shock. What's going on? How is this spawn the same as the spawn I imagined? I can't use it if I don't want to, but I have to use it when the time comes. Why is this setting the same as the physiological cycle? Is he really a female spider? Bai Jia instantly associated with the demon girl's naming of her, the goddess of darkness Nyx. In an instant, Bai Jia was like being hit by 5 thunderbolts, and heavenly thunder rolled and exploded in his ears. Chapter 19, Chen Chang's questioning. So that's how it is. You're too miserable, aren't you? It's not even if you're transformed into a spider. You're still a female spider. I was still fantasizing about transforming into a spider, praying that it wouldn't be too ugly. Fate really gave himself a great joke. Bai Jia cried without tears. All the sounds around him could not be heard. He just stared blankly at the spawning skill description. In his heart, He had a lot of feelings that were hard to express, and he didn't know who to talk to, can only silently swallow the complexity of the heart alone. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Jia numbly looked at the information of another new skill in an attempt to divert his numb and disoriented state of mind. Mutant venom, newly awakened skill. Pinkish-purple venom with weak and non-lethal toxicity. Depending on the dose, it can cause the poison target to undergo different degrees of mutation. As detailed below, tiny dose can make the poisoned person obtain part of the poisoner's extraordinary ability for a long time, and the life force is slightly increased. The final value cannot exceed the poisoner. Medium dose can cause the poisoner to mutate toward the caster's race, showing similar physical signs. Further enhancement of transcendental abilities that are permanently retained, and a significant increase in vitality. Final value cannot exceed that of the caster. Full dose causes the poisoner to undergo an unknown and uncontrollable mutation, with a significant increase in vitality, but depletes the poisoner's lifespan. Additionally, as the skill level increases with the poisoner's life force, the stronger the poisoner becomes. Conversely, the weaker it becomes, and once the poisoner dies, the poisoner cannot survive either. Why am I thinking of Spider-Man? I can batch cultivate alterans. Is that what this means? Bai Jia muttered to himself in his mind, reading this string of skill explanations 7 or 8 times over and over again to confirm that he hadn't misunderstood. Bai Jia, who had been reincarnated as a spider, was shocked in vain to realize that he had gained transcendent abilities that he dared not imagine. It could even affect the fate of ordinary people. I should have been prepared for this. From the moment I was reincarnated as a spider, this path was destined to be thorny. So let's just get stronger all the way, to explore the ultimate truth of life, perhaps to comfort himself and to cheer himself up. Bai Jia set a grand goal for himself. Only by continuously becoming strong could he make up for that loss and emptiness in his heart. Bai Jia turned off the data panel and looked towards the 3 spider eggs, his gaze becoming soft, stretching out his whiskers and gently caressing them. He felt the throbbing of life coming from inside more truly. Bai Jia suddenly looked forward to seeing the little ones inside. At least, the mutant spiders in this world will not be the only one in the world. Speaking of which, when he first reported to the university as a freshman, it was still Chen Chang who first got acquainted with himself, and also got through the first day of loneliness due to going to university in a different place. I wonder what happened to Mr. Chang's boy? At least on the premise of already knowing how weird and dangerous Zhang Yueya was, Chen Chang shouldn't fall to be her next victim, right? With this thought, Bai Jia peered out in the direction of Star Transmission University, but couldn't believe that he saw a familiar figure at the entrance of the neighborhood. That was Chen Chang. What is he doing here? Looking at his route, it seems like he's heading to Zhang Yueya's house. Bai Jia was shocked. This kid, is he so milkless? Chen Chang entered the North City Flower Garden neighborhood early, as agreed, when there were still 10 minutes to go before 6 o'clock sharp. For the sake of today, he had made ample preparations. On the one hand, he had undergone the smart brain chip implantation surgery. On the other hand, he didn't come alone. There was a commercial car parked at the entrance of the neighborhood, inside of which sat Xia Qiming and the security department personnel of Gaia Technology Company. Inside the commercial car, Xia Qiming looked at Chen Chang who had entered the neighborhood, a hint of nervousness and worry flashing in her eyes. The smart brain chip can't make any mistakes, and Chen Chang hasn't had any rejection reactions, and has adapted well from the time he stepped off the operating table until today. It's hard to believe that an ordinary college student could adapt to the Turing 1954 like this. It should be known that as a first-generation smart brain chip, the compatibility between Turing 1954 and the human body is not that perfect, and generally speaking, it has to go through a long period of adaptation. However, it's precisely because of this that the security department was willing to let you step in to save his life, because Gaia Technologies sees great research value in him. Am I right? Xia Qiming turned her head and looked at the cold black-clothed man on the passenger side. Lu Wei. Lu Wei's features were serious and unsmiling as he coldly spat out 7 words. You're joking, Missy. Even if it's for your sake, there's no harm in taking a shot once. After all, you're the one who was able to drive the Yangon City chip team to do the implant surgery for this kid for free. Upon hearing this, Xia Qiming also looked solemn and said, It's good that you know. He's my classmate. You guys better not hit him with your ideas. Lu Wei leaned his arm on the car window and was silent. Chen Chang came to a door and stood in front of it. This was the address that Zhang Yueya had sent him, consistent with what Bai Jia had once told him. He raised his hand, wanting to knock on the door, but paused, then took a deep breath to calm himself. At that moment, the door opened on its own. Senior brother Chen, you're here. A smiling, beautiful face appeared before his eyes. Chen Chang walked in and found that the living room was a bit messy, and the lids of many of the reptile pet rearing boxes were uncovered. I'm sorry, The house is a bit messy. A burglar came to the house at noon today. This is already how it looked after I cleaned it up. I didn't expect you to arrive on time, Zhang Yueya said. A thief? Chen Chang gave Zhang Yueya a puzzled look, unable to tell if the other party was joking. Chen Chang opened the door. Now, since I'm already at your house, can you talk about where Bai Jia went, and what you did to them? Zhang Yueya closed the door behind her and turned around with a guffawing smile. It's not easy for you to come to elder sister's house as a guest. Let's eat something first. No need. Chen Chang shook his head and said with a straight face. Answer me, did you cause a Snap's death? Did you frame that security guard who has gone crazy? The smile on Zhang Yueya's face gradually disappeared. Her delicate features became calm and even a little indifferent as she just stared at Chen Chang wordlessly. Chen Chang's scalp was a little numb from such a bizarre stare, but thinking of his implanted thinking brain chip, he quickly calmed down in a whirlwind and stared back without fear. After a pin-drop silence, Zhang Yueya spoke. Yes, I can tell you, as you should have guessed, little Jie is as dead as Snap. And their disappearance, and even their deaths, have something to do with me, she admitted, but at the same time, Chen Chang also confirmed the death of his best friend, and until now Bai Jie's body had yet to be found. The anger in his heart suddenly erupted, and Chen Chang wanted to rush forward, but he didn't forget the purpose of this trip, to collect sufficient evidence and sort out the truth. Chen Chang took 2 breaths to calm his anger as he tried again. Why did you imprison Snapdragon and why did you kill them? His smart brain chip had already automatically recorded Zhang Yueya's words and actions in real time through his visual and auditory senses and uploaded them to the internet synchronously, which was more effective as evidence than a mere cell phone recording. Next, just dig deeper into the details behind it. Zhang Yueya picked up a strand of hair that hung down in front of her chest and said with a smile, I can tell you everything you want to know, but, can you bring this evidence out? As soon as the words fell, a mechanical sound suddenly came from the thinking brain inside Chen Chang's body. Brain alert. Network connection interrupted. Suspected to be interfered with by an unknown magnetic field. Searching for a signal in progress. Chapter 20, Lord's Lair Previous. Wise Brain's voice could only be heard by Chen Chang, and all of a sudden, cold sweat oozed out from his back. Combined with Zhang Yueya's words, could it be that the smart brain's hints were related to her? But how was that possible? Chen Chang's face stiffened, but then he quickly feigned nothing. I did imprison Snapdragon because I needed something from him to complement myself. And he died because he didn't hold out. So, to be precise, I can't be blamed for his death. Yo, of course, it's basically impossible for an average person to hold out. Zhang Yueya resumed her smile, as if everything was under control. Completing yourself? What did you take from them? Zhang Yueya's eyes flickered and smoldered as she laughed softly. Don't be in a hurry. I'll tell you right now. She actually took slow steps towards Chen Chang, while Chen Chang couldn't help but start backing up. Zhu's lips lightly opened, spitting out 2 words. Sanity. At those words, confusion surfaced on Chen Chang's face. Senior brother Chen, do you still remember the first campus legend of our school? Zhang Yueya said meaningfully. It says that there was a senior sister who committed suicide in the classroom due to various practical reasons. However, her deceased soul continued to live on campus, and she lived, studied, and made friends just like the rest of us. Normally, she would be normal and even take care of her classmates. But if someone found out her true identity, she would kill that person, thus continuing to play the role of a good student. Even though she kills people and hides corpses, she knows in her heart that she is a good girl. Senior brother Chen, tell me, she just wanted to be a good and knowledgeable senior sister. What wrong could she have done? Zhang Yueya blinked her big eyes, a wry smile spreading across her face as she leaned closer and closer. Chen Chang had already been forced against the wall, beads of sweat rolling down his face. His eyes couldn't hide a flash of panic, but he responded with a fuming voice. Maybe she's not wrong. She just has a bit of cerebral palsy. The smile on Zhang Yueya's face abruptly stopped. It seems that you really are bent on seeking death. Senior brother Chen. At this moment, in the hidden corner outside the windowsill of the living room, there was a giant spider that heard the conversation inside the room word for word. Chen Chang was in danger. Although Bai Jia did not know why Chen Chang dared to come alone inside the demoness house, he could never stand by and watch Chen Chang suffer from Zhang Yueya's poisonous hands. Time rewinds back to a dozen seconds ago. A cry of alarm came out from inside the black upper commercial vehicle at the entrance of the neighborhood. Xia Qimeng, what's going on? Why are there suddenly no images coming through? Is it hard for that Zhang Yueya to block the signal? The smart brain chip's signal transmission is based on Gaia's top-notch communication technology. She gazed in disbelief, but did not hear Lu Wei's response. When she looked at the passenger seat beside her, it was empty. Already gone? This guy, he's quite quick to respond. In the living room, Zhang Yueya had been walking slowly, but halfway there, her body shifted and shrank into an inch. coming in front of Chen Chang in the blink of an eye. A lotus root arm even gently hitched towards Chen Chang's shoulder. Chen Chang knew the danger was coming, but he did not know why. His body cannot move half a point. It seems that the air has become extremely viscous. Even if his heart drums like thunder, sweat hairs stand up. How can not urge the muscles to react? Move, quickly dodge. Chen Chang's heart was burning with anxiety, and adrenaline was secreting frantically. At this critical moment, the brain chip sent out a command in Chen Chang's brain, authorized. Activate combat mode. Chen Chang finally moved. In Zhang Yue's slightly surprised gaze, his right arm swished and pivoted away from Zhang Yue's touch, and his left palm knife turned into a blade, slashing violently at Zhang Yue's neck. Inside your body, something is manipulating. Zhang Yue had a subdued face, like a fish, and swam outwards, allowing the palm to brush past her chest. With indifference in his eyes, Chen Chang aimed for an opening. His right hand became a claw, like an eagle fighting a rabbit, once again grabbing at Zhang Yue's white and snowy throat. Somewhat interesting. Zhang Yue no longer dodged this time, huffing and slashing out with a palm. Lightly, she cut off this claw. The moment she touched Chen Chang's wrist, she opened her 5 fingers, as if they were swimming snakes, and quickly climbed up his arm, then violently yanked it, and Chen Chang immediately fell towards her. How was this woman so vigorous? Chen Chang was horrified, feeling like he was facing a tiger with unparalleled strength, while his brain manipulated Chen Chang's fist to smash towards Zhang Yue in a smooth manner. But before his fist touched the other party, Chen Chang only felt that his abdomen was struck by a force of brute force, just like a hammer strike, a burst of severe pain. It turned out to be Zhang Yue's leg pounding on his stomach, and Chen Chang flew out 2 meters backwards in a sense of weightlessness. Cough cough. Chen Chang fell to the ground and coughed violently, accompanied by wailing. You? What kind of monster are you? But soon he stood up, as the brain chip judged that it couldn't leave his body in such an unguarded movement. And of course, this triggered even more intense colic. You'll be like those friends of yours who never walked out of this house again, and end up being the 6th person to go missing. Sister me. I love you cute little brothers the most. Come again. Zhang Yue laughed softly, her voice tone becoming airy as her figure approached quickly, a jade hand like a devil's claw once again grabbing towards Chen Chang. Bai Jie took in the struggle between the two. Originally, it intended to make a move at the very beginning, but suddenly saw Chen Chang acting like a new person, even invulnerable to the demoness attack, so it first pressed on, wanting to see if the demoness had any other means. Now that Chen Chang was injured, it was finally determined to make a move. But right at this moment, with a loud bang, the security door of the living room was actually forced open by something. Stop! A violent shout, only to see a tall and cold young man dressed in a pure black suit walk in from behind the crooked and broken door, occasionally twisting and stretching his ankles. Senior brother Chen is so bad, he even called for help. Zhang Yue laughed daintily, as if a warbler was pampered, while her movements were diametrically opposed and vicious. She suddenly leapt into the air, her long, curvaceous and beautifully curved legs retracted and transformed into a knee strike that violently kicked towards Chen Chang's head from the side. Brain manipulation. Chen Chang raised his arm to block. This time if he was hit, I'm afraid it would be more than a severe concussion. I said, stop, Lu Di shouted. The black-clothed figure flickered and came behind Zhang Yue in a flash. His legs suddenly straightened, like a long whip, leaving a dark shadow in the air while also blasting out an extremely sharp sound of breaking air. Bang! Zhang Yue forcibly retracted her knee strike and blocked the whip leg with both her arms, and a burst of soreness came from her arms. Thump! The demoness retreated several steps back. She looked at Lu Wei in a daze. This is not the speed and strength that ordinary humans can achieve. Could it be that you have undergone genetic modification? Let's go! Lu Wei let Chen Chang put one hand on his shoulder and assisted. There's no point in staying here anymore. She can't stop us. With that, he headed for the door. Chen Chang gasped for breath, realizing that the thinking chip did not choose to launch an attack on Lu Wei, who had suddenly approached him, and only then did he let go of his heart. Did I say you guys could leave? Zhang Yue's gaze stared as she leapt forward and said, sit down for me. Within her beautiful eyes, pink and purple luster flickered, her vermilion lips lightly opened and she issued commanding words. Lu Wei frowned, and he suddenly realized that Chen Chang had a glowing and misty look in her eyes, and she even let go of herself and walked straight towards the sofa. You're surprisingly fine? Zhang Yue looked at Lu Wei incredulously. I said, you can't keep us. Lu Wei said indifferently, and then he yanked back Chen Chang, gave the latter a few big slaps on the ears, and once again grabbed the dumbfounded Chen Chang and left. In the twinkling of an eye, he disappeared inside the house. You! Zhang Yue's face shifted. It was difficult to accept that the prey in her hands just flew away. Still, she did nothing and muttered under her breath. It shouldn't be. Even if it's a genetically modified person, it can't be immune to control before. But they shouldn't have gotten hold of any key evidence. Of course, even if they do, there's no harm. I can still look for my teacher. Ugh, I have to clean up the house again. Everything always goes wrong lately. Between muttering to herself, Zhang Yueya's ears moved imperceptibly as she heard a rustling sound. Shouldn't the poisonous insects have all been taken away by Nyx? Was this sound? She followed the sound and was surprised to find a huge golden striped black spider bathed in the setting sun on the windowsill. The orange-red light spilled over the golden magnificent veins, adding a sense of vicissitude and heaviness. Nyx, you're back. I knew you couldn't stay away from me. What? Is there no more poisonous insects for you to devour outside? Or, do you want to try the Imperial Compulsion contract with me again? Zhang Yueya's crystalline jade-like melon face abruptly bloomed into a smile. However, Bai Jia was able to see that there was a hint of unnaturalness hidden within the eyes that curved into a crescent moon. That seemed to be the emotion named scorn. Chapter 21 Lordslayer next. Without a doubt, Zhang Yueya sensed Bai Jia's power. As a matter of fact, Zhang Yueya had witnessed the spider undergoing radical changes every day. Yet it was hard to believe that Nyx had grown to the point where even she would feel flustered when she saw it. All the changes seemed to have started on the day she let Nyx engage in a tussle with the two-headed gecko. And that time was also Nyx's first fight to the death. How long had it only been? It's only been about a week or so. Nyx's growth rate is too terrifying. It's simply to an unimaginable degree. It's a pity that I couldn't take Nyx under my wing. Zhang Yueya secretly lamented in her heart. However, all these things also showed that Nyx had a big secret on him. One had informed the teacher about Nyx's situation. Yet the teacher had no answer either. In Zhang Yueya's heart, the spider named Nyx was like the poppy. Beautiful yet full of deadly danger. Giggle, 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 giggle. The answer to the demoness question was Bai Jia's frantic spray of poison arrows. When they first met, they had no reservations and showed their killing intent. In a short span of time, 7 poison arrows shot towards the demoness. Zhang Yueya twisted her waist, tucked in her stomach and inclined her head. Her figure retreated rapidly, but she was still stuck by 2 poisonous liquids on her chest and thighs. Is it hard to believe that you're really going to eat me too today? Zhang Yueya scolded sternly. However, Bai Jia's mouth did not stop for a moment, and nearly 10 more poison arrows shot out violently. Zhang Yueya's face sank like water. She stopped talking and made a jump to hide behind the sofa. This time she reacted in time and dodged most of the venom. Only her white cheeks were stained with half a bit of venom. But just this half a point. It also made half of her face quickly fester, bloody and miserable. A peach-cheeked apricot face became as horrifying as a stern ghost in a matter of moments. If it was an ordinary person who had been exposed to this half point of venom, it was feared that the entire face would rot away, even exposing the white bones and fainting from the pain. However, Zhang Yueya showed her abnormality at this moment. The effects of the venom didn't spread, and the flesh and blood on that half of her face was even recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The same was true for her chest and thighs. This demoness is really not simple. Just the poison arrow spray can't help her. She seems to have some kind of self-healing ability, and she's very fast. One will have to fight her in close quarters. Thoughts flashed like electricity. Bai Jia barely managed to run towards the back of the couch where the demoness was hiding. Bai Jia's thoughts were simple. It had resolved that it couldn't take its time investigating any longer. Its current goal was to settle Zhang Yueya. If not, Chen Chang would still be under the threat of Zhang Yueya's life. Even if Chen Chang no longer entered this house of hers. But who knew if this demoness would strike within the school grounds, or target Chen Chang when he was out and about alone? Danger, then, must be nipped in the bud. Rushing to half, Bai Jia suddenly stopped. Abdomen spinneret sprayed out a number of spider silk, sticking to the sofa in front of the coffee table on a number of objects. The Sky Woman scattered like a flower towards the sofa behind the fling. For a time, ping-pong endless, cups and tea utensils fell to pieces, many of them smashed in Zhang Yueya's head. It could be described as not very damaging and extremely insulting. Bai Jia also threw the box containing many reptiles, and the densely packed bugs poured out at once. Grams. Today, I'm going to slaughter you even at the risk of losing control. Zhang Yueya's angry shout suddenly echoed in the living room. Only the light in the living room suddenly dimmed, as if it had entered the dark night. In contrast, dense and intertwined blinding blue electric arcs suddenly emerged from behind the sofa. Bai Jia's heart suddenly tightened as an inexplicable pressure descended. In the noise that sounded like 1,000 birds chirping in unison, a figure with layers of blue electric light wrapped around its body slowly revealed itself. It was clearly Zhang Yueya. What? Under this pressure, Bai Jia actually felt the urge to retreat, only to see that her pupils were filled with bright pinkish-purple light. Her eyes were merciless yet seemed to be able to spew out anger. Her originally fair skin became azure and dark. Her light and slim clothes were blown apart by the arcs of electricity. Her spring light was half exposed, and patches of light similar to her pupils were hidden on the surface of her body. Baijia was also surprised to find that the poisonous wounds on his body have basically healed, leaving only scars. This demon girl would still transform? It hastily prodded the data panel, and the information of the demoness appeared before its eyes. Object, Zheng Yueya, symbiote, vitality, 28. Body length, 168 centimeters. Status, unstable. The life force has skyrocketed to 28. Can't you rely on the system? It's too pitiful, isn't it? An angry growl echoed in Baijia's heart. Boo! A huge ball of blue light in front of his eyes suddenly flashed, and the demonic woman's aura that surrounded the arc of electricity came to Baijia's nearness at once, a hand slashing over with the might of wind and thunder. Danger! An unspeakable warning sign struck Baijia's heart. A great fear occupied all of his mind and soul. The last time Baijia felt this kind of emotion was when he was chained to her bed by the demoness before he was reincarnated and couldn't move. The space instantly darkened, as if she was the heavenly Tao, and he was the demon who was being punished by the heavenly punishment. The wind tore, the air exploded, and the lightning roared, unstoppable, crawling all over the spider's body. Crack! Electricity ran through Baijia's body. Severe pain intertwined with soreness and numbness, instantly wrapping up all of its senses and bringing thought to a standstill. On the other hand, Lu Wei brought Chen Chang out of the neighborhood and returned to the car, looking at Chen Chang's face covered with loss and indignation. Xia Qiming's heart thumped. What happened? Why are there palm prints on your face? Cough cough. Lu Wei coughed twice. He didn't want Xia Qiming to know that the slap on Chen Chang's face was from him. That woman, she's very weird, with great hands, and seems to know the tricky art of hypnosis. In addition, in the house I didn't find any equipment that interferes with the signal. But the good thing is, this time it wasn't a wasted trip. Lu Wei snatched the first opportunity to tell what just happened, listening to Xia Qiming in a daze, half a day not knowing what to say. This is also too far-fetched. What about Zheng Yueya? Lu Wei said. Didn't chase it out. Xia Qiming froze. You had a hard time making a move, but you didn't do anything? You just let her get away with it? Lu Wei glanced at her. What else could I do? Kill her? I'm not a law enforcer. I'm a law-abiding citizen and a 3 good employees. I don't want to lose my job and go to jail. Her apparent identity is at least a female college student. How can I break into a house and kill a woman again? To fix her, you have to add money. Xia Qiming. As a result, the trio still drove away. Although Xia Qiming didn't lack money, she didn't have the intention of hiring a murderer to kill her. It hurts. Baijia was unable to think of anything but pain in his consciousness. Like drowning, he could only remain by the vitality being drawn out of his body little by little. Q. The subject's vitality is in decline. 23. 22, 21. Mechanical and different voice came from the deepest part of the consciousness. Any interference had to give way to the system broadcast, which actually allowed Baijia to grab a little bit of sanity. 19, 18. It's over. If he dies, who will avenge Snapdragon? Who would stop Zheng Yueya from taking revenge on Chen Chang? Are we going to let her go on like this? Also, what about my family in a foreign land? I still want to go back as a human being. I still want to go back as a human to see them. Amidst the unwilling desire, a sigh wistful with incomparable longing was emitted. Time stood still at this moment. Space froze at this instant, and the roar of thunder and lightning suddenly returned to silence. Baijia's thoughts reined in, focused, and solidified. Foot blade cutting, sharp-edged spider. A poignant black line cut through the blue electric curtain, instantly opening a gaping hole. Immediately afterward, several snow-white and chillingly glowing spider silks ignored the burning of the electric arcs and shot out, splashing a few gaudy blood flowers. How is this possible? Zheng Yueya's beautiful eyes were bared in horror as she looked at the several spider silks that had pierced into the bloody flesh of her chest and abdomen. Sizzle, sizzle. The spider silks shot out one after another, faster and faster, and even though there were electric arcs cutting them off, there were still more and more spider silks either stabbing or cutting, burying themselves into Zheng Yueya's flesh and blood. When she wanted to break free, it was already too late. Pulling one hair affects the whole body. The slightest movement will usher in the drilling and devouring pain. At that time, the 2 front legs of the spider with sharp blades stretched out from the electric curtain, and then like the scythe of death, crossed over. Thunder sound, as if the silk was torn. The next moment, the demoness saw her 2 hands with the elbow as a boundary, separated from the upper half of the arm, and flew up in the air, with blood arrows gushing out. Ah! She let out a mournful scream, bizarre and inhuman. Between the loss of control of her mind, the blue electric arcs around her delicate body suddenly doubled in size, as if sensing the owner's emotions. and began to bombard Bai Jie crazily. The severe pain immediately doubled. Bai Jie's thoughts could not help but begin to collapse once again. Under this powerful attack, Bai Jie was already cracked, with most of the spider's legs losing consciousness, and the exposed flesh and blood were scorched by the high temperature. The subject's vitality continues to decline. 16, 15, 14, the volume of the alert increased, as if it was a warning from the soul. The death knell of death was ringing. In the midst of severe pain, the warning once again allowed Bai Jie to pull back a trace of sanity. Bai Jie gave up thinking. Ferocious intent, based on an intuition, with only a pair of sentient limbs and feet violently pulled the spider silk. The body toward Zheng Yueya swept away. The two long, thick fangs abruptly lengthened by 2 points and viciously stabbed into the demonist's neck and shoulder. Chapter 22 Meteorite and the Mystery of the Strange Purple Light. Skill Devouring Bite. Activated. Gradually, a pinkish-purple halo surged into Bai Jie's body along with the poisonous fangs. As if a long drought was met with sweet rain, many vitality was reborn in the body, and a mysterious change was quietly occurring. The vitality finally stopped declining and even began to climb after a breath had passed. 16, 17, 18, 24, it quickly returned to its peak state. On the other hand, the situation on Zhang Yueya's side was very unfavorable. The arc of electricity shrunk significantly, the blue light gradually faded away, and the pinkish-purple light in her eyes was also heading towards annihilation. At the same time, Bai Jie continuously used the spider silk with venom attached to it to bind or stab it, wearing down Zhang Yueya's vitality. She opened her bloodless lips as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. When the vigor and vitality in her eyes completely disappeared, Zhang Yueya actually had a face of relief like relief. Of course, Bai Jie did not see it. Bai Jie's body was blazing hot and unbearable, while being wrapped in a strong sense of sleepiness. The conditions for species evolution have been met, and evolution is about to begin. About to evolve. Must leave here immediately. After confirming that Zheng Yueya was no longer alive, Bai Jie transformed into a black shadow and crossed over the windowsill, not caring if he would be seen in his path, and flew back to his spider nest. Too uncomfortable, too sleepy to care that much, and White Jie's actions were really coincidentally seen by a neighborhood dog walker. The speed of Bai Jie's action was so fast that the man didn't see it clearly, and thought it was a large black rat with a huge body size, or a small dog, with gold patterns flashing vaguely on its surface. Finally back, Bai Jie immediately encrypted a layer of spider web around the spider nest, completely calling it a dragnet. The spider nest was now very safe, not to mention the fact that it was located at the top of a large, leafy tree, covered by branches, leaves and spider webs, plus the fact that it was surrounded by mostly low-rise single-family houses. It was difficult to be discovered. Even if it was discovered, with normal cold weapons it would be difficult to cut through the current grade of spider silk. Even fire would have to burn for half a day to break through. More crucially, Bai Jie had attached venom to the spider silk that was erected on the outer layer. Once a creature touched it, it would be in for a rude awakening. After Bai Jie checked the surrounding area again for any abnormalities, he impatiently handed over control of his body, allowing it to undergo metamorphosis in a burst of burning heat and numbness, while his self-consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Opening its eyes, Bai Jie knew clearly that it hadn't woken up yet, and that it was in a dream world, because no matter how it called out to the data panel, it didn't appear, nor did it have any system beeps. He was actually dreaming? This seemed to have never happened since the transformation into a spider. A starry night sky appeared before Bai Jie's eyes, and underneath the night curtain, there were Starchuan University's dormitories and teaching buildings of different styles. Suddenly, a bit of purple light flickered in the night, at first extremely subtle, and then became brighter and brighter, constantly enlarged, causing the campus to rise and fall in alarm. Bai Jie suddenly remembered that this was the day the meteorite landed. Not only did it see the meteorite fall with its own eyes, but it had also dreamed of the pinkish-purple aurora hanging in the night sky in advance the day before. At that time, I thought it was a coincidence, but now I am afraid that it is telepathy, dream prophecy fulfillment and other strange events. Suddenly, the picture in front of him turned. Bai Jie saw a familiar room. This is Zheng Yueya's house. Why did he dream about her? At this moment, it was also night, and under the faint light shining, only Zheng Yueya, wearing a nightgown, walked into the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. Just when Bai Jie thought that she was going to undress and take a bath, a dagger appeared in her hand, and then she actually slashed towards her wrist. Bai Jie's eyes were filled with question marks. Then, Zheng Yueya stepped into the bathtub expressionlessly. Her almond eyes dimmed as she let the fresh red continuously flow out from her wrist. It was only then that Bai Jie reacted to the fact that the demoness was trying to commit suicide. Why would she do that? Was this a dream or a reality that happened in the past? Thick doubts wrapped around his heart. Zhang Yueya's face became increasingly pale and her lips were already bloodless. Suddenly, a dazzling pink and purple light shot from outside the glass window. The night sky was lit up. People's cries of alarm rang out. A ripple flashed in Zhang Yueya's eyes, but she did not move. Even such a vision did not cause her to move to check it out. In the next second, the eerie purple light actually suddenly filled the entire bathroom, and even Bai Jia, who was watching, had his eyes stabbed open by such close illumination. Bai Jia wanted to endeavor to see what was happening inside the bathroom, but found nothing. It was only after about 10 seconds or so that the purple light disappeared from the bathroom, as if it had never appeared. Bai Jia immediately looked at Zhang Yueya with curiosity, but was so shocked that he wanted to yell out the name of a plant. The blood disappeared. Along with the wound on Zhang Yueya's wrist, there wasn't even a single scar left behind. What was even more bizarre was that Zhang Yueya's originally despairing eyes had regained their radiance, appearing to glow, and from time to time there were pinkish-purple streams of light floating in them. Boom! Bai Jia felt his brain explode as it violently recalled that before the meteorite fell, rumors spread in the academy that Zhang Yueya had broken up with her boyfriend and seemed to be irreconcilably conflicted. At that time, Bai Jia had not yet joined the subject project team and was not familiar with Zhang Yueya. Bai Jia was almost certain that this was the memory of Zhang Yueya's personal experience. Zhang Yueya chose to commit suicide because she was emotionally frustrated? When Bai Jia really woke up, it was already midday, and this sleep lasted an exaggerated 10 hours. Bai Jia's mind was full of thoughts and emotions, and there were some speculations about the meteorite landing and Zhang Yueya's weirdness. First of all, there may be some kind of creature hidden in the sky-falling meteorite, and that pinkish-purple light is that creature. Or even the light and the meteorite may be one and the same. The reason why he thought it was a creature was because of the information Bai Jia had gotten when he first used his system to investigate Zhang Yueya. There was a note of symbiote after her name. Therefore, Bai Jia thought that the strange creature had parasitized Zhang Yueya. However, in the traditional sense, parasitism might not be suitable for describing the relationship between Zhang Yueya and the weird creature, because in its definition, the relationship between the parasite and the one being parasitized is one party benefiting and the other party being victimized. Therefore, the system used the description of symbiosis, which also led to the third speculation. Thirdly, Zhang Yueya and the eerie violet light were in a relationship of mutual help and fulfillment. From the fact that Zhang Yueya wanted to commit suicide, the eerie violet light repaired her wounds and gave her extraordinary abilities. This relationship can also be confirmed. Fourthly, it was very possible that the action of completing oneself that Zhang Yueya had told Chen Chang was carried out in order to satisfy the interests of the eerie purple light, thus causing a series of disappearances to occur. That's right. Sanity. The demoness said she wanted to see sanity. So what is that? But as of now, there are still many questions that have not been uncovered. For example, why did the meteorite fragments appear in Zhang Yueya's home? And where were the other parts? Was the meteorite that was officially put away really missing? Also, why did Agent Yao of the Criminal Investigation Division help her? What other accomplices does she have? This is too complicated. After thinking for a while, Bai Jia shook his head and decided to focus on himself. It had already shed a large chunk of its old skin and completed its evolution, its life force making its third leap forward. Chapter 23, 3 Evolutions. Lightning Mastery. Name, Bai Jia. Title Night Goddess Nyx. Race, Purple Electricity Ogre Spider, High-Ranked Awakened Body. Life Force, 36. Skills High Order Deterrence LV. 1, New. Invisibility Camouflage LV. 1, New. Mutant Venom LV. 3. Spawning LV. 3. Foot Blade Cutting LV. 8. Bite LV. 8. Sharp Edge Spider Silk LV. 8. Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 11. Poison Arrow Spray LV. 11. Corrosive Poison LV. 12. Max. Talent, Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Lightning Mastery, New. Satiety, 70%. Body length, 80 centimeters. High-ranking Awakened Body. Ogre Spider? What a powerful name. Was I given this name because I ended Zhang Yueya's life? Actually, Bai Jia was still repulsed by cannibalism. Both the life force and skill level had received a sizable boost. What pleased Bai Jia the most was that 2 new skills had been added again and again. There were now a total of 10 skills. A title of Complete Spider wouldn't be too much to ask for, would it? Ignoring Bai Jia's oblivious thoughts, the panel suddenly surfaced with the analysis of the new skills. High-level deterrence, newly awakened skill. Able to deter creatures with a life force value lower than its own. The greater the life force difference, the more significant the deterrent effect. The range of effect expands as the skill level increases. Invisible Camouflage, newly awakened skill. able to physically cloak targets including itself and the spider. Camouflage duration becomes longer as the skill level increases. Good lord, these two skills were more exaggerated than one another. Especially, invisibility camouflage. Wouldn't this greatly ensure the safety of one's survival in human society? Moreover, it was also able to make one's spider silk invisible as well, so that one's ability to sneak up on people was also drastically enhanced. Wait, there seemed to be something else that one hadn't noticed. Lightning mastery. Because the column of talents basically remained unchanged when he evolved in the past, Baijia didn't notice it at first and almost overlooked it. Thunder mastery, a newly awakened talent, born with a mastery of the power of thunder, and can transform and condense it into many different forms. Baijia was struck with surprise and was confused for a full 4 or 5 seconds before he came back to his senses. This wave is taking off straight away. Baijia quickly associated Zheng Yue's form that was covered in arcs of electricity and realized that the awakening of this talent was most likely a result of devouring its spiritual embodiment. With a thought, blue-purple electric arcs immediately filled his body, emitting a sizzling sound. The appearance of Baijia, who had gone through his third evolution, had also undergone obvious changes, mainly focusing on the original laser gold stripes that had once again changed back to a bluish-purple color. Compared to the appearance of the Amazonian blue-purple laser birdcatcher spider when it was first transmogrified, the blue-purple pattern was now a bit brighter and more bewitching. It was magnificent and stunning while giving people a mysterious and intimidating look and feel. After admiring his beautiful data panel, Baijia devoured the rest of yesterday's poison and watched with satisfaction as his vitality rose by 2 points. Baijia had already realized that the same amount of poison, the later it got, the more limited the increase in vitality became. Well, the matter of the demoness is finally over. However, how to proceed with the evolution has become the biggest problem at hand. Finding poisons by one's own efforts can be much slower than if someone had fed them before. Baijia pondered. All in all, right now, let's first find a way to contact Chun Chang. Of course, we can't expose our current situation, or else we'll feel social death just thinking about it, especially the gender. Alas, after contacting Chun Chang, then decide how to investigate the meteorite and the other accomplices in the disappearance case. I'm quite satisfied with this home right now, so I'll hold off on moving until I can find a place suitable for catching and killing a large number of junkies. Then, how to contact Chun Chang? The easiest way was naturally to use a cell phone. Although Baijia had become a spider, how could 8 legs be enough for typing? And even under today's conditions where the front feet were very flexible and fast, it might be faster than typing in the past. As for how to get a cell phone, Baijia first thought of using Zheng Yue's, but quickly vetoed, because Zheng Yue's death would soon be discovered, and if he used Zheng Yue's cell phone to contact Chun Chang, if other people found out about it, the charge of killing Zheng Yue would easily fall on his head. Even though the human teenager Baijia was no longer alive, Baijia was still unwilling to let him be suspected of murder, or else his parents might live their entire lives in the public opinion of raising a school murder suspect. He was not willing to let he be suspected of murder, only to find another cell phone. After an afternoon of squatting, Baijia stared at a neighborhood bear child. This kid was playing games on his parents' cell phone, and had been memorized by Baijia with extremely far sight as he entered his lock screen password. As we all know, when a kid wants to use an adult's cell phone, it's impossible to unlock it with a fingerprint. The next step was to wait for the time to seize the phone. Baijia has been secretly following the child, and used the skill, invisible disguise, to sneak into his home, and stole the cell phone unnoticed at night when the family was asleep. During the process, Baijia realized that this skill only lasts for about 30 minutes at most, and can't be used again for an hour after the disguise ends. That's why it was also almost discovered, but fortunately it was able to hide under the bed in time. Goodness gracious, your family is so rich that you are living up in a single house. It shouldn't matter if it's such a cell phone, right? I'm really sorry. In addition to being sorry, I really have nothing to offer. I have a sensitive identity right now, and I can't earn any money to pay you, so I'll return it to you when it runs out of battery. Baijia returned to the spider's nest and confessed to himself. With a click, his phone unlocked and Baijia began to edit the text message. Chief Chang, this is Baijia. This is neither a prank nor a ghost looking for you. I'm still alive, but for some reasons, I can't come back for the time being. Plus, I lost my cell phone as well, so I can only use this number to contact you. Don't disbelieve me, because I know that you sleep with half of your ass exposed occasionally, that your favorite actresses are Arisu Hana Himiko and Ishihara Satomi, and that you boasted to me that your sizes. More importantly, I failed to save Snap that day, and almost got myself involved. However, the truth is that it has already been hitched in. Baijia secretly laughed at himself. After arguing his identity, Baijia only began to inform him of the events that happened on the day he sneaked into Zheng Yue's house. including the suspicious Agent Yao and the mysterious man who knocked himself out, and that he had failed to save Snap although he had secretly escaped. Then, he also wrote up his suspicions about the meteorite, the possible existence of Zhang Yueya's accomplices in the Criminal Investigation Division, and hoped that he would make sure to be wary of the Criminal Investigation Division. By the way, I want you to help me inquire about one thing, and that is who Zhang Yueya's ex-boyfriend is. As soon as possible, please, don't call, only text me or you'll put me in danger. Don't try to find me either. Don't let anyone else know that I'm in contact with you, and don't put yourself in danger. Remember. Finally, Bai Jia entered Chen Chang's phone number, tapped send, and set mute. He hoped that Chen Chang would be able to find out about Zhang Yueya's ex-boyfriend before his phone ran out of battery. After all, this was one of the few clues he had nowadays. Bai Jia looked up into the starry night sky. The moon was very full tonight. Yes, time is unknowingly approaching the Mid-Autumn Festival. If he was still human, he would be able to take advantage of the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday to go home, right? Chapter 24, Suddenly Closing the School. Public opinion ferments. On the following day, inside an ancient and dimly lit spacious room, Longu said to the figure with his back turned to him, "Elder, last night we found Zhang Yueya dead. What did you say?" After learning the lesson from the failure of the last dragon, hey, we gathered our manpower last night with the intention of getting that strange spider, but when we waited there, we realized that not only was the person dead, but the spider had also disappeared. Longu said, "Moreover, the other venomous insects have also disappeared. Judging from the scene, she should have been killed by that spider." As soon as the words fell, a surprised voice came from the elder. "Are you mistaken? That female child who could force back an inner hall disciple like Long Hai alone and even broke 2 of his parasites was actually killed by a spider? That spider shouldn't have this kind of means yet. This growth is too fast." The elder pondered for a while and solemnly said, "We must take down this kind of parasite. Next, you must find the trace of that demonic spider as soon as possible. And once you confirm its location, you must not act rashly. At that time, report back to me, and wait for me to personally make a move to subdue it. It's most stable." "Yes, elder." Longu nodded and replied. Upon waking up, Chen Chang thought he was still dreaming. How could he not expect to receive such a sensational text message? Someone actually impersonating Bai Jia to send him a text message? Was it a prank? But such doubts were quickly dispelled as Chen Chang read down the page. The pupils of Chen Chang's eyes suddenly contracted. His eyelids held up extremely large, his lips trembled, and his face changed. Confusion, consternation, embarrassment, surprise, worry, a series of emotions flashed from his face one by one before he eventually became in a trance. Bai Jia was still alive. It had also brought him a lot of important information: meteorites, weird creatures, parasites, Zhang Yueya, missing persons, Criminal Investigation Division. One by one, keywords surfaced in Chen Chang's mind, stringing together. Chen Chang's thoughts were instantly exploded. Waves lapping at the shore, horrifying waves, and at the same time, a misty fog rose up. After a while, he violently bounced up from the bed and dialed the phone. "Crooked, squad leader. I want to ask something about that woman's ex-boyfriend." Although Chen Chang did not know what Bai Jia wanted to do, he still forwarded the information he received from the class president to the number Bai Jia used. "Crap, it's not good." Chen Chang was startled by a sudden yell from the dormitory. "What's wrong?" Chen Chang looked towards his roommate, Wang Xiaofan. There were a total of 4 of them in the dormitory, except for Bai Jia who had disappeared and He Jun who had stayed out late last night. He and Wang Xiaofan were the only ones left living in the dormitory. "Something big has happened. We're closing the school. WTF? Why is the school suddenly going to be closed?" Chen Chang immediately checked the class group to see if there was an official notice. Sure enough, he saw Star Chuan University's campus closure announcement. Due to the current grave security situation around the campus, in order to safeguard the health and safety of our students, faculty and staff, it has been decided by the leadership of the university that the campus will be temporarily closed from now on, prohibiting unrelated personnel from entering the campus. And from tomorrow, in the school and the school entrances and exits to set up law enforcement officers stationed. The lifting time will be announced later. Then, in the small group of classes without teachers, he saw a message that made his breath catch. "Do you know why the school was suddenly closed? What's going on? Before the missing 5 people were not sealed, and now suddenly sealed. I heard. Sister Zhang from our college died last night." "What? Are you kidding me?" Chen Chang didn't read any further, but instead dialed Xia Qiming's phone once again in disbelief. This time, without waiting for him to open his mouth, he heard a clear and gentle voice from the other side of the phone. "I just asked my uncle. She did die." Her neighbors heard the screams, so they asked outside, and after finding no one responded, they reported the case. On the other hand, Bai Jia received a text message from Chun Chang, and learned that Zhang Yue's ex-boyfriend was one of the 4 missing people, named Long Xiaofeng. As expected, the parasitized Zhang Yue did not spare her ex-boyfriend. This also shows to some extent that Zhang Yue is not completely controlled by the weird purple light. In addition, Bai Jia also learned that the school security guard was accused of plotting to kill 4 other missing people besides himself, and that the man was still crazy. As it stands, the security guard was most likely pulled out to take the blame, but to think that his own body wasn't among them? Then where did it run off to? Is it hard to believe that it's still a fraudulent corpse? Or did it disappear into thin air? Zhang Yue must know, but it's a pity that she's already dead. Bai Jia looked at the many law enforcement vehicles surrounding the neighborhood, as well as the CID agents entering and exiting Zhang Yue's house, and knew that the demon girl's death had been exposed. Chen Chang then sent a text message talking about Zhang Yue's death. It is said that there are spider threads on her body and marks of being scratched by a sharp instrument, but for the time being, the murderer has not been locked in, and there has been no official notification. Only the media has begun to report it. He also asked Bai Jia if he knew any clues about the murderer. Bai Jia smiled to himself in his heart. Not to mention the clues, the identity of the murderer. The motive and the modus operandi are clear to me, but I won't tell you. Bai Jia only had to reply that he didn't know, and said that it might be Zhang Yue's accomplices who took action in order to silence her. Immediately Bai Jia opened the social platform in his cell phone and tapped into the same city hot search. The first place on the list of hot searches is clearly written: famous female university students brutally killed at home. The first few media accounts said that the murdered girl found a large number of spiders and traces of struggle at home, but also introduced the girl's former part-time reptile anchor, home to raise a large number of expensive reptile pets. But many of the family's breeding boxes were empty. The comments below have opened their brains. It should be an acquaintance who committed the crime, wanting to do something untoward, but knocked over the feeding box in the struggle, resulting in a large number of spiders crawling out. Hands are broken. Is this a revenge killing or a love killing? I think it's an attempt to make money, right? Even the expensive reptile pets have been emptied. Hot off the press. Other netizens exposed Zhang Yue's live account LD based on her school background and part-time job. This message was also quickly topped to the top. Crap, it can't really be her. I've been watching her live for a long time. I hope the blogger is spreading rumors. Let's hope it's a misunderstanding. I'm a fan of hers. She has a huge spider in her house, and they even say she's a legendary Wiccan. I suddenly shudder when I see you guys talking like this. It's not possible that the spider killed the owner, is it? Public opinion was fermenting like crazy. Zhang Yue's past live broadcast videos have been uncovered, especially the recent fights between Nyx and other venomous insects, which have attracted a lot of attention. The focus of public opinion was on the danger of the Nyx, which was far more dangerous than ordinary poisonous insects. Combined with the large number of spiders in Zhang Yue's house and the pictures that have been circulated online, netizens and the media have a frightening suspicion. It was highly likely that the Starchuan University college girl and pet-crawling anchor had been killed by a mutant spider that she had raised herself. In that case, it would also explain why the other venomous insects had disappeared into thin air. They had all been swallowed. For a while, there was a public outcry. There were also conspiracy theories that some powerful people were eyeing the huge commercial value of Nyx and wanted to get it from Zhang Yue. But after being rejected, they took revenge on her. Of course, this point of speculation is rather far-fetched, and there are very few people who believe in it. Chapter 25, He Jun's Disappearance. Cats and dogs eating people. In this storm of public opinion, it was basically the voices of the civil society and the media, and there had been no official come out to respond to the netizens' speculations. However, Bai Jia was aware that he had been targeted by some people in the official circles, because it saw that there were some agents and law enforcers in the grass and sewers around the neighborhood. Compared to the Criminal Investigation Division agents, Bai Jia was more wary of the enforcers. Law enforcers, an important means for the federal government to maintain social stability and security, were a forceful institution second only to the military, and enjoyed the power to adjudicate crimes and carry out penalties on the spot, including the ability to execute the death penalty on site. The reason why they were given so much power was because the law enforcers were not human beings, but highly intelligent robots, with big data, cloud computing technology and the all-intelligent brain chip. The law enforcers were able to convict and sentence people on the spot according to the laws and regulations as well as the jurisprudence of human judges in the past, and due to its body equipped with lethal autonomous weapon systems and combat modules, law enforcement officers are also able to deal with most of the most vicious criminals. Therefore, the human agents of the Criminal Investigation Department are responsible for detecting and investigating cases, while the enforcer cyborgs are responsible for dealing with all kinds of risks and carrying out dangerous tasks. To put it simply, the The former was responsible for investigating and the latter was responsible for fighting, and the two complemented each other. In order not to be discovered by the enforcers and start a conflict, Baijia decided to move tonight. After all, it was hard to guarantee that the enforcers would not have any high-tech means to search for its current location. Said to move the nest. In fact, there is nothing to move. Just 3 eggs and a cell phone only. Star Transmission University. On-campus cafe. The internet is full of voices discussing the cause of Zheng Yue's death. Should I upload the video from that day? Expose her true colors? Chen Chang said. No. At least it's not up to you to post it. Xia Yiming took a sip of her latte and said, no matter what account you use to post it, it will still be easy to trace your address, thus linking you to Zheng Yue's death. Although you can eventually set it aside, it's still a hassle for you. It's a good thing that Lu Wei saved you that day, and that video was able to be copied over at Gaia. I'll contact the people at Gaia Technology and have them upload the video online without any traces. Of course, your voice will be processed. Chen Chang nodded slightly, but there was a hint of skepticism between his eyebrows. That's naturally better, but can it really be done without any traces? Xia Qiming raised the corner of her mouth and said confidently, you should not know that 80% of the technology on the federal government's enforcer cyborgs comes from Gaia Technology. Nowadays, the public only knows that Gaia Technology's most famous product is the L-Smart Brain Chip, but they don't know that the software system is actually very strong as well. The stone in Chen Chang's heart finally dropped. That's great, right? Chen Chang seemed to suddenly think of something. You said, would Zheng Yue have an accomplice? Xia Qiming's light eyes gave him a slightly surprised look. Chen Chang said in a nonchalant manner, I'm afraid that with just her alone, it would be difficult for her to complete the process of killing, hiding the body, and framing alone, and still not leave the slightest clue to avoid the Criminal Investigation Division's probing. And I think that Zheng Yue's death might not just be as simple as being killed by her pet. Could it be an accomplice exterminating her? Xia Qiming just stared at him faintly and did not say anything. Chen Chang was stared at by her to the point where his heart fluttered, and in order to alleviate his discomfort, he continued, or even, a possibility there was someone in the Criminal Investigation Division who helped her? In an instant, Xia Qiming's pupils shrunk slightly as she laughed softly and shook her head. Chen Chang, don't think that just because you've been implanted with a thinking brain chip, you've forgotten that you're just an ordinary college student. You can keep the smart brain chip. It can make you safer in this gradually turbulent world, but I advise you, don't believe in the greater the power, the greater the responsibility argument from Spider-Man. It's good to live like an ordinary person and cherish the life we have now. That's the greatest respect we can have for our deceased classmates. Chen Chang was silent, his expression a little difficult. Suddenly, Xia Qiming's cell phone rang. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Xia Qiming answered the phone, and her originally natural expression suddenly became strange. What? Okay, I'll inform the other students right away. When Xia Qiming hung up the phone, Chen Chang asked, what is the class teacher looking for you for? Xia Qiming looked grave and sighed. Another person has gone missing. It's your roommate, He Jun. From yesterday when he missed class for no reason, he has been unreachable until now. He can't be found on campus either. It's highly likely that he disappeared outside before school was closed. Chen Chang immediately froze, as motionless as a weathered statue, opening his mouth and not knowing what to say. Zheng Yue really wasn't the only perpetrator, because, before Chen Chang went to see Zheng Yue yesterday, he had also met He Jun on the road, and at that time, He Jun seemed to be walking with Wang Miaoni. Wang Miaoni, Chen Chang murmured out, stunned. He suddenly recalled the time when he had followed Zheng Yue and was uncovered by Wang Miaozhen. Wang Miaonian, that big beauty from the new media class? What happened to her? Xia Qiming said suspiciously. Chen Chang took a hard breath and said in a deep voice, I suspect she has a problem. It was hard to wait until the night deepened, and after tying the spider eggs and cell phone to his body with spider silk, Baijia finally started to move. Only a large black shadow flew over the eaves and walked silently, and with the aid of his stealth camouflage skill, he managed to pass through the streets and alleys, gradually approaching towards Star Transmission University. Along the way, Baijia heard a strange and incomparable sound of cats and dogs barking. However, it was impossible to tell where the weirdness was, and it did not put it to heart. It only thought that the cat's manic period was misplaced, messing with the dog and starting a cat-dog war. Suddenly, it was attracted to the attention by a miserable human scream. When it followed the sound, it saw a frightening scene. On the street, a man with a big belly was being bitten by a black cat on its neck, not letting go of its mouth in death, and its lower body was also being madly torn by a big dog. Help! Help! The man wailed, the severe pain preventing him from yanking the black cat hard off his neck. It was now 1 a.m. There were very few pedestrians on the road. and the only two passers-by were too frightened to come forward to help. The man struggled to beat the black cat, but the cat did not let go of its sharp teeth. After only 2 or 3 seconds, Bai Jie was still hesitant to make a move. The man had already turned his wailing into deathly mutterings. Blood bubbles gushed out from the side of his mouth, and a large amount of scarlet flowed out from the black cat's bite without any money, and he soon lost his breath. At this time, the cat and dog actually began to lick and chew up the man's flesh and blood. Ah! The two passers-by let out a scream and desperately ran away. Luckily, the cat and dog were only interested in the immediate future and did not chase them. A faint sympathy flooded Bai Jie's heart. That was the empathic ability retained in the memories of the human soul. Seeing the man's miserable condition, seeing the gentle creatures that used to be human pets in the past, so frantic as to combine their efforts to hunt humans, it was hard for Bai Jie not to feel it. But this empathy was so weak that it even made Bai Jie itself feel incredulous. To know that when it was a human, even watching action movies would prepare tissues to wipe its wet eyes off. Could it be that its own feelings as a human are fading away? Bai Jie stood on the rooftop and froze as a cat and a dog staged a cannibalistic scene under an orange streetlight. Ding! Suddenly, a system beep sounded, and a semi-virtualized panel appeared before his eyes. Object, black civet cat, radiant mutant, vitality, 1, 2, body length, 34 centimeters. Status, out of control. Weak aura reaction detected on target. Target, high yolk dog, radiation mutant. Vitality, 2, 4. Length, 86 centimeters. Status, out of control. Weak aura reaction detected on target. Bai Jie was startled, and immediately became excited. Without thinking, it transformed into a black shadow and shot out, arriving at a cat and a dog in the twinkling of an eye. The cat and the dog stopped their mouth movements and turned their heads fiercely towards Bai Jie. Seeing the foot spread body length of 80 centimeters big spider, actually is not the slightest bit afraid. Chapter 26 Runway Maniac. Mutant Venom. Swish. Seemingly aware of Bai Jie's bad intentions, a cat and a dog owl barked and rushed towards Bai Jie. White Jie is not moving. 8 eyes in the cold aura flash. Like a substantial presence of pressure spread out. It is the new skill awakened after evolution, high-level deterrence. Only to see a cat and a dog suddenly stomping on the ground with its front feet. A sharp break stopped. Although the ferocity in its eyes did not decrease, it did not dare to move half a point, and its originally arched back was also put down. It really works. Speaking of which, one's life force is more than 30 times higher than theirs. I wonder what will happen when the pressure is released to the extreme. Thinking like this, Bai Jie concentrated and gathered his chi, and the pressure around him became thicker and stronger, releasing it without reservation. The cat and dog immediately gave a calling sound and prostrated on the ground, trembling all over. Not bad. Next try the innate ability of lightning control. Bzzz. Tiny explosions echoed in space. Clattering blue and purple arcs coalesced out of thin air in front of Bai Jie, like thousands of centipedes circling with teeth and claws. Driven by his mind, the blue and purple arcs instantly split into 2 long tongues and shot towards a cat and a dog. Crack! With 2 explosions, the cat and dog's bodies stiffened and immediately went limp, their fur becoming scorched black and emitting a burning odor. Bai Jie immediately moved closer and unleashed the skill, Bite. Subtle energy that was invisibly glowing with a pinkish-purple halo surged up along the fangs, and Bai Jie felt himself become even stronger as a feeling of abundance swept through his soul and flesh. After the seizure was complete, the vitality rose by 2 points to 40. It was only then that Bai Jie paid attention to recalling what the radiation mutant in the 2 pets' information meant. Based on the literal meaning, perhaps it was radiated by the weird purple light in the meteorite, thus creating a mutation. But the meteorite has been around for more than a month. So why are these mutated animals only appearing now? If the animals had started hurting people more than a month ago, I'm afraid that Star Transmission University would still have many casualties, right? Could it be that this radiation has an incubation period of over a month? Although the appearance of these mutated animals is not a good thing for humans, but I can benefit from it. I really don't know whether I should be happy or sad. After thinking for a while with no results, Bai Jie stopped dwelling on it and continued walking in the direction of Star Transmission University. As it passed by the overpass at the entrance of the school, it heard another miserable scream that was enough to wake up a dreamer. It just so happened to be on the school gate overpass where a group of stray cats and dogs were attacking a figure. Bai Jie looked at the school entrance again, and sure enough, he found a body that had been gnawed beyond recognition. And looking at the uniform on his body, it was clearly the security guard on night duty. Bai Jie dropped from the streetlight to the overpass. Skill High Order Deterrence activated. The invisible chi instantly wrapped around a group of stray cats and dogs across a dozen meters, and they immediately stopped biting and lowered their heads to tremble. However, one of them was an exception and tried to raise its head, sending a hostile gaze towards Bai Jie. Bai Jie stared. Object, Ala-tearing family dog, radiant mutant. Vitality, 12. 4. Body length, 95 centimeters. Status, out of control. Weak spirit reaction detected on target. How can the life force be so high? And I don't know why this breed of dog is living on the streets. It might have sneaked out. This was the highest life force it had ever seen in a creature other than Zhang Yue's transformed form. Yet, it was still unable to resist the suppression of the high-level intimidation. Moreover, Bai Jie wasn't releasing all of its intimidation right now. Come on, just in time to warm up, Bai Jie said silently, and withdrew his suppression of the Ala-tearing family dog. Woof! The Ala-tear family let out an engine-like roar, and then barked furiously, its sharp teeth showing, its mouth full of blood looking hideous, and suddenly leapt into the air with an appalling ferocity. A huge black shadow emerged above Bai Jie, obscuring the streetlights and Bai Jie's vision. Bang! The nearly 1 meter long canine body smashed into the ground where Bai Jie had just survived. But the Ala-tearer didn't feel like it was crushing something. It looked around and realized that Bai Jie was behind it. Ala-tear home expression more hideous. 2 sharp claws whistling toward Bai Jie swung. Cracking air sound suddenly rise, as if the steel blade across the general. However, it still did not touch Bai Jie. Bai Jie appeared behind him again as if he was a ghost. The snorting sound of cracking wind continued to ring out. Bai Jie had already dodged 7 or 8 attacks from the Ala-torn family, which allowed Bai Jie to have a clearer perception of his reflexes and speed. Woof, woof woof, woof woof woof. The Ala-tear family, perhaps feeling that it was being teased, barked furiously. Noisy, what are you barking at? Bai Jie felt a bit noisy. After all, spiders were fond of quiet environments and could easily be scared. Say it earlier if you can't afford to play. Suddenly, like steel sharp claws once again split, in a flash to Bai Jie's eyes. How to see cannot be avoided. Cut. Well, won't play with you anymore. A flash of excitement flashed through the eyes of the Ala-tearing family dog, as if he saw the spider in pieces in the next moment. The truth was that Bai Jie had no intention of dodging at all. There was a crunching sound like gold and iron. The grimace on Ala-tearer's face suddenly solidified, only to see that his sharp claws were actually easily resisted by the spider in front of him with its forefoot, and no matter how hard he pushed, he was unable to advance the slightest bit. Times have changed. You have claws, and I also have sharp blades. Bai Jie laughed lightly in his heart. Snort! With the sound of cracking, a string of dark red blood beads also spilled onto the ground with a clatter, and along with it, there were also the broken claws of Era's tearing family. Foot blade cut. Using only the sharp edge of one of his 4 feet, Bai Jie slashed his opponent's weapon and throat together. The Ala-tear family collapsed with a loud thud, blood flowing from the neck. Bai Jie seemed to suddenly think of something, crossing over a group of shivering mutant cats and dogs to the bruised figure. It's him, that runaway madman. As a matter of fact, Bai Jie did not feel much surprise as it was summer and this lunatic often chose to sleep directly on the flyover. He didn't expect to be surrounded by mutated stray cats and dogs tonight, but it was an unmitigated disaster. Despite his bizarre behavior, maniacal demeanor and unpleasant appearance, and the fact that he had often scared female college students returning to school in the middle of the night, the school authorities could not get rid of him. In addition, he had never done anything to harm others, and over the years, the students of Star Chuan University had gotten used to his existence. They let him appear at the campus gate footbridge all year round without fail. The second campus legend of Star Chuan University is based on him, or maybe it is his real story. Legend has it that he was originally a student of Star Transmission University who was expelled for peeping into the women's restroom, and coupled with the influence of internet public opinion, he eventually turned into his current inhuman and unearthly appearance. The crowd didn't know why he lingered on the overpass, probably because he held a grudge against the university, or maybe he was upset with the people who condemned him. The fact that the crowd did not forcibly drive him away might also have a few hints of pity in it. Bai Jie suddenly had an idea when he saw that this madman looked like he was out of breath more than he was in. You're not going to live much longer anyway. Why don't you become my test subject? If fate favors you, maybe you'll even have a new life. Skill altered venom. The liquid emitting a glistening light secreted in the sharp edge of the forefoot was dripped into the madman's wound by Bai Jie. Chapter 27, Raising Spider-Man? Proxy System. It wouldn't want to be injected with mutant venom by fangs, because it wasn't hygienic. 1 drop, 2 drops. Bai Jie took 3 drops in one breath, then quietly and carefully observed the madman. The change quickly happened, only to see that the madman's blood stopped flowing out. His wounds gradually darkened and began to scab over, and his breathing became smooth and even. It seemed to have been saved. Bai Jie's thought of using mutant venom was also a whim, because it was mentioned in the skill explanation that the poisoner gains some of the poisoner's transcendent abilities and increases their own life force. It was then thought that it might be possible to let the madman recover from his injuries by increasing his life force, and at the same time, test the effect of his skill. Unexpectedly, it really worked. Immediately, Bai Jie stopped paying attention to the madman and began to seize the spirit energy of the stray cats and dogs one by one. In addition to Alatir's family, there were a total of 5 cats and dogs, but their vitality only increased by 2 points after absorbing the spirit energy. This made Bai Jie realize that the requirements for life force increase were not static, but would become higher and higher. After devouring and biting the Aratorn family, the life force directly rose by 6 points to 48. It was important to realize that Zhang Yueya, who had turned on her mutated form, only had a life force of 28. The high-level deterrence and stealth camouflage skills also went up a level. This made the single use of invisible camouflage longer, more favorable to one's safety. Name, Bai Jie. Title, Race, Vitality, 48. Skills, Advanced Deterrence LV. 2. Invisibility Camouflage LV. 2. Mutant Venom LV. 3. Spawning LV. 3. Foot/LV. 8. Bite LV. 8. Sharp Edge Arachnid LV. 8. Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 11. Poisoned Arrow Jet LV. 11. Corrosive Poison LV. 12. Max. Talent, Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Lightning Mastery. Satiety, 75%. Body length, 80 centimeters. An uncontrollable confidence surged unexpectedly in his chest. Bai Jie had no idea how strong he was right now. However, this confidence was quickly suppressed, and he kept admonishing himself. No waves. In the face of a crowded and tricky human society, as well as high-tech weapons, one is still no different from a slightly larger ant. Steady, stay calm, hide, stay down. At this moment, Bai Jie suddenly heard a low hum. Turning his head to look, he only saw that the flyover lunatic had a pained face and his eyes were tightly closed, as if he was experiencing something terrible in his slumber. Bai Jie came closer to observe again and found that although he was extremely unkempt and pudgy, he did not have any odor, and the blood and flesh that had been bitten off his body healed and the wounds were all scabbed over. Object, Lin Binbin, Mutant. Vitality, 4. Body length, 176 centimeters. Status, stable. So his name is Lin Binbin Ah. Ha, the life force has risen to 4? An ordinary adult's life force value was between 0, 9 and 1, 2. This Tianqiao lunatic's life force value had directly quadrupled after being transformed by his own mutant venom. That's just a weak dose. If I were to inject a medium dose, I'm afraid I'd have to exceed 10? As Bai Jie sighed, a system prompt arrived. Ding! Detected that the first poisoner is about to awaken. There are the following things to remind the poisoner. First, the poisoner has received a dream revelation during the mutation process, and knows that there is a high-level existence that grants him extraordinary abilities. 2. After the poisoner's mutation is complete, the poisoner has a master-slave relationship with him. The poisoner can't harm the poisoner, and can't have unfavorable thoughts towards the poisoner, or else he'll suffer from the backlash of the venom. Third, after the poisoner's mutation is completed, no matter what kind of creature the poisoner is, both parties can communicate with each other through the medium of the mutated venom, and the poisoner can sense the poisoner's change of mind and location. Bai Jie was already dumbfounded after receiving the barrage of information. This skill is even stronger and more ginkgo than I believed. And it's still able to communicate? This will also make it much easier for me to act. I can order him to do things on my behalf. It's really good. Wait. He's crazy. How am I going to communicate with him? In the blink of an eye, Bai Jie turned joyful into sadness and laughed bitterly. It's just a matter of familiarizing myself with the skill. And anyway, I won't lose anything by giving this lunatic alteration venom. Bai Jie comforted himself. Not more than 2 minutes later, the flyover madman woke up. His eyes were dazed and confused, then widened suddenly when he saw Bai Jie. His hands propped up on the ground as he kept backing up until he was leaning against the guardrail, unable to retreat. Before he stopped, his eyes were about to fall out. His pupils contracted violently, and his chest was rising and falling. At this moment, the spider's magnificent blue and purple laser pattern exuded a glittering light, making Lin Binbin feel stunning and dazzling, but also frightened by its large size. One person and one spider looked at each other like this without words for about 10 seconds. The scene was very weird and silent. Seeing Bai Jie motionless under the streetlight, his 8 dark and intimidating eyes staring at him, Lin Binbin swallowed and tentatively whispered, "You saved me?" After saying that, his body was also suddenly tense, fearing that the other party would pounce on him violently, as he had the experience of being attacked by those stray mutated animals before. Bai Jie was slightly surprised. He could speak normally? A thought in his mind traveled over. It's me. Bai Jie didn't know that what the other party heard was an extremely melodious, charming and slightly magnetic female voice. A spider that can talk? The voice was surprisingly so pleasing to the ear. The mysterious drama occurring before his eyes violently impacted Lin Binbin's worldview. What appears before your eyes is one of my avatars, Bai Jia added, pretending to be a god. A brief moment of disorientation flashed across Lin Binbin's face as he muttered, really? Really a god? So the dream is real. It's unbelievable. Halfway through his words, he actually directly bent his head and kowtowed, bowing 3 times in a row, saying in a panic, thank you Lord God for saving my life. Calling me Lord God? Holding back his embarrassment, Bai Jia forced himself to pretend to be calm and unmoving, silently watching his behavior, secretly spitting in his heart, this Binbin is just lame la. Lin Binbin tilted his head up, eyes full of reverence and gratitude with a hint of fear of the unknown. Thank you for also healing my injuries in spirit, otherwise I don't know how long I would have to be muddled. Now I've finally come to my senses completely. After seeing the divine manifestation, I realized that the worldly fame and fortune that I cared about in the past were not worth mentioning at all, and that there are far more worthy things to pursue in this world than those. I see. It should be the combined effect of the mutant venom and the dream that cured his madness and unlocked his heart. Bai Jia realized. The mutant venom was just too secretive. Bai Jia couldn't help but think. In that case, there wouldn't be much of a problem in taking this person under his wing. Why did you end up here? Bai Jia sent out a voice transmission. Campus legends were campus legends after all. And Bai Jia wanted to hear the person's version. Lin Binbin straightened his upper body and sat on his knees. His grayish-black face froze, as if he didn't expect Lord Divine to ask this question. Ahem, Bai Jia calmly added. You may have already noticed that there has been some sort of mysterious change in the world, and those animals that attacked you are a symptom of that. In order to deal with this change, I need to select agents among humans. I am, right now, examining whether you are qualified to serve as an agent. Bai Jia's heart was numb, and he always felt like the beggar cleric who sold the poem of Rudraksh to children on the street. Lin Binbin, on the other hand, was more and more shocked by what he heard, and although he was still in a bit of a trance, he clearly realized that there was a huge opportunity in front of him. Chapter 28, My name is White Weaver. Lin Binbin looked at the several animal corpses not far away. After a few seconds of silence, a slightly frosty memory emerged under his eyes. Narrating. I was still a student at this university next to me 10 years ago, and when I was about to graduate, I was falsely accused by a bitch and lost a lot of important things. I couldn't accept the blow and had a mental breakdown, which led me to be like this now. Falsely accused? Bai Jia felt curious. Be more detailed. I can understand some of your human concepts and terms. Lin Binbin was a bit surprised, so he stopped omitting. Okay, at that time, I was competing with a girl from the same institution for a spot. About an incense stick later, after listening to Lin Binbin's narration, Bai Jia sighed. Originally, that same hospital girl in order to win in the graduate school, to posture lure Lin Binbin, and Lin Binbin cannot resist the temptation. Was that girl slightly falsely accused of sexual harassment and rape? Although the court's decision did not come out, but the media reports, judicial investigations, around and social evaluation, has made Lin Binbin in the judgment out before the loss of graduate school qualifications. The university even directly cancelled the issuance of his diploma, which also had a huge impact on his career, but it was the final judgment that directly broke Lin Binbin's spirit. He lost all chances to reclaim his reputation. The network of public opinion swept again, so that Lin Binbin again surrounded by malice and violence. Lin Binbin wanted to confront the girl, but was treated as a troublemaker, blocked outside the school. Since then, he has been squatting on the school's footbridge every day, hoping to find the girl, who seems to be on guard and never shows up. During that time, his mother died of anxiety, and his father was extremely disappointed in him and no longer cared about him. And so, 10 years passed. The school leadership changed, the students changed twice, and the story about him was rumored to be a version of expelled for peeping into the women's restroom, which became a strange story on campus. Bai Jia chose to believe Lin Binbin's words. Due to the sense of the mutant venom, he knew that the other party was not lying, and although his face was dirty, Lin Binbin's eyes were as clear as the starry sky. This person speaks in a well-organized manner and expresses himself very clearly. It's true that he's a school bully who can be guaranteed a place in graduate school. Bai Jia secretly praised in his heart. What is the name of that human female? It asked again. I will never forget that name. Lin Binbin gritted his teeth and said, her name is Li Jiayu. Li Jiayu? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Wait, isn't that the name of that cold female professor? Speaking of which, she's still the ripe goddess of many male college students with hearts like Chao's thieves. Even a lot of girls are her fangirls. About Professor Li's class are rushed to take. The classroom, even the corners are standing full of people, just to catch a glimpse of her face. Even myself had been to her open class. Well, It could be said that it was a thermos hanging from the ass. There was a certain level. Bai Jia was confused throughout. By the way, Divine Lord, why on earth did those cats and dogs that went crazy and bit people turn out like that? Lin Binbin said with a palpitating heart. Bai Jia retrieved his thoughts and transmitted his voice to explain. More than a month ago, a meteorite descended from the sky, bringing with it an unnameable creature, and these cats and dogs were precisely affected by that bizarre creature. Also, there is no need to address me as Lord Divine. Bai Jia wasn't too used to it. It gave himself the feeling of being a godly man beckoning. Okay, then I will address you as Lord Queen? Lin Binbin looked cautiously at the spider. This was a judgment he made based on his intuition of the tones he heard. Bai Jia, after forcibly resisting the urge to shoot its poisonous needles out and organizing its wording, it transmitted its voice and faintly said, "All right, I reluctantly recognize your qualifications. I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to accept my power and become my favorites? If you choose to accept, you can keep the power you've already gained that transcends mortals, but you must carry out my orders without disobedience. If unwilling, I will withdraw its power." Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Binbin lowered his eyebrows and said in an aggravated tone, "I am willing. It is my honor." Bai Jia secretly nodded, celebrating for Lin Binbin, because its so-called power recovery was actually taking Lin Binbin's life along with it. Other than that, there was nothing else it could do. "Now, let me see your newly acquired abilities." Lin Binbin nodded and stood up, actually shooting out several spider threads from his fingertips and sticking them to the streetlight. Having experienced the dream world, he probably knew what abilities he had acquired. He just never used them. Bai Jia looked at the spider silk. It was just a step stronger than the spider silk of an ordinary spider, but it certainly couldn't make the leap between buildings like in the movie, because the toughness and operating proficiency wasn't enough. Of course, as Bai Jia's life force and skill level increased, as well as Lin Binbin's own becoming stronger, it might not be impossible to do so in the future. Next, Lin Binbin experimented with excessive reflexes, wall climbing ability, self-healing ability, and strength that was unimaginable to normal people. Through the mutant venom, he could basically control his muscles and even his bones with the same precision as a spider, boosting his speed and reflexes, and doing things that ordinary people couldn't do as well. He just hadn't mastered the deadly ability to use poison, but it didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. "Lord Queen, do you find my performance satisfactory?" After some reluctant selling, Lin Binbin asked with a slight gasp. Bai Jia was speechless. It took a lot of effort to keep itself from jumping up when it heard those 4 words. "Barely. Next, you have to do 2 things for me, and after you succeed, you'll be considered an official favored one, and I'll also grant you the opportunity to become even stronger." At these words, Lin Binbin's pupils dilated, and he busily responded, "You said, I will definitely accomplish it. First, I don't care what method you use, get me a new cell phone calling card with sufficient traffic." Lin Binbin? This isn't what he expected. Bai Jia also felt that this would tarnish its image, but it had to do it, and he secretly decided that in the future, he couldn't easily show his true face in front of the agent like he was doing now, otherwise it would lower his mystery and intimidation as a god. He could not let him find out that he was just a pet spider, or the kind that was particularly addicted to webs and liked to eat melons. Second, there may be more mutant animals in the city next. You need to successfully hunt one and bring its corpse to me. I will be waiting for you at the back mountain of Star Transmission University. Of course, the higher the number of hunts and kills, the more I will think highly of you. This should be the point. Lin Binbin nodded and said, "All right, Lord Queen, I will definitely accomplish it." Bai Jia couldn't bear it anymore and suppressed his anger and transmitted, "You're not allowed to call me that name again. Remember, my name is..." Bai Jia's spirit rhinoceros 1-to-1 suddenly thought of something and gently spat out 2 words. "Bai weaving." After uttering these 2 words, time seemed to have stopped for a split second. Inexplicably, Bai Jia felt that some sort of unknowable change had occurred in himself. Lin Binbin bent his head and said, "As you wish, Lord Bai weaving." At the same time, the name was repeated over and over in his mind. After a long time without hearing that mesmerizing and moving timbre again, Lin Binbin raised his eyes and the eerie spider figure was no longer in the same place. However, the abundant chi in his body, the treacherous energy, and the corpse next to him were all reminding him that everything he had experienced was not illusory. Chapter 29 Anonymous Video. Shelter Control. There were 2 reasons why Bai Jia gave Lin Binbin those 2 tasks. One was to prevent the original owner of the cell phone from reporting it and locking it onto its head through the satellite. Although now the satellite was very unstable because of unknown reasons, the signal was very unstable. Especially the positioning was extremely inaccurate. The second is to see Lin Binbin's practical ability, whether he is valuable. If he can hunt mutated animals, he can save some effort. and directly sees the spirit of the door on the line. Bai Jie didn't care how Lin Binbin entered the back of the mountain of Star Chuan University to find it. Just kidding. If he couldn't even sneak into the campus after obtaining his psychic ability, then he might as well run over his head and die. Now, Bai Jie's feet did not stop. His speed increased again, and he continued to sneak towards the back of the school's mountain forest. The reason why he chose to stay in the back of the mountain was that it was a large enough area, several hectares, enough for Bai Jie to hide temporarily. Secondly, it was close enough to the school to facilitate the investigation of the clues of the weird purple light. Thirdly, it was convenient for Bai Jie to hunt for food. When he reached the woods, Bai Jie even found some sneaky couples. Humph. Stupid humans, disturbing my purification. Bai Jie had no choice but to search higher and deeper into the back of the mountain, finally settling on a large tree with a wide view and good concealment. Without saying a word, he directly began to weave a net. Floor, ceiling, curtains and cordon cannot be missing. After a while of work, the new spider's nest was completed. While resting, Bai Jie found a text message from Chun Chang on his phone. He Jun is missing? Also suspected that it can't be disconnected from Wang Miali. A flavorful, charming but not demonic cheek surfaced in Bai Jie's mind. It still had heard something about this class flower from the next class. There are clues, so I can go look for Wang Miozhu next. I also need to remind Qin Chang to stay away from her and get less involved in these matters. DDT. Suddenly, the beep sounded, but not from the system, but the phone was almost out of battery. Bai Jie was helpless. Bai Jie was helpless. He couldn't just go and buy a shared charger for $0. Could he? Although it is a good idea, but the night is already late. It is too lazy to move. We'll figure out how to get electricity tomorrow. I just want to lie down in my nest for a while now. Wait, electricity? Didn't he himself have the innate ability of lightning control? Thinking of this, Bai Jie immediately perked up, his mind manipulating the hair-thin electric current to drill into the cell phone's interface. Super extreme fast charge N. 20. 5%, 20, 8%, 21, 1%. I should say, it's simply off the charts. I don't know if it's because the cell phone battery compatibility is too high, or my own lightning control talent is too subtle. In any case, it worked. I must protect myself. Bai Jie was incredibly determined that he couldn't be caught by humans. This would be too tragic if he was thrown into a power station and became an emotionless power generator. After the excitement, Bai Jie couldn't sleep across the board. So he stopped conserving power and opened his mobile data to surf the internet. Good thing there's still a bit of internet signal in the back of the mountain. This video. Is it Zhang Yueya? Bai Jie saw a frantically reposted anonymous video of the provenance on social media. The content of the video featured a conversation between the first view of the filmmaker and Zhang Yueya, in which the filmmaker's voice was specially processed to make it indistinguishable between male and female. And the filmmaker's name mentioned by Zhang Yueya was also blocked out. Through the conversation between the two, it was revealed that the missing, suspected, deaths of two previous students at Star Transmission University were related to Zhang Yueya, and Zhang Yueya's words admitted that she was the real culprit. Bai Jie quickly realizes that this should be the work of Chun Chang and that there are high-profile people supporting Chun Chang, such as the man in black who saved Chun Chang from Zhang Yueya last time. The hot search that was dominated by this video directly exploded. In the hot search, there were many technical bloggers who came out to analyze the authenticity of the video, and as a result, they all judged that the possibility of forgery was extremely small. For a while, the crowd was agitated, and netizens verbally attacked Zhang Yueya. There were also many people who were worried about the safety of the video shooter and wondered if she had been killed. Some were even glad that she was dead, or else more people would have been killed by her. The tide of public opinion is beginning to turn, with few people blaming Nix, who may have been suspected of committing matricide, anymore. The following day, the warm golden sun rose from the east. The warm sunlight poured down and hit the white Jay's torso. It lazily lifted the spider's silk quilt and pulled out its cell phone to swipe it. In a trance, it had the illusion that it was living a college life. Unsurprisingly, it swiped on a big news story about mutant animals. But the heat wasn't as high as yesterday's anonymous video. The law enforcement division of Yangon City issued a notice stating that an out-of-control stray animal was found to have attacked a human being, and that they would be conducting a stray animal manhunt operation throughout the city municipality in the following week. The law enforcement division also reminded members of the public to take their pets at home to the government and place them under the management of the relevant organizations before the cause of the out-of-control animal is ascertained, in order to avoid unnecessary dangers. This has provoked many netizens to take offense, claiming that there is no evidence and it is just bureaucracy. Animal protection societies and animal lovers, on the other hand, expressed strong condemnation. However, many people have also exposed photos, which include the deaths of the attacked humans as well as the carcasses of the animals killed by Baijie. There are also eyewitnesses who have come out to tell the truth, claiming that there really are crazy dogs and cats that bit people to death last night. Even so, there were still a large number of people who protested against the law enforcement division's practices and doubted the authenticity of the animal killings. However, the law enforcement division doesn't care about the online debate. Many Yangon citizens have said that when they got up early in the morning, they saw the law enforcement division mechanics going around catching stray cats and dogs. What's going on lately? First, students are disappearing one by one, and then the whole city is catching stray cats and dogs. Is it that the Criminal Investigation Division didn't solve the case, so they let the Law Enforcement Division come out to divert the attention? Stray animals are out of control. I just saw several of them biting people on the street, but they were controlled by law enforcement officers. Strange. How come domesticated cats and dogs are fine? Holy shit, I actually saw a big dog pounce on a law enforcement officer and dismantle him. Is that something a normal dog could do? It's a good thing the other enforcers subdued it. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. On a beautiful morning, when it should be time for beat workers to go to work and students to attend their morning classes, the city of Yangon looks a bit chaotic. Luckily, the number of out-of-control stray animals wasn't too high, and most of them still attacked only when they were rounded up by law enforcers, so there weren't too many mass casualties. A morning passed, and most of the stray cats and dogs in the city were sheltered and controlled. The manhunt continued. Now, there aren't many targets for me to hunt, but at the same time, the numerous scattered and subtle spirit embodiments have been centralized into the hands of the Law Enforcement Division. After assessing the risks, Baijie still temporarily put down the idea of going to the Law Enforcement Division to absorb the animal's spirit embodiment. Chapter 30, Wanted by Humans. By noon, Baijie always stayed in the back mountain spider nest. It was waiting for Lin Binbin, and if Lin Binbin didn't come again, it would go to the school to look for Wang Miaozhu. Flipping through its cell phone, it suddenly realized that a message from the Criminal Investigation Division had been topped on the hot search. A line of large, eye-catching words came into Baijie's eyes. Briefing on the investigation of the indoor murder case in the North City Flower Garden neighborhood of Yangon City. From this, it is basically determined that the murderer of Zheng Yueya is her pet bird spider Nix, hereinafter referred to as Nix. It's highly likely that Nix was genetically modified and mutated in some way before it was distributed to Zheng Yueya. In addition, during the investigation, a spider's nest suspected to have been inhabited by Nix was found as follows. Attachment. Baijie. Excessive. How to put my family's photo also gave payout. Cannot respect people's privacy, and give rewards to those who provide clues? I can't imagine that I'm actually wanted. But it's understandable. How could humans allow such a dangerous creature to lurk in this city? In fact, Baijie was not surprised that the Criminal Investigation Division had finally determined that he was the murderer. This was because it had attached venom to its fangs, front blade, and spider silk when it attacked Zheng Yueya, and since Baijie was unable to clean out the venom that he had left behind in Zheng Yueya's body, it was only normal for him to be locked as the murderer. This is considered officially being targeted by humans. Alas, crimes will leave traces. Perhaps the only way to leave no traces is to be like the bizarre violet light symbiote. Baijie secretly sighed. What made Baijie slightly surprised was that the Criminal Investigation Department had all found the old site where it lived so quickly. Just as Baijie was planning to go down the back of the mountain, a kind of subtle induction made its heart flutter. It was Lin Binbin who had come and had just stepped into the boundaries of the back mountain. Through the sound transmission instructions, Lin Binbin climbed all the way up and arrived near the large tree where Baijie was hiding. He was wearing tattered clothes, but his face was no longer dirty, while carrying a marijuana bag on his back, looking left and right with a nervous and expectant expression. But he did not see the mysterious figure from last night. Put it down. Baijie faintly transmitted his voice and did not show himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Binbin unloaded the sack and rolled out 3 lifeless animal carcasses from inside, and put down another small box. Female, Lord White Weaver. These 3 are all mutated animals, ferocious and abnormal, as well as, this is the calling card you ordered. Lin Binbin's voice was slight, his eyes no longer searching around as he knew that Bai Wei was watching him. Not bad. Baijie's tone exuded a point of appreciation. Receiving the response, Lin Binbin was relieved and an unconscious joy flashed under his eyes. The life force of all 3 animals was between 2 and 3, which showed that Lin Binbin could be used. Most importantly, all 3 animals had a spirit embrace reaction, which was the key to Baijie's life force enhancement. Stretch out your hand, Baijie said indifferently. Lin Binbin stretched out a not quite white but clean hand, and it seemed that his entire body had been cleaned. Sizzle! Lin Binbin held his breath, and saw an extremely slender pure white spider silk break through the air and fly, stabbing into his wrist at once. Yes, that's right, it's a thorn. Lin Binbin was secretly shocked. He hadn't thought that a spider silk could be so sharp. Blood flowers instantly blossomed on the wrist, but Lin Binbin did not move. Felt the pain is not strong. On the contrary, every cell of his own body began to inexplicably excite it up. The next second, a drop of pinkish-purple glittering liquid along the spider silk slides down into the blood vessels of Lin Binbin. In a flash, Lin Binbin's eyes were dim, but then immediately turned bright. Then, the woods retrogressed in his eyes. The heavens and earth were turning upside down, and the starry sky filled all of his senses. At the last moment, the starry sky descended a pinkish-purple strange light, bigger and bigger, closer and closer. He suddenly lost all consciousness. I don't know how long it took before Lin Binbin woke up in a haze, realizing that he was kneeling on both knees. How does it feel? It was that cool and reserved voice. Lin Binbin forced himself up and stood up. It feels like I've achieved ascension. Flying to the immortal world for a trip and coming back. How is this venom of mine described by you like a hallucinogenic forbidden drug? Bai Jie spat in his heart. Although you've gained more power, I must caution you not to get cocky and do anything beyond the boundaries or ear-catching as a result. Before using your powers, be careful not to expose yourself to human officials. They have the means to subdue you. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Lin Binbin didn't dare to slack off and said seriously. I won't seek revenge against Li Jiayu if Lord Bai Wei requests it. Bai Jie said indifferently. I did not say that you may not seek revenge, but that shall be after you are strong enough to suppress all those who oppose you. Until then, nothing shall be done rashly. Alright, you step back. Yes. Lin Binbin bowed and turned to leave. Lin Binbin walked down the mountain, his smile slowly raising and widening. He felt more than twice as powerful as before. Bai Jie's attention was still stuck on the panel in front of him, which was Lin Binbin's information after absorbing the mutant venom. Object, Lin Binbin, mutant. Identity, Agent Number 1. Vitality, 7. Body length, 176 centimeters. Status, stable. This extra, identity, column was probably a tailored adjustment by the system, right? Having given just one drop of mutant venom himself, he had actually made his vitality go up by 3 points. A total of 4 drops of mutant venom had been given to Lin Binbin so far, but it hadn't reached a medium dose yet as no spider signs had appeared on him. Bai Jie organized the new information he had obtained. After confirming that Lin Binbin had gone down the back of the mountain and there was no one around, Bai Jie began to seize the spiritual embodiment from the 3 animals. This time, the vitality only rose by 1 point to 49. Sure enough, there is a positive correlation between an animal's life force and its spiritual aura. If the life force isn't high, then there isn't much spiritual aura. Lin Binbin came to an unoccupied tree shade within the school grounds, and with an easy leap, he climbed up the wall, and with one leap, he jumped to the alleyway on the other side. After turning a few alleys, he stepped out onto the street outside the school. He took a deep breath of air and felt it had never been so refreshing. 10 minutes later, he walked straight into a casino and was stopped by the security guard as he went up to the second floor. What for? I want to box, Lin Binbin said in a cloudy manner. One of the security guards gave him a slight look, and without asking too many questions, took him through the door to the second floor. It wasn't uncommon for security guards like Lin Binbin to come here to make a living out of their lives because they were down and out. Responsible for receiving Lin Binbin was a yellow-haired skinny man. More polite, hello brother, boxing right? My name is Huang Feng. You can call me Bumblebee. Lin Binbin took the list. Fill in the necessary information. In the name, nickname, column stopped. In black boxing, it was natural that you couldn't use your real name. He wrote down a line of big, strong letters, Peter Parker. When Huang Feng saw Lin Binbin's completed list, he was slightly stunned for a moment and laughed. Brother, this title is quite interesting. Ahem, let me tell you the rules. First, no weapons. Second, life and death above the ring regardless. Since you're a rookie fighter, you get $3,000 for winning the first fight, $4,000 for the second, and $5,000 for the third. But you must fight all 3 matches to get back the prize money you have earned. If you can win 3 fights in a row, if you win again in the future, you'll also be able to take a portion of the current betting money. Lin Binbin revealed a confident smile. Got it. The reason Lin Binbin came here was to exchange for money. Secondly, to test his physique. And thirdly, to vent. His mouth whispered. I'm going to fight 10. Huang Feng? Chapter 31, Out of Time. Like eating like. Now that Bai Jie was using the skill, Invisible Camouflage, it could take effect for 40 minutes. With the aid of this skill, Bai Jie dared to walk on the grass beside the road in the campus as he was doing now, climbing up the tree as usual, hiding amongst the branches and leaves, and unlocking his stealth camouflage. Bai Jie looked at the academy where he had attended classes in the past, and was overcome with emotion. Obviously, in the last month, he had attended classes here. played with his cell phone, and dozed off. Now it was like a lifetime ago. The spider just watched silently, staying for an afternoon. The bell rang for the end of class, and Bai Jie saw a face that had once been familiar, but was now somewhat unfamiliar. Chen Chang, the class president, teacher Zhao, Wang Xiaofan. They walked out of the academy, talking, laughing, discussing, or walking towards the library or heading to the cafeteria. Bai Jie felt his heart heat up and wanted to walk among them, but it didn't move because it was a bizarre creature. A man-eating demon spider. Bai Jie's gaze finally stopped on the backs of Chen Chang and class president Xia Qiming as they walked away side by side. When did they become so familiar? A slight sourness unexpectedly rose in his heart. It's also good. It seems nice to be able to watch one's own son get off. It's just a pity that the class president is this flower. Oh. At this time, another set of students came out from the college. From the new media class. Coming. Bai Jie was pumped up. Whether or not Wang Miaonui was parasitized by the weird purple light depended on whether or not the system had any hints. Why hasn't Wang Miaozhu come out yet? Their classes are all gone, right? But Bai Jie didn't find Wang Miaonian in the crowd. It stealthily entered the academy's various classrooms to check again. And every room was empty. Didn't come to class? The school is closed. Why don't you girls come to class? Did you go out over the wall to get a room? It's detrimental to school discipline. Bai Jie was a bit depressed and only had to fight its way back to the spider house. It was impossible for him to go to the girls' dormitory and look for them one floor at a time, because there were too many dormitory buildings and he didn't even know which one Wang Miaozhen was in. Bai Jie watched the satiety level drop to 59%. It was difficult and anxious. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. Always feel that if you do not go up to 60%, you do not feel safe and will starve to death. So Bai Jie decided to start hunting for food in the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain of Star Transmission University. Said small, said big is not big. There are more than 20 basketball courts so wide. Bai Jie took the lead to start searching from the back shady side of the back mountain. If you say that the sunny side of the back mountain occasionally still has couples stepping foot, leaving behind chromosomes, class picnics, leaving some food scraps, then this back side can be regarded as a completely deserted place, with few traces of people, cold and damp. But it was also for this reason that poisonous insects could be born. Not long, Bai Jie glimpsed an adult centipede of small arm length. Without saying a word is the spider entangled, packaged and tied, hung in the tree, and so on the return trip to take. Object, lesser spiny centipede. Vitality, 0. 1. Body length, 30 centimeters. Status, stable. Although this insect has no spirit embodiment and low life force, it has a certain level of toxicity. Bai Jie could absorb its toxicity and convert it into his own vitality through his talent, compassion of poison refining. Although the boost was minimal, it was better than nothing, and it could also add a bit of satiety. As Bai Jie wandered around and went deeper and deeper, the more poisonous insects there were. He even saw several kinds of poisonous spiders, such as the black widow, red chalid spider, and hairy long-tailed spider. Bai Jie didn't have the feeling of seeing the same family with two eyes. No longer spider silk packing serving, directly shot out the venom containing corrosive digestive fluid, all killed, and then began to suck up on the ground. After all, the spider as small as also meat this playing the field for more than an hour. Bai Jie finally found something abnormal. Ding! Weak spirit reaction detected. As soon as Bai Jie was happy, he heard a dense rustling sound resounding between the bushes, only to see dozens of palm-sized spiders burrowing out from the rocks and grass, heading straight for Bai Jie's giant-like body like a tidal wave. Bai Jie, however, did not move, coldly watching a few spiders take the lead in climbing up his legs and letting them tear at him. But the teeth of these spiders seemed to be biting on the rocks. A little trace did not leave, not to mention that the fangs fell apart first. A life force of 49 is more than just a number, Bai Jie said to himself. Immediately, the skill, high-level deterrence was launched. The spiders on his body then fell down as if they were solid, and the rest of the small spiders did not dare to come forward. Bai Jie casually picked up one and devoured it, but there was no spirit energy transmitted into his body. Several in a row or so, it only then stared to explore the information of these spiders. The spirit energy is not in these spiders. The thought had just flashed by when a large, dark red spider was reflected in Bai Jie's sight. Bai Jie was slightly stunned. I haven't seen such a large spider, except for myself. The dark red spider that suddenly appeared was as big as a rooster, but in front of Bai Jie this size wasn't any different from a chicken is all. Object, blood shadow spider queen, awakened body. Vitality, 21. Body length, 40 centimeters. Status, stable. Weak aura reaction detected. No wonder the high-level deterrent had no effect on the dark red spider. Bai Jie was startled. This was the first time he had seen a creature labeled as an awakened body, and a sense of crisis surged through his heart. It wasn't because of the blood shadow spider queen itself, but because of the scene in front of him. He realized that there might be a creature stronger than it somewhere in the city. Say, is this backwoods so dangerous? Fortunately, ever since the students started disappearing, people have not dared to run towards places with fewer people, such as the shady back of this back mountain. Otherwise, if an ordinary person were to run into this spider queen and her children, I'm afraid they'd end up with no bones left. The blood shadow spider queen just met with Bai Jia and let out a hiss, her forelimbs raised high. This was not the meaning of surrender, but rather a demonstration. Obviously, the blood shadow spider queen was somewhat unsure of the magnificently patterned hairy spider in front of her that was twice its size. However, Bai Jia did not show the slightest bit of mercy, and when he opened and closed his mouth, 3 poison arrows flew through the air and violently struck the blood shadow spider queen's face that was caught off guard. The blood shadow spider queen immediately let out a painful wail. At the same time, the surrounding light seems to be suddenly dimmed. Only a thick as an arm of light columns still send out blinding blue and purple light. The blood shadow spider queen seemed to sense a terrifying aura brewing, and despite her injuries, she quickly retreated, and the little spiders followed and fled in all directions. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a loud boom, the blue and purple light pillar went straight through the cover of the grass and trees and slammed into the back of the blood shadow spider queen, suddenly erupting with destructive energy. Countless electric arcs were like bone-chewing demonic insects, destroying all of them along with its back and abdomen. It was too dead to die. I'm sorry, although you are their mother. I have reasons why I must kill you. As for these little spiders, I can keep them alive. Bai Jia muttered to himself in his mind while he came to the blood shadow spider queen's remnants and unleashed the skill bite. Although the dead blood shadow spider queen's vitality was drastically reduced, soaring close to zero, the spiritual aura perceived by the system did not decrease. Pinkish-purple halos continued to pour into Bai Jia's body, and arcane implications emanated from his body. Vitality was climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. It rose until it reached 58 before stopping. Chapter 32, Moonlit Pool. Spiritual Water Snake. After the seizure was completed, Bai Jia spent a while in place to reminisce about the afterglow from earlier. Without waiting for sleepiness, he simply opened the data panel directly. Name, Bai Jia, White Weaver. Title, Nyx, Goddess of the Night. Race, Purple Electricity Ogre Spider, High-Ranked Awakened Body. Vitality, 58. Skills, High-Level Deterrence LV. 2. Invisibility Camouflage LV. 3. Mutant Venom LV. 4. Spawning LV. 4. Foot Blade Cutting LV. 9. Eating Bite LV. 9. Sharp Blade Arachnid LV. 9. Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 11. Poisonous Arrow Jet LV. 12. Max. Corrosive Poison LV. 12. Max. Talent, Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Lightning Mastery. Satiety, 80%. Body length, 85 centimeters. The skills had basically improved, and he himself had even gotten another 5 centimeters longer. Ugh, being too big isn't a good thing. It's a good thing that the invisibility camouflage has been upgraded as well, and the time it takes to get up each time you activate a skill is getting longer. Regardless, the sense of security is more adequate. Seeing that the sun had only just disappeared in the sky and night was approaching, Bai Jia decided to continue exploring. It found a spider cave, which it thought was the lair of that blood shadow spider queen. It didn't take long before it probably came to the mountainside on the backside. The sky was gradually getting darker, but it did not affect Bai Jia's vision and perception ability in the slightest. A cool and clear evening breeze blew between the trees. The leaves rustled, the grass was no longer silent, and from time to time there were chirping insects. Should I chirp twice too? Echoing these bugs? After all, I'm kind of a bug too. Cozying up and enjoying the cool summer night, Bai Jia's mind was as quiet as the night, and his heart and mind moved to emit an unknown self-deprecation. Bai Jia slowed down his pace and withdrew his carefully probing perception. Deciding to enjoy this moment, the floating life steals away. It no longer defined its behavior at this moment as foraging for food and searching for poison, but changed to taking a walk. Suddenly, elation flashed in Bai Jia's eyes, but not because it sensed the spirit embrace, but rather, it looked into a pool of clear and tranquil water. In the center of the pool, there was a silver moon quietly bathing in it. Bai Jia came forward and leaned down to taste the water, which was extremely refreshing and sweet. Ding! A system prompt interrupted Bai Jia's mouth. Weak spirit reaction detected. Only then did Bai Jia notice that across from Xiaotan, a small snake covered in gold and white was lying in the gravel under the water, motionlessly surveying it. The red snake's eyes seemed to carry a few moments of curiosity. Object, Corn Spirit Water Snake, Mutant. Vitality, 9. Body length, 25 centimeters. Status, stable. Weak spirit aura reaction detected. Being sized up like this by such a weak creature, Bai Jie felt humiliated. Thus, after a second of being stiff as a statue, Bai Jie moved. It sprang out like a cheetah, and the water suddenly churned, spreading waves in both directions, and the silver moon in the water was mashed to pieces. Murderous intent flashed in its dark 8 eyes, and the sharp blades of its forelegs stabbed vertically at the golden snake shadow in the water. Snap! As the pitch-black sharp blades stabbed into the water, the expected blood-stained pool did not appear, and the golden snake shadow actually bobbed up and down and fragmented like the silver moon. Phantom? When Bai Jie was puzzled, the golden snake shadow slowly disappeared. Bai Jie suddenly thought of something, and a pressure with a huge life force spread out quickly. Tiny splashing sounds resounded behind him, and Bai Jie immediately looked over. A small golden white snake was seen struggling under the pressure, revealing its form. Humph. Just a small trick to add to the fun. It will only make me more excited. Bai Jie snorted coldly, then laughed. It approached unhurriedly, like a cat teasing a mouse that had gotten its hands on it. However, only to see a sudden flash of golden aura on the golden white little snake. It actually broke free from the intimidating suppression and darted into the crevice at the bottom of the pool, leaving Bai Jie stiff in place. Careless. Didn't flash. A lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength. I was gullible. Bai Jie was very remorseful. No. There is still a chance. Bai Jie suddenly woke up. With a movement of his mind, countless electric arcs suddenly crackled into the water of the pool. Although he was in the water, due to having the talent lightning mastery, Bai Jie was naturally not afraid of the conduction of the electric arcs. Unsure if it would be useful, Bai Jie had to keep increasing the power of the electric arcs, and for a while the entire pool of water was filled with electric light, illuminating the surrounding woods. However, Bai Jie did not poison the water. Probably because he could not bear to destroy such a clear and sweet water source. It was sort of a case of a small measure of damage, but no loss in the greater good. Let's see if you come out. Bai Jie's heart resounded with demonic Jie laughter, but he quickly paused. If the gap below this connects to other waterways, won't it let it escape? After all, the conduction distance of electric arcs in water was limited. Stop fighting. Right at this moment, a crisp female voice like a pearl rolling on a jade plate suddenly resounded in Bai Jie's heart. Bai Jie? Bai Jie froze once again, thinking that he was hallucinating. Stop hitting. I'm in pain. That pleasant voice came again. Bai Jie ghostly retracted the arc of electricity, but the entire spider was still in a state of confusion. It wasn't until a small golden head poked out of the gap under the water that Bai Jie reacted. It was actually the small snake talking to itself. It's you the snake talking? Bai Jie attempted to send a message to that voice, but he was only mentally muttering to himself. Because that little snake stared timidly at Bai Jie's huge body and added, "Please don't hit me. I'll give you that thing. Will you let me go?" Which thing? But no matter how much Bai Jie asked, the divine thoughts could not be transmitted to the little snake. It seemed that this little snake had a skill of conveying thoughts, but could only transmit them in one direction, unable to establish a mechanism to communicate with each other. Bai Jie nodded his head as a response, not caring if the little snake understood or not. After a few seconds, the golden white little snake brought out a small stone block from the gap, making Bai Jie immediately happy, only to see that the small stone block was pitted with a pinkish-purple glow, exuding a secretive aura. Without the need for a system prompt, Bai Jie knew that this was a meteorite fragment. Swish! The moment Bai Jie unleashed his high-order deterrent, his two forelegs quickly probed out. With a salvage and a stab, he brought both the golden white little snake and the meteorite fragment out of the water. Soldiers were not afraid of deception. The small snake that was stuck by the sharp blade kept twisting and turning while repeatedly sending out its intention. Please, let me go. Please. Bai Jie felt himself surrounded by surround sound. I've given you baby, you bad big bug. Monster. It was actually a brittle plea for mercy mixed with furious curses. A few black lines slowly drooped down on Bai Jie's 8 dark eyes. Luckily, he was quick on his feet. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to catch the slippery little snake. Bai Jie sighed. Skill Altered Venom, activated. Chapter 33 Giving Name, Spider Son is born. This was the first time Bai Jie had used alteration venom on a non-human creature. As the liquid with a pinkish-purple halo in its transparency entered the little snake's body, its writhing became even more violent. Bad bug, big monster. The curses were still echoing, but within a few seconds, the snake quieted down, its body loosening up as if it had lost its strength, and Bai Jie even heard a pleasant moan like, so comfortable. After confirming that the snake had begun to transform, Bai Jie put the meteorite fragments into his mouth and seized the spirit. Spirit devouring was completed in a few minutes, and the spider, still not sleepy, then opened the data panel. Name, Bai Jie. Title, Race, Vitality, 64. Skills, High Level Deterrence LV. 3. Invisibility Camouflage LV. 3. Mutant Venom LV. 4. Spawning LV. 4. Foot Blade Cutting LV. 10. Eating Bite LV. 10. Sharp Blade Spider Silk LV. 10. Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 11. Poison Arrow Spray LV. 12. Max. Corrosive Poison LV. 12. Max. Talent, Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Lightning Mastery. Satiety, 76. Body length, 86 centimeters. Although this meteorite fragment isn't as big as the one from Zhang Yueya, the spirit content is much more, allowing my vitality to go up by 6 points directly. Very good. But this meteorite fragment seems to have been partially absorbed by this little snake's spiritual essence, or else it could be even stronger on its own. Bai Jie didn't intend to seize this little snake's spiritual essence. Even if seizing it wouldn't necessarily kill the other party. If the little snake had only generated some interest in Bai Jie's heart when it first sent a transmission to it, then when the little snake sent the meteorite fragment and begged for mercy, Bai Jie had already dismissed the idea of hunting the other party. The first reason was, Bai Jie found the little snake very interesting. The deeper essence of this was that Bai Jie had never had a person he could talk to properly since he was reincarnated as a spider. Although Bai Jie was able to text with Chun Chang, it was destined to not be able to reveal too much to Chun Chang, and it could not even mention a single word about its experience after turning into a spider. Not to mention Lin Binbin as an agent, Bai Jie had to ensure the stability of the master-slave power relationship between it and Lin Binbin, creating distance and mystery. The second reason was apart from the Blood Shadow Spider Queen, Zhang Yueya and himself. Little Snake was one of the few creatures that Bai Jie had seen that had a spiritual essence in its body without losing control. Therefore, Bai Jie chose to inject the little snake with the mutant venom. The golden white little snake opened its dazed, ruby-like eyes and awoke. At this time, the little snake had already been released from its forelimbs by Bai Jie and was lying on the rocks at the edge of the water pool. But the little snake actually did not choose to escape when it saw Bai Jie. The little snake asked crisply, "What did you do to me? I feel so comfortable, as if I have become more powerful." "Fed you vigorously." The villain in Bai Jie's heart silently spat. Object, Golden Jade Spirit Snake, Awakened Body. Vitality, 14. Body length, 30 centimeters. Status, Stable. Weak Spirit Aura Reaction detected. Unexpectedly, after the transformation of the mutant venom, it had directly become an awakened body life. Bai Jie was slightly surprised. Moreover, the golden color of the little snake's body was now even more richly textured, and the scales all over its body were like jade translucent with a spiritual luster. Bai Jie was basically certain that the little snake had just completed its evolution. The reason why the little snake didn't run away was because it knew that Bai Jie had given it great benefits and should have no malicious intent. Secondly, it felt that the huge spider in front of it was very powerful, and it had even developed a few feelings of intimacy towards it. "Anyway, thank you. I'll go back first if there's nothing else." The golden white snake carefully transmitted its voice and asked. But in the next moment, he suddenly heard an incomparably seductive and reserved voice. "Now, you can hear me." The golden white little snake instantly froze. It was the first time it had ever heard a divine thought transmission from another creature to it so clearly, and the sound line actually made it want to get close to the other party uncontrollably. "You are, sister? Why can I hear your voice?" Bai Jie resisted the urge to cover his face and said, "I sent you a little bit of chance, so that's why you and I have a telepathic sensation and are able to converse." The little golden white snake raised its upper body, continuously spitting out its pink snake core, eyes full of adoration. "Wow. Although I don't understand, but you are so powerful, sister." Listening to the soft, boneless voice and the long, continuous tail, Bai Jie felt very satisfied, but he also didn't forget to correct the little snake's wrong name. "My name is Bai Weaver. Do you have a name?" The golden and white little snake foolishly said. Name? I don't seem to have one. Bai Jie immediately grabbed it and said, "In that case, I'll bestow you with a name, a surname like mine, and you'll be called White Flower. How's that?" It wouldn't admit that it liked to play a nurturing game, much less admit that it was very bad at picking names. White Flower Flower, White Flower Flower. The golden white little snake recited silently, and suddenly its ruby-like eyes lit up with light as it joyfully said, "I'll listen to sister Bai Wei." Bai Jie, let's just say, how about you call me Lord White Weaver? Bai Hua Hua, yes, sister Bai Weaving. Bai Jie, I said, you can call me Bai Weaver-sama. Bai Hua Hua, okay, sister Bai Weaving. Bai Jie? Resisting the idea of cracking open the other party's brain, as well as electrically roasting the corn snake, Bai Jie changed the topic. He learned from White Flower that the reason she was able to evolve to this level in this small rock pool was basically all due to that meteorite fragment. Since White Blossom did not have the talent of a spirit-devouring body, she could only passively accept the radiation, or nourishment, from the meteorite fragment. After about half a month's time, Bai Hua had grown to her current level, which could be described as neither fast nor slow. Bai Jia asked her again how the meteorite fragments appeared, and the latter only said that the meteorite fragments appeared without any signs, so she was not clear at all. Bai Jia probably speculated that the meteorite as a whole should have been turned into a large number of broken pieces scattered to all corners of the city after it disappeared in the hands of the officials. At the same time, Bai Jia also thought that none of the broken pieces had the eerie violet light creature left in them, so it was evident that the eerie violet light had detached itself from the meteorite for one reason or another, yet it would also collect the scattered pieces of the meteorite. This could be inferred from the presence of meteorite fragments in Zhang Yueya's home. You can go back. Bai Jia had already finished asking his own questions, and seeing that it was getting late, he decided to go back to his lair. Bai Hua bared her teeth and jumped into the water pool, barely stirring up any splashes. Will you come this way again in the future, Sister White Weaver? White Flower's head poked out of the water, her snake body twisting around underwater. What she actually wanted to ask was whether Bai Jia would still come to see her. Maybe. Bai Jia responded in a high-strung manner before turning away. Bai Hua buried her face into the water and spat out small bubbles, her eyes unable to hide her loss. Suddenly, she heard that cool and seductive magnetic voice again. Tomorrow, I will still be hunting around here. The golden-white little snake's eyes instantly regained their animation, shaking as it swam around in the water pool. On the way back, Bai Jia didn't forget to bring along the poisonous insect snacks that he had packed earlier. But Bai Jia did not expect. These poisonous insect snacks will not end up in his mouth. When climbing to the tree the moment of the spider's nest, Bai Jia hands of the spider silk package snap fell on the ground net, body motionless, like a weathered 1,000 years of sculpture. Into its eyes, it is 3 transparent golden, palm-sized small spider. Chapter 34, The First Appearance of Spider Sense. 3 small spiders were in its lair, munching on the golden gelatinous substance. The golden gelatinous substance had been eaten by them with very little left. In a flash, a sense flashed through his heart, and Bai Jia knew that these 3 were baby spiders born through the spawning skill. In a sense, it was even his own child. It's over. Being approached by a debtor. Bai Jia froze and looked at the 3 spider children with mixed emotions. Bai Jia had fantasized countless times about the scene where the spider eggs hatched out, but when this scene was truly presented in front of its eyes, it felt unreal. I human numb ah. Bai Jia wasn't ready to face this moment, but a lot of things were caught off guard like this, leaving people defenseless. Although the 3 spider children were the size of an adult's palm, they were after all newborn hatchlings and moved slowly. They noticed Bai Jia's arrival and slowly crawled to the latter's feet, rubbing and sticking their heads and whiskered limbs against each other. You guys are hungry? Without a reason, Bai Jia naturally knew what the little ones were thinking. He only had to unpack the packed poisonous insects and bring them to Spider Z. Looking at the feeding Spider Z, 3 data panels floated before Bai Jia's eyes. Object, gold-striped laser swallowing snake spider, awakened body, juvenile. Vitality, 0. 9. Body length, 14 centimeters. Status, healthy. This life force, it's a bit weak, but it's barely squeezed into the level of a normal adult human. Race is the same as it was during my secondary evolution. As the skill explanation says, the race of a spider child is determined by the race at the time of spawning. Alas, won't it all depend on my efforts as to how talented you all are and how well you're doing? However, don't worry, I won't let you guys nibble on your old age. When you guys grow up a little bit more, I'll put you guys inside the Blood Shadow Spider Queen's lair to live, and there will be plenty of spiders for you to eat there as well. Bai Jia sent out a thought to the 3 spider children, and since the 3 little ones were all his own spider dependents, he was able to receive it. However, the 3 little ones obviously wouldn't respond to specific intentions to Bai Jia yet, and would only stick and rub their little legs. Early the next morning, Bai Jia was awakened by a heart palpitation. Bai Jia woke up to find that the fluffy hairs on his legs were standing up like steel needles, and immediately looked at the 3 little spiders, who were sleeping soundly around him. Spider-chan is fine. So what exactly happened? Why do I feel that danger is about to descend? Bai Jia enlarged his perception, thoughts racing through his mind. However, he did not find any abnormality around him. Could this be the legendary spider sense? At the same time, at the foot of the mountain behind Star Transmission University, the corner of the mouth of a man with a gloomy and miserable face arched as he said to the person beside him, the compassion-seeking cicada has reacted, and found an aura similar to that on the tree in the North City Flower Garden neighborhood. It can't be wrong. It's right here. I'll inform the elders. Prepare for the roundup. By noon, Bai Jia was distracted, but he never waited for danger to come. Instead, he waited for Lin Binbin. only to see Lin Binbin wearing a decent slim suit, straight posture, medium stature, hair trimmed, very handsome, but the face has some abrasions, bruises. But these scars on the face is for him to add a few points of ruthlessness, quite a kind of suit thug meaning. This kid is not bad looking, catching up with me before I was reincarnated, Bai Jia secretly said. In Lin Binbin's call of Lord White Weaver, Bai Jia still did not appear. Instead, he lazily transmitted his voice. What is it? Lin Binbin respectfully said. I've come to report to Lord Bai Weaver about yesterday's cultivation. Cultivation? When did I assign you this kind of task? You are rolling up ah. Bai Jia was puzzled. Speak, Bai Jia said in a salty manner. Lin Binbin raised his head and said, since my subordinate has become an agent of Lord Whiteweave and has fought with mutated animals, I am deeply impressed with my low strength. In order to better serve Lord Whiteweave in the future, I participated in an underground boxing ring, thus earning some capital and becoming more aware of my physique and abilities. Of course, I did not use my transcendental abilities during the boxing, so please rest assured, Lord Shiranui. Next, I intend to continue participating in underground boxing, on the one hand, to improve my strength, and on the other hand, to be able to raise more capital, so that I can conveniently use it for you in the future. This Lin Binbin had a heart, and Bai Jia couldn't help but think highly of him for another point. As an agent, if you are poor as a beggar in human society, even if you have transcendent abilities, it is really hard to move around. After all, it's hard to beat a hero with 3 cents. With money, Lin Binbin would also be able to help Bai Jia do more things such as recharging phone traffic, buying fruits and desserts and the like. Well done. Remember not to expose yourself, or I won't be able to save you, Bai Jia admonished. Yes, subordinate, keep in mind. Lin Binbin nodded and paused. Lord Bai Weaver, I have a question I want to ask you, but there's no harm in saying it. Lin Binbin recalled. Yesterday, after I left the back mountain, when I was fighting, I suddenly felt like I had gotten stronger twice. I don't know whether it has something to do with Lord Whiteweave? Bai Jia realized. It recalled that the skill Altered Venom was upgraded twice yesterday, and immediately gazed at Lin Binbin. Object, Lin Binbin, mutant. Identity, Agent Number 1. Life Force, 10. The life force was already the same as that of Zhang Yueya back then. Bai Jia confessed. That's right, when I gain something from my cultivation, I will also give some of it back to the agent. However, you can't slack off on your own. Once I realize that you have no value, I will not only stop giving you this spiritual liquid, but I will also withdraw the power in your body and remove your status as an agent. Lin Binbin's expression turned solemn as he eagerly said, I will definitely cherish Lord Whiteweave's gift, and will never dare to slack off in the slightest. Very well, you've shown me what you're capable of, Bai Jia said. In this way, I will be able to confidently entrust you with more things. Then, as the reserved female voice commanded, Lin Binbin saw 3 thread-like objects flying towards him, and hurriedly caught and cradled them in his arms. Unravel them. Lin Binbin took a look and saw that these thread-like things were actually 3 small transparent golden spiders wrapped in spider silk. The spider silk was fragile, and he easily unwrapped them. Lord Whiteweaver, one is biting me, Lin Binbin said helplessly, letting the 3 little ones crawl around on him, but not daring to do anything. He naturally knew that these 3 little ones had an extremely unusual relationship with Lord Whiteweave. Chapter 35, Witchcraft Elder, Volcano Ant Queen. No harm done. They won't bite you once they're familiar with you. Bai Jia was unimpressed. With Lin Binbin's vitality, it was impossible for him to be bitten to death by a spider child, and he was able to immunize himself against most of the toxin proteins in the world after being transformed by his own mutant venom. Take them out of here, take care of them, and come back to me the night after tomorrow. Bai Jia already had a premonition of impending danger, so he decided to temporarily transfer the 3 little ones to Lin Binbin for safekeeping. Therefore, Agent Lin Binbin's second official task was to act as Bai Jia's temporary nursery. Bai Jia-sama, is something about to happen? Lin Binbin asked nervously. There's no need to ask more questions. Just do what you've been handed over. Bai Jia coldly transmitted his voice. What else is going on? If there's nothing, just retreat. Lin Binbin carefully said. That, Lord Bai Weaver, is there anything I need to pay attention to in taking care of them? This now stumped Bai Jia. After pondering for a moment before transmitting, pay attention to a cool and moist soil environment. Ventilate the room. Don't make too much noise that will scare them. And feed some poisonous insect larvae every day. In short, if they have any accidents in your hands, you won't want to know the consequences. The words ended with an icy moroseness. Lin Binbin winced and silently brought the 3 little ones on his body down the mountain. After Lin Binbin went down the mountain, the 2 spiders all hid in the pockets of Lin Binbin's clothes because they didn't like the sun shining on them. There was another one that was instead quietly staying motionless on its shoulder. Handsome. This is a specimen, right? Too cool. Where did you buy it? Little brother, can I touch this big jiju of yours? Miss, for the sake of your life, I advise you not to. Such a beautiful big spider naturally caused a high turnover rate of passers-by, and there were even some people who wanted to take a picture with Lin Binbin, but were ruthlessly rejected. Lin Binbin adhered to the principle of keeping a low profile first and quickly drilled into a creepy crawly pet store. He wants to buy a good feeding box as soon as possible, and buy some small insects. The three little ancestors settled down. Bai Jie did not choose to escape, but also did not stay in the spider nest, but went to the back of the mountain in the shade. The sense of crisis in his heart is still not eliminated, but Bai Jie is just a little nervous, not to the extent of panic. Therefore intuition told it that this crisis was not fatal. If it chose to escape, there was no guarantee that the crisis would not find it again and again. So Bai Jie was determined to take the blame and override the crisis from the root. In the afternoon, it first went to catch some poisonous insects, and then went to the Blood Shadow Spider Queen's nest to stroll around, sort of stepping on the ground for the future home of the spider children. In the evening, Bai Jie walked to the edge of the water tan where the white flowers live, and drank a few mouthfuls of bath. Ah no, it was the refreshingly sweet mountain spring water. Strangely enough, White Flower did not appear, and Bai Jie did not intend to call out to her with his divine thoughts, so he left, because he didn't want the crisis to spread to Little Snake when it erupted. The sun is about to fade away, and the city has gradually lit up. White Jie in this moment, suddenly the whole body fluffy hairs upside down. It stops its footsteps, and then violently jumped to a tree. The sound of the summer wind hitting the leaves suddenly rose, rustling. Then there was the sound of the leaves and grass being trampled and ruffled. Vaguely, Bai Jie seemed to hear human voices. It barely amplified its perception, and finally barely heard a man's voice. Elder, the compassion-seeking cicada's reaction is getting bigger and bigger. It seems to be nearby. Another thick and old voice said, keep it down. Just leave it to me. It won't be able to escape. Elder, such an ancient name? Bai Jie instantly associated it with the man who came to Zhang Yue's home to snatch himself. Could these people be from the witchcraft clan? The rustling sounds grew louder and louder. Bai Jie saw that the one-finger-high grass was crawling with giant fire-red ants, and they were still rapidly streaming and spreading. As he watched, it came under the tree where he was hiding. Object fire-eating ant, mutant, vitality, 1. 5. Body length, 5 centimeters. Status, healthy. Holy shit, so many ants, each with a life force of 1. 5. At the same time, the skill, invisible camouflage opened. With Bai Jie's current size, if he didn't activate the invisibility camouflage, he would easily be discovered in the trees that didn't have dense branches and leaves. Perhaps sensing the abnormality, a portion of the fire-eating ants climbed up Bai Jie's tree. Looks like it can't be hidden anymore, Bai Jie muttered, and as far as his eyes could see, he finally saw the suspected figures of the witchcraft clan walking towards his side. There were 5 people in total, headed by an elder in the center wearing a short-sleeved cloth shirt with kind eyebrows, while the other 4 were youthful-looking in a Chinese mountain suit that was not too hot. What caught Bai Jie's attention was the old man hanging on the waist of the bag, as well as a feminine white man holding a cicada insect. Fire-eating ants were continuously crawling out of the cloth bag, as if by magic, with no end in sight. The cicada insect, on the other hand, exuded an aura of mutation, with no spirit-embodied response, and appeared to be a naturally formed compulsion. Object, compulsion-seeking cicada, mutant, vitality, 3. Body length, 6 centimeters. Status, good. Old man, you grabbed that bag from Doraemon, right? Also, is this inconspicuous so-called compassion-seeking cicada the one that locked itself? As danger approached, Bai Jie still didn't forget to silently spit out words, lamenting that this world was truly a wonderland. It looked at the 5 people's information panels again and found that their vitality was at the level of an ordinary person, and its heart was slightly at ease. I'll give you some warning first. If you don't know that life is precious, I don't mind taking your lives for you. Senile coldness appeared in the spider's 8 eyes. No, I've changed my mind. Since you guys are here, none of you will leave alive. Its hiding place could never be exposed. With a thought, a horrifying pressure instantly erupted. At the same time, the stinging hairs on Bai Jie's body floated into the air and dispersed with the wind. Under the oppression of the high-level chi, the fire-eating ants that had just climbed up to the waist of the tree fluttered and fell, and the ant colony on the ground was unable to move as if it had been immobilized. Not good. It must be that demonic spider, the old man exclaimed, busy removing the cloth bag on his waist, unveiled the bag mouth and shook. A fat, thick, reddish ant was shaken out. This is clearly a queen ant, adult arm length. The widest part of the abdomen is thicker than a kettle. The queen ants fell to the ground. The abdomen also continuously spit out fire-eating ants. The mouthpiece was like a flamethrower, spitting out a 2-meter-long tongue of fire. Between the spitting of the tongue of fire, the countless stinging hair poison needles that floated around just touched the flame. And then they all crackled and crunched and disappeared. Quickly sacrifice your parasites. I'll have the ant queen cover us, the old man shouted. Seeing the curtain of fire blocking in front of the 5, Baijia's heart sank. Clear that the flames had a restraining effect on many of his skills. Object, Volcano Ant Queen, awakened body. Vitality, 30. Body length, 60 centimeters. Status, stabilized. Baijia opened and closed his mouthpiece in the shadows, spraying poison arrows. Puffing. Between breaths, several poisonous liquids shot out like arrows, and several other poisonous arrows fell towards the crowd like rain in a precise parabola, sparing the Volcano Ant Queen's efforts to spew out flames to resist. There were still 2 youths who were hit by the poisonous arrows and immediately fell to the ground wailing in pain, as if they had suffered from the torture from hell. In a short while, the wounds had festered to reveal white bones. Their faces were blue and purple, and they were short of breath, so it seemed that they were about to report to the Ghost Gate. Chapter 36, Killer Bees and Immortal Spiders. Dragon Transmission, Dragon Man. Long Di shouted the 2 men's names, but at this point, the Poison 2 couldn't even speak anymore. It's there, the kind-hearted old man roared angrily. Although Baijia had resolved the 2 enemies in one move, he had also exposed his position. Moreover, when releasing other skills, he would not be able to maintain the invisible camouflage state. Essence Blood Sacrifice Compass. The old man suddenly turned red and recited the word in jest under his breath, spitting out a mouthful of black blood that landed on the Volcano Ant Queen. The Volcano Ant Queen let out a low cry, and immediately, the uncountable fire-eating ant swarms seemed to be inspired, actually breaking through the suppression of the high-level deterrent and surging towards the trees where Baijia was. Buzz! In the next moment, dense winging sounds also suddenly rang out. Longo pinched his hand and several fist-sized wasps flew out from behind his back, aiming to fly towards Baijia at the same speed. Object, Tiger Head Killer Wasp, Mutant. Vitality, 3. Body length, 7 centimeters. Status, good. Seeing this, Baijia coldly grunted in the bottom of his heart. Not the slightest bit chaotic. Simply no longer hiding. Leaping down from the tree, the body-stinging hair poison needle again inspired. These fire-eating ants can't breathe fire, so naturally they can't break the stinging hair needles, and the closer they get to Baijia, the faster they will die from the poison. However, the number of stinging hair needles was limited after all. The fire-eating ant swarm stepped over the carpet like corpses of their fellow ants and surrounded Baijia again. Although the number of fire-eating ants is large, but with their speed, it is difficult to touch Baijia. Baijia secretly disdained. 8 spider legs stomped on the ground, leaving inch-deep footprints. A leap to another tree. Leaving the ground, Baijia met the tiger-headed killer bee head-on again. The wasp-tailed poisonous needles flashed with a bizarre cold light, and it was feared that they could even pierce through iron plates. The life force is too weak. It's the same for as many as come. The pitch-black sharpness wiped across the void, and the speed of several tiger-head killer bees strangely slowed down, then stagnated in the air, and in the next second, they directly snapped in two one after another, falling to the ground. Due to the meteoric rise and fall of his own parasites, the pale-colored Longo had scarlet flowing out of the corners of his mouth, and his jaw was gaping. It really is not easy to deal with. Long Di looked at the dark shadow on the treetops in astonishment. Then he pinched his hands and spat out an obscure witch spell from his lips. Chop! He roared. Mighty waves of sound echoed among the trees, and at this moment, the fine downy hairs on Baijia's legs instantly stood up. It was the spider sense again. Danger! Where would it appear from? Baijia looked around. The tree trunk beside him suddenly issued a crackling sound. Before it could turn its head, it used its afterglow to see two extremely slender red shadows crossing and attacking, like two blood-stained guillotines, coming to claim their lives. Baijia smelled the very pungent odor of blood and killing machine at the same time. Without thinking, his own two sharp-edged forefeet met the situation. Clank! Sparks jumped and threw. Flesh and armor struck each other, and actually resounded with the sound of gold and iron clanking. Hands have a huge pressure. Baijia look. Found in front of a huge ink-black spider. The size is actually similar to their own. It even had 2 foot blades as well, and was struggling against its own forefoot, not retreating. Object, bloodthirsty immortal spider, awakened body. Vitality, 28. Body length, 80 centimeters. Status, healthy. This thing's vitality is only 28, but its strength is actually this big? Baijia was still wondering how this spider could be less than half of his own life force, and yet he was able to keep the wind at bay when the bloodthirsty immortal spider's mouthpart suddenly opened up, and a long, thin, bloody thorn stretched out. Baijia felt its scalp go numb, and a discomfort that penetrated deep into its soul crawled up its back. it violently retreated violently, avoiding the blood thorn, and at the same time, anger welled up in its heart. It was hard to endure the discomfort and threat brought by the bloodthirsty immortal spider. It was clearly just an inferior creature with a life force of 28. Anger turned into poisonous arrows spewing out, and in a flash, dozens of poisonous arrows densely covered the air, forming a rain of arrows that poured down on the bloodthirsty immortal spider. This was the first time Bai Jie used the full-grade poison arrow spray at full power. Hiss! The bloodthirsty immortal spider crept, hissing in a low voice, its body rapidly festering under the corrosion of the poison arrows, black bodily fluids flowing across the branches of the tree, and its vitality dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. Elder, my compulsion is dying. Still not well? Long De growled in fear as he looked at the miserable state of the bloodthirsty immortal spider. Bai Jie landed on yet another different tree and continued to output his full power on the bloodthirsty immortal spider. However, at a certain moment, its attack suddenly stalled, and that extremely dangerous feeling of unease in its heart was raised to the extreme at that moment. It even felt that a sufficiently fatal threat had appeared. Long time waiting, an incomparably old voice rang out, as if it had spanned centuries of years, carrying an ancient flavor. It's fine that you killed that girl child. You did well, because she has threatened the authority of our inner hall. Even if you don't commit regicide, the old man will personally inflict punishment on her. But I didn't expect that when I saw you today. It greatly exceeded old husband's expectations, enough to be called a surprise. Even if I lose 2 disciples of my witchcraft clan, there is no harm. Bai Jie followed the voice and looked at the speaker, realizing that it was clearly the Witch Compass Elder. The latter's body seemed to have undergone some sort of mutation. His skin was gray, a layer of scale armor appeared on his face, and his pupils changed into sharp snake pupils, escaping the killing intent of aiming at his prey as he stared at Bai Jie dead in the face. Everything is worth it, demon insects like you. Only if you are owned by my Witch Compass clan can you maximize your value and keep the talent from being buried, and I, for sure, will be your master. I can't wait to see you submit to me. The witchcraft elder raised a wry smile and said morosely, "Cut. Who do you count as you?" Bai Jie skimmed in disdain in its heart, but the panel that surfaced in front of its eyes caused it to freeze for a moment. Object, Doom Python, high-ranked awakened body. Vitality, 49. Body length, 1. 7m 15m. Status, unstable. This was the first time Bai Jie had seen a high-ranked awakened body other than himself. And what the hell is this body length? Is there a bug in the system? There was a snap. When Bai Jie stopped spraying poison arrows, the bloodthirsty immortal spider fell to the ground with a dying breath. However, the spider seemed to still be able to move, and the slender blood thorns in its mouth suddenly stabbed into the body of a fire-eating ant next to it, and the body of the fire-eating ant was seen to rapidly dry up and lose all its vitality. The bloodthirsty immortal spider continued to suck the vitality of the fire-eating ants around it as it had been doing, and the fire-eating ants didn't resist at all. After just 2 seconds, among Bai Jie's probing, the bloodthirsty immortal spider's vitality was restored as before, and even its rotting wounds were mostly healed. Only then did Bai Jie realize why it dared to call itself that. This kind of opponent that will keep healing itself must be dealt with as soon as possible. Driven by the uneasiness in his heart, Bai Jie's figure instantly disappeared in place. Sharp blade spider silk. In the next moment, dozens of sharp blade spider silks with venom attached surrounded the immortal spider from all sides. Roar! The witchcraft elder's pale face shook violently, and he suddenly let out a long whistle, bursting out with a speed that far exceeded the limits of human beings, and between the flickers of his figure, he entered the battle circle alone with his human body, actually dared to use the body of a mortal to directly intervene in the battle of the evil compulsion. Chapter 37 Doom Frenzy Python. Thunderous Thunderbolt. The volcano ant queen that was originally protecting Long Gu and the others also moved, following closely behind the elder and rushing towards the white Jie that was spraying silk in the air. The snow-white sharp-edged spider silk had just strangled the immortal spider, and before it had a chance to tighten, the enemy arrived. Bai Jie's afterglow saw an old man, the latter's face at this moment, no longer kind and harmless, but bizarre to the extreme, only to see the witchcraft elder's neck stretched out. His muscles wriggled violently, and in the blink of an eye, he changed into a 10-meter-long python, and his huge body was like a dragnet blocking Bai Jie's alignment at once. Bai Jie swore that he had never seen such a long and thick python in his life. It was thicker than the trunk of a tree in the back of the mountain. At the same instant, the burning sensation from below came from the mouth of the volcano ant queen, who threw out a long whip of flame and approached at great speed. As he watched, Bai Jie had nowhere to hide and could only endure the python's stranglehold and the ant queen's fire torture. The vertical pupil of the witchcraft elder, who was disguised as a giant python, flashed with delight, as if he had already seen the demonic spider's tragic defeat and serious injuries. It's over. The elder has never lost before when he turned into this form. Longda's expression relaxed, his victory assured. Is this the sorcery of nascent compass into the body? Longgo looked at the snake body that was full of power and murmured with longing. However, just in the next second, a sudden change occurred. Crackle. First, a subtle electric current sound suddenly rang out, and then, the two of them saw an extremely dazzling blue-purple light erupt from that demonic spider's body. At the edge of the light, countless electric arcs opened their teeth and claws, instantly frying the snake body of the doomed frenzy python to the point of skin and flesh. The Erdnase python was like being struck by lightning, covered in black smoke and tiny electric arcs, and fell down heavily with a thumping sound, and dust flew up, and the long flame whip encountered this electric light. It was also like solid ice that encountered the blazing sun, rapidly melting away. Impossible. Long-gu and Long-de instantly lost their voices, their pupils contracting violently as if they had encountered strong light. Bai Jia ignored the doomed python and the volcano ant queen. With his mind maneuvering the arcs of electricity around his body to collect, he came straight to the immortal spider that was bound by the sharp-edged spider silks with cracks all over its body, and stabbed into its back with a lightning lance condensed from electric light. Its goal was clear, to resolve the blood-returning monster first. Hiss. The immortal spider let out an unwilling and unpleasant hiss. Between the snorts, the undying spider's back was stabbed with a big hole that was permeable to the wind, and the arcs of electricity around the lightning lance were continuously biting into the undying spider's flesh and blood in an attempt to expand the wound. Stop! Longda stretched out his hand and hissed, but he didn't dare to step forward, and could only watch as his compulsion was about to be killed. Quickly let your compulsion save the immortal spider. Longda shifted his target to Long-gu beside him, grabbing the latter's shoulder and yelling, my killer bee died at the hands of the demon spider. Long-gu helplessly said, panic filling his eyes. He actually still had compels that he hadn't sacrificed, but his opponent was an existence that could heavily injure the doomed frenzy python so there was no way he would take it out as cannon fodder. Seeing that the body of the immortal spider had already been mostly destroyed by the arc of electricity, the thick smell of burning filled the mountains and forests. Not far from death, the volcano ant queen made her move. She maneuvered a tidal wave of fire-eating ants towards Bai Jia, and a tongue of fire blasted out. Countless fire-eating ants climbed onto Bai Jia's legs and began to tear and bite, while Bai Jia also resisted the roasting of this tongue of fire because he couldn't dodge in time. Is there an end to this? Bai Jia roared in his heart. The life force began to slowly decline, and it truly felt what the feeling of a blazing fire burning its body was like. With his heart in his mouth, Bai Jia finally stopped holding back. Bai Jia endured the excruciating pain, and while controlling the arc of electricity to continuously erode the undying spider, he divided his mind and coalesced a soccer ball-sized ball of blue and purple light in the sky above himself. In a single breath, the blue-violet ball of light stabilized and took shape. In the next instant, the blue-violet ball of light fiercely shot a lightning bolt downwards, and wherever it reached, ant swarms within a meter in diameter were struck into black charcoal by the high temperature and collapsed into powder. After a lightning, its number gradually increased. 2, 3, the thunderous strings startled, and the mountains and forests shook. In the end, the blue and purple ball of light descended a full 5 thunderbolts at the same time, crazily and rapidly harvesting the lives of the fire-eating ant swarm. Soon, a vacuum was formed around Bai Jia, with not a single ant being able to step on it. Almost all of the fire-eating ant swarm turned into black charcoal. Ding! The status of the bloodthirsty immortal spider has been updated to dead. Although he had killed the immortal spider and crushed the fire-eating ant swarm, Bai Jia also had quite a few ragged wounds on his body, including not only bite marks from the fire-eating ants, but also quite a few wounds from his own lightning strikes. Bai Jia named this move Thunderclap. Thunderclap was different from the skills in the data panel, but was a change in the control of lightning that he had deduced from his gradual deepening of his understanding of the talent Thunder Control. This change had 2 risks that made Bai Jia unwilling to use it easily. First, in his previous trials, Bai Jia realized that this move would rapidly consume a strange type of energy in his body, and since the system didn't give any hints, Bai Jia just called it spiritual power for the time being. After consuming spiritual energy, the body will automatically draw energy from the world and nature and convert it into spiritual energy. Bai Jia guessed that this was the biggest difference between awakened beings and mortal insects and mutant beings, and after seeing the volcano queen spewing flames, he was even more convinced of this. Skills such as sharp blade spider and poison arrow spray did not consume spiritual energy. Only high-ranked deterrence and invisible camouflage would consume a little bit, And it was because they consumed so little that Bai Jia hadn't realized it before. It wasn't until the first time he manipulated lightning and unfolded the arcs around his body that he realized the existence of this strange energy. Secondly, since this move was unskillful and powerful for Bai Jia, there was inevitably the possibility of accidentally injuring itself. It was good that Bai Jia's current vitality was high enough to resist the blast of lightning, otherwise it wouldn't dare to use it, lest it would kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of its own. Then, next, it's your turn. Bai Jia's 8 deep eyes looked towards the volcano ant queen who was still struggling to spit out the fire-eating ants. With electric arcs surrounding his body, Bai Jia transformed into a running thunder to raid to the side of the volcano ant queen, while the queen ant's flame was still brewing in the center of her mouthpiece. A mournful cold light had already slashed through her neck. The foot blade cut. With a click, the head and body separated. In the blink of an eye, the ant queen's plump body was sliced apart like a watermelon. Ding! The status of the volcano ant queen has been updated to dead. Bai Jia locked his gaze towards the two gradually shrinking, wildly running away figures and smiled coldly. I didn't say you guys could leave. Immediately, his body was once again wrapped in electric arcs, and with a flash of electricity, he disappeared from the spot. After about 10 seconds, when Long De and Long Go reappeared at this place, they were already bound tightly by the spider silk and thrown beside the ant queen's corpse. Anun! The two of them stammered under their breath, their faces turning red with anxiety, seemingly wanting to say something, but their mouths were sealed by the spider silk. Their gazes, crossing over to Bai Jia's figure, were searching for something. Bai Jia was in no hurry to take their lives. Next, that python is left. Just as Bai Jia's gaze swept towards the place where the doom python was lying, he realized that the spot was empty. Now, for the unknown number of times, Bai Jia's fine fluffy hairs stood up once again. Oh hoo! The intense tension caused time in Bai Jia's perception to come to a standstill. Chapter 38, This is my escape route. 2 chapters in 1. Bai Jia realized that the vicious battle was not yet over. It had thought that the Erdnase python had already been electrocuted, so it decided to pick the soft persimmon to pinch first, and grab the two people who were trying to escape back in order to prevent its position from being exposed. But unexpectedly, when it came back, the doom python actually disappeared in thin air. No, it wasn't gone, but was waiting for an opportunity to move. Boom! Suddenly, a piece of tree bark exploded, twisting more than 10 meters long snake body that was thicker than a bucket of water, fiercely sprang out from the shade of the tree, just like a huge stone ruthlessly pounded on Bai Jia's body. Bang muffled sound. Bai Jia should sound flying out. Hit a tree. The tree waste exploded and bent. Thousands of leaves like rain sprinkled down. Looking at Bai Jia again, an obvious dent appeared in his abdomen, and silk purple blood flowed out from it. The culprit was the disappearing and reappearing doom python. Bai Jia forced himself to endure the severe pain, and vigilantly looked towards the doomfist python. Fortunately, the other party's python head was suspended in mid-air, and seemed to be observing it, and did not chase after it at the first opportunity. However, Bai Jia discovered something that made it even more jealous. This python's life force had actually increased. Object, Doom Python, high-ranked awakened body. Life force, 60. Length, 15 m. Status, stable. Bai Jia also noticed that the python originally had a few human emotions in its eyes, but now all that was left was a primitive desire to hunt and kill. At the same time, wherever the mad python passed by, the grass and trees were all losing their greenness and becoming withered with the naked eye. Are you afraid that it's not 100 grass wither? Don't you come over An extraordinary change has occurred in this python. As Bai Jia Dao's thoughts flashed by, the wild python seemed to confirm the severity of Bai Jia's injuries and opened its hideous bloody mouth, sweeping over with a foul-smelling gale. Bzzz. A blue and purple electric light convergence of the spear quickly formed in front of Bai Jia, instigated a sound of breaking wind to meet the blood mouth of the python. The python's vertical pupil flashed a moment of scorn, and then the snake's head in midair abruptly stopped, folding to the side, avoiding the lightning lance's throw. The lightning lance that brushed past the snake's body crashed into the trunk of a large tree, emitting an explosion with a thud, flames blossoming like fireworks, and the trunk of the tree burst into flames. Surprisingly missed. Bai Jia's heart was shocked, and with a clench of his teeth, it was the two lightning lances that coalesced once again, hovering on Bai Jia's left and right sides. Two handles to see how you can dodge. Bai Jia looked at the opponent's huge snake body and thought that if he couldn't hit such a large target object, wouldn't he become a snake body tracing master? The powerful breaking sound and the sound of 1,000 birds chirping together intertwined, and the two powerful and horrifying electric lights suddenly threw themselves at the snake's body. However, a scene unexpected to Bai Jia reappeared, only to see the body of the doom python twisted into a strange and unnatural shape, leaving two gaps, just allowing the two lightning lances to pass through. This time, Bai Jia had already realized that although his lightning lance was condensed by electric arcs, its speed was far from reaching the level of electric current, and was only comparable to the speed of general arrow flight. Moreover, although this doom python is huge in size and can swallow many sows, it is flexible and lightweight enough to easily dodge the lightning lance's surprise attack. Hiss! The python gulped its snake core, and the vertical pupil suspiciously flickered with the light of teasing its prey. I can't hit it from a distance, and close up I risk being strangled by its stranglehold. Surprisingly, it can force me to this extent. Blanche! The berserk python had an exaggerated physical body and brute strength, as well as that ability to make plants wither. Bai Jia was scared and didn't dare to get close to him easily, while his mind was like electricity, flashing through the ways to deal with the enemy. At the same time, the fangs of the doom python were slightly open, flushed with ferocity, also prancing slowly, approaching Bai Jia. The distance was already less than 15 meters. Should I wait for it to get close before suddenly throwing the lightning lance? No. Although it might be effective, it would also put himself in danger. After thinking about it, Bai Jia didn't coalesce the thunderbolt lance again after all, and its choice was strategic shift. The dark figure dotted with blue and purple patterns suddenly disappeared from its original position, and the 8 spider legs flew away, scurrying towards the distance. The doom python seemed to freeze for an instant, then without the slightest hesitation, it snaked after Bai Jia. While moving quickly, Bai Jia used his spinning device to lay down spider webs between the rocks and trees along the way to slow down the python's pursuit. This did work. The level 10 sharp-edged spider silk was already enough to slow down the python's movements and was also able to cut through its surface flesh. Hiss! The mad python grew its mouth and let out a high hiss, as if it was harassed by the spider's silks to the point of rage. The chi around its body climbed, and the grass and trees where it passed by withered even more. However, it still couldn't catch up with Bai Jia. A spider and a python pursued like this for more than 10 minutes, maintaining a distance of nearly 20 meters or so. The ersatz python didn't seem to have the slightest intention to give up. In its eyes, Bai Jia was its prey. Wherever it ran to, it would be hard to escape. Suddenly, a string of soft and clear calls resounded in Bai Jia's heart. Sister White Weaver! Surprisingly, it was the voice of the golden white little snake. Bai Jia's heart jumped, and through the mutant venom, he sensed that the little snake's position was rapidly approaching towards him. Holy shit, it's not good. Something big is not good. We can't let Bai Hua get involved in the fight. Bai Jia can't even save himself. How can he care about Bai Hua, a rookie with a life force of only 14? If the doom python saw the golden and white snake, it would swallow it like a corncob. Bai Jia transmitted his voice and droned. Don't come over. Leave quickly. Bai Hua's surprised voice responded instantly. Haven't seen you in a while. Miss you? Bai Jia? Is this Bai Hua's mind not yet open? Or is there a problem with the signal? It was too late to remind White Flower again. Suddenly, the fluffy hairs on Bai Jia's legs stood up, and the spider sense appeared. Whoosh! Tiny air-breaking sounds sounded behind Bai Jia. Bai Jia didn't even look at it. Spinning weapon shot out a large number of sharp-edged spider silk, to meet the direction of the sound. The spider silk seemed to be blocked by something. Pausing for a moment, and then Bai Jia felt a hot liquid dripping onto his back. Ding! A system prompt rang out. Alert! Subject's vitality in decline. 63, 62, 61. As Bai Jia wondered what was happening, he was horrified to find that the scorching liquid had damaged the skin on his back and seeped into his body, staining his flesh and blood with a grayish color, and the withering implications spreading. There was no pain, but Bai Jia felt that the part of himself that was being eroded by that scorching liquid was gradually losing consciousness. What is this thing? Why did that compassion of refining poison not even take effect? Must not be stained by this thing again. In the next second, Bai Jia suddenly saw a flash of golden aura, and a slippery, soft yet moist and cool touch came from the top of his head. A small golden and white snake with jade-like scales steadily landed on Bai Jia's head and hovered. Sister Bai Weaver, what are you running for? Bai Hua let out a delicate voice transmission. Bai Jia, I see that you don't understand anything. You actually still can't figure out the current situation? Bai Hua unintentionally glanced towards the back. Her small body trembled, and her volume suddenly rose. Yikes, what kind of monster is that? Bai Jia's feet didn't stop, helplessly saying, it doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that it wants to eat me. Little snake exclaimed. Run, run, it seems to be getting closer. Bai Jia coldly said, it's not because it's topping you as a drag queen? Bai Hua was puzzled. I'm icy? Why can't I understand what Sister Sama is saying? Then she exclaimed. Ha, how did you get hurt? Sister White Weaver? It looks like it hurts so much. Yes. Shiranui sister, don't worry. I can help Sister Sama. Bai Jia secretly slandered, you do me a favor. Jump out by yourself and send it to the mouth of that crazy python. It's also helping me to delay a little bit of time. Suddenly, Bai Jia felt a slight coolness coming from his back, and that perception of damaged flesh and blood was gradually recovering. It was actually the golden white little snake with a long little mouth, spitting out its core, a little bit of golden powder containing magical meanings sprinkled on his body, and was repairing his injuries. The withering power disappeared, as if a dead tree was springing back to life. Even the vitality began to rebound. 59, 60, 61, 64. Bai Jia was slightly surprised, not expecting Bai Hua Hua to have this ability. This was really sandpaper wiping his ass one by one, giving a missed hand. Nice job, Bai Jia exclaimed in a voice transmission. I know I'm beautiful, Bai Hua Hua said seriously. A trace of consternation flashed through the icy and merciless vertical pupil of the Doom Frenzy python. How could it not expect a small snake that suddenly appeared to make the demonic spider's injuries repair? Its bloody mouth opened again, and transparent water droplets that emitted a withered and evil aura shot out, aiming directly at the fast-fleeing spider. Bai Jia's heart flushed with coldness, knowing that the scorching liquid was coming again, but didn't worry too much about it, as he could continue to repair the bizarre injuries if he had white flour. But after a second, he didn't wait to feel it himself. Could it be? Bai Jia felt slightly bad. Sure enough, it heard White Flower's alarmed cry. Ouch, it's so hot. Hey, silly White Flower, are you alright? Bai Jia couldn't help but ask anxiously. It's fine. I just felt burned. White Blossom's delicate voice came, causing Bai Jia to slightly lower his heart. With a certainty in his heart, his feet increased their speed to the limit and swept towards the top of the mountain. The Doom Frenzy python, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, so much so that it was distracted by the tree trunk hitting its head for a moment, and the position of the python and the spider pulled apart some more. It couldn't believe that the golden white little snake, the moment it touched its own spitting breath, only saw a flash of golden aura all over its body, and actually made its spitting breath attack ineffective. Hiss! Looking towards the mountain top to escape Bai Jia, Doom Python killing intent suddenly rise, like a train traveling in the mountains and forests, crazy driving between. All the passing grass and trees are crushed by its dumping, all close to the insects and insects are ushered in the death. Finally, Bai Jia brought the little snake to the top of the mountain somewhere. Suddenly, Bai Jia no longer ran on the grass, but climbed straight up a large leafy tree and hid his figure. The Doom Python followed closely and hovered up. It felt that Bai Jia had given up the advantage of high-speed movement on the ground and was trying to escape to the tree to avoid harm. But now he was asking for his own death, and would definitely not be able to run away. Moreover, it also realized that the demonic spider's breath stopped moving. The snake core's gulping frequency accelerated, and it couldn't wait to taste the demon spider's flavor. However, an accident happened. The Doom Frenzy python had just burrowed into the branches and leaves above it, and its upper body seemed to be deep in the mud, making it difficult to move. Moreover, as he continued to struggle, this sense of bondage was tightening, and the unfamiliar cutting pain came along with it. Hiss! The Doom Frenzy python hissed in shock and anger. Wouldn't have thought it, but this is my escape route. It was at this time that the purple electricity ogre spider lifted its invisibility camouflage in the dimness and revealed itself, with a small golden white snake on top of its head curiously surveying everything around it. Along with it, there was also a fine spider web that was intertwined horizontally and layered on top of each other. Bai Jia looked at the wild python that was struggling hard and laughed coldly in his heart. This is not one of those dozens and dozens of spider silks that you encountered on the road, but rather, it's tens of thousands of spider silks intertwined together in a heavenly net. Here, I not only used the toughest spider silk, but also attached the highest concentration of corrosive venom to all of them, and applied invisible camouflage to all of them, so that you can't see this dense spider web. Here, it's my spider's nest. Wow! It was the voice of the fangirl, who let out an adoring exclamation. Is this Sister Whiteweave's home? It's so big and cozy, just a little less water. Bai Jia silently rolled his eyes, thinking that if you dare to squirt water here, I'll throw you into the python's mouth, just to be on the safe side. Bai Jia moved his body and climbed to the bottom of the tree trunk, applying a spider silk wrap to the lower half of the still free lower body of the mad python as well. At first, the lower body of the python could still break through the spider silk, but as the spider silk became more and more sticky, more and more dense, its resistance amplitude was also more and more small. After a while of effort, until Bai Jia felt that his spinning weapon had been almost a spider silk or not, only to stop. Now, the python was firmly fixed to the tree by the spider silk. The bottom of the tree was so thick that it required several people to wrap their arms around it in order to measure it, but it was able to withstand the struggles of the python. As early as the beginning of the nest, Bai Jia had set up a dragnet-like defense fortification, not expecting to use it so soon. and it seemed to be quite effective, due to their own spider silk to impose the invisible camouflage skills, so the python did not find the clues, just probe into the upper body. Was the spider web sticky? And with the struggle, the more entangled spider silk will be, and ultimately more and more trapped deeper and deeper into the net of the prey. The true hunter often appears in the form of prey. As a spider, it should naturally be well versed in the stratagem of waiting for the enemy to fall into its web. Alas, no, I'm clearly a human. Bai Jie shook his head, and in order to avoid a long night's sleep, he decided to let the doom frenzy python gulp its breath first. 3 lightning lances coalesced into a character type suspended above Bai Jie's head. In the night color that soon descended, illuminated the entire tree, emitted a blue-violet ghost light. Even Bai Hua Hua was so frightened by the lightning spear emitting destructive energy that she shivered and pressed her body against the spider's back to gain a sense of security. Sister White Weaver, please, don't let this thing hit me. The little snake timidly said, seemingly recalling something. Electricity zipped, and the frenzied python hissed miserably. The snake's pupils had been completely taken over by fear. Suffer death and pay the price for your offense. A merciless sigh resounded from the bottom of Bai Jie's heart. Snort, snort, snort. After 3 consecutive cracking sounds, the lightning lance penetrated the top of the mad python's head, neck, and heart position in turn. In a flash, accompanied by the sound of 1,000 birds, blue and purple electric light was as loud as lights. At the same time as the mournful scream, the blood flowed horizontally and evaporated, and the fragrance of the meat wafted and overflowed. White Blossom slightly raised her head, her ruby eyes sparkled, and drool flowed indisputably from the corners of her mouth. Ding! The status of the Anaconda of Doom has been updated to dead. Chapter 39, Candidate for New Agent. After resolving the Doom Frenzy Python, Bai Jie did not rush to dispose of its corpse. Instead, it returned to the back of the mountainside in the back shade and appeared in front of Long Gu and Long De, who were bound by spider silk. It first injected a drop of mutant venom into each of the 2 under their horrified gazes, and then unlocked the spider silk that sealed their mouths. Sister White Weaver, I want it too. The little snake on top of her head pouted. No time, stay aside. Bai Jie indifferently returned. Ignoring the lost Bai Hua Hua, he himself jumped straight to the tree and looked down at the 2 humans. Because it was limited by the species size, even if those 2 were kneeling, Bai Jie could only look up at them and had to take the initiative to change his perspective. Tell me your names. As a charismatic and majestic voice entered the hearts and minds of the 2 men, their backs instantly stiffened. Even though this voice couldn't help but give birth to countless reveries, they still quickly settled their minds and said in a trembling tone, I, Long Gu, Long Da. Is it you, Lord Demon Spider, who is speaking to us? The 2 of them looked at Bai Jie in astonishment. Your elders are dead. I will ask you a few questions. Whoever answers well will be able to survive. Bai Jie transmitted his voice. Please speak, my lord. I will definitely know everything. The feminine-faced Long Gu eagerly said, looking like he was dying to kowtow. Long Da, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Although they still found it hard to believe that the spider in front of them was able to communicate with them, neither of them was willing to give up the only chance of survival at the moment. How did you guys find me? Bai Jie asked. It was the compassion-seeking cicada. We recorded the scent you left behind earlier through the compassion-seeking cicada, and then gradually locked onto this place by guiding the direction through the compassion-seeking cicada. Long Gu said. This operation, it was all instructed by the elders. We were just following orders. I hope that your excellency can spare our lives. The elders of the inner hall, right? Tell me about your witchcraft clan. Bai Jie transmitted his voice in a salty manner. Long Gailong De both changed his face slightly, not realizing that Bai Jie still knew about the inner and outer halls of the Witch Compass clan. It was evident that his spiritual intelligence was not lower than that of a human. At the same time, his heart was full of regret. If he had known, he would not have messed with this demonic spider. Long Gu exhaled heavily and said, the inner hall brings together all the sons and daughters of the core lineage in the witchcraft clan, and only those clansmen with extremely high talent in controlling parasites and sorcery, and whose family name is Dragon, are qualified to enter. As for the outer hall, the threshold is much wider, and many witchcraft clansmen can join the outer hall to earn a job, but the resources and status they receive are far inferior to the inner hall. Surname Dragon? Bai Jie suddenly thought of something. Do you guys know Long Xiaofeng? Long Xiaofeng. Long Gu was in a trance for a moment, then said, I remember. It's the inner hall disciple who disappeared not long ago, and also a student of Star Transmission University. Such a coincidence? Long Xiaofeng was none other than Zhang Yue's ex-boyfriend, and he was actually a witchcraft clan member. What does he have to do with Zhang Yue? Bai Jie asked. They seem to have been together for a while, but because Long Xiaofeng turned to pursue a young female elder in the inner hall. They were later separated. Young female elder. Did this Long Xiaofeng not want to make an effort anymore? Bai Jie could not help but flash such a comical thought. Bai Jie directed his attention back to the elders. How many elders are there in your witchcraft clan? How strong are they? Are there any stronger ones? There are 12 in total, each sitting in 12 cities in the southern part of the Federation. The elder who just transformed into a giant python is named Dragon Snake, and is the head of the witchcraft clan's inner hall in Yangon City. I'm not sure of Elder Dragon Snake's strength amongst the group of elders. I only know that the patriarch is the strongest sorcerer of the witchcraft clan today. Clan chief? What's so powerful about him? Bai Jie curiously said. Legend has it that he controls the most powerful compulsion in the world. The sacred compulsion thing. Long Day suddenly interjected. As for what exactly this sacred compulsion thing looks like, since we've never seen the patriarch before, we're not sure at all. Your Witch Compass clan, can you have a connection with the federal government? Bai Jie paused and added. This question, you answer. A forefoot with a sharp blade pointed at Long Day. Long Day was silent for a few seconds and slowly said, yes, our witchcraft clan has always had the secret support of the federal government behind us. At this point, without waiting for Long Day to finish, Bai Jie abruptly interrupted. You're lying. Long Day's eyes contracted faintly and unnoticeably. Lying? What I said is clearly the truth. No need to explain. In the next second, a spider silk as thin as a needle and thread bounced out from top to bottom, passing through Long Day's head before he could react, leaving a blood-colored needle eye. With a bang, the life in Long Day's eyes disappeared, and his head fell helplessly to the ground. The venom that I injected into your bodies can easily determine whether or not you are lying to me, Bai Jie explained indifferently. As the words fell, there was a thin sizzling sound, and another spider silk shot out, not entering Long Jie's wrist, but it did not penetrate, and did not even hurt much. Long Gu was instantly horrified. His pupils trembled and cold sweat dripped violently, fearing that Bai Jie would deal with him like he dealt with Long Day. Don't move, Bai Jie kindly reminded. Long Gu could only look on in horror as a drop of liquid with a pinkish-purple halo slid down the spider silk into his wrist. In order to reward you for not lying when you grabbed the answer earlier, I'll give you another drop of the different spirit liquid. Don't worry, this will do you no harm, only heavenly benefits. This seductive female voice sounded like a demon to Long Gu at this moment, but it was as terrifying as a demon. In a trance, Long Gu felt that he was plunged into a darkness, and in the darkness there were thousands of stars rising and falling. I don't know how long it took, but Long Gu felt that he had a dream, in which he was enlightened by a spider-like god and was given extraordinary greatness. When Long Gu came back to his senses, a kind of majestic chi power filled his whole body, and his hearing, vision and other senses became much more sensitive. Only then did he realize that it wasn't a dream just now. His face changed. Surprise, doubt, and delight flashed one after another, and finally he bowed violently, his mouth shouting, "Thank you, Lord Demon Spider, for granting the mystery. I will definitely offer my liver and brain for the Lord, and I will die by all means." A series of rainbow farts rang out, and Bai Jie secretly frowned. It seemed that killing Long Day had not shocked him much. I have something I need you to do. If you can accomplish it well, not only can I keep you alive, I can also consider rewarding you with more spirit liquid again. Of course, you can choose to refuse. Bai Jie transmitted his voice quietly. Accept. Of course accept. Long Gu was busy saying, I'm willing to fulfill any order from my lord. Just kidding. Refusing was tantamount to leading death. He wasn't that stupid. Oh, right. The spider seemed to suddenly remember something. I'm not called any demon spider. My name is Dash. White Weaver. Chapter 43 Meals a Night. Live to 99. Long Gu hung his head and stared. Yes, Lord Whiteweave. From now on, Long Gu swears to serve only you. With a few words, Bai Jie quickly finished handing over his tasks. And in the process, he undid all the restraints on Long Gu. Once you have any thoughts of disloyalty or disrespect, you will be countered by the power. Don't play any tricks. Young man, behave yourself. Go, Lord Whiteweaver. Then I can really go? Long Gu said with a face that wasn't quite sure. He had thought that he was dead, but he didn't expect to be blessed by the disaster. Not only could he survive, but he also gained a heavenly chance. Scram! After receiving Bai Jie's decisive answer, Long Gu then bowed to face Bai Jie and slowly retreated away as if he was walking on thin ice. When it first realized that the witchcraft clan was coming, Bai Jie thought of killing and exterminating them, leaving no one behind, and never exposing the news that it was here. But it suddenly changed its mind halfway through, so it left the two of them, Long Gu and Long De, and injected the mutated venom. There were two reasons. One was to obtain information about the Witch Compound clan from their mouths, The second was in order to plant an undercover agent in the inner hall of the witchcraft clan who would follow his orders. After some examination, Bai Jie eventually chose to use Longgu as his pawn. This choice had an important premise, that is, the mutant venom should be able to both deter Longgu and play the role of seducing Longgu. At the same time, this choice was not without hidden risks, such as the sudden failure of the mutant venom, or Long Ji's determination to die with Bai Jie, etc., all of which could bring great calamity to Bai Jie. However, after Bai Jie's sensing of Long Ji's mind, as well as its assessment of the situation, it believed that it could control these risks. One of the more important motives behind this choice is it's hard to support a lone tree. The agent system could not be supported by Lin Binbin alone. Bai Jie also needed more power and more intelligence. After all, in this human-dominated, highly technologically advanced world, Bai Jie as a mutant spider, bizarre creatures, want to live with the world. Basically impossible. One must have the strength to hold down any hostility as soon as possible. Ha! Where's that stupid white girl? Sensing that Longgu had already descended the mountain, Bai Jie suddenly realized that the little golden white snake had disappeared, but did not put it on his mind. The bitter battle was over, and although there was no spirit embodiment in the loot Bai Jie had harvested, he could also draw on its essence blood through the skill Devouring Bite, which could be similarly converted into life force. Bai Jie first used the spider silk to pack up the remnants of the killer bee's carcass, preparing it as a snack for leisure. As for the fire-eating ants that had been roasted into black charcoal powder, Bai Jie directly ignored them because they no longer even had any value as snacks. Bai Jie then began to draw on the essence blood of the volcano ant queen. The life force slowly increased, and it didn't take an incense stick of time to complete the extraction. His life force increased from 64 to 75. Bai Jie felt hot and spicy in his mouth, like he had eaten a hot pot. Indescribably refreshing. The next target was the bloodthirsty immortal spider. The immortal spider's life force was only 28 in its lifetime, which wasn't as high as the volcano ant queen, yet it gave Bai Jie's life force a 10-point increase. Life force, 85. Satiety, 90%. It's over. This will hold me up. There's a big python waiting for me back home. Bai Jie's stomach was obviously swollen and bulging. Even though it wanted to settle the essence blood inside the Doom Frenzy python in one breath, its stomach didn't seem to allow it. Returning to the spider nest, Bai Jie could only look at the python and shed tears. At the same time it also found a thief small snake. What are you doing? Bai Jie froze in place as he looked at the small snake that was gnawing on the cooked meat of the Doom python. Well, I'm Cha Stuffa. White Blossom kept feeding the shredded meat into her mouth one bite at a time while transmitting her voice, only to see that the small snake's slender body had been stretched out a full double, literally like a 30+ cm long corncob. It's just that, seeing as you have an assist as well, and I can't finish such a large body. Instead it takes up space. But, Bai Jie said here. His voice changed. After eating you have to help me work. Help me wipe the blood on this tree. Bai Jie guessed that the little snake that had evolved into an awakened body being should have water-related abilities. Hot eyes? Sister Bai Weaver. Don't worry. This meat is not spicy to the eyes. Bai Jie was speechless. Whirling around, he unraveled the spider silk from the python's body, and then the torso was cut into several pieces, all of which were hidden in the spider nest's ground web, so as not to be exposed to the outside to be discovered by humans. I'm asking you to wipe it clean, not that the meat is spicy to the eyes. Finally, under Bai Jie's patient explanation, White Flower finally grasped the meaning and didn't let it down, spitting out a splash of water, making the blood on the tree trunk less obvious as well. After a few more hours, it was already close to the early hours of the morning, and Bai Jie couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw that the satiety level had finally dropped slightly. Just as he was about to take a bite, he was hit by a strong snake smell. Silly white sweetie lied to me. This meat is spicy to the eyes. However, Bai Jie still endured the snaky odor and skill. Devouring Bite was unleashed, clearly different from when he had devoured the first two parasites. Bai Jie's life force was rapidly increasing. 86, 87, 88, 93, 94. It was worthy of being a terrifying existence with a life force of 60 in its lifetime. As for why the Witch Compass Elder's life force was only 49 when he had just turned into the Doom Frenzy Python and soared to 60 after being awakened by Bai Jie's electric arc, Longgu stated the reason. Originally, because the Witch Compulsion Elder's witch power level was not enough to master the Earnest Python, so he performed the compulsion into the body method, using part of the power of the Earnest Python, transforming himself into a compulsion body for a short period of time. But this technique has a major hidden danger. That is, once the transformation time exceeds the time limit, will be compulsion backlash, wipe out the consciousness, completely reduced to a compulsion. Because the Witch Composter Elder was knocked out by Bai Jie's electric arc, he was unable to take the initiative to unlock that compulsion into the body method. Therefore, The poor witch compass elder died in a fainting spell before he could do much. Long Gu and Long Day also saw the change in the witch compass elder and immediately decided to escape, but they were caught back by Bai Jie. The one fighting with Bai Jie in the back was actually an avatar driven by the original consciousness of the Doom Python. It was not the complete body of the Doom Python. After a cup of tea, Bai Jie had used his bite to draw half of the Doom Python's essence blood. His vitality had stopped at 99. After another tea, there was no change in his vitality, but Bai Jie wasn't surprised, because he saw that behind the vitality column in his data panel, there was an additional maximum label. Bai Jie knew what this meant, so its heart was like the surface of the sea experiencing a storm. How could it not calm down? Chapter 41, 4 Evolutions. Life Force breaks 100. Name Bai Jie, White Weaver. Title: Race: Life Force, 99, Max. Skills: High Level Deterrence LV. 4. Invisibility Camouflage LV. 4. Mutant Venom LV. 5. Spawning LV. 5. Foot Blade Cutting LV. 11. Bite LV. 11. Sharp-Edged Arachnid LV. 11. Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 11. Poisonous Arrow Jet LV. 12. Max. Corrosive Poison LV. 12. Max. Talent: Satiety, 99%. Body length, 88 centimeters. Skill: Eating Bite still doesn't stop. It would have been better if I had seized the Spirit Embrace. At least it wouldn't have lasted this long. Bai Jie looked at the white flower next to him, lying on its back and sleeping soundly, exposing its white and round belly, and couldn't help but think darkly, if I can't evolve when I'm at 100%, I'll seize this stupid white sweet Spirit Embrace. Finally, the moment the satiety reached 100%, the Doom Frenzy Python had been sucked up. With a ding, a system prompt also came at this moment, satisfying the conditions for species evolution, about to start evolving. The sleeping golden white little snake did not yet know that she had just dodged a bullet. It's finally coming. I've held up so much that I'm about to crack. What will become next? Satisfied and full of anticipation, Bai Jie fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took, but when Bai Jie woke up, the sky was still black. Unsurprisingly, Bai Jie found the molted skin beside it, along with a pungent smell of smoke. It opened its eyes and surprisingly found that the fire was burning on the back shady side of the back mountain and gradually spreading towards the top of the mountain where Bai Jie was. It seems that the lightning from the battle with the Doom Frenzy Python had ignited the trees, and one was so focused on escaping that one had forgotten to extinguish the fire. But there's really no way to extinguish the fire myself. I don't know how to spray water or anything like that. Bai Jie was somewhat ashamed and helpless. Out of concern, Bai Jie left the spider's nest and approached towards the place where the fire was spreading. And after his perception zoomed in, he discovered that some firefighters had entered the back of the mountain, and were doing their best to put out the fire. Moreover, there were some enforcer cyborgs that had also appeared. This made Bai Jie's heart tighten. The past memories of human beings and the instincts of bizarre creatures made it still wary of facing the official human forces directly. It was good that the fire had not spread to the top of the mountain, and the enforcer cyborg was busy helping to extinguish the fire. A fire on the mountain. The director fell in love with me. I'm sorry. If you want to blame it, blame those people of the witchcraft clan. Just don't know. Now how long can it and the humans now be at peace with each other? Only strength was the cornerstone to guarantee one's safety. With his 8 eyes reflecting the blazing rushing fire, Bai Jie took a deep breath and, with a hint of nervousness, opened the data panel. At once, his mind trembled. Name: Bai Jie, White Weaver. Title: Demon Spider White Weaver. Goddess of Darkness Nyx. Race: Compassion-Eating Demon Spider, Half-Demon Evil Body. Life Force, 101. Skill: 10,000 Tangled Silk LV. 1. New. Spider Sense LV. 1. New. High Level Deterrence LV. 5. Invisibility Camouflage LV. 5. Mutant Venom LV. 6. Spawning LV. 6. Foot Blade Cutting LV. 11. Eating Bite LV. 12. Max. Sharp-Edged Arachnid LV. 12. Max. Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 12. Max. Poisoned Arrow Spray LV. 12. Max. Corrosive Poison LV. 12. Max. Talent: Compulsion of Poison Refining. Body of Spirit Eating. Lightning Mastery. Satiety, 98. Body length, 100 centimeters. New title: Demon Spider White Weaver? Based on his previous experience with the title of Nyx, Goddess of the Night, Bai Jie speculated that this new title would appear only after a certain number of creatures had called themselves White Weaver. His vitality didn't increase as much as it had in the past when he evolved, so perhaps it was because the requirements were higher. Although it only increased by 2 values to 101, it was still considered to have broken 100. Bai Jie felt that its strength had undergone a radical change, And it was never as simple as just a 2-point increase in its life force on the surface. It even wanted to try and see if it could stand out in the face of a crowd of cyborgs and modern firearms surrounding it. Of course, it was just a thought. The name of the race after this evolution is Compassion-Devouring Demon Spider. Is it because I've devoured too many compulsions from the Witch Compass clan? What made Baijia even more curious was the half-demon evil body note behind the racial name. A sudden light flashed in Baijia's mind. The word demon appears in both the racial name and the life form. This might be an important signal. It continued to read on. After this fourth evolution, many skills reached full level and even 2 new skills appeared. Knock knock. Looking at the skill resolution, Baijia's heartbeat sped up. 10,000 Tangled Silk, new awakening skill. Consuming spiritual energy. It can arbitrarily change the texture and length of the spider silk. Extremely tough and sticky, strong enough to entangle and stick everything. As the skill level increases, the effect of the skill increases and the consumption of spiritual energy decreases. This was the first time the system had used the term spiritual energy in its description, probably to cater to Baijia's cognitive habits. After all, that was how it itself referred to that strange energy. Consuming spiritual energy. Change texture. Doesn't this greatly enhance the spider silk's usefulness as a trap? Maybe if we use 10,000 Tangled Silk to deal with the Doomfist python, we won't even need that much spider silk. Another new skill that was equally uncomplicated. Spider Sense, a newly awakened skill. Not only can it foresee danger, but it can also transmit sound through the spider familiars with those infected with mutant venom. As the skill level increases, the source and direction of the danger can be further foretold, and the voice transmission distance expanded. Baijia understood the significance of spider sense with a thought. So, I can now communicate with Lin Binbin over a long distance through the little spider? In terms of appearance, Baijia's body length had clearly reached 1 meter, and anyone who saw it would exclaim monster. The pattern and color scheme were basically the same as before the evolution, but the pattern was originally only concentrated on the back, but now it had expanded to the abdomen. The stinging hairs on the belly have also been colored pink. The biggest change is the eyes. The 8 eyes, which were originally as deep as ink, had turned into a deep blue-purple color. The mountain fire was finally extinguished in the early morning, and Baijia had already tested the 10,000 Tangled Silk for 2 hours. He was not in a hurry to test the contact function of spider sense, but went down the mountain. Baijia planned to see if he could squat on Wang Miaojin before the morning class started. What the spider doesn't know is that it's not the only one searching for Wang Miaonui. Chapter 42, Remnants of a Strange Fragrance, Disappearing Class Flower. At the top of the back mountain, the lair of the compassion-devouring demon spider, a small golden and white snake woke up leisurely and rolled around twice as it turned over on the ground web, sleeping so comfortably. Thanks to Baijia minimizing the viscosity of the ground web, and the fact that the small snake's body surface was smooth, it was also able to ooze pure water from between its scales, so it was able to be this comfortable. With a grudging sense, she searched around the spider's nest, but found no sign of the expected 8-legged figure. Where's Sister White Weaver? What's that smell? It smells so good. White Blossom bobbed her little head up and down, realizing that the spider's nest was filled with a strange scent, and immediately searched towards the source of that strange scent in the spider's nest. She discovered a remnant molt in the corner, and her 2 ruby-like eyes immediately lit up. This is Sister White Weaver's shed skin? Star Transmission University, the first classroom in the morning. Chen Chang and Wang Xiaofan came to the back row and sat down, and before it was time for class, the classroom was already buzzing with people mingling. Hey, did you guys hear about the fire at the back of the school last night? Of course, and it's rumored that several human corpses were also found on the mountain. Ha, really? No wonder I didn't sleep well last night when I heard the noise outside. Grandma Lee's. I suspect that his grandma's had a couple finish up in the back of the mountain and lit a cigarette to start the fire. Impossible. I heard that fires start in the backwoods. What kind of couple would go to the back of the mountain to do their business there in the shade? It's eerie and full of poisonous insects. That's also true. That hellhole. 1 shot down. A light wind chill. A heavier one can't get up again. Chen Chang, Wang Xiaofan, on the other hand, was sleepy and was not the least bit interested in the topics that the others were discussing, as he had played the game all night again last night. A thought suddenly flashed through Chen Chang's mind, which was that maybe if Baijia was still here, he would definitely drag him to spit out last night's fire as well. Once upon a time, Chen Chang was also very fond of discussing campus weirdness, because there was Baijia following him to talk about the fire. On the contrary, now, he was distracted and only thought about where Wang Miaozhu would be, as well as, what exactly did Baijia go through, and why didn't he show up? When he thought about this, he could hardly contain his uneasiness. He wanted to share the secret that Baijia was still alive, but he had scruples, fearing that he would harm Baijia. At this time, Chen Chang suddenly smelled a fresh fragrance between his noses, and when he turned his head to look, it turned out to be Xia Qimeng, the class president, who suddenly sat on his left side. In the past, this position was Bai Jie's. Are you sure that Wang Miaozhu is related to He Jun's disappearance? Xia Qimeng whispered. Since He Jun's disappearance, Wang Mianan hasn't attended class again. Don't you think it's a coincidence? And I've seen them together with my own eyes, Chen Chang said as he looked straight ahead. Xia Qimeng, however, calmly said, I asked the class president of the new media class, and he said that Wang Mianan had taken a sick leave and stayed in the dormitory for the past few days. Chen Chang snorted coldly. Being a thief. Xia Qimeng helplessly glanced at Chen Chang. Since you suspect that Wang Mianan is just like Zheng Yue, you should know that they have some sort of bizarre ability that cannot be dealt with by ordinary people like us. It's better to leave everything to the Criminal Investigation Division and the law enforcers. Chen Chang mused for a while and spoke. Without going into that, Gaia Technology contacted me. To be precise, it was Lu Wei who approached me, hoping that I would cooperate with them. What? Xia Qimeng's face changed slightly, and she blurted out. To ask you to participate in the human mechanization transformation experiment? Seeming to notice that her voice was a bit loud, she hurriedly covered her mouth. Chen Chang nodded slightly. That's right. They believe that the smart brain chip is well integrated with my body, and from the very beginning after implantation, there has not been any rejection reaction, making it very suitable for further mechanization transformation. Chen Chang's tone was calm, as if he was recounting a trivial matter that did not concern him. Xia Qimeng frowned inside. You've really been targeted by them. Perhaps I shouldn't have introduced you to the implantation of the smart brain chip in the first place. They must have promised you many favors, right? She thought of Chen Chang's family background. The conditions were very ordinary. In such a society where many wealthy families had acquired highly intelligent devices to aid in their studies, it was not easy to produce a student like Chen Chang who attended a prestigious school. She assumed that Lu Wei and the others must have made an offer that Chen Chang could not refuse. Chen Chang shook his head. I haven't promised them yet. However, the benefits are indeed heartwarming, including a high honorarium that I might not be able to earn in my lifetime, the ability to work directly in the security department of Gaia Technology after graduation, and so on. Xia Qimeng looked at Chen Chang with a complicated gaze, always feeling that the latter had somewhat started to change after Bai Jie's disappearance. Previously, Chen Chang was still very cheerful, like many boys who were full of hope for their future. But now, it was as if he had aged a few years. He definitely had something on his mind. But what I care about the most is actually the great power I can obtain after undergoing a mechanized transformation. Chen Chang continued. Lu Wei said that Yangon City isn't too safe right now, nor is the entire Federation, and I'm afraid that the future will be even more turbulent, so having a share of the power under your control will be crucial. I can also help some people. I don't want to witness anything like what happened to Jia and He Jun happen to me again, or even myself becoming the missing seventh person. Xia Qimeng withdrew her gaze, her eyes dropping to hide her emotions as she seemed to be staring at her fingernails. She didn't comment on it, just said faintly, well, think carefully about it. After a morning of squatting to no avail, White Jay was a little discouraged. It slowly swung back to the back mountain spider nest, and then found the uninvited guest rolling around and around on the web of its own ground. Excuse me, what are you doing? There was a slight hint of hoarseness in the cool and reserved voice. Sister White Weaver, you're back hot? The golden white little snake stopped its strange behavior of tumbling and raised its upper body, crawling towards Bai Jia in surprise. The little snake circled around the spider while transmitting. Sister Sama, as soon as I woke up, I realized that your home smells so good. So good, so good. Will you let me stay here? White Flower softly pouted, then seamlessly added, it's okay if there's no water. Fragrance? What scent? How could there be a scent in the spider's nest? Even if there was a scent, it was the fishy smell left behind by yesterday's dune python and the pungent smoke smell of the fire. Bai Jia only thought it was the little snake hallucinating and firmly shook his head. No, go back to your water pond. Last night was already an accident. How could it keep another girl overnight? White Blossom was suddenly absent, snapped and fell to the ground on line to play dead. Bai Jia, heh. The golden and white little snake's body trembled and whooshed and ran out of sight. Chapter 43, Lord Bai Jia who doesn't want to be chewed on. After completing his 4 evolutions, Bai Jia squatted for 2 days, not just in the teaching building, but also went to the entrance of the girls' dormitory building to keep watch. But all of them still hadn't found the slightest shadow of Wang Miaoma. Bai Jia was already a bit annoyed. If this goes on, when will it end? In the past 2 days, there was one thing that happened that made Bai Jia laugh and cry. That is, it woke up and found that there were more spider eggs in the spider's nest. And it was 5 spider eggs at once. Almost forgot, the spawning skill didn't stop when it wanted to. If it didn't actively use it, it would automatically use it every 7 days. Unsurprisingly, these 5 spider eggs would give birth to the new life of Baijia's current race, the compassion-eating demon spider. While helpless and sighing, the only thing worth rejoicing about was that Baijia's life force had increased again, because the compotes in the witchcraft elder's cloth bag were eaten up by the compassion-devouring demon spider. After refining a bunch of good and bad parasites' essence, blood and toxins, Baijia's vitality was subsequently increased to 108. After a period of time, he discovered that the cloth bag was capable of storing living things, and inside was a space similar to a Sumeru Arabidopsis, capable of putting in things many times larger than the bag itself. At first, Baijia did not know how to use it, but as long as he injected his spiritual energy, he could see the scene inside and take out the bag's compotes with his mind, causing it to marvel at the magic and heritage of the Witch and Compassion clan. Well, now the family has no more food in stock. Baijia had to plan for his next evolution. Wang Miaoju's constant failure to appear has made me suspect more and more that she's being parasitized by the bizarre violet light, but I can't hang on to a tree and expect her to suddenly appear. Starting tomorrow, I have to go to the inside of the back mountain to look for poisonous insects again, but after a big fire, I wonder if the poisonous insects will be affected. In addition, I ordered Longo to prepare poisonous insects for me, and if he doesn't want to die of poison, he will also send them over tomorrow. At the moment, Longo was Baijia's only sustainable path. As a disciple of the inner hall of the witchcraft clan, it was impossible to lack poisonous insects. Tonight, Baijia planned to let Lin Binbin also take on the task of collecting poisonous insects for himself. Sure enough, late at night, Lin Binbin came. He placed the 3 small transparent golden spiders on his body onto the ground, and the 3 little ones obviously froze, as they sensed some sort of change in their mother's aura. However, 2 seconds later, the 3 little ones still climbed towards the tree where the compassion-devouring demon spider was perched, based on their familiar telepathic senses. However, Baijia only used his spider silk to lead back 2 of them and instructed, "Leave the remaining one by your side. I can transmit sound to you through it." Lin Binbin was surprised, so he grabbed the remaining one back and put it on his shoulder, and the little spider seemed to be affected by Baijia's will and didn't move around. Lin Binbin couldn't help but sigh in the bottom of his heart. Although I don't know what happened, it's obvious that Lord Baijia has become even more powerful again, actually able to perform such a divine ability as remote voice transmission. It's simply unfathomable. As usual, he reported to Baijia about his actions over the past 2.5 days, which was nothing more than boxing to earn money and taking care of feeding the 3 little ones. When Baijia heard that Lin Binbin had earned over $100,000 through boxing, he couldn't help but mentally suck in a breath of cold air. If I hadn't turned into a spider, how many years would I have to work to earn this much? This is only a few days off. Playing black boxing is also too profitable. I admit I'm sour. Baijia was naturally not stupid and knew that Lin Binbin faced high risks while playing black boxing. Baijia reminded, "It seems that you've made a lot of noise in the past few days, so in addition to the obvious opponents in the ring, you can be careful of the hidden arrows under the ring. If you encounter trouble that you can't solve, you can call out to me through my favorites, and I can step in once." Upon hearing this, Lin Binbin immediately bowed and said gratefully, "Understood. Thank you Lord Whiteweave for your concern. My subordinates will definitely not let you down." His heart was pleased as he realized that Lord Whiteweave's attitude towards him seemed to have changed. Baijia glanced at Lin Binbin's information panel and felt that the latter should not be in much danger as long as he was not being shot by a group of people with guns. Object, Lin Binbin, mutant. Identity, Agent Number 1. Vitality, 15. You've worked hard these past 2 days. I have a new piece of work for you to do. Seeing that Lin Binbin had so much money in his hands, Baijia decided to ask him to buy poisonous insects and some fruits, and send them to the back of the mountain every once in a while. Lin Binbin visibly froze for half a second when he heard that he was going to bring the fruit, but he quickly returned to normal and hid it well. Although Baijia was toe gouging the ground, he was too lazy to explain. I think Lin Binbin himself should be able to explain himself. Right. As a high and unfathomable white-weaving adult, how can I have a craving, unless it can not help? After confiding in Lin Binbin, Baijia brought the 2 little ones to the shady side of the back mountain. It was going to send the little spiders to live in the Blood Shadow Spider Queen's nest so that they could fend for themselves. Truly, it could be considered inappropriate to take over a magpie's nest. The nest was filled with the heirs of the Blood Shadow Spider Queen, dark red in color and resembling tarantulas. Although there were many of them, their vitality was very low, and Baijia judged that they basically didn't pose much of a threat to the 2 little ones. The race of the 2 little ones is the golden laser snake tarantula, which has grown to 30 centimeters in length, and has inherited some of its own skills, including the foot blade slash, including foot blade cutting, bite, sharp-edged spider silk and corrosive poison and so on. Of course, their proficiency and level were still far from enough, but they should be more than enough to deal with the heirs of the Blood Shadow Spider Queen. As soon as Bai Jie put the two little ones at the entrance of the lair, they rushed towards the depths of the lair like wolves that had smelled meat. Seeing the two little ones rushing inside the tarantula group, killing and biting like nobody's business, soon broken legs and limbs were everywhere. Bai Jie also let go of his heart. Like eats like, it's reasonable. Now I've done my duty to support you. In the future you'll live on your own. I'll come back to see you when I'm free. You guys don't blame me, because the second batch of debtors have already come to the door. The two little ones who were enjoying the gourmet feast did not respond to Bai Jie's intention. Perhaps they had already killed madly. After watching in situ for a while, Bai Jie left the nest and turned to a tranquil and clear water pool. While quietly drinking the sweet and cool water, suddenly a small snake with a golden color mixed with white jade patterns leaped out of the water and jumped to the top of Bai Jie's head. Who was it if not Bai Hua Hua? Sister White Weaver, you've finally come to see me. The golden white little snake crisply transmitted its voice. You don't know, I'm awesome now. Awesome? Bai Jie flung White Flower off his head and dropped into the water with a plop. His perception probed the ladder, and a string of data floated before his eyes. White Flower's vitality had risen to 18, both due to the increase in Bai Jie's vitality and the level of the altered venom skill, and also because the meat of the Doom Python hadn't been eaten in vain. So, you're very powerful? Then besides what I saw before, do you have any skills that can be used for hunting? Bai Jie asked in a voice transmission. Well, the little snake thought for a long time with its ruby eyes wide open, then solemnly said, I can bear water to attack my prey. Oh, let me see. The demonic spider said carelessly. Bai Jie didn't believe it. It wasn't like it hadn't seen a white splash of water before. Cleaning up a crime scene, cleaning up a house was still okay. Used to hunt for food? Can be a little later. Chapter 44, Sewing Up Pets. This isn't good, right? There's no prey at all right now, eh? I said, let me see. The tone of his voice had a strong commanding tone, making it impossible for the little snake to refuse. Seeing Bai Jie's insistence, White Flower had no choice but to spit from its small mouth, and a column of water as thick as a finger hit the former. It was icy cold, and there was a refreshing scent. Bai Jie, this is also too weak. Was this thing expected to drown the enemy with a mouthful of spit? This made Bai Jie even more convinced that there wasn't much of a correlation between life force and actual battle power. At the same time, also think that stupid White Sweet can live until now is really very lucky. At least did not meet a raise compulsion live demoness. Otherwise, he was sure to be the first to be swallowed. Thinking of this, Bai Jie asked, have you ever thought of leaving here? Leaving this water hole? Why should I leave here, ah? Bai Hua Hua stared with wide red crystal eyes and asked curiously. It was really just like a child. The demon spider let out a soft laugh and transmitted a voice. The world outside still has lakes and rivers. It's many times bigger than this water pool. Don't you want to go see and experience it? However, White Flower shook her head and said in disbelief, what's so good about being bigger? I feel happy just staying here. It was also true that although the little snake had some means of self-preservation, but if she really had to change to a more complicated environment, there was no guarantee that she wouldn't be bullied, and the water pool was probably the most suitable shelter for her. After leaving the back of the mountain from Star Transmission University, Lin Binbin settled for a dinner on the street before walking into the North City Flower Garden neighborhood. The reason why he entered this place was because he had just rented a house here in 2 days, and it was a single house. Through his hard work in black boxing, the money Lin Binbin earned was already enough for him to pay up the expensive rent, not to mention the fact that the rent price here was suddenly slashed in half not too long ago, for no other reason than the fact that some time ago, it was revealed that not only was a serial killer living here, but a female college student had been killed by a spider she had raised. As a result, many tenants moved out of North City Garden, believing this place to be ominous. They are worried that the mutated spider may still be hiding inside the neighborhood and may kill at any time. It was true that fear came from a lack of firepower. That's why Lin Binbin dared to rent a house in this neighborhood. Moreover, by consulting the online information, he speculated that the spiders that killed the Lord were most likely the incarnation of Lord Whiteweave, who had bestowed himself with transcendent abilities. If there is danger, his current strength is enough to protect himself. Not to mention, he has a small golden spider. He can call on Lord Whiteweave to fight for him once. Lin Binbin so thought. Then more put down the heart to live. But he did not rashly ask Lord Whiteweaver about the dead female college student, for fear of causing the latter's dissatisfaction, but only hid his guesses in the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the first thing Lin Binbin did when he returned home was to put the little spider into the feeding box and put in a few poisonous insects to feed it along with it. Student Xiao AI, turn on the TV, the news channel, Lin Binbin shouted as he made tea. Okay, turning on the TV for you now. the soft owl voice rang out in the living room. Then, the voice of a well-worded broadcast host came from the television. Gaia technology has made a major breakthrough in the field of human robotic arm research and development. Safety has increased dramatically, costs have dropped, and it is expected to provide transplants for the economically underprivileged disabled in the future. With a service life of up to 100 years. New production and research base for human robotic arms inaugurated in Yangon City. Mayor attends unveiling ceremony. The law enforcement division of Yongin City released the news that all stray cats and dogs in the city have been captured and housed in specialized venues, waiting for scientific researchers to confirm that there is no risk of loss of control before considering releasing them. Hearing this, Lin Binbin suddenly frowned. He muttered, "All gathered together? If we don't get rid of them in time, won't they become time bombs if they all go out of control? Or is it that the law enforcement division has already dealt with it and falsely claimed internment in order to take into account public sentiment? Nowhere." Suddenly, a scream disrupted Lin Binbin's thoughts. That sharp sound cut through the quiet of the neighborhood at night, making the neighborhood that was already full of suspenseful and thrilling atmosphere even weirder. Even Lin Binbin was a little unnerved. This sound, is it next door? Lin Binbin quickly rushed to the balcony, although he could not see the indoor situation next door, but heard the creepy moan. This neighborhood. Fear is really toxic, right? Between two jumps, Lin Binbin, with his extraordinary muscular ability, easily ascended to the second-floor balcony of the house next door, and then saw a scene that made his hairs of sweat stand on end. Nausea, danger, fear, misplaced, all sorts of emotions burrowed into Lin Binbin's consciousness, trying to disrupt his sanity. It was an indescribably stitched-up monster that was tearing into a man's body, and next to it lay a long out-of-breath female corpse with a hollowed-out stomach and no head yet. The monster's entire body was as thick as a pig's, with sparse hair, a thick layer of tortoise-shell armor on top of its back, and 8 legs of an animal that could not be said to be of any kind. What was even more frightening was that the monster was topped with 3 heads and a face, squarely arranged, which were a cat's head, a dog's head, a snapping turtle's head and a woman's face. Among them, the snapping turtle and the dog's head were lowering down to tear the man's flesh and blood. The woman's face had her eyes closed tightly and seemed to be in a deep sleep. The cat's head, on the other hand, had only one eye open, staring menacingly at Lin Binbin, and a fruit knife was stuck in the other eye, which was bleeding continuously. This evil and creepy aura. That's right, it's the same as those stray animals that mutate and bite people. I was worried that all the mutated animals had been captured by the law enforcers, but I didn't expect to run into a monster like you. Lin Binbin muttered to himself, the discomfort and creepiness in his body being replaced by a wave of inexplicable excitement, which seemed to come from that magical spiritual liquid. He had only experienced this feeling once before, and that time, it had only been triggered when he was in the ring, experiencing a moment of life and death. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of cold air, and a trace of bluish-purple light flashed imperceptibly within the star-like pupils of his eyes. His chi and blood were churning, while his sanity strangely became clear. As long as I kill you and offer it to Lord Whiteweave, I'll be able to potentially obtain more spirit liquid. Taking a step out, undaunted, his figure elongated under the moonlight. Newt! The dog's head snarled lowly and raised along with the turtle's head, looking unkindly at Lin Binbin. Swish! Lin Binbin transformed into a shadow, his feet stepping on the moonlight, his eyes containing stars, and lunged out, arriving in front of the monster in an instant. At the same time, an extremely fishy and pungent smell was conveyed into his internal organs. He had never smelled such a disgusting odor in his life, only to see a long leg full of power to raise high, fierce vertical smash down, like a jackhammer on the dog's head. Instantly click a crunch, skull cracked, dog eyes white, black blood burst. Chapter 45, The Third Meteorite Debris. Meow. The cat head screamed miserably, and the entire body of the monster slammed into Lin Binbin like a meatball. The impact was so huge that Lin Binbin actually had the feeling that he couldn't suppress the monster under his feet, seeing as he was about to lose control and fall. But Lin Binbin was prepared. By pressing on the dog's head on the fulcrum, suddenly stepped on, the whole person leapt into the air, unloading the top force of the sewing monster forward. With a snap, the leather shoes landed with a nice crunch. Lin Binbin turned around and looked back, making a defensive stance, but found that the suture monster followed the top force. Woody rushed towards the balcony outside, blinking and disappeared into the night. This seems to be running away? Lin Binbin couldn't believe it, couldn't understand it. This suture monster was clearly different from those mutated out-of-control cats and dogs before, seemingly retaining some sanity, not so crazy that it would go out of its way in order to devour flesh and blood. In addition, it was also a bit more resistant to being beaten up. Ah! In the night, another human scream rang out, very mournful and miserable. mixed with various panicked voices of people. Lin Binbin didn't follow the stitching monster out, because he couldn't care less. He couldn't show too much in front of the others. He was suddenly attracted to the thing in the hands of the man who had not long gulped his breath. It was a stone not much bigger than a cell phone, faintly emitting a pinkish-purple halo, and from it, Lin Binbin was able to sense a subtle and familiar energy. It wasn't a wasted trip, even though I wasn't able to help you guys get revenge, but at least pay me some hard-earned money. I'm getting paid a lot of money for my appearances now. Then, I'll take this stone. While muttering to himself, Lin Binbin picked up the stone and examined it. What is this thing? Could it be that the mutation of these animals has something to do with it? Perhaps only Lord Whiteweave knows for sure. It's not too late, so to avoid a long night, I'll go and deliver it to Lord Shirari now. Tucking the stone away, Lin Binbin had just stepped out of the door when he saw a few residents who had fallen in a pool of blood on the neighborhood road. Basically hopeless. Seeing the tragic state of these innocent people, Lin Binbin frowned slightly, thinking to himself that living in this neighborhood was really dangerous. And those residents who had moved out didn't know whether to say they were unfortunate or fortunate. Snap, snap, outside the neighborhood. A few loud bangs came from the distance. Lin Binbin followed the sound and rushed over, crossing over to the crowd of distant onlookers who were either taking pictures and videos or discussing in horror. It's disgusting. It's horrible. What kind of monster is that? I witnessed that monster tear open a person's neck most of the way with one claw. Fortunately I ran fast. Hoo. Quickly proceed to shoot kill this monster. Only to see that the suture monster was surrounded by a group of silver-white robots with a metallic luster on their bodies, with a few more bleeding bullet holes on their bodies. It was the enforcers, and there were as many as 10 of them. Lin Binbin was not surprised by the appearance of the enforcers, but it was rare for so many to appear at the same time, because the enforcers were tireless and powerful. Therefore, it was sufficient for 2 to 3 enforcers to govern and monitor a single area. It seemed that the law enforcement division had recently focused on this neighborhood as well. Snap! The sound of gunshots resounded through the night sky once again, and the enforcers raised one hand, and with a tongue of fire gulping out of their palms, a dozen bullets poured out, striking the monster's skin and flesh, turning it into a sieve of flesh, and blood that was even darker than the night sky flowed all over the ground. For a while, ear-piercing catcalls and mournful turtle sounds suddenly rose, causing the onlookers who heard them to reveal painfully uncomfortable expressions. No! Suddenly, the female human face at the front end of the suture monster, which had been unmoving and should have died long ago, also let out a scream as coarse as a broken old bellows. The faces of the crowd of onlookers instantly changed from agony to horror, and a discomfort that penetrated deep into the marrow of the bones wrapped around the people. Even Lin Binbin's face clouded over, forcibly resisting the urge to personally go up and kill the stitching monster, because this was too bizarre. The oldest and strongest human emotion is fear, and the oldest and strongest fear comes from the unknown. This is an indisputable fact. The bullets were still pouring wildly. The monster's body was covered in blood and flesh, and the sound it made was gradually fading. Finally, after a few seconds of trembling, the monster collapsed, as if the large invisible hand that was choking its neck was set aside. Lin Binbin heard the loud breathing of the surrounding people. Finally dead. If this monster can't be killed by bullets, how can humans live? The people around them said with relief. Lin Binbin quietly left the crowd. Without reason, a thought flashed through his mind. If Lord Whiteweaver were to face these enforcer cyborgs, he could definitely take them down in the blink of an eye. You said that fusion-type monsters appeared in the city and killed quite a few people? Bai Jia was surprised. Precisely. Lin Binbin nodded. My subordinate also brought this, although I don't know what it is. I think it should help Lord Bai Jia. Saying this, he presented the stone. Bai Jia immediately recognized that it was the meteorite fragment. At the same time, there was a ding. Faint spirit aura response detected. It fetched the meteorite fragment with its spider silk, forcing back the leap in its heart, stabilizing its emotions, and rippling with emotion. It said, well done. I do need it. This thing is ostensibly a meteorite fragment, but it is actually the source of the changes that caused this world to change. Speaking of this, a hint of appreciation flowed from the calm tone. Human boy, you really did give me a not-so-small surprise. Say, how should I reward you? Lin Binbin's heartbeat accelerated, and he also forced himself to hold back his excitement. Subordinate wants your excellency to bestow the spiritual liquid. The demonic spider's fangs instantly twitched. Mutant venom? This kid is addicted, isn't he? It couldn't be helped though. It was hard for anyone to resist the temptation of power, including Bai Jia himself. Bai Jia didn't say anything, and after a long time, just when Lin Binbin was lost in thought that he would be rejected, he quietly transmitted his voice. Yes. Lin Binbin's face instantly surged with blood color, and he greatly rejoiced. Many thanks to Lord White Weaver. Snow White's silk thread shot out, and pink and purple glittering light cut through the night sky. After the mutant venom was granted, Lin Binbin's vitality was successfully raised to 20. A trace of fascination lingered in his eyes as he gazed fondly at the mysterious shadow hidden high up in the darkness, resolving in his heart to find more meteorite fragments. As of now, Bai Jia had given Lin Bin a total of 5 drops of mutant venom, but it had not yet reached a medium dose. Bai Jia was also in no hurry to give Lin Binbin more venom as a way to motivate the latter to work harder for himself. In the future, if you find this type of monster again, don't rush out. It's best to contact me through your dependents first. Otherwise, if you get killed by the monster, I won't collect your body. Yes, I'll remember. Hearing the warning, Lin Binbin realized with a shock that he had been a bit arrogant when he had just discovered the suture monster belongings, and had rushed towards the monster without much thought. But there was no regret. He felt that everything was worth it. After a few moments, Lin Binbin stepped into the night and descended the mountain. Bai Jia, on the other hand, unleashed his skill, Bite, and began to seize the spiritual energy in the meteorite fragments. Chapter 46 Dawn Killing, Execution Decision Making. While the huge spider body was accommodating the arcane spiritual energy, Bai Jia's thoughts did not indulge in intoxication, but rather fell into deep thought. The city of Yangon has become even more turbulent, and the meteorite debris will also come into the sights of humans. In the face of these bizarre monsters, ordinary humans would have no chance of surviving without being parasitized by the bizarre purple light. This city should be scattered with meteorite fragments, but relying only on me and the 2 agents is obviously not enough to collect them. If only I could sense meteorite or spirit-embodied reactions from a distance. However, one should also be careful. Apart from the human officials, it might be possible to be targeted by certain existences that have been affected by the meteorite and become extremely powerful. Bai Jia had always suspected that since it had been able to grow to this point through the meteorite's spiritual influence, there was also the possibility that there could be creatures that had grown stronger than itself. As his mind drifted with thoughts, the meteorite fragment under his mouth had become dull. One's own vitality had also increased to 112. Bai Jia was thus so excited that he couldn't sleep, rolled around on the spider web, and simply started juggling his cell phone. This night in Yangon City, there were also many humans who couldn't sleep because of the appearance of the mutated monsters. Yangon City, Law Enforcement Division. Inside a large and bright conference room, there were 5 figures sitting. They were the power executives of the Law Enforcement Division of Yong'an City. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a sharp gaze, surnamed Fu, the director of the Law Enforcement Division. That's right, the leader of the Law Enforcement Division, which was basically composed of cyborgs, was a human, and it wasn't just him. The other 4 figures were all humans. In order to ensure the status and safety of humans, the highest law of the Federation stipulated that machinery could not replace the decisive position of humans, and the highest leadership position of any organization could not be held by a cyborg. That was why the 5 were here to deliberate on a major decision of the Law Enforcement Division. Director Fu looked grave, his eagle-like eyes sweeping around the conference room. Everyone has seen the situation, which is why I had no choice but to notify everyone of the meeting. Such a bizarre monster has unexpectedly appeared in Yangon City, able to fuse different creatures. Extremely dangerous. It took hundreds of bullets to kill it. It's just like a failed biochemical experiment. Since the monster has the risk of fusion, we must decide as soon as possible whether to directly eliminate the thousands of mutated animals inside the shelter base, as well as the tens of thousands of normal stray animals. After saying that, the atmosphere in the conference room became even heavier, and only the breathing of a few people could be heard. A Mediterranean man broke the silence. I don't think there's a rush to eliminate them, because these mutated animals have great scientific research value, and may be able to get a major discovery of human genetics and solve the key challenges of medicine. At that time, the entire Federation and the federal government will have to thank us. Then, a delicate female voice spoke, but her tone was very tough. All of them must be eliminated, and they must also be incinerated, and the ashes must be centralized, but they must not be disclosed to the public, because, compared to the credit we might get, the risk behind it is something we simply cannot afford. Seeing the opinions fall into confrontation, next to Director Fu, an elderly man with a kind face sipped his tea and said without haste, I've brought the guidance from the Yangon municipal government. After some discussion, the Law Enforcement Division finally finalized the decision and issued the final order. That is, the law enforcers were dispatched to execute the thousands of mutated animals, then burn the corpses and centralize the residue, leaving only the mutated animals within 5 as scientific research. As for the remaining tens of thousands of normal ones, they will be kept for the time being, so that they can be kept for research when they mutate. Moreover, with the current manpower of the Law Enforcement Division, It would not be possible to handle such a large number of normal animals in a short period of time. The order was quickly passed down. At 5 o'clock in the morning, thousands of fully loaded and lined up enforcer cyborgs marched towards the eastern outskirts of Yangon City, which housed all the mutated and stray animals that Yangon City had captured in the past few days. Although their individual weight far exceeded that of humans, their footsteps were subtle, not using them to disturb the citizens, and seemed to blend into the quiet break of dawn. Early in the morning, before the time reached 6 o'clock, the summer sun jumped out of the horizon early. On the outskirts of Yangon City, a temporary animal shelter base, a middle-aged Mediterranean man wearing a uniform with a serious expression stood in front of a 5-story high iron gate, and behind him were 1,000 law enforcers standing by in strict formation. The middle-aged man was none other than the deputy director of the law enforcement division of Yangon City, in charge of directing this execution of mutated animals. The deputy director's face was a bit ugly as a disgusting and unpleasant odor filled the air. Open the door, the deputy director instructed the officer on duty. After entering the retina code, the tall iron door groaned and slowly opened. Hiss! As the enforcers poured through the iron door, the deputy director also used the light to see the scene inside. And even though this wasn't the first time he had seen it, he couldn't help but be shocked and huff slightly. Behind the iron gate was a huge warehouse of thousands of square meters, with thousands of heavily worn iron cages, and within the cages were naturally a large number of mutated animals, mainly dominated by stray cats and dogs. Their physical appearance all appeared different degrees of mutation. Scarred, eyes red, with ferocious intent. As soon as they saw someone come in, they roared madly, clawing and biting at the cages. The originally quiet warehouse suddenly became noisy and restless. It's really unimaginable. Why did it become like this? Fortunately, the law enforcement division's sheltering and control measures were carried out in time in the beginning, and arrests were taken before many of the animals appeared to have mutated. Or else if these things were allowed to wreak havoc in the city, there's no telling how many casualties they would have caused. The deputy director marveled in his heart, and immediately ordered, without delay, take action immediately, and finally the corpses will be centralized and incinerated. Swish swish, thousands of silver-white cyborgs were neatly and orderly arrayed inside the warehouse. Half of the enforcers were on constant alert for possible accidents, while the other half raised their palms and aimed at the mutated animals inside the cage. The next second, bang bang bang, a row of flashes of fire, dense and loud sounds of bullets being fired resounded through the warehouse, and along with it, the wails and roars of the mutated animals. Reporting to the deputy director. Suddenly, among the cyborgs, an enforcer squadron leader wearing a badge on his chest ran up to the deputy director and reported mechanically, a large number of empty cages have been discovered. The deputy director glanced at the enforcer squadron leader and let out a hum. They should have been taken away by the researchers for study. But, the enforcer squadron leader continued, the doors of those iron cages didn't open naturally, but there were traces of forced destruction. What are you saying? The deputy director practically screamed and shouted. Chapter 47, Changes in the Reception Base. Roar! As soon as the deputy director's out-of-control words fell, a deafening roar came from the far side of the warehouse, even drowning out the dense gunfire. Wow! One by one, the bodies of the enforcers were bounced off, and a huge 3-story tall mountain of flesh squirmed and entered the deputy director's line of sight. That mountain of flesh was truly like a mountain, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, its surface covered with various colors of hair, and its upper body was topped with dozens of heads of different sizes, including cats, rabbits, dogs, pigs, horses, and cows. On each side, there was a tentacle thicker than a bucket, stretching out and swinging. Several law enforcers were knocked away, badly damaged, revealing the mechanical structure inside their bodies. The deputy director knew that something big was wrong. Perhaps there was a problem with the management of the shelter base, or perhaps the incident was too sudden. The monitoring and duty personnel surprisingly did not notice the abnormality in the warehouse. All of you, aim at this monster, the deputy director hissed, taking out a pistol himself and firing at the meat mountain. Without his order, the enforcers also all aimed their palms at the meat mountain. However, even though hundreds and thousands of bullets hit the meat mountain at the same time, it was as if they were sinking into a sea of stone, leaving only a small crater and a little splash of blood before recovering quickly. How is that possible? When the deputy director saw this scene, his jaw dropped and his body couldn't stop trembling. The enforcers were not dull robots, and while shooting at the meat mountain, they began to retreat back towards the warehouse entrance, not allowing the meat mountain to get close. Luckily, the mountain of meat was moving slowly, and it was no longer difficult for the enforcers to touch the bottom chunks of meat as they struggled to wriggle around. However, the huge arm changed its target to the iron cage encapsulating many mutated animals, and under the slap, the cage ruptured and the bars twisted. the mutated animals began to break free. They were flood beasts, and once they were out of the cage, they bit at the enforcers like crazy, but most of them were wrapped around Meat Mountain's arm and grabbed onto Meat Mountain's body. Deputy Director, let me cover your retreat. The enforcer's squadron leader came next to the deputy director and said, even in the face of this situation, this squadron leader did not show a trace of emotion. Not good. Not good. This monster is fusing. I have to report to Director Fu as soon as possible. Seeing the mutated animals being integrated into the Meat Mountain one by one in a violent struggle, and the Meat Mountain's size growing larger with the naked eye, the deputy director's body went ice cold. He fought to take stiff steps to run out of the warehouse, and by this time, those on duty had also long since run out of sight. His back was drenched in cold sweat all over, as if there was an abyss of hell behind him, and from time to time, he turned back to look at the mountain of flesh in fear, while dialing the phone. When the remaining enforcers exited the warehouse, the Meat Mountain had already grown to be 4 stories tall. Roar! The Meat Mountain let out a hiss that resounded through the world. Then its huge body slammed, and the warehouse's iron door directly deformed and collapsed. The rain of gunfire from the mechanical people couldn't stop the Meat Mountain at all, and could only allow it to absorb most of the mutated animals that had gotten out of the trap and slowly wormed its way out of the shelter base. At this moment, Meat Mountain was officially exposed to the early morning sunlight. It was like a foreign beast that did not belong to this world, not belonging to any kind of creatures in human cognition, appearing very abrupt and strange in this world. Although this was a suburb, it was still noticed by some passing pedestrians and vehicles. People opened their eyes wide, grew their mouths, and stopped to get out of their cars, frozen in place by that mountain-like terrifying figure. Compared to that huge figure, the nearly 1,000 long-range shooting enforcer cyborgs were so small. In an instant, some people's faces were stagnant, but their men picked up their cell phones to take pictures and videos, and some even turned on the live broadcast. A terrifying giant monster has appeared in Yangon City. The biochemical crisis has become a reality. Is this the end of the world? Soon, topics such as cyborgs fighting post-apocalyptic monsters hit the hot search, not just in the same city, but in the entire Federation. Unlike last night's incident where the stitching monster injured people in the North City Flower Garden neighborhood, it was quickly suppressed by the officials. The hot searches about the appearance of the Meat Mountain had been high, and the news could not be deleted. Even if the social media platforms had the intention of curbing the rising heat of public opinion and blocking the news, but they couldn't help that this was a live broadcast, and the moment the Meat Mountain wasn't wiped out, the live footage would be constantly uploaded to the internet. Even last night's sewing monster had been picked up by people with a heart of gold. Bai Jie also saw the news. Getting up early to have a melon to eat. No, I didn't sleep last night. It's sleeping late that also has melons to eat. After absorbing the meteorite fragment spirit energy last night, Bai Jia had been playing with his cell phone and didn't expect to see such a terrifying monster on the hot search. This flesh mountain monster is either parasitized by the weird purple light or affected by the meteorite fragments. Either way, its body must contain spiritual embodiment. The spider's heart was moved. Just in time. I can test how strong I am now. Lord Bai Weaver. Suddenly, within Bai Jia's consciousness, Lin Binbin's voice rang out. This was this agent number 1 contacting it through the little spider now, thousands of meters away. Within the North City Flower Garden subdivision, Lin Binbin was carefully holding a transparent golden spider with both hands, mentally sensing the mysterious power within his body and softly calling out. If other people saw this scene, they would have frowned and shook their heads. Pretty handsome, but not so good in the head. Suddenly, a clear light surfaced on the spider in Lin Binbin's hand, and immediately that noble and charming voice echoed in his heart. I am. Lin Binbin said excitedly, Lord White Weaver. A big guy has appeared on the outskirts of the city, fused by countless mutated animals. Can my subordinate do something about it now? Bai Jia was happy to hear this, and with a hint of teasing, he transmitted his voice. I'll let you go and finish that thing off. Then bring me back the corpse. Do you dare to go? Lin Binbin surprised Bai Jia and resolutely said, as long as it's Lord Bai Weaver's order, I will definitely do it, even if the price is to sacrifice my life. Bai Jia fell silent, thinking that this guy was not lightly poisoned. After a while, the demon spider slowly said, although that monster will fuse mutated creatures, there are still quite a few mutated animals within the shelter base that have escaped, so you will immediately move to rush there and be responsible for dealing with those that slipped out and escaped the net. As for that monster, I have my own plans. As you command, Lord Whiteweave, Lin Binbin answered, and the clear light on the spider child in his hand disappeared. In order to be able to contact Lord Hakuriai at any time, he received the spider sub into a breathable school bag and carried it behind his back before rushing to the eastern outskirts of Yangon City. And at the eastern suburb of the city's shelter base, The meat mountain had already heatedly grown to a height of 6 stories. It had absorbed all the mutated animals it could catch, including the corpses that had already been executed by the enforcers inside the warehouse. About 100 mutated animals fled in all directions. They seemed to be afraid of the meat mountain as well, and even if they encountered people, they couldn't care less about attacking and only knew to run away. The call for help from the deputy director of the law enforcement division worked, and there was a steady stream of law enforcers coming to support them. This, on the contrary, emboldened the crowd of onlookers to grow larger and larger, including some popular outdoor anchors, for these people believed that no living thing could carry the coverage of modern firepower. Live broadcast still continues. They found that the meat mountain moves slowly. As long as to maintain a distance of a few hundred meters there is no danger. Some people even kneel down towards the meat mountain monster on the spot, folded their hands, bowed, chanting something like "Welcome the evil god, the old dominators come" and so on. Chapter 48 Yangon City's Garrison Force. Aside from these evil god fanatics, as well as some unscrupulous anchors, the majority of the people's palms were sweating because they knew that the situation was very bad right now. At this moment, the enforcers had run out of bullets, but there was no way for them to retreat, because behind them was another shelter base that held tens of thousands of normal stray animals. Once the base fell and the tens of thousands of animals were absorbed by the meat mountain, then it was difficult for anyone to predict how terrifyingly this meat mountain would grow. It's not good. The enforcers, even if they are cyborgs, managing the city and arresting criminals is fine. They still can't do anything when they come across this kind of monster. A female anchor explained. The enforcement division shouldn't have sheltered so many animals together. Now it's good. I'm afraid that the whole city will be buried with it. Right? A sad-looking youth sighed. Don't use hindsight. Isn't it the law enforcement division that is protecting us now? Someone in the crowd retorted. Indeed, anyone could retreat, but not the mechanical people who were law enforcers. They were created for the safety of the citizens' persons and property. Clank. Suddenly, only to see a group of enforcers with a bayonet sticking out of their hands, red light emerging from their chests, reversing the momentum of retreating while fighting. They violently rushed towards the meat mountain together, as if they were a group of red meteors. That's. The enforcers transformed into the retrogrades. The crowd suddenly rang out in a gasp of shock. Boom, boom, boom. Long whip tentacles broke through the air and rolled in, and many enforcers were smashed to pieces. However, there were still more enforcers who pranced and jumped onto the meat mountain without fear, sending their bayonets into the meat mountain's flesh and blood with all their might, and then slashed violently, splattering blood foam. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of scratches appeared on the surface of Meat Mountain's body, with varying depths, but obviously limited damage to Meat Mountain. The long arm grasped and pulled, like an elephant trunk sweeping insects and ants. At once it was dozens of enforcers being thrown to the ground. At the same time, the red light on the chests of the enforcers became more and more prevalent, and the alarms became louder and more urgent. A dangerous energy was being generated. Stay away. Something seemed to have occurred to the crowd, and a voice suddenly shouted. The onlookers didn't hesitate and retreated, but within a few steps, a huge white light occupied their entire sight. Boom! Immediately afterward, there was a flooding explosion that resounded through the heavens and earth. Rolling waves of air surged towards the crowd hundreds of meters away, pushing them over and knocking the serious ones over. They were grimy and hurriedly struggled to open their eyes to look towards the source of the explosion. Countless broken mechanical parts fell like rain, and in the middle of the rain was a mountain of flesh and blood with half of its parts mutilated. That meat mountain was half the size, but it was still as tall as a 4-story building. The body was roughly divided into 2 sides. One side was the pitch-black fur that was still burning with the light of the fire, and the other side was the fishy red flesh that was exposed in the air. Dead? Definitely dead. It should be. Paying the price of several hundred law enforcers blowing themselves up, if it still can't be solved. You guys look. The noisy and unpleasant murmurs disappeared, and the whole place fell silent, because they looked out and saw that the half-crippled mountain of flesh slowly squirming and gradually approaching the other shelter base. At this moment, the shelter base, due to the impact of the previous explosion, already had its outer walls shattered, and ran out some cats and dogs that had gotten out of their cages. It's over. The big situation had already gone. Despair surged uncontrollably among the crowd. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate the citizens. The remaining law enforcers in the entire field did not choose to go and launch a self-detonation attack on the meat mountain, but instead began to cover the evacuation of the crowd. This was because they did not have the certainty of destroying the meat mountain through a second self-explosion, and if the only remaining enforcers were gone, the city would also be thrown into chaos, without the need for the enforcers to remind them. The crowd of onlookers got on their cars and dispersed in all directions, no longer gathering or lingering. After all, they had already recognized that this place was too dangerous. except for a beautiful outdoor anchor. She came straight to the side of the lieutenant who was evacuating the crowd, her cell phone lens aimed at the latter, and asked, "Mr. Law Enforcement, may I ask if there is still a way for you to destroy this monster and protect the safety of our city?" The real-time comments on her live broadcast were all wails. Yangon City is hopeless, unless the military district comes. But the military district is not close to Yangon City. By the time the military district arrives, the monster will have already devoured it. The enforcer lieutenant's body didn't move. His head rotated 120 degrees horizontally to look at her, and he said without a ripple, "Yongin City has a military district stationed in the defense force. We've been notified, and the support will be arriving soon. Also, this lady, it's dangerous here right now." The female anchor froze, then bloomed into a surprised smile. "Are you telling the truth? Could it be long-range missile coverage? But will there be a risk of accidentally injuring the citizens? Sir, you don't have to worry about me. I got Battlefield live broadcast insurance." The live broadcast comments were also energized. "What? A third-tier city like Yangon City even has a military garrison? I've never heard of this since I was a kid. Could it be a hidden card of the federal government in response to the crisis?" The squadron leader calmly said, "The long-range missiles will be used only after the citizens have evacuated to a certain distance. Until then, we have other ways." As soon as the mechanical voice fell, a roaring engine sound suddenly came from the distant sky. The anchor woman followed the sound and looked over. Her eyes like black pearls enlarged, earning a scene that she would never forget in this life. That is a 20-meter-high huge mech, like a god of the sky, breaking through the clouds and fog, stepping on the wind to land on the earth, stirring up dust and earth. The ground was shocked to appear spiderweb-like cracks. The huge mech was covered in silver, and its lines flowed with the beauty of combining muscles and machinery. It did not have a head, holding a shield in its left hand and an axe in its right hand, and it stood majestically in front of the Meat Mountain monster, just like a moat blocking the latter's path to another shelter base. And in the airspace above the mech, there are two fighters suspended, ready to support firepower. The comments in the live broadcast room exploded. "Crouching, war weapons, why is it here? I'm really blown away. Isn't this the latest weapon development result displayed in last year's federal military parade, codenamed Axeman? If this is the military district's secret card for Yangon, it's too much. Where did they hide such a big body? The public didn't even realize it." This shocking scene was also reflected in the eyes of Baijie, who happened to arrive. Since the mountain behind Star Transmission University belonged to the eastern side of Yangon City, it did not take Baijie too long to arrive at the battlefield on the eastern outskirts of the city with his stealthy camouflage in full force running. Axe Executioner Interdictor. Why is it in Yangon City? This is just a third-tier city. The military strategic position isn't particularly important either. Could it be that the federal government has arranged such a mecha in every third tier and above city? This is too rich. Baijie's thoughts spun rapidly, quickly thinking of a certain possibility. Chapter 49 Weapons of War in Mountains of Flesh and Blood. The demon spider had a clear view of the giant beast in the center of the battlefield on the flat ground. It actually felt a trace of invincibility in its heart. Even more, according to the rule that what is displayed in a federal military parade is usually not the final card, there may be even more powerful mechs than Interceptor stationed in the first-tier cities. Baijie gazed at Interceptor as the virtual information presented itself. Object, criminal sky, unknown. Vitality? Body length, 21 m. Status, stable. Sure enough, since Interceptor isn't a living creature, it can't display life force? Baijie muttered to himself. Baijie looked at the Flesh Mountain monster again. The latter was actually not the least bit afraid in the face of the Interdictor, whose size surpassed his own, and moved straight forward, hissing loudly with its tentacles raised high. Its threatening intent obvious. Target, Meat Mountain, mutant. Vitality, 99. Body length, 14 m. Status, unstable. Weak aura reaction detected. It's been damaged by an explosion and its life force is still this high? And it's only a mutant. The aura reaction isn't weak anymore either. As Baijie probed the Meat Mountain monster, Interceptor took the lead. A span came to the Meat Mountain near the front. The earth trembled. The giant axe violently split down. Like 1,000 pounds of force added, that cross-blocking long-armed tentacles will be devastatingly broken. Cracks continue to expand. In the blink of an eye will be born off the main body. The axe is like a dragon, like a tiger, but also whistling forward, is bound to split the body of the Meat Mountain into two halves. That Meat Mountain at this time also reacted, unwilling to hard against the giant axe. The other long arm stirred, directly wrapped on the wrist of Interpol holding the axe. Seeing that it was about to touch the top of the Meat Mountain's head, the axe's forward motion suddenly stalled, falling into a stalemate. However, after all, Meat Mountain was not as big as Interdictor, and with half of his body crippled, and one of his arms severed, It was difficult for him to resist Interdictor's huge force. Clang! With a thick and loud sound, the shield in Xingtian's left hand fiercely pushed and blasted against Meat Mountain's gnarled and muscular chest, sinking a huge shallow crater in his chest. Roar! That Meat Mountain suddenly howled in pain. His body stumbled backward, and even the long arm controlling Xingtian's axe loosened a few points. Interdictor seized the opportunity. A jet port appeared on each side of his chest. Energy converged. The light was faint, only to hear a rumbling sound. Two thick pillars of fire suddenly shot out. Pillar of fire is as thick as a train. As much as possible in front of the chest of the Meat Mountain. The fire immediately spread the Meat Mountain half of the body. At the same time, Interpol's navel is also a succession of snorts shot out 3 rockets. Under such a close distance, without the need for guidance and aiming, the fire of the rockets exploded violently on the body of the monster, making its already mutilated body even more broken. The situation began to tumble, and the two fighters in the sky were frantically pouring bullets and missiles into the mountain of flesh. Buzzing wind, air explosion. The giant axe finally broke free, as if it could open up the sky and the earth in general, once again wrapped in the strength of the might of the strong. Fierce, ruthless cleave down. Thumbing sound, a fishy red crack from the Meat Mountain neck oblique has been extended to the lower body, violently bloomed like a flood of blood flowers. Oh! Under the severe pain, Meat Mountain let out a mournful and euphonious wail, like a cry before death, but combined with the hideous and disgusting flesh and horrifying wounds, it only added to the eerie discomfort. Meat Mountain's life force is dropping by leaps and bounds. Bai Jia, who observed this, immediately turned on his stealth camouflage and quickly approached the battle circle between the mecha and the monster. This Meat Mountain monster has been dried out by Interceptor to such an extent that it has this much left. I wonder if the shadow will affect my absorption of spirit energy. The invisible Bai Jia was already less than 100 meters away from the battle circle. Just when Bai Jia thought that the Meat Mountain would soon die a death, he realized that Interceptor's axe was once again unable to move. It turned out that it was stuck in Meat Mountain's body, and no matter how hard Interceptor tried, he could not remove it. Roar! Meat Mountain once again broke out with a loud roar. Only one long arm left suddenly straightened out, like a dragon and snake coming out of the sea, fiercely pounding towards Xingtian's heart. Starting to counterattack, Xingtian's whole body slightly bowed and went to the side, while his shield attempted to resist, but he failed to stop the long arm, and was instantly drilled into his chest by the long arm. The black tiger hollowed out his heart. With a thud, the fire-breathing mouth shattered, and in its place was a hole exposed to mechanical and electrical fire. What? Interdictor is actually injured. A shocked shout came from hundreds of meters away, and it was actually that female anchor who hadn't left yet. This lady, my last warning, please evacuate the scene as soon as possible. The enforcer cyborg said expressionlessly. You guys quickly go and support Interceptor. What's the point of watching here? The female anchor said eagerly to the enforcer. The enforcer shook his head. We no longer have any long-range weapons. Getting close to that kind of battle will only increase unnecessary casualties. Moreover, that monster is already at the end of its strength, and now it's just a death-defying counterattack. There was a loud bang, only to see that Interceptor pushed away Meat Mountain with his shield, and simply gave up his giant axe. Pulling farther away, his chest flame shot out 100 meters away and pounced on Meat Mountain. At the same time, the rockets in his abdomen shot out like no money, and in the space of a few breaths, more than 10 rounds of rockets poured out, and when they touched the Meat Mountain, they sent out a violent explosion of fire. Fighter's fire support is also pulled to the maximum. The metal storm swept the evil flesh and blood. The mountain of flesh was quickly drowned in flames and explosions, not even making a sound. But Interceptor didn't stop. Seemingly supported by some kind of emotion, the flames and rockets frantically continued to carry out the bombardment. Meat Mountain can't do it anymore. His life force has dropped to 40, and his status has been updated to near death. Bai Jia's heartbeat accelerated, but it still didn't approach hastily, as it wasn't even confident that it could survive under such a terrifying attack from Interceptor. Time passed by second, and Bai Jia was still waiting for an opportunity. Ding! The status of the target Meat Mountain monster has been updated to dead. However, at this time, Interceptor's attacks had not stopped, and the corpse of the Meat Mountain was already wrapped in a thick cloud of fire and smoke, making it impossible to see. After about a minute, Interceptor stopped, but he didn't know if it was because he had run out of ammunition. The smoke dispersed. The Meat Mountain had become a pile of charred black broken meat, emitting a pungent and unpleasant stench. But in the middle of this pile of meat, there was a pinkish-purple light that was particularly conspicuous. Interceptor has won. The monster is finally dead. Families, oh my god. I want to cry. I knew that Interceptor could win. That's why I stuck around until the last moment. The female anchor exclaimed, and the broadcast room cheered. She was the only human left on the scene who hadn't escaped. Wait, What's that? She spotted the beautiful and eerie glow. It's meteorite debris. When Baijia saw the glow, his heart and mind perked up, and his figure disappeared in place between the flashes of subtle arcs of electricity. Chapter 50, Violation of Live Streaming. Demon Spider Appearance. At this time, some of the pop-ups in the live broadcast room also came to their senses. Isn't this the meteorite that fell in Yangon City before? But it seems to be much smaller. Why did the meteorite appear here? It dropped equipment. Interceptor also noticed the abnormality. The huge mech strides to the front of the meat pile, stooping down to pick up that glowing, comparable to the size of a bucket of stone. However, in the next second, this luminous stone floated out of thin air, and then quickly flew away. Criminal Sky apparently froze for 2 seconds, and then hurriedly caught up with it. The stone was moving so fast, that Interceptor even had to use the engine boosters to barely catch up with its speed. The stone naturally wasn't moving on its own, but because the invisible Baijia was running with it. It wanted to take away the meteorite fragments in the way that had the lowest risk and lowest cost. Firstly, it did not want to expose its existence in front of a group of law enforcers. Secondly, it did not want to face Interceptor and the aerial fighters, that kind of indiscriminate attack. And thirdly, waiting for the enemy with the least amount of risk was in line with the spider's habitual instincts. At the same time, Baijia was not surprised that Interceptor would catch up, because its invisibility camouflage skill can only work on itself and its own products, such as spider silk, venom and so on, cannot make meteorite debris invisible, so Baijia wanted to find a convenient place to hide. However, this is a suburb, surrounded by flat land and roads, and there are buildings that are also the kind of shelter base that is low and wide, so it is not convenient to hide. We must leave this place immediately. Although I'm a bit sorry to the interdictor master who has been busy for half a day, but I need this more than you humans. It seems that we can only run in the direction we came from. That's where the urban area is. We can quickly get rid of interdictor, and it shouldn't be convenient for such a large mech to enter a crowded city. Just as the spider was searching for a way to get away, its heart jumped and its velvet hair stood on end. The spider sensed. Baijia instantly picked up speed and folded and jumped to the side. With a bang, fiery flames and fire appeared at first glance from the spot where Baijia had survived the last moment, and although the spider dodged in time, it was still affected by the explosion and flew backwards. Fart. Ass hurts. Baijia wailed in his heart and looked to his back, relieved to find that his ass was still there. Just burned off some hair, luckily aiming for meteorite debris. Whoosh. Abruptly, several rockets drilled into Baijia's field of vision with trailing smoke and zoomed in, but Baijia did not dodge. This was because with its current speed, it was still a bit difficult to completely dodge the rockets. It didn't want to use its own flesh and blood to resist the bombardment of rockets. So, as if time had stopped, Baijia had to make a choice. In this one instant, a helpless sigh also resounded in his heart. That's just it. I won't pretend anymore. After a single thought, only to see the rockets hit 5 meters around the demon spider's circumference. They suddenly stopped at once. There was no reason for it to stop, as if the body of the demon spider was surrounded by a circle of invisible power that froze everything. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, the rockets suddenly erupted. Smoke rose up, a flash of fire, a few loud, deafening bangs, filled with smoke, and masonry flew about. Families, that glowing stone suddenly flew away for some unknown reason. An interceptor chased after it, and we can now see that interceptor fired a few more rockets. I wonder if that glowing stone is a living thing. We'll see. The anchor woman gasped as she chased her way to the main road, looking away from the cloud of rushing smoke and dust, and narrated, and stabilized the shaky camera to the stand, aiming it at the explosion. Many of the enforcer cyborgs came to the area as well, staring intently ahead. As the smoke dispersed, the anchor woman's vermilion lips opened in shock, big enough to fit a goose egg, and even the enforcers looked at each other in disbelief. Wait, what is that? BZZZ, 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 BZZZ. The female anchor was 100 meters away, but she felt the powerful electric current. Her body was numb, and the hairs on her body stood up. The many enforcer cyborgs also all had their bodies trembled and shook slightly, then quickly recovered, taking up a position as if they were facing the enemy, and couldn't care less about the anchor woman. It seemed to have been affected by a disturbing surge current or surge voltage generated by some kind of electromagnetic pulse. Around the power grid, there was fire, smoke and rocket debris. Inside the grid, on the other hand, was an intact patch of land, untouched by any semblance of an explosion. What moved her even more was the shadow that was surrounded by the power grid, dragging a huge glowing stone behind it on a silk thread. That shadow, it was clearly a spider. The scene in front of her eyes was deeply imprinted in countless pairs of eyes and strongly shocked the human soul. The spider monster had a long body, and its entire body was like obsidian, as long as 1 meter. 2 poisonous fangs flashed with a cold aura, 8 eyes as deep as the blue cosmic nebulae, 8 spider legs, joints and limbs, smooth lines, the end of the visible sharp. The dorsal abdomen is round and plump, covered with pink and purple light-colored fluff. If the above appearance makes people feel unspeakable intimidation and fear, then a blue-purple flow winding in the joints and dorsal abdomen of the pattern. It gives a person a bizarre and stunning beauty, so that she cannot move her eyes. The live broadcast room fell silent at this moment, without anyone sending comments. Even the criminal sky is also in a stiff and immobile, like a magnificent giant god stone statue. I didn't expect that after aiming to shoot a suspicious stone, a huge spider would appear, even though this spider was very small for the size of Xingtian. Within a short period of time, several incomprehensible things happened one after another. First, there was the appearance of monsters in the shelter base, which seized Interceptor's battle axe, the stones glowing and flying away automatically, the sudden appearance of an electric net to isolate the rocket's explosion, and lastly, the appearance of this huge spider out of thin air. After 2 long seconds, Interceptor moved. The mechanical Bigfoot full of power stepped forward. The belly fire light flashes frequently, again as a series of rockets spit out, shot to the tricky huge spider. Whoosh! With a long smoke tail, the rockets once again crashed into the power grid, stopping. But this time the rocket didn't explode, but was wrapped by the arc of electricity, and then actually seemed to melt like a candle, falling on the soil. The high temperature of the melted metal stimulated the soil with smoke. 5 meters around the spider, the electric web was dense, melting gold and turning iron. Even rockets couldn't get close. This kind of power was no longer a mutated creature like Neat Mountain, but a ghost god, an Oni who controlled the greatness of nature. No, it can't be. Impossible. The anchorwoman lost her temper and scratched her hair, almost muttering to herself in disorientation. The comments in the live broadcast room flew out as fast as Gatling bullets, and due to the rapidity of the swipes, so much so that the viewers couldn't even see any of the pop-ups. The number of people in the live broadcast room rose rapidly, breaking through from a few million to 10 million in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the screen flickered and the live broadcast was plunged into darkness, with a string of subtitles appearing right in the center. The live broadcast room is suspected of violating the rules, and is in the process of stepping up rectification. Chapter 51, 10,000 Tangles. Nanomite Warhead. Happy New Year. This is forcing my hand. In the middle of the power grid, Baijia secretly let out a sigh. Originally, he wanted to slip away, but he didn't expect to be forced by the rocket to use the grid barrier, and once he used his spiritual power, his invisibility disguise was automatically lifted. Since the 4th evolution, Baijia felt more and more like a demon, because he had become more skillful in the use of his spiritual power. He had also developed more variations when manipulating lightning through his mysterious spiritual power, in addition to the basic arc spreading form, as well as the 2 variations of Thunderclap and Thunderlance. This grid barrier was the 3rd variation. This ability of Thunderbolt control had already reached the incredible realm of divine spells. Thump! White Jia's 8 spider legs flicked, fiercely jumped up more than 10 meters. A white spider web was then sent out, quickly shot towards Interceptor, while rapidly expanding. Surprisingly, in the blink of an eye it expanded several times. It was the skill awakened after 4 evolutions. 10,000 Tangled Silk. The spider web was slightly transparent under the illumination of the sunlight, and the patterns on it were complicated, harboring some kind of mysterious laws. When the spider web came in front of Interceptor, the spider web had already expanded to the size of a basketball court, and Interceptor was too late to avoid it, and a shield was thrown out in an attempt to intercept it. But when the spider web covered the surface of the giant shield, it was actually still extending and expanding, as if it had its own vitality. In a single breath, the spider web enveloped Interceptor's upper body, amidst the loud chirping sound of the mecha struggling to function. No matter how much he tore at it with his shield and arms, he was unable to break free, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. It was a pity that Interceptor's giant axe hadn't had time to take it out after destroying the Meat Mountain monster, and had come after Baijia first. Sorry, the tenacity and stickiness of the 10,000 Tangled Silk isn't so simple to break open with brute force. White Silk YYDS. Swish swish. Between the demonic spider's size, 2 more white giant webs attacked, covering the legs and shoulders and arms of Interceptor. This time Interceptor completely lost his freedom. Even if he had more strength, he couldn't exert it. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind suddenly rose, and as soon as Baijia's chi condensed, he sensed the threat of missiles from above. Unfold. Space darkened. Blue and purple crystal lawns shone, and the semicircular grid's coverage expanded by another 2 meters, intercepting all of the missile bombardment. However, Baijia clearly felt that his own spiritual power was decreasing rapidly, and the grid barrier began to tremble, appearing weak. Expanding to a circumference of 7 meters is the limit? This was the first time it had used this change at full power. There was a rumble. Suddenly, in the midst of violent twisting, Interceptor's huge body lost its balance and collapsed like a blasted high-rise building. Smoke and dust churned up, and the ground trembled. With a snap, seeing this scene, the only girl present sat on her but on the ground, her eyes propped up to the limit, both hands covering her mouth as she whimpered. She couldn't believe her eyes. A spider that was so small in comparison to Xingtian, but only by relying on 3 spider webs, it made Xingtian's hands tied and unable to resist. That was the axe wielder known as the weapon of war. Interdictor. The effect is good. If only the color of the spider silk could be changed to black. After all, I still like black the most. Clunk. 2 strange thoughts had just flashed through Baijia's mind when he realized that a group of law enforcers had quickly surrounded Interceptor while raising their bayonets and handguns aimed at themselves. Obviously, they were worried that they would continue to launch an attack on Interceptor. Facing the brightly shining crowd of metal machinery, Baijia was awe-inspiring, but he was also unwilling to cause trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that Xingtian's giant axe had been damaged in the battle at the Mountain of Flesh, I'm afraid that the 10,000 tangled silk wouldn't have been able to bind Xingtian so easily. Getting the meteorite fragments was enough. The most important thing to do was to seize the spirit within it. The demon spider was about to retreat. It saw that the headless neck of Xingtian shot out 2 black-painted warheads towards the sky, and the warheads rose to halfway, exploded, showing a silver-gray cloud, and then disappeared. What is that? Baijia's heart was suspicious. At the same time a strong palpitation came. His body's fluffy hairs stood up. Dangerous, and it was a danger far greater than rockets and missiles. But it didn't see anything. Then the problem must be in the silver-gray cloud that had just disappeared. Struggling to maximize his senses, Baijia finally saw many things in the air that were invisible to the naked eye flying towards him. At the same time, it also realized that the 10,000 tangled threads that bound the criminal sky mecha were actually beginning to crumble. No, it should be more aptly described as melting. An invisible crack appeared on the spider silk, and then these cracks expanded and converged, eventually causing the thread to break. The next second, the group of invisible things in the air also crashed into their grid barrier, making a crackling sound, as if an electric fly swatter had hit a row of flies. Could it be a nanomachine bug? A thought flashed by. The demon spider's heart was even more fearful of Interceptor and human technology. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Slipping away. Snapping. A burst of blue and purple electric light exploded around Baijia's body. After the electric light, Baijia's figure had disappeared from its original position and appeared dozens of meters away, spinning invisible and flying away with the bucket-sized meteorite debris. In the blink of an eye, the demonic spider was nowhere to be seen. The enforcers then relaxed slightly, as it would take some time for the nanites to unbind that weird silk thread. They were really worried that the mutant spider would continue to attack Xingtian or them. However, the enforcers looked at Xingtian, who was entangled in the spider's web like a cocoon, and fell into thought. At this time, as Xingtian had already given up struggling, a hatch slowly opened from the center of his chest, and a figure climbed out. The female anchor, who was so tired that she was paralyzed on the ground, immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and forcefully raised her cell phone to record. There's someone inside of Xingtian? The person who appeared was a man, tall and straight, dressed in a special combat uniform, removing his helmet and revealing a cold and grim face. If Chen Chang were here, he would definitely cry out in shock when he saw this face, because he was Lu Wei from the security department of Gaia Technology. Only Lu Wei's icy cold and substantial gaze violently swept towards the anchorwoman's face, and the latter instantly fell into an ice cellar. With a lift of his right hand, a black hole appeared in the center of his palm, and with a flash of fire, the anchorwoman's cell phone suddenly exploded. The frightened woman trembled, her face as white as paper. Are you from the military region or the government? How dare you shoot at the public? The woman lost her voice and accused. Upon hearing this, the gloom on Lu Wei's face intensified and he snorted coldly. What kind of cow or horse are you? I'm nothing more than a law-abiding citizen, working in the security department of Gaia Technology, so go complain about me if you have the ability. Chapter 52, Snake Occupying Spider's Nest, Terrifying Shadow. The demon tarantula withdrew from the battlefield at high speed, looking back at the sky behind it from time to time. The 2 fighters were following them high in the sky, and after seeing the demon spider's magic ability, they seemed to have already had some consideration and didn't dare to lay eggs on the meteorite fragments that were in motion. Baijia naturally knew that the warplanes would not let themselves go easily, so he scurried directly into a forest, and layers of spider silk winding. the meteorite debris completely wrapped, making the meteorite debris also completely invisible. At the same time, his own body temperature blended into the surroundings to ensure that he was not monitored. By the time Baijie scurried out of the woods and ran towards the city, the fighter jet was no longer visible. Only then did it feel relieved to enter the city and weave between the buildings, taking the meteorite debris with it and hoofing it back to the back of Star Transmission University. But just as it reached the bottom of the big tree, it sensed the aura of an uninvited guest. "Sister White Weaver, you're back?" Before it even reached the tree, that soft and delicate voice came from its heart. "Why is it you again?" After a moment of hesitation in place, Baijie finally climbed onto the ground web of her own spider nest. A beautiful golden and white little snake was seen, ringed into a circle, enclosing his 5 spider eggs. The little snake raised its head and excitedly transmitted, "Where did Sister White Weaver go? I came over so early, but I didn't see Lord Sister, and only found Lord Sister's babies." The demon spider lifted its invisibility and helplessly transmitted its voice. "So, what are you doing here?" "Definitely not because I wanted to smell Sister Shirari's scent or because the elasticity of the Earth's web is fun. It's just because I want to take care of Shirari-sama's babies." "Obviously you didn't find the spider eggs until after you came. Is that so?" Baijie sneered. "Be careful they eat you first as soon as they're born." "Ah!" The little snake popped up with a jolt. "This stupid snake. Could it be that with your ability and life force you're still really worried about being eaten by the little spiders?" Baijie felt helpless regarding Bai Huahua's intrusion into the spider's mansion. Even though the spider's nest had thousands of heavenly dragnets and a corrosive poison attached to it, this was all useless to White Flower because of its own special ability, and because this wasn't the first time it had entered the spider nest. The little snake was already considered to be familiar with it, mainly because the spider nest has not been updated to use the 10,000 entangled silk material, which makes the snake to take advantage of the situation. After freezing for a while, Bai Huahua gritted her teeth and said, "No, it's fine, I'm not afraid of being bitten." "So, you're very brave? Dang, of course, I'm super good at swimming." "Okay, dumb white sweetie stay aside, you're taking my spot." Well, White Flower's reluctant to move away after thickening the mattress. This is Baijie exclusive position. Baijie was about to drive the snake out of the hole, but on second thought, he felt that it was now daytime, so it didn't matter if he left her here. Silly white sweetness, protect me. What is protecting the law? That is, protect me. Baijie thought about it and said, yes, I will definitely take care of Sister Bai Wei. Bai Huahua readily said. Subsequently, Baijie didn't care if the little snake understood what he meant or not. He fixed the meteorite fragment on the ground web of the spider nest and began to seize the spirit energy. The arcane energy, mapped with a pinkish-purple halo, continuously seeped into Baijie's body. The life force began to grow while his own body seemed to stretch, and Baijie almost moaned out in comfort. 113. 114, 115. All of a sudden, Baijie entered the realm of oblivion, and it was oblivious to the fact that its entire body had gone soft and shaky. It was the first time that the golden and white little snake had witnessed the demonic spider seizing the spiritual embodiment, its red eyes glowing with curiosity as it moved to survey it. The life force continued to climb, and the demonic spider's body flowed with a pinkish-purple luster, reflecting above the little snake's snake eyes. 120, 130. 140, 198. After only half an hour, Baijie's vitality skyrocketed to a high of 198. Great! There's too much spirit energy in this meteorite. It's worthy of its size. No wonder it could prompt the birth of a meat mountain kind of monster. Ding! A familiar beep sounded. Life force has reached the current species limit. Baijie immediately opened the data panel to check, and sure enough, name, Baijie, White Weaver. Title, Demon Spider White Weaver. Goddess of Darkness Nyx. Race, Demon Spider, Half-Demon Body. Life Force, 199, Max. Skills, Talent Poison Refining Compulsion. Spirit Devouring Body. Lightning Mastery. Satiety, 78%. Body length, 120 centimeters. Baijie was slightly surprised. The body length actually directly increased by 20 centimeters? Little Snake's voice also entered the consciousness. Sister Bai Wei, why have you gotten bigger again? Baijie was secretly saying. How can I get rid of you if I'm not big enough? Wait. He seemed to have flashed some ambiguous thoughts. Suddenly, the meteorite became dim and the system's voice came. The conditions for species evolution have been met, and evolution is about to begin. The body's burning heat and drowsiness came with it. But before falling asleep, Baijie insisted on reinforcing the vicinity of the spider nest with the 10,000 tangled silk before relaxing its body with peace of mind. Vaguely, it realized that there was an icy cold touch coming from its side. In the middle of an entire vast dark nebula, Bai Jie opened his eyes. The unreal feeling in its heart let it know that it was dreaming. As he gazed towards the dark nebula, the center of the infinite star river suddenly flashed with a faint pink and purple light, which constantly changed, showing many colors that could not be described in words. These colors do not exist in any of the colors known to mankind, nor can they be absorbed or reflected by light. The dim cosmic space began to brighten, and thousands of crystal and brilliant stars emerged, inlaid with colorful darkness, followed by a long reddish streak across the universe, like a blood-stained Milky Way. The blood-colored Milky Way suddenly rippled with a heavy wave of light, and a cloud of black mist that kept churning and festering appeared. These black mists gathered together and formed horrifying body organs, from which countless slimy black tentacles stretched out, and slime-like liquids continuously dripped down, covering the bright stars with a layer of black liquid. In a flash, unspeakable fear wrapped all of Bai Jie's senses, because it could perceive that the form condensed from this black mist was gazing at itself, even though the other party did not have eyes. Chapter 53, 5 Evolutions. Demonic Evil Body. Lord Whiteweave? Lin Binbin didn't get a response to how he called out from under the spider nest tree. His black suit was slightly dirty, and behind him were several sacks containing the bodies of many mutated animals. These were the escaped mutant animals that he had intercepted by going to the vicinity of the shelter base as per Lord Shirari's orders. Could it be that Lord Shirari is not here? Muttering, Lin Binbin suddenly saw a shadowy man walk into his line of sight carrying a large bag. Immediately, Lin Binbin's body tensed up as if he was facing an enemy, as he sensed an aura on the other party that was clearly different from that of an ordinary person. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Binbin asked. The feminine man was naturally Bai Jie's adopted agent number 2, Long Gu, who wore a contemptuous face. It's my turn to ask you this, isn't it? This place isn't something that ordinary people like you should come to, or else you won't even know how to die. Long Gu said. Lin Binbin frowned. This word, I'll give it to you as is as well. Leave immediately, or else I won't be blamed for being ungracious. He could never tolerate Lord Whiteweave's place of purification being harangued by outsiders. Moreover, the visitor's face was pale, his features were feminine, and his aura was evil. Not a good person at a glance. Long Ji's face swished and clouded over. The two were silent like this, their eyes facing each other with hostility. Seek death. Long Gu suddenly let out a low shout, pinched in his hands, his mouth hissing rustling, chanting a witch spell. A huge black armored centipede poked out from the collar behind Long Ji's neck. It's a mutated creature? Lin Binbin's gaze stared. No, this person can even control it. This place is deserted. No one will know if I kill you. Instead I can use your essence blood to nourish my compulsion. Since you refuse to leave, then stay forever. Long Gu laughed strangely. As the words fell, the black armored centipede turned into a black arrow and violently tore into Lin Binbin. But Lin Binbin had long since not been the downtrodden vagabond he was back then, and with a stomp of his feet, his figure jumped a few meters away, avoiding the centipede's tearing bite. How could the centipede give up the blood and flesh that was almost in its mouth? The black shadow landed on the ground and folded and jumped, again with a hunting wind sound towards Lin Binbin bite. Just as Lin Binbin was about to counterattack, the small transparent golden spider climbed onto his shoulder and whoosh 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 spewed out 3 poison arrows, all of which struck the black armored centipede's body. The centipede's airborne figure suddenly stalled, as if it was an airplane hit by a missile, and it landed in a sorry state, twitching unceasingly. Thank you, little guy. Lin Binbin gently stroked the little golden spider on his shoulder and softly said, that was? When Long Gu saw that spider, as if he had seen something terrifying, his face changed, his pupils contracted violently, and he didn't even care about his injured parasite. You? How did you get that spider? Long Ji's voice was strangely hoarse. You want to know? Lin Binbin shook his head and walked towards Long Gu with a calm demeanor. Dead man. No need to know. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in Lin Binbin's eyes, and his body overflowed with a murderous aura, an aura that had been cultivated in the black boxing ring. Bang! The air around Lin Binbin suddenly exploded, and then his upright posture disappeared. In the next moment, he had already appeared at Long Ji's side like a ghost, lifting his leg, bending his knee, and suddenly pulling out. A black pike pounded on Long Ji's face. Blood foam and broken teeth flew at once. Although Long Gu was able to control parasites, his physical quality was too different from Lin Binbin's. After all, he had only absorbed 1 drop of mutant venom. Theirs, in your blood. Looking at the scarlet that Long Gu spat out, Lin Binbin suddenly lost his concentration for a moment. His eyes flashed with greed, his breathing thickened slightly, and he slowly approached, his killing chance thick and solid. There is something I want. That is power. Kill you. Then it belongs to me. Lin Binbin muttered. His fists clenched. If he was in a sober state, he would definitely be able to spot the end. But he was already dominated by some kind of arcane and treacherous temptation at the moment, losing his basic thinking and judgment. He only had one goal right now, and that was to kill Longgu. You, don't come over, Longgu shouted as his teeth were covered in blood. Longgu kept retreating and suddenly thought of something. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lord Shirari, is that spider related to Lord Whiteweave? Hearing those 4 words, Lin Binbin went into a trance for a moment, then recovered his clarity. You know Lord Shirari? In the dim spider nest covered by branches and leaves, 8 eyes emitting an eerie blue and purple light appeared abruptly. After a long evolutionary slumber, Bai Jia had finally awakened, having shed its skin molt, and had spotted Bai Hua Hua, who was clinging to his side. This little snake had actually fallen asleep. That's it? Silly white sweetie just can't be trusted, Spider mentally murmured, and with his heart in his mouth, he opened the data panel. Name, Bai Jia, White Weaver. Title, Demon Spider White Weaver. Goddess of Darkness Nyx. Race, Shadow of the Phantom Thunder, Demonic Evil Body. Life Force, 210. Skill, Darkest Hour LV. 1, New. Advanced Self-Healing LV. 1, New. 10,000 Tangled Silk LV. 3, Spider Sense LV. 3, Advanced Deterrence LV. 6, Invisibility Camouflage LV. 6, Mutant Venom LV. 8, Spawning LV. 8, Footage /LV. 12, Max. Eat Bite LV. 12, Max. Sharp-Edged Arachnid LV. 12, Max. Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 12, Max. Poison Arrow Spray LV. 12, Max. Corrosive Poison LV. 12, Max. Talent, Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Mastery of Thunder and Lightning. Affinity for the Night, New. Satiety, 70%. Body length, 130 centimeters. Foot spread. That 4th meteorite fragment. The spiritual content is far beyond my imagination. Bai Jia looked at its vitality value and even developed a feeling of invincibility. It was really hard to imagine what kind of creature could break through the 200 vitality barrier like it did. Bai Jia was very satisfied. In addition to the 2 newly awakened skills, it had also awakened new talents. A total of 14 skills and 4 talents. It looked at the first new skill, and the skill resolution then appeared. Darkest Hour, newly awakened skill. Consume spiritual energy to vanish into the darkness. Strength, speed, defense, recovery and concealment abilities are greatly increased. Damage and immunity to dark familiars are increased for 10 seconds. The increase effect and duration increase with the skill level. In the darkness, the duration of the skill is 5 times as long as usual. Hiss. Seeing this, Bai Jia sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. Chapter 54, New Talent and New Elder. High-level self-healing, newly awakened skill. Consume spiritual energy to quickly recover from injuries and lost vitality. The recovery effect increases with the skill level. Hiss. Seeing this, Bai Jia sucked in 2 mouthfuls of cool air in his heart. Both new skills had drastically increased Bai Jia's battle power, and could be said to have given a qualitative improvement. Perhaps, if he encountered another missile bombardment, he would be able to resist it with his flesh and blood. Then, what about the new talents? Affinity for Darkness, a newly awakened talent. Born with an affinity for the night and dark environments, possessing the ability to communicate with nocturnal animals and dark familiars and intimidate them. It looks as if it's not bad, but it always feels like it's not as strong as Thunder Control. That said, dark familiars. What exactly is it? Bai Jia was about to test the skill when he heard a familiar voice transmission from Lin Binbin. Lord Bai Weaver? Only then did Bai Jia notice that not far below the tree, there stood these 2 silhouettes that were wary of each other. In addition to Lin Binbin, Longgu was surprisingly also there. These 2 even came together? How is Longgu still injured? Bai Jia was secretly puzzled. Sister White Weaver. Who are those 2 humans? Bai Hua Hua would wake up this time as well. Bai Jia realized that the little snake's life force was also raised to over 20. Perhaps because of the embracement from the 4th meteorite fragment. My servant, Bai Jia explained. Servants? Can I eat them then? People have never eaten human flesh before. The little snake's fangs were on display as it leapt forward to transmit its voice. Not to mention you. Even I have never eaten human flesh. In vain my previous racial name of Ogre Spider. Bai Jia secretly spat. Da-ba, they are still alive and useful to me. Bai Jia sent out a tiny arc of electricity, paralyzing the little snake as a warning. Besides, human flesh is sour and bitter. It's not tasty. You'd better eat the loaches and eels in your water pond. It was not that it was worried about the 2 agents being eaten by the golden white little snake, but it was afraid that the little snake would suffer for nothing. After pondering for a second, Bai Jia transmitted a voice to the 2 agents. I'm in. Puff. The two instantly knelt down on one knee. Lord White Weaver, is this person your newly accepted agent? Lin Binbin asked. Not bad, although he is not as strong as you. He is of some value to me, and the amount of spirit liquid in his body is far less than yours. Bai Jie transmitted his voice to Lin Binbin alone. At this time, Bai Jie also heard Long Ji's accusation against Lin Binbin and couldn't help but froze. It was you who injured him? Lin Binbin said awkwardly. My subordinate didn't know beforehand that he was Lord Whiteweaver's agent. Plus it was him who struck first. My subordinate had to fight back. Please forgive Lord Whiteweaver. That's just it. Bai Jie waved his forelegs and transmitted his voice to the two. It's just a misunderstanding. Then, Lin Binbin informed Bai Jie of the desire to kill that arose after spitting blood at Long Gu, without hiding anything. Bai Jie instantly understood that this was a trait possessed by the mutant venoms infected, and would want to seize the mutant venom in other infected people's bodies so as to strengthen themselves. This mutant venom of his own, how is it like a forbidden drug? Bai Jie secretly frowned as it realized that there had always been some sort of hidden danger with the mutation venom, but it didn't pick up on it and asked instead, what have you brought? What Lin Binbin had brought was the corpse of a mutated animal, with some faint spirit-embodied reactions remaining, while what Long Gu had brought was a poisonous insect compulsion. Of course, with Long Ji's position in the witchcraft inner hall, he couldn't take two good poisonous insects, and now these could only be considered as barely enough to give Bai Jie a fight. Tell me, what did you tell your fellow clansmen when you went back? Bai Jie asked Long Gu. Long Gu whirled around and slowly spoke. A few days ago, the death of the Witch Compass Elder and several Inner Hall disciples naturally caused an uproar in the Inner Hall. However, due to the fact that the Witchcraft Elder wanted to monopolize Bai Jie and refine it into his own compulsion, he controlled the scope of knowledge of the siege of the Demon Spider operation. Except for Long Gu, everyone else who knew about the siege operation died at the hands of Bai Jie. Long Gu lied to the clan that the siege took place in the wild and that the culprit had disappeared off the trail, and that he was the only one who managed to escape. Lord Whiteweave, I have another important matter to report to you. What is it? Soon, the Inner Hall will allow another new elder to sit in the Yangon city. I'm worried that she will recognize my abnormality. Bai Jie only said indifferently as it listened. Spiritual liquid is only sensed by the same source. Even if that person is a Witch Compass Clan Inner Hall elder, it would still be difficult to find out. It actually had half a sentence left unsaid. That is, if Long Gu was really discovered, it couldn't care less. If Bai Jie had to worry about everything, why would it need them as agents? Even if Long Gu was forced to reveal his existence in front of that new elder under torture, he would still encounter the backlash of the mutated venom. Although he said on his lips that it was fine, Bai Jie still bestowed 3 more drops of mutant venom to Long Gu, which not only strengthened his physical quality, but also made his ability to control parasites even stronger. In this way, Long Gu had enough strength to defend himself and could also seek more status in the Inner Hall. Now that the Witchcraft Inner Hall was not only operating the reptile business in the open, the Inner Hall disciples also needed to cultivate parasites in exchange for contributions, with the contribution points determining the status and the cultivation resources that could be exchanged for them. So Bai Jie wouldn't skimp on the mutant venom, and the more he gave, the more Long Gu would only rely on Bai Jie and be more loyal. Introduce that new elder. Bai Jie calmly transmitted his voice. Okay, Lord Bai Jie. Long Gu nodded. That new elder is named Long Bingheng, the female elder that Long Xiaofeng pursued before. Rumor has it that she is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy and as cold as ice and frost. Now she seems to be ambiguous with the clan chief, and there are also rumors that she doesn't live a very clean life in her private life. Bai Jie. Demon Spider has a few black lines hanging down. Did I ask you to introduce this? Luckily, Long Gu shifted his focus to the right track in time. There is no doubt that she is one of the strongest elders in the Witchcraft clan, second only to the clan chief in terms of strength and far above the Dragon Snake elders. Bai Jie was enlightened. In that case, it was the first tier of strength in the Witchcraft clan. Long Gu continued. I only inquired before I went up to the mountain, and the reason why such a powerful elder was sent to Yangon City was because he was affected by those fusion monsters, and wanted to come and investigate the source of the mutation in order to obtain the opportunity to revitalize the Witch Compass clan. Oh, only after hearing this did the demonic spider respond with interest. After hearing Long Ji's words, Bai Jie had a few interests in that new elder who was about to arrive. And not only did it want to know about this beautiful elder's private life. Blah blah blah, the melon addiction was offending again. Not only did Bai Jie want to know how strong this beautiful elder was, and how much of the Witchcraft clan's heritage was still there, but it also wanted to understand, with its own battle prowess, how much of a chance of victory could it have against her. Chapter 55 Panic, Adoration and Absurdity. As for Lin Binbin, Bai Jie also gave 2 drops of mutant venom to reward him for bringing back the mutated animal. However, He didn't dare to give more to avoid uncontrollable mutations. At the same time, Bai Jie also warned Lin Binbin to enhance his physique as soon as possible, and not to rely too much on the spirit liquid to prevent going overboard. Up to now, Lin Binbin had absorbed 7 drops, and Long Ge had absorbed 4, but fortunately, none of them had the mutation of appearance as stated in the skill description. After granting the mutant venom, Bai Jie solemnly transmitted his voice. I still have some things I need you to do. After the delivery, Bai Jie no more words, the two are also overjoyed to leave. On the way down the mountain, Long Ge couldn't help but break the silence. How did you come into contact with Lord White Weaver? Lin Binbin gazed forward without answering the question. Although I don't know why you can still become an agent even though you're so weak. Lord Whiteweave naturally has her reasons for leaving you behind. If you lose your proper value, or dare to talk about Lord Shirari in private like this again, I will personally kill you by hand and take the power within you. Long Ge's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, his face grim as he stared deathly at Lin Binbin's departing back. But recalling Lin Binbin's tactics from before, he couldn't help but win a cold war, secretly thinking, no wonder he was able to obtain Lord Whiteweave's spider favors to accompany him. I can only do so by displaying greater strength and greater value than him. He could see that the spider familiars on Lin Binbin's shoulders were far superior to any compulsion he had in his hands. North City Flower Garden neighborhood. Lin Binbin returned to the house, settled the little spider, and opened 2 videos. The first was a live broadcast that had set the entire internet ablaze this morning, documenting the battle between the war weapon axe wielder Interdictor and the Flesh Mountain monster. The appearance of the fusion monster made people panic, thinking that a biochemical crisis had come. And then the image of the war weapons god of heaven descending from the earth and suppressing the mountain of flesh and blood with thunderous means made people's eyes fall out of their heads, and at the same time, they marveled at the federal government's handiwork. But one of the most attention-grabbing of all was a creepy giant spider, because it was actually able to become invisible. Not only did it take away the meteorite fragments from Interceptor's hands, it also performed the power grid avatar to intercept the rockets. The second video was even more jaw-dropping. Although the image was blurry and distant, like a sneak peek, it was possible to see that the spider had bound Interdictor with just a spider web. That was the so-called weapon of war, a giant mecha that brought together the cutting-edge technology of modern times. Just like a prey, it was entangled in the spider's web and couldn't move. The scene in the video overflows from the dam of the times, washing away, destroying, and reconstructing human perceptions of the world, causing hardened preconceptions and paradigms to crumble and fall apart. Though social media platforms have all but taken down all related video material, they have been unable to put a stop to the private, peer-to-peer transmissions. The bulk of the Federation's citizens had essentially seen the footage, and it had also circulated abroad. Many ideas spread and grew like weeds in the hearts of mankind. Among the ideas, the most unspoken point of consensus was, the world has changed. Surrounding the creepy giant spider, also known as White Jay, and the Flesh Mountain monster, the mood of the masses descended into panic about the unknown and disillusionment with modern weaponry. And at the bottom of the panic, a kind of worship called the worship of the unknown and powerful force was bred. Is this the incarnation of Lord Shiranui? It's surprisingly terrifying. Even the incarnation is this powerful. Then what kind of mysterious existence should Lord Whiteweave's main body be? Lin Binbin replayed the live video over and over again, his star-like eyes faintly glowing with a blue-violet color. It was like an old cow falling into a deep mire, unable to pull itself out. Lin Binbin also noticed that on social media, some people revealed that the creepy giant spider came from a female college student's poisonous pet livestream, and was once a pet spider named Night Goddess Nyx. However, most people are skeptical, and after comparing the two, they believe that there is not only a huge difference in size, but also a huge difference in ability, so it is impossible to be the same spider. At the same time, it seems that the spider has no desire to harm humans or attack Interceptor, but simply to take away the meteorite fragments. But no matter what, the name Nyx was retained as a name for the spider that made Interceptor suffer, which in a way echoed the reverence in people's hearts. Now, the Yangon municipal government and the federal government will have a headache. Well, I'm afraid that even the military region will be affected. Just when Lin Binbin thought that the federal government would just remain silent and keep mum, a statement on the next day changed Lin Binbin's thoughts. The officials finally couldn't resist and admitted that the meteorite fragments were most likely the source of the emergence of animal mutations, including this big spider of mine. Bai Jie glanced at the Yangon municipal government's press release for the conference and sighed in his heart. This day had finally arrived. Officially, it was stated that within the meteorite, there existed some sort of virus from an alien planet. These viruses could realize self-iterations, evolve, and parasitize into animals through the radiation of the meteorite. It is also mentioned that no cases of humans being parasitized have been found. Organisms affected by meteorite radiation are divided into three categories: quasi-mutant organisms, mutant organisms, and bizarre organisms. Of these, quasi-altered creatures carry the mutation virus, but the virus is in latency, so their behavior and appearance are the same as when they are normal, making them difficult to detect. Mutant creatures, on the other hand, refer to those creatures in which the mutation virus works to cause a mutation in their appearance and attack humans out of control. Strange creatures refer to those creatures in which the mutated virus has undergone an unknown evolution and has highly fused with its host, thus giving birth to some extraordinary abilities. Bai Jia, on the other hand, was categorized by humans as belonging to the third category, bizarre creatures. Below the official press release, Bai Jia saw many retweets and comments from netizens and media, many of which were about himself, seriously suspecting that giant spider is the culprit that allowed the Meat Mountain monster to be born. Demon spider? Did you learn this pot-shaking skill from Lady Liberty Nation? I hope the government and the law enforcement division will arrest that horrible spider as soon as possible. Please. Demon spider, I'm sorry I was born a spider. Reasonably, this spider is a bit obnoxious. Even the tiger's mouth to steal the fruits of victory belonging to mankind. It should be arrested and whipped dozens. Demon spider, hey, sorry, next time I dare. This spider shouldn't be malicious, right? Although it robbed the meteorite debris, as long as it is arrested and properly educated, it should still be able to be transformed into a good spider lady. Upstairs, how do you know she's a spider lady? She's so pretty and has such a big body. How can she not be a spider woman? So sure? I think some people just want to educate Nyx, but be careful of being educated into a corpse. The demon spider silently turned off her cell phone and stood up in the air, doubting her life. Suddenly, she wasn't looking forward to her life after she transformed into her own form. Chapter 56 Library Scare. The day after the change in the shelter base, and the day that Yangon City issued a press conference, Lin Binbin got up early in the morning. He knew very well that Lord Whiteweave's strength was far more profound than just as the avatar had shown. Lord Whiteweave will probably have more agents in the future, and I'm going to have to be the strongest one and become the most favored servant. At the same time, strengthen my physique in order to be able to hold more spirit liquid. Lin Binbin's thoughts wandered as he walked over to the neighborhood's fitness area, practicing harder and harder. On his limbs, he bundled a few sandbags, running, jumping, rolling up and down, trying to work out his limbs, waist and abdomen, to be full and powerful. White Weaver's action of defeating Interdictor had greatly invigorated him. It turns out, as long as the strength is enough, you can come and go under the eyes of modern weapons and law enforcers. Mystery, always out of range. Lin Binbin worked so hard, but also looked forward to the day when he could ignore the rules and constraints of the outside world and take revenge on Li Jiayu. That day, he believed, would not be too far away. The library of Star Transmission University. It was very quiet here. Many students were reviewing and preparing for the graduate school exams in December. And even the big event that turned the world upside down yesterday in Yangon City couldn't affect their plans. Compared to the usual, the number of students studying in the seats is still a little less, probably because they went to eat yesterday's melon. There are also some students who are openly eating melon. For example, Sa Chimeng. She was in the corner seat, using her tablet computer to watch the live video of yesterday's internment base over and over again with great interest, even though she had already watched it several times. When the mysterious spider appeared, her gaze still showed 7 parts amazement and 3 parts shock. When powerful strength and eerie mystery were extremely distinctly embodied in a mutated creature at the same time, there was a kind of fascinating charm that straight away taught her to almost clap her hands. Until the video finished playing, a trace of unfulfillment still remained on Xia Yimeng's serene features. She even envied the humans present, being able to witness the mysterious descent, while she was staring blankly at the flat panel. But suddenly her attention was taken away by strange noises. Rustling, thumping. Xia Yimeng followed the sound and saw a boy in the neighboring seat lying on the table, burying his face in the crook of his arm, his head twitching and his legs shaking. He also made a diaphragmatic teeth-grinding sound. Xia Qiming's eyebrows knitted slightly. This person had been like this for a few hours since she came to the library in the morning. Class president, don't mind him. When I came here yesterday, he was also like this. He didn't respond no matter how much he called. I don't know what kind of evil he's been hit by. The double ponytail girl who came to the library with Xia Qimeng as her companion said softly. This student, the library is not a place to sleep. Moreover, you are affecting other students. Xia Yimeng sighed, but still walked next to the boy and advised him kindly. Just as she was about to put her hand on the boy's shoulder, intending to shake him awake, the catkin that she stretched out suddenly stood up with cold hairs and froze. A warning sign surfaced in her heart and her clear pupils contracted. The boy slowly turned his head and lifted it in the direction of Xia Qimeng. You, Xia Qiming violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, forgetting to breathe as her heart went into cardiac arrest. Because she saw a rat's face. The whole face was covered with gray fuzz. Small black eyes were parted. White whiskers curved up towards the sides. The pointed mouth was slightly open, and the fine teeth dripped transparent liquid. This face is surprisingly long on a human head. Rumble. Eerie unease and fear instantly erupted in Xia Yiming's brain, challenging established biological cognition. Ah! Seeing this scene, the double ponytailed girl instantly let out a shrill scream resounding through all the floors of the library. Thump! The double ponytailed girl got up and fled, pushing the tables and chairs to make ear-piercing friction sounds against the ground, and her great desire to survive prompted her to leave this place without a second thought, not caring about her classmate. Xia Qiming. Crap! What the hell? The dense sound of tables and chairs moving one after another resounded. More and more people saw that rat face, and the library immediately became clamorous. Classmate, what's wrong with you? Need help? Xia Yiming swallowed her saliva and carefully said. The rat man kept his head up unchanged, his gaze cloudy, and seemed to wake up a little after hearing Xia Qiming's voice. Only his pointed mouth moved slightly, slurring out a hoarse and unpleasant sound. I don't want this. Who? Save me. More and more people gathered around, covering their mouths in shock and gazing at the rat man in horror. Squad leader? A clear voice came from the crowd. Chen Chang drilled out of the crowd. He clenched his fists and said nervously, What are you staying there for? Come back quickly. Xia Qiming gradually drew back and whispered softly to comfort. It's all right, classmate. The doctor will be here soon. You'll definitely be all right. Doctor? The mouse man mumbled and repeated. Then his eyes changed and he gritted his teeth and snapped. No, don't. I'm not sick. I don't want to see a doctor. At the same time, it actually lunged headlong towards Xia Qiming. The fishy wind pounced on her face, like a hungry beast pouncing on her. Xia Qiming's body thumped back quickly, but the speed of this mutated rat man was even better. Seeing that the sharp nails were about to catch Xia Qiming, whoosh! A touch of tall and thin figure blocked across in front of the Wenjing girl, but it was like a high mountain, blocking the fishy wind, and lifted a foot to crack the air sound, directly kicking the mutated rat man flying. Are you alright, class president? The figure turned around and asked with concern. Thank you, Chen Chang. Xia Qiming said with a palpitating heart and gave Chen Chang's leg a deep look. Not good. Stop him, someone in the crowd shouted. Ow! Only to see the fallen mutant ratman rearing up with a thick footprint on his chest. With a furious roar, it fiercely zipped into the crowd of onlookers, like a vicious wolf entering a sheep pen, wantonly pouncing on it, provoking a succession of shrieks and wails. The crowd was in chaos, fleeing in all directions. Not good. Chen Chang moved and was about to rescue him, but Xia Qiming grabbed his arm. That person has been completely provoked by your kick with ferocious intent. His physique is already far beyond normal, and now in this frenzied state, it's better for you not to take any chances, Xia Qiming advised. But Chen Chang hesitated, asking him to watch others being torn apart. The education he had received in the past prevented him from taking it calmly. Save. The mutant ratman was currently pouncing on a girl, frantically tearing and biting, and blinding and eye-piercing blood quickly flowed all over the place. Next to them were two boys whose chests had been torn open with a huge gash, paralyzed on the ground. Between cries and howls of pain, they were dragged aside by the well-meaning crowd since the mutant ratman didn't choose to continue attacking them. Han Chuan, stop it. She's in our class. A girl cried out, violently copying a chair and slamming it towards the back of Han Chuan, who had become a mutant ratman. With a clang, both the chair and Han Chuan were intact, and the girl's strength was ultimately weak. Although this blow is effective, but also very dangerous, only to see Han Chuan stopped biting, slowly turned his head, face hairs one by one erect, full of ferocious animalistic, while sound pounced on the girl. Now, the crowd was scared out of their wits, no longer dare to go forward. Grandma Lee's. Seeing this scene, Chen Chang's blood churned, his face surged with blood, he let out a long whistle, rushed to Han Chuan's front, and with a fierce kick accompanied by a thick and heavy accumulation of force, he ruthlessly crashed into Han Chuan's waist and abdomen. Bang! Under this kick infused with rage, Han Chuan flew out several meters in the air, knocking down a row of bookshelves along with it, and the sea of books swooped down and flooded Han Chuan. The crowd was dumbfounded, and there was a deafening silence, leaving only the sound of Han Chuan's groans. Chen Chang, you finally accepted. Xia Qiming's gaze was complicated. Looking at the tall and thin figure that gathered a powerful aura, her expression was stunned, and it was difficult to calm her heart. No one knew that above the ceiling of the library, 8 invisible eyes were also watching this scene. Chapter 57, Li Jiayu. The law enforcers stationed on campus quickly arrived at the library and subdued Han Chuan. When the enforcers left, They also took with them several people who had been harmed by Han Chuan as well as the body of a dead girl. Over the next 2 days, a dozen or so people whose bodies had mutated appeared one after another within Star Transmission University, including both men and women, students and teachers. Some of their faces turned into rats, some grew horns, and their entire heads turned into cow heads. There were even people whose mutations extended half of their bodies, from their waists and stomachs to their heads, completely taking on the appearance of a werewolf. Only a small portion of these mutated humans were able to retain a trace of sanity and cooperate with the control of the enforcers. This was only 2 days after the official declaration that no mutated virus parasitized humans had been found for the time being, and then these accidents happened. Strangely enough, this bizarre event only occurred at Star Transmission University, and no similar situation occurred outside the school. The teachers and students on campus were completely caught up in the fear of the unknown and their own worries. They were afraid that their bodies would mutate, and after being controlled by the enforcers, they would become experiments for scientific research, or turn into the horrifying appearance of the Meat Mountain monster. It can be imagined that as long as the slightest mutation appears on the body, no normal person can calm down, thinking that he or she is an alien, and will remain skeptical of the people around them, not daring to ask for help from the outside world. Humans have discovered that when they lose their sanity to a certain extent, mutant humans will enter Han Chuan's state of madness and attack those around them regardless of the consequences. And those who were attacked by the mutant humans would be miserable. Within a day the wounds would become malignantly infected, and then their faces would change, such as the gradual appearance of a rat's 5 senses. Luckily, the law enforcement division had increased its support for Star Transmission University, investing hundreds of law enforcers to keep the potentially infected mutants to 50 people or less, and curbing the spread of the bizarre incident. As a result, the students, in panic, protested against the school's closure measures, demanding that the doors be opened and classes be suspended to let them go home. But, at this juncture, how could the officials allow a group of students carrying the risk factor of mutation to walk out of the school gates, or even leave the city of Yangon and head towards various cities and towns across the Federation? These students who have been strangely contaminated do not have any spirit embodiment reactions in their bodies. Then, what exactly turned them into monsters? Suspending his invisible body with spider silk, Bai Jie hung from the ceiling of the library like a chandelier, his perception and gaze sweeping over the study seats where the number of people had decreased by a large portion. Since realizing that the academy and the teaching building could not squat on Wang Miaoma, Bai Jie moved to the library. Suddenly, a buxom figure wearing a teacher's formal attire caught Bai Jie's attention. That seems to be Professor Li Jiayu. Bai Jie instantly recognized this Lin Binbin's enemy, not only because of Lin Binbin, but long before he was transferred into Spider. Bai Jie had heard about this mature and cold female professor through the chats of his classmates. He had even searched for its photo in the school forum and had also attended her public class. So Bai Jie confirmed the identity just by looking at the dimpled back. Although you framed Lin Binbin, it's ultimately a grudge between you two. Bai Jie stared intently at Li Jiayu as she walked to the elevator but did not intend to do anything. However, the next moment the fluffy hairs on its spider legs suddenly stood up. Spider sense. Bai Jie's spirit lifted. Almost at the same moment, Li Jiayu whipped her head around in a flash and looked towards the dome where Bai Jie was. What? If he hadn't seen the slight doubt and searching in Li Jiayu's eyes, Bai Jie would have thought that the other party had discovered him. Bai Jie quickly calmed down. She can detect my gaze? How is that possible? Even the spider sense told me that I was in danger. But the system didn't detect the spirit or a reaction. Why is that? With a thought, the information panel surfaced before his eyes. Object, Li Jiayu. Vitality, 1. Body length, 172 centimeters. Status, healthy. Li Jiayu looked at the dome a few more times in succession before walking into the elevator. There must be something wrong. Even if the information panel showed normal, Bai Jie was still sure of this. It didn't take long for Li Jiayu to leave the library and return to her office with a few books in her pocket. She still didn't know that outside her office window, there was a giant spider lying on its back, with 8 eyes secretly watching her. From time to time, Li Jiayu flipped through the books, organizing the desk work, and talking to students to exchange topics. There is no difference with an ordinary university teacher. During that time, there were many students and teachers who came to her, both men and women, who could not help but keep their eyes on the curves of her proud body for a few seconds. However, unlike Bai Jie's past impression of that Professor Li Jiayu who was eager to answer students' questions, the current her, a trace of anxiety coalesced between her brows, and when she encountered students and other teachers coming to her, she hurriedly dealt with them and sent them away in a hurry. If there were no black spots in history, then you would undoubtedly be a perfect woman, an excellent professor. I am also not an enforcer and have no intention of judging you judicially or morally. But you shouldn't have looked at me that way. Bai Jie was sure that she would always reveal herself. Finally, the turnaround happened in the evening. A girl who had just left Li Jiayu's office and walked outside the building suddenly fainted. Immediately after, her face grew gray dense hairs at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her features slowly changed. The surrounding people who passed by and saw it lost their voices and exclaimed in shock. And with a group of people keeping their distance to watch, the law enforcers were soon attracted. Almost at the same time, a familiar unemotional beep abruptly rang out. Weak spiritual aura response detected. Feeling something in his heart, Bai Jie fiercely looked in through the window mirror. This, only to see Li Jiayu leaning against the door, her jade face pale, bean-sized beads of sweat constantly dripping down from her forehead, her plumpness violently undulating, seemingly enduring great pain, and also unlocking the door. Bai Jie's gaze condensed, and the relevant data surfaced in front of his eyes. Chapter 58, Li Jiayu Next Gift Plus. Object, Li Jiayu, Symbiote, Vitality, 15. Body length, 172 centimeters. Status, unstable. Sure enough, it's a symbiote just like Zheng Yueya. Could it be that she's also being parasitized by the weird purple light? Wait, this life force. Why is it floating? In Bai Jie's eyes, Li Jiayu's life force dropped to 2 at one point, jumped to 15, 17 at another. It even sprang to 20 for an instant. At the same time, dots of pinkish-purple light spots floated on Li Jiayu's white skin, slowly swimming on its surface like a goldfish, appearing bizarre and mysterious. An evil yet divine aura was also drilled into Bai Jie's perception. Li Jiayu's good-looking willow eyebrows knit tightly, her vermilion lips open, panting heavily, her plump thighs trembling slightly, her pink muscles surfacing with large beads of sweat, then evaporating, then surfacing again, evaporating, and the cycle goes on and on without interruption. Vitality is also high and low. Bai Jie watched silently with interest. This situation lasted for more than 10 seconds before the pink and purple light spots gradually disappeared, and its vitality returned to the normal human benchmark of 1. It did not appear to be out of control. It's a bit interesting. Professor Li, I didn't expect you to be hiding such a secret in your body. Although I would love to try your depths right now, but this is a school after all. I can't make a rash move. After getting the desired answer, the spider turned into a blue and purple light shadow and disappeared outside the window. 10 minutes later, Star Transmission University's backyard spider nest. Bai Jie communicated with the little spider with his mind and got in touch with Lin Binbin. Human brat, do you want revenge? The eerie and reserved voice transmission drilled into Lin Binbin's mind, causing him to lose his concentration for 2 seconds. What surprised him even more was the content within the words. Lord Whiteweave, are you saying that I can make a move against Li Jiayu? Lin Binbin was a little unsure. He even guessed if this would be Lord Whiteweave's test for him. If he said that he wanted to take revenge, there was a chance that it would make his image in Lord Bai Wei's mind become intentional and not stable enough. Still, he decided to follow his heart. That's right, haven't you always wanted revenge? Bai Jie asked in a voice transmission. Yes, my lord. I have never forgotten the ordeal that woman caused me, and I also want to take revenge on that woman. But, now that the situation in Yong'an City is complicated and tightly guarded, I'm worried that it will disrupt Lord Bai Wei's plans. Lin Binbin said cautiously. Plans? How could I have any plans? My plan is to move towards the 6th evolution as soon as possible. Ahem, the demon spider said in a salty manner. Well, however, the time is ripe now, and seeing as you've been doing your best, I can still solve the extra trouble for you, but you need to lure her out and do it again without drawing attention to yourself and without others present. Also, have you figured out how to get back at her? This was the point that Bai Jie was most curious about. I have, in fact, thought of personally killing her with my own hands, but I'm not sure what I really think anymore. Oh, is that so? Bai Jie was slightly surprised by Lin Binbin's answer. No matter what you want to do, first you have to face her head on in order to be clear about your true heart. Lin Binbin transmitted his voice again. I understand Lord Whiteweave. However, with my current abilities, I can completely sneak into her home and directly showdown with her. But why do I still need to lure her out? Before the words were finished, Bai Jie directly interrupted. She is not an ordinary person. The danger in her is more than you can imagine. Once you fight with her, you will definitely attract the enforcers. Everything should also be from the stable. Lin Binbin obviously did not expect that Li Jiayu still has some kind of secret on her body. Stunned and promised. Okay, subordinate will go and make a plan. Bai Jie assiduously said. I'll give you some hints. The bizarre events that have recently appeared on campus are related to her. At Lord Bai Weaver's hints, the surprise put on more and more in Lin Binbin's eyes. Star Transmission University, the staff dormitory on campus. Since the closure of the school, many teachers stayed overnight, And Li Jiayu wasn't surprised, because she was at the rank of professor. She enjoyed the treatment of a single room. Knock, knock. A crisp knock sounded on the door. Li Jiayu frowned her willow eyebrows and sighed silently in her heart. To come and disturb at such a late hour. There was only that person. She got up and opened the door without the slightest surprise in her eyes, and her tone carried an indifferent detachment. Inspector Yu, what's the matter at this late hour? Outside the door stood a man with broad shoulders and a thin waist, still wearing a long-sleeved white shirt on a hot day, a head of broken hair, and a handsome face. In his early 30s, named Yu Rue. He is the detective of the Criminal Investigation Department of Yangon City, managing a group of agents under his hand. At this age he can become the detective of the Criminal Investigation Department of a third-tier city. It can be said that he has a successful career and is a young talent. Although he was a bit younger than Li Jiayu, he was the one who had once been with Li Jiayu and had just broken up not long ago, which was regrettable for a lot of people who were optimistic about this marriageable quality couple. Seemingly accustomed to Li Jiayu's detachment, Inspector Yu looked helpless. This afternoon, 3 students and a teacher mutated, and someone else was injured as a result. The school has been very unsettled lately. For your safety, I brought you this. Inspector Yu took out an object from behind his back and opened his palm to present a metal object. This is gun? Li Jiayu's jade face changed slightly and she lost her voice and exclaimed in shock, hastily covering her mouth because the sound was too loud. Yu Rue handed the pistol in front of Li Jiayu and instructed in a low voice. Take it. A total of 7 rounds of ammunition. Light and easy to carry. And you have learned to use firearms during these years with me. In this way, if someone close to you has a mutation, even if I'm not by your side or the enforcers can't arrive in time, you'll be able to defend yourself temporarily and wait for rescue. After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Jiayu still took the pistol with a complicated face and said sullenly, you're the one who should be careful and not turn into that kind of monster. Yu Rue smiled helplessly, and just wanted to say that he was not in the school, and mutation should not be his turn. Just as he heard a snap, the door was closed, and that plump and mature petite body also disappeared from sight. Ugh, he sighed, pretending to be lost as he muttered to himself. Not even a word of thanks was received. He stood still in the doorway, and only after 2 seconds did he hear, from inside the door of the room, a not-so-clear female voice, thank you. It was only then that the corner of Yu Rue's mouth hooked up in a satisfied arc, straightened his collar, straightened his back, and whistled as he walked away. Chapter 59 Abandoned Factory. Old Grudges. After closing the door, Li Jiayu attached her ear to the door again, confirming that the man had left before pressing her chest high and sighing in relief. She hid the pistol and turned around when she was suddenly grabbed by something in the room that caught her eyeballs at once, her pupils trembling. This is. She saw a square slip of paper on the desk with the words, received by Li Jiayu written on it. She looked furiously out the darkened window, noticing nothing unusual except the half-open window. If someone had sneaked in, she should have been able to detect it, but how did this note appear? Between doubts, she picked up the note and unfolded it to read it. Suddenly her body trembled, her gaze suddenly turned icy cold, and along with it, her entire aura became unfathomable. Inside it was written, Professor Li Jiayu, if you don't want the truth that you are the source of the recent bizarre human mutations on campus to be exposed, please come to the abandoned factory on Longxi Road in the Eastern District at 6 p.m. tomorrow. I don't think you want to lose your current life and honor, right? Remember, only you can come alone. The following day, there was no wind or sunshine, and the weather was gloomy. The sluggish arrival of early fall sent away most of the summer heat. Li Jiayu, dressed in a capable teacher's uniform, carrying a wide briefcase, her soft green silk knotted into a towering conch bun, and a pair of dull black thick frames to cover her style, arrived at a huge factory building. This place was desolate. Most of the buildings in the factory were demolished, and the concrete road was pitted and full of debris. There were a few badly broken trucks parked in the corners all around, stained with moss and mud, dirty and looking like they hadn't been touched in many years. The dilapidated and desolate abandoned factory site, the sexy and mature cold uniformed beauty, formed a very conflicting and eye-catching picture. It was a pity that no one saw it. Li Jiayu lifted the watch on her wrist and realized that the hour hand was just pointing to 6 o'clock. I'm coming, Li Jiayu said softly, with a mature flavor in her tone. At the same time, her eyes swept vigilantly to all the hidden corners around her. Good. You didn't come here with your tail. I knew that school seal couldn't stop you. Suddenly, a clear male voice with a hint of magnetism rang out. A white-shirted man walked into Li Jiayu's field of vision. The visitor had a handsome face with a fine stubble, a straight posture and muscular body, and was clearly Lin Binbin. The man's clear eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake, and his expression was natural, as if he was reunited with an old friend he hadn't seen for years. You are? Seeing the other party's face, A flash of confusion surfaced on Li Jiayu's face. She did not remember seeing this person in her memory. Upon hearing this, the corner of Lin Binbin's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Professor Li is precisely the nobleman who forgets things. Can the sins you've done really be treated as if they've never happened? No wonder the heavens have sent down bad luck on you. Lin Binbin's tone was suddenly morose and cold. For the slander on the note, no one would believe it even if they said it. As long as you are willing to sincerely apologize, I can choose to forgive you. Li Jiayu also returned nonchalantly. At the same time, her hand quietly opened the button of her briefcase. Inside the bag was a pistol that Yu Rui had given her. Li Jiayu's small movements, naturally, could not be hidden from Lin Binbin, but Lin Binbin still spoke in a wooden manner. 10 years ago, the Art Academy, the New Year's Eve party at the eastern suburbs villa. 10 years ago, you personally pushed me down to hell, trapped me in everyone's shame and abuse, made me lose my reputation, even my family. Lin Binbin gritted his teeth, one word after another popping out from between his teeth. You are. Li Jiayu's lips suddenly trembled, forgetting to breathe. Trembling? Lin Binbin? That's right, it's me. Lin Binbin took a step forward. 10 years? How many 10 years are there in life? I've spent 10 years in the dark. The most precious time of this life was buried due to your false accusations. You're here to seek revenge? Li Jiayu took a step back, her face a little pale. The hand holding the gun in her bag tightened. Not bad. Lin Binbin nodded slightly. Originally, you were not guilty of the crime, but your existence has become the source of the bizarre contamination on campus. You obviously could have turned yourself in to the officials, but you didn't do that. So, I intend to kill you, and count it as doing something meritorious to stop innocent people from mutating due to your contamination. In the face of Lin Binbin, who slowly walked in, eyes containing killing intent, Li Jiayu's demeanor was strangely restored to calm. Frankly said, I did not expect that it was you, an ordinary person, who discovered my secret. She took a deep breath and slowly said, okay, you come on. In fact, 10 years ago, after I reached my goal, I didn't obtain the satisfaction I imagined. Instead, I began to doubt the meaning of what I was doing. All these years, I've been living in regret, but because of my thought, because of my cowardice, everything is irreparable. I'm sorry. Hearing these words, Lin Binbin's footsteps lurched, and then he sneered. Whether you regret it or not, it has nothing to do with me, because your end is already doomed. Li Jiayu let go of the briefcase in her hand and let it fall to the ground, then closed her eyes and waited for her fate. Her flat tone revealed a hint of sadness as she said, kill me. It's better for you, for everyone. Lin Binbin didn't respond, the aura of murder permeating his body, nor did he let his guard down as he continued to approach Li Jiayu and drew a dagger from behind his waist. Bai Jia, who was hidden in the dark, saw this scene and felt his brain spinning. Just like this to lead the neck to be killed? Shouldn't he first wrestle a little bit, and then like Zheng Yueya, have a beautiful maiden? No, a transformation of a beautiful mature girl or something? Wait, it's not right. Someone is coming. Bai Jia's mind moved and his eyes looked towards the outside of the factory. Just as the cold aura of the dagger bullied its way to Li Jiayu's body, while she still did not put up any resistance, inside the empty factory, a bellowing cry suddenly rang out. Stop! However, Lin Binbin's hands did not have the slightest stagnation of killing moves. With a slight sound of breaking wind continued to stab at Li Jiayu. But in this instant, Li Jiayu opened her eyes violently. The eyes were no longer calm and absolute in the face of death, but a trace of panic surfaced. With a swish, only the remnants of Jade's body remained in place, and the dagger only pierced through the air where Li Jiayu had existed for the last instant. 3 meters away, Li Jiayu reappeared, and then her gaze was stunned as she looked towards the figure that had let out a bellowing voice. She shouted in shock, Yu Rui? Why are you here? Only to see Yu Rui running wildly, while pulling out a pistol from his back, aiming it at Lin Binbin, who was about to continue his attack. Lin Binbin could only stop, looking unfavorably at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Yu Rui raised his gun, staring at Lin Binbin without blinking, and leaned over to Li Jiayu's side. You left school without authorization. How could I not worry about you? Luckily, I seemed to catch up at the first opportunity as well. At the end, he added, I found your location through the gun that was sent to you. Li Jiayu snapped to her bag. That gun was installed by you to locate you? That's right. You actually followed me? I'm just worried about your safety. The tall inspector Yu, in the face of Li Jiayu's questioning, surprisingly, in his tone, brought a few points of aggression. Chapter 60 dedicated to the Mother Goddess of Darkness Abundant Rang. Li Jiayu didn't have the good sense to say, why are you following me? Yu Rui hurriedly explains, some time ago you inexplicably broke up with me. I naturally had to figure it out. But of course more importantly, I was worried about your safety. Li Jiayu rubbed her eyebrows, her face showing bitterness and helplessness. You wouldn't be suspecting that I've moved on, right? No. I know we've broken up, but how could I let a teacher fall into danger and turn a blind eye? Yu Rui smiled awkwardly, then said gruffly, don't worry, now that I'm here, this guy can't hurt you in the slightest. Being pointed at by the blackened muzzle, Lin Binbin was not at all perturbed, but only sneered disdainfully. A gun? You want to stop me with this thing? You can try. Oh, Yu Rui flicked the safety on the gun. I see that you don't understand at all. Do you really want to taste the flavor of bullets? I advise you to tie your hands now and go back to the Criminal Investigation Division with me. Criminal Investigation Department? In the dark, Bai Jie's eyes towards Yu Rui suddenly became interested, thinking that this Li Jiayu's concubine's background is not small. Lin Binbin is a tight heart, involved in the third person in just. Did not expect. This person is still the Criminal Investigation Department. Think some trouble. Yu Rui, Li Jiayu suddenly exclaimed. Put down your gun and get out of here. I'll be fine, just as I beg you. Then she turned towards Lin Binbin and said seriously, let him leave. I can fulfill all your demands. Yu Rui looked at Li Jiayu in disbelief. Why, he was just about to kill you. Besides, how can I let you stay alone with this rascal? Rascal? Hearing this, Lin Binbin immediately felt a little insulted too. Li Jiayu's jade face grew more and more gloomy, and the panic in the bottom of her eyes grew more and more intense, as if something bad was about to happen. Quickly go, Yu Rui. Go away. It's too dangerous here. Just think of it as me begging you to come closer to me. You'll die. Her tone revealed anxiety, almost pleading. No, I will always be by your side. Yu Rui, however, did not look away and firmly said, Jiayu, don't worry, both of us will leave here safely. Yu Rui, you shouldn't come here, Li Jiayu murmured in a low voice. Finally her eyes were lowered to cover the pain and tears in her eyes. Ha! Lin Binbin suddenly let out a cold laugh as he could no longer watch or listen. Mr. You, right? I'm afraid you still don't know how dangerous this Professor Li is. It was her who caused a dozen or so teachers and students within Star Transmission University to develop treacherous mutations, causing their lives to be completely ruined in this way, and paying the price of several human lives. As a public official of the Criminal Investigation Division, you don't think about the teachers and students. Do you still want to protect this sinner? Bastard, what are you babbling about? Yu Rui immediately opened his eyes angrily and snapped. Do you think I would believe such bullshit? Don't believe? Lin Binbin suddenly pointed at Yu Rui's face. You'll know if you touch your own face. Upon hearing this, Yu Rui's pupils shrunk slightly, but he still coldly said, Humph, who are you bluffing? I'm an inspector of the Criminal Investigation Division, and have experienced countless murder scenes. Will I be taken in by one or two of your sentences? Without finishing his words, Yu Rui felt an itch on his face and instantly felt a chill creeping up his back. He slowly raised his other hand, slightly trembling and touched to his face. Go I told you to go quickly why don't you go? Ming, if you don't come to me, nothing will happen. At this time, Li Jiayu's voice with crying also came from behind. Furry and smooth, Yu Rui touched a layer of fine soft hair. His body immediately fell into rigidity, like a stone sculpture weathered for 1,000 years, losing the ability to think. Bai Jie secretly sighed. The mutation finally still happened on Yu Rui, a mutation that could not be reversed. The air was so quiet that only Li Jiayu's huffing and puffing could be heard. She covered her face, not daring to look at the man who stood in front of her. The man who wanted to protect himself but was ultimately victimized by himself. It's okay. After a few seconds, Yu Rui's voice rang out, but it was obvious that his voice was hoarse and strange, like a broken bellows. But even so, he still tried to use his voice. He still tried to comfort the woman behind him with gentle words. It's nothing to do with you. It should be because I've been in school for too long. So I'm affected. He smiled. Come on, let's get out of here together and head back to the Criminal Investigation Division. The government will surely find a way. You know, with my position in the Criminal Investigation Division, there will definitely be prioritized resources for treatment. I will definitely recover. And you shouldn't be afraid of me. I won't lose control and attack you. Yu Rui slowly stepped back. The hand that didn't hold the gun grabbed Li Jiayu's catkin and held it tightly. But he never turned his face toward the latter, not knowing whether it was to aim at Lin Binbin or to keep his sweetheart from seeing his bizarre appearance. I didn't say you guys could leave. Lin Binbin shook his head. Although it was a bit cruel, he had to say so. In the next second, he was directly appearing on Yu Rui's side, closing his stomach and bowing to gather his momentum, like a dragon and snake roaring, and a fist blasted out, snapped with a crunch. Before the gun in Yurue's hand had time to turn around, it was smashed to pieces by the district's meaty fist, metal fragments scattering in all directions. Impossible! Panic surfaced in Yurue's eyes. His arm was shocked into unconsciousness by the huge strength, but he still managed to move his body to block in front of Li Jiayu. Don't! Li Jiayu's mournful cry resounded within the factory. Lin Binbin's attack did not decrease. His left-hand dagger was hidden behind his back. His right hand presented a palm and pushed straight in. Boo! A half-inch deep palm imprint engraved on Yurue's chest. Under the huge force of propulsion, his feet also left the ground. His body flew out backwards and landed in Li Jiayu's arms. Thump! The two figures stormed back several meters before stopping the momentum. This was still the result of Lin Binbin staying his hand. After all, his life force had reached 25, far beyond that of a mortal. He just wanted to make Yurue incapacitated before making a move on Li Jiayu. But at this second, Lin Binbin didn't continue to make a move because he felt an ominous aura for which he was afraid. It's over. It's over. Li Jiayu murmured in disorientation. Tear tracks crisscrossed above her vermilion face, covered in despair, and an evil aura escaped from her body, causing Lin Binbin to frown. She tightly hugged the man in her arms. Why are you being so stupid? Didn't I tell you to leave? Perhaps because of the close proximity to Li Jiayu, contaminated by the close proximity of the evil aura, the mutation on Yurue's body suddenly intensified. The face of Yurue in the woman's arms had completely turned into the appearance of a werewolf, with a sharp mouth and black nose and hairy face, and even his hands had grown sharp claws. Li Jiayu sobbed in a low voice, seemingly knowing that the ending could not be undone. So she hugged Yurue tightly, one jade hand gently brushing over the wounds on Yurue's chest. No, it's okay. I don't regret it. It has nothing to do with you. Yurue's breath is like a swimmer. Horse comforting. Take the gun I gave you. Run. Li Jiayu's eyes even more red. She used her hand to copy the face of Yurue, but how can not find the outline and touch of the past? Li Jiayu lowered her head and whispered against Yurue's ear. Don't worry. I won't let you turn into a monster and live. As if it was a private whisper between lovers, it was also like a promise. Yurue's chi became weaker. His vitality was being withdrawn from his body at a fast pace. In contrast, the evil aura emanating from Li Jiayu grew grander and grander, almost condensing into substance in Lin Binbin's perception. Soon, Yurue is no longer alive, lying stiffly in Li Jiayu's arms motionless. Look as if it is just entering the dreamland general. Lin Binbin looked at all this in a daze. He didn't understand that his palm just now couldn't possibly take away the life of a mortal. Ding! In a flash, a system prompt came to Bai Jie's ears. Weak spiritual aura reaction detected. Is continuing to get stronger? Chapter 61 Dedication to the Mother Goddess of Darkness Abundance Middle. Bai Jie secretly sighed, not expecting that the situation would turn out like this. Perhaps, if that Yurue hadn't appeared, Lin Binbin would have already killed Li Jiayu. That man is hopeless. Bai Jie transmitted a voice to Lin Binbin. Lord Bai Jie, why is that? Lin Binbin asked in a voice transmission. It has to do with Li Jiayu. The closer you get to her, the more you risk being contaminated by the weirdness, especially when Li Jiayu is on the verge of losing control. Bai Jie explained. After the transmission, it probed towards Li Jiayu's information panel again. Object, Li Jiayu, symbiote, vitality, 30, body length, 172 centimeters, status, unstable. This life force, it's already surpassed Lin Binbin, and it's still slowly rising. However, Bai Jie still pressed on. Lin Binbin, yes? Li Jiayu gently put down Yurue in her arms, tidied up his remains and stood up. Her skin floated with many pinkish-purple patches of light that roamed freely all over her body, and her eyes were completely occupied by black at the moment, unable to see a bit of the whites of her eyes, horrifyingly oozing. My life, don't you want it? Come on, come and take it if you have the ability, she indifferently said. The original mature female voice had a bit more of a harsh ghost-like hoarseness in it, as if it was the curse of a resentful spirit. Li Jiayu recited in her eerie voice, wake up from the darkness, my servants. Lin Binbin felt it hard to breathe as the darkness descended a little faster. In an instant, everything was silent. Space was compressed and distorted by an unknown force, and a thin line of pure black appeared under Li Jiayu's feet. Those black thin lines slowly opened up, forming a black hole from which a white bone arm stretched out. This is Li Jiayu's ability? Bai Jie's spirit was revitalized, due to the spiritual liquid in his body taking effect. Lin Binbin was also aroused by Li Jiayu's aura and had a strong desire to hunt and kill, but seeing the bizarre scene in front of him, he did not choose to act rashly. Bang bang clang clang. Amidst the sound of bone knuckles knocking, a humanoid skeleton looked like it had crossed dimensions and crawled out from the black hole in the ground. Object, skeleton undead, mutant, vitality, 1. 5. Body length, 180 centimeters. Status, stable. Li Jiayu. You really are ominous, to have such evil abilities. As for these skeletons, I admit that you're not simple, but you're not even close to being able to deal with me. Lin Binbin let out a cold laugh. Then his figure flashed and rushed out. In his starry eyes, blue and purple light flowed. His body's chi suddenly solidified. His white shirt exploded, exposing his sturdy and robust muscles, and he dove headfirst into a group of dozens of skeletons, dancing daggers and using his fists and feet. A run, a kick, a jab and a blast. The strength of the legs tore through the air, emitting a heart-rending sound that was conveyed far and wide. Extremely sharp. Bang! A bull-thick skeleton arm was barreled and kicked off. Between the flashes of inches, a skeleton exploded like porcelain. Click, 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 click. Subsequently, he kicked out 13 legs again, and all of a sudden between his whole body, the leg shadows flew, just like a sharp knife and a big axe, ruthlessly splitting on the skeletons that lunged at him. After a breath, those skeletons were all chopped to pieces, unable to find a single intact one. Lin Binbin defeated more than 10 skeletons in a row, actually not gasping for breath and not red, collecting daggers and standing, coldly staring at the lonely Jiayu. Lin Binbin in this scene, his feet were covered in broken bones and limbs, like an undefeated god of war. It was the first time Bai Jia had seen Lin Binbin display this kind of combat power in actual combat, and he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. This Lin Binbin's physical skills are outstanding, worthy of having fought in the black boxing ring for some time, together with the spider's psychic ability to give him perverse control over his muscles, and precise anticipation and reaction. It's more than enough to deal with these skeleton minions that aren't much stronger than ordinary people. At this time, the night had completely descended, and it was the time when the cold stars were shining. Seeing that the skeletons were defeated in droves, Li Jiayu's face was unperturbed as he continued to say quietly, "The night moon is in the sky. Reveal yourself from the darkness, my servants." Surprisingly, he was going to summon something again, but Lin Binbin wasn't going to give her a second chance. Die, directly pasted on Li Jiayu's cheek. However, Lin Binbin's feet did not come from the familiar touch, but like kicking a piece of iron plate. Subsequently, there was a brute force coming from his feet, and between the poles, his body lost balance, while a heavy punch blasted Lin Binbin's face. His whole person boomed and flew out. In the air, Lin Binbin also saw two tall werewolf bodies, such as an iron wall across in front of Li Jiayu. These two werewolves had gray-black hair, red eyes, fierce looks, and their muscles bulged out in exaggerated neat packs, holding up their huge bodies, which were as tall as 2 meters. Good lord, the gray wolves have come out? The corner of Bai Jia's mouth twitched. Object, tsunami werewolf, awakened body. Vitality, 20. Body length, 240 centimeters. Status, stable. This one werewolf has a life force of 20, facing 2 at the same time. I'm afraid Lin Binbin won't be able to handle it. And there's still Li Jiayu who hasn't made a move. Bai Jia couldn't help but think with some concern. Lin Binbin stabilized his stance and touched the right side of his face. The wounds on it were being repaired at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It was from the extraordinary ability of self-healing. Swish swish, 2 werewolves sprinted towards him, and in the blink of an eye, they were already in front of him. Lin Binbin sidestepped into the middle of the saw lunar werewolves and weaved through them, while a few silk threads appeared in his hands that were hidden under the moonlight, which were clearly spider silks. He flicked left and right, twisting and turning. His body was like a species that did not belong to humans, dodging and maneuvering the silk threads in his hands under the 2 werewolves' pounces. By the time the 2 werewolves reacted, their own speed was greatly reduced and their actions were hindered. Their bodies were already wrapped in spider silk. Ha, after all, it's a monster that went berserk. Stupid as can be, Lin Binbin mocked. Roar. However, under the illumination of the moonlight, with 2 roars, the 2 werewolves abruptly swelled up in size, and actually forcefully collapsed the bindings of the spider silk. What? Lin Binbin was dumbfounded. The Transcendent and the 2 werewolves were once again entangled together, and in the midst of the close combat, Lin Binbin gradually fell into a disadvantage, with more and more scratches and fist marks appearing on his body, blood flowing all over his body, and his breath becoming disorganized. Under Bai Jia's observation, Lin Binbin's vitality had already declined. Enough! A cold and noble sigh resounded in Lin Binbin's heart. Chapter 62 dedicated to the Mother Goddess of Darkness and Abundance next. No! Lin Binbin gasped and said in a wooden voice, Lord Whiteweave, please let me continue to fight for you. The deeper the night goes under the moonlight's illumination, the stronger I suspect her abilities will be as well. Bai Jia said without question, so just leave it to me next. Snort! As the words fell, in the void, The sound of thunderbolt strings startlingly resounded abruptly, and a narrow blue and purple electric light crossed the void, piercing straight through the two werewolves' figures. So Moon Werewolf was like a lightning strike, stiff and immobile, and then fell straight down. Its chest and back are appeared comparable to the size of the face of the burnt hole. So Lunar Werewolf's status has been updated to dead. Seeing this, Lin Binbin looked solemn, stepped back a few steps, knelt down on one knee, and did not even look at Li Jiayu, but instead, he would hang his head and move his gaze to a certain dark corner of the factory. He had a premonition of something, and couldn't help but breathe slightly raggedly, his body trembling slightly, fervor brewing in the bottom of his eyes, and he couldn't stop getting excited inside. Movement appeared on Li Jiayu's ancient face, clearly not expecting the Saw Lunar Werewolf she had summoned to die suddenly like this, and she also followed Lin Binbin's gaze. She detected that the secretive shadows seemed to be hiding something terrifying, actually giving her a sense of heart trembling. At the same time, she also smelled a strange fragrance wafting out, and in the molecules of the odor, it was full of signals of evil and danger, causing her to greedily take a few heavy breaths, and all of a sudden, the cells in her body seemed to be immersed in pleasure. Rustling, a bizarre and stunningly huge spider emerged from the shadows. Its body was long, and its whole body seemed to melt into the black night. A blue-purple pattern was like a bright group of stars that dotted the night sky, giving people a majestic and deep beauty, and its 8 eyes were emitting a ghostly blue-purple light, which seemed to have infinite magical power and was able to make people addicted to it. You are Nix? Li Jiayu seemed to recall something and said with a slightly elevated voice tone. She smiled miserably. It seems as if he was instructed by you. So you, too, want to kill me? The shadow of the phantom thunder spider didn't respond, merely strolling forward, bringing with it an endless sense of oppression. Lin Binbin looked at the figure of the demonic spider with a face of reverence. There was an uncontrollable fervor and anticipation in the bottom of his eyes. Even though he was unable to strike again, being able to see Lord Whiteweave perform a mystery with his own eyes was already enough to make him feel lucky. Whether it's you or Lin Binbin, if you want to take my life, you'll have to pay the price. Li Jiayu steeped up in viciousness. Even if you can suppress the axe wielder, so what? A mere evil spirit trying to infect the great mystery will surely encounter a backlash. At this moment, Li Jiayu's features took on a distorted appearance, resembling a smile, not a laugh, not a cry, as bizarre as madness. She let out a voice that did not resemble a human, but seemed to cry out with a demonic soul. With my flesh and blood and soul, I sacrifice to the great mother goddess of darkness abundance, the black goat of Mori. Li Jiayu's feet were rooted, like a 1,000-year-old pine tree. Its roots were fiercely coiled into the ground gravel, motionless and resilient. At the same time, the bizarre and transparent black spell formation emerged under its feet. Ink-like light like a swarm of snakes intertwined with Li Jiayu's body, getting tighter and tighter, until the skin of Li Jiayu could not be seen. The whole person was swallowed by the dark light, forming a dark sphere, like a black hole that could collapse space. Within the dark sphere, there was a huge energy and gravitational force coming from it, absorbing all of Yurue's body that had already changed into a werewolf and integrating it into the interior. The demon spider stopped in its tracks, as if it were a great enemy, barely controlling its body so that it wasn't sucked in, while Lin Binbin had long since moved away, so it wasn't affected. Squeak, squeak, tiny sounds emanated from the black hole, drilling out a steady stream of gray rats, each comparable to the size of a kettle, forming a wave of rats spreading rapidly, rushing towards by way. White Weaver Lord, be careful. The demon spider's heart then coldly grunted in disdain. How disgusting. The rats retreat and disperse. An invisible pressure overflowed from the spider figure's circumference, directly covering the entire factory's territory. Countless rats froze in place as if they had eaten rat poison, then lay on their backs and collapsed, their limbs twitching, and none of them were able to get within 5 meters of White Weaver's surroundings. Skill high-grade deterrence activated. Even Lin Binbin's breathing became difficult, only to feel that the air had become extremely thick. Gravity was aggravated several times, and it was difficult to move itself in the slightest, as if it was stuck in a quagmire. The only way to soothe it was to bow down and kneel down to the mysterious existence in the center. This was the demon spider's high-order deterrence of up to LV 6, and it hadn't been used to the extreme, because Lin Binbin's ability to withstand it had been taken into consideration. The greater the difference in vitality, the greater the intimidation. That's it? What other dark creatures are there? Summon them all. Bai Jie looked at the dark sphere, not realizing that the other party had only summoned some rats. He couldn't help but be a little disappointed. The sea of rats tactic of numerical superiority had no meaning to it. Suddenly, the dark sphere squirmed violently. Object, Li Jiayu, symbiote, vitality, 50. Body length, 172 centimeters. Status, dissolving. Weak aura reaction detected. The life force has changed again. What does dissolving mean? The aura reaction has gotten stronger as well. Bai Jie suddenly sensed that a terrifying mystery had descended, only to see the black ball rapidly expanding twofold and threefold in the space of a breath. It finally became as tall as a 5-story building, and a thick, slimy black tentacle stretched out from it. The black ball collapsed inward, like a solid, constantly rolling and collapsing, and condensed into a huge piece of meat, with horrifying body organs, a big mouth dripping with mud, and twisted short legs, and at the end of the legs are huge black hooves similar to sheep's hooves. The smell of rotting heather, intertwined with stale corn, hit the air. Vomit. Smelling this flavor, Lin Binbin directly dry-heaved. That was actually Li Jiayu? Lin Binbin's body and mind were trembling violently. He didn't expect that he had faced such a disgusting and terrifying existence before. At the same time, in front of Bai Jie's eyes, the information panel about Li Jiayu snapped and collapsed, and a new panel resurfaced. This is Object, Black Goat Cub, Demonic Evil Body. Vitality, 256. Body length, 17 m. Status, unstable. General aura reaction detected. Bai Jie's attention was already gripped by the 6 characters of general spirit reaction. Bah! Suddenly, the monster let out a hissing sound like a herd of sheep, or as if a ferocious beast was letting out a low chanting roar from its throat. The sound instantly spread beyond the factory, causing the night of the city to be shrouded in horror and depression. Outside the factory, noises also resounded, and the demon spider vaguely smelled the panicked emotions of the humans. Chapter 63, Campus Out of Control. The life force is higher than mine. Li Jiayu actually summoned such a monster with her life. This is a bit tricky. Lin, get out of here and hide as far away as possible. The demon spider transmitted its voice, and it had already removed the coverage of high-ranked deterrence. The demonic spider also saw a path of evil and invisible energy emanating from the black goat cub, which shot straight up into the sky and then flew towards the west. Its eyes condensed, because that direction is where Star Transmission University is located. Yangon City Law Enforcement Division. Inside the large and open intelligent conference room, the Law Enforcement Division's Director Fu was listening to his subordinate's report. The debriefer was a beautiful-looking woman in her 30s who spoke delicately and meticulously. After the shelter base incident, the 100 or so mutated animals that escaped have basically been apprehended. And since we were unable to count how many animals the Meat Mountain monster absorbed and fused at that time, we have no accurate concept of the number of mutated animals on the loose. However, since the day before yesterday, there have been no more incidents of mutated animals injuring people in Yong'an City at the moment, nor have we received any reports of mutated animals being found. At the same time, we have not let our guard down, still increasing the search efforts of the law enforcers throughout the entire range, and reminding the general public to travel with caution, and improving the mechanism of seeking help from the law enforcer cyborgs. Several tens of thousands of normal stray animals have also been dispersed to shelter and control over, and scientific research institutions have intervened to analyze and determine whether there is a mutant virus lurking in their bodies. Director Fu nodded slightly, knocked on the table, and asked, Star Transmission University, how is it going? The woman frowned slightly, not optimistic. Today there were 2 more cases of students mutating out of control, although the number was reduced compared to yesterday, and there were no casualties. However, the Criminal Investigation Division has yet to find the source that influenced these people to mutate out of control. Director Fu's face sank. What exactly does the Criminal Investigation Division do? It's been a few days, still no clues? The woman was about to explain when she heard a knock on the door. A Mediterranean man pushed the door and walked in. He was none other than the deputy director who had personally commanded the execution of the mutated animals in the shelter base before. The Mediterranean director looked grave and spoke directly. Suspected giant mutated creatures have appeared in the abandoned factory on Longxi Road in the Eastern District. Moreover, just now, within Star Transmission University, mutations suddenly occurred on a large number of teachers and students, half of which are on the verge of going out of control. The number of law enforcers stationed on campus is almost insufficient. What did you say? Director Fu glared angrily, and immediately ordered, quickly, prioritize sending law enforcers to support the school. There is a dense concentration of people in and around the school. It needs to be stabilized as soon as possible. As for the abandoned factory, I'll contact the military district. Alright, I'll get on it right away. The Mediterranean secretary nodded, and immediately grabbed the door with quick steps. Star Transmission University, on-campus cafeteria. Chen Chang was confused and somewhat flustered. He didn't know why. After that terrifying and strange hiss resounded through a part of the city, the people inside the cafeteria fainted, convulsed, rolled, and wailed. Some people grew the features of rats, Others grew the horns of bulls, and still others held up their clothes and turned into werewolves. Could it be something like the Meat Mountain monster type of thing again? It was hard for Chen Chang not to attribute the sudden changes that appeared on the men and women in front of him to that horrifying roar. Crap, Chief Chang, we're finished, Wang Xiaofan said with a pale face. But how come there are no girls among the werewolves who burst their clothes? Chen Chang, what time is it? You still care about this? You dead otaku, damn it, I'm afraid you're not still a fury control, right? Suddenly, several figures emitting a strange aura were seen standing up, transparent liquid dripping from their mouths as they staggered towards Chen Chang and Wang Xiaofan. Chief Chang, let's escape. What's there to flee for? It's the same outside. Chen Chang shook his head. Wang Xiaofan looked outside the door of the cafeteria. Even at night, he could see the chaotic flow of people fleeing and screaming. Then what to do? Wang Xiaofan placed his hopeful gaze on Chen Chang. Get rid of all the filth in the cafeteria. Then we hide inside and wait for help. How? Fix it? Wang Xiaofan hid behind Chen Chang and said in a trembling voice. Crossing over Chen Chang's shoulder, he saw several of his classmates, each with a hideous look already all over their faces. There were many more that hadn't mutated, either cowering in the corners of the walls or being gnawed on. There are too many. I can't deal with them alone. Chen Chang muttered. Wang Xiaofan's face changed. I can't beat them. If I had a cat-eared lady I could try. Chen Chang muttered to himself. Turing, over to you. In the next instant, Chen Chang's brain also received a prompt from the thinking chip. Authorized, activating combat mode. At that instant, Chen Chang was like a different person, and his eyes did not show a trace of emotion. His stance moved, his long arms probing out like an eagle striking the sky, his palm blades slashing horizontally like a vicious shark tearing into the air, only going deep into the crowd. The shadow flashed one after another, twisting left and right, like a long snake strangling, dodging many pounces. He was like a ferocious tiger entering a flock of sheep, roaming recklessly and with ease, even leaving the lives of the downed mutated humans behind. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaofan rubbed his eyes, doubting that he was dreaming. This guy, he's not going to mutate as well. And outside the cafeteria, the crowd ran like crazy. Dormitories, teaching buildings, libraries and museums, all appeared mutated humans. Even if the law enforcers stationed on campus went all out, it was slightly difficult to take care of them, stretched to the limit. Some of the physically strong boys were ready to scale the walls, while most of the others gathered at the entrance of the school, begging for the door to be opened to let them out, to escape from this horrible campus. What time is it? And the school is still closed? Open the door nah. Does the school really want to see us die in here? It's too scary in here. My parents only had me as a child. Please let me out. Among the supplicants, many of them were already in tears of fear. The two enforcer cyborgs at the school's entrance said expressionlessly, all students and teachers, please calm down. We can understand your feelings. Don't worry, the enforcement division's troops will soon arrive. At that time, the danger will also be quickly suppressed. Almost as soon as the words fell, just as the group was getting excited and planning to forcefully break through the school gate, clang! The school gate finally opened, but no one dared to go out, because, outside the school gate, hundreds of enforcers stood in an arrangement. The people's cries instantly quieted down. It was like they had found their backbone. Chapter 64, Black Mountain Goat Cub. Rumble, rumble. In the shocking sound of treading on the ground, the Black Mountain Goat Cub was like a giant tree, stepping on the rolling smoke and dust, running straight towards Bai Jie. Along the way dozens of large mouths continuously dripped in colored slime, corroding the ground to form deep pits. Could it really be the legendary Black Goat Cub? The demon spider was like an enemy and did not dare to slow down. We must fight quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome when the humans arrive. Only the spider's forelegs were picked. Crackling. In a split second, 12 blue and purple lightning coalesced into lances that hovered in front of Bai Jie, each one wider than the spider's body size. But just as it wanted to urge the lance to shoot out, its thinking suddenly stalled. Bah! The black goat cubs faced the 12 lightning lances in the air and were not afraid, charging straight at them, hissing with several large mouths, actually giving Bai Jie the emotion of not being able to bear to do anything. This kind of emotion, like an adult facing a newborn child general, is similar to compassion? That's right, it was actually the feeling of compassion. Why? In the face of the evil god cub, in the face of such a disgusting and horrifying monster, would I not be able to bear to lay my hands on it? Between the stagnant thoughts and the mushy brain, the demon spider froze and watched as the two slimy, thick and black tentacles swept towards him. Splat! Flying stones splattered, the ground ruptured, and two several meters wide whiplash-like deep ditches appeared. Within the deep ditches lay a spider with purple blood flowing out of its body. bruised and battered. Pain, 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 pain. The demonic spider couldn't stop wailing in its heart. Ding! A sudden system prompt rang out, directly causing the demon spider to not care about the pain on its body. Influenced by the power of the mother goddess of darkness, foam rang. Skill, spawning level increased. What? Skill, spawning level increased to LV 9. Skill, spawning level increased to LV 10. Before the demon spider could think about the consequences of this, it was caught by another prompt that drew its attention. Affected by the power of the dark mother goddess of abundance, the subject is tainted with the degeneration curse, continuing to be degenerated. Baijia felt that although his vitality had only dropped slightly, it should have nothing to do with this degeneration curse, mainly because he had just received 2 lashes. However, he found that his various abilities had been greatly weakened, including the efficiency of his spiritual power mobilization, his body's flexibility, his physical strength, and so on. And what made it feel most uneasy was that its own sanity had also become unclear, and its mind was as if it was stuck in a muddy field after a rainstorm, making it difficult to extract itself easily, and struggling to take a step forward. At the same time, the bottom of the heart there is an unknown impulse. Obviously, it is related to the degeneration curse. It's going to be bad. Worthy of being from the supreme mother goddess, the black goat of Mori who gave birth to thousands of descendants of authority. The demon spider clenched its poisonous fangs and forcibly collected its thoughts against that inexplicable evil interference. In the next instant, skill high-grade self-healing was unleashed. The injuries on his body were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the effect on the degeneration curse was not as obvious. The demon spider felt that her thoughts were split into pieces, and it took a lot of effort to piece together a complete meaning. Dead sheep. It seems that only by finishing you off can I recover. That. Normal. Bah. In front of them, the sound of cracking air and ear-piercing chirps rang out, and the black goat cub had already arrived close to the demonic spider. It raised a giant foot and pressed down heavily like a mountain. Lord Whiteweave. Suddenly, the demon spider simultaneously heard Lin Binbin's alarmed cry in its perception and heart. In that instant, the fluffy hairs stood up. A surge of anger from being desecrated and offended surged up in the pattern on his dorsal and ventral abdomen shone with blue-purple streams of light, eye-catching and brilliant. His spiritual energy mobilized rapidly, and his evil aura climbed. In the midst of the dark and foul-smelling space, only a clear and cold rebuke could be heard. Unbridled. The blue and purple light instantly illuminated the entire factory, engulfed in darkness, and the black mist collapsed. With the sound of angry thunder, 12 lightning lances were hurled across the sky, sweeping away evil spirits, gulping heaven and earth, stirring up the moonlit sky, and the electric current of extreme strength and power ran through the void, cutting down everything. Giggle. On the spot, like a mountain as tall as the black goat cub, was 12 lightning lances bombarded and hit, body crackling and exploding. Electric light. As if a Christmas tree, it let out a miserable scream. Its whole body burned up on the spot, and the blackened mud fell faster. Bah! This miserable scream was louder than even before, enough to pierce the eardrums of ordinary humans. I'm afraid that the entire Eastern District heard it. Even Lin Binbin couldn't help but cover his ears, his 5 senses twisting in agony. The black goat cub's vitality appeared to be in a declining state, and in one breath, it fell to 230. To the darkness. Right now, it was as if it was an aria that traveled through the ages. The skill, the hour of supreme darkness, opened. White Weaver's counterattack also opened at that moment. In a flash, arcane rules attached to Shiranui's body, seemingly committing to the darkness just like a black goat cub. At the same time, the entire body's airflow rotated, and 5 meters around, countless fine blue-purple electric lights crackled and scattered. Light and darkness, at this moment, harmoniously coexisted together. Out of the corner of heaven and earth, not to be blasphemed by all things of the mysterious noble atmosphere, from the spider body conveyed out. It seemed like a sharp sword, standing straight up, stabbing a hole even in the sky, not to mention the evil god familiars. Ding! Due to the target species meeting the conditions, the damage and immunity to the current target is increased during the opening of skill darkest hour. Boom boom! The black goat cub seemed to be extremely annoyed, and drew out countless whip-shaped tentacles, fiercely striking the spot where White Weaver was, causing a large amount of smoke and debris to be stirred up, but the spider appeared next to it in perfect condition in the next second. The White Weaver under the darkest hour state. Its reaction and movement speed had entered a realm that was hard for it to understand, making it impossible for the black goat cub to touch it at all. Not enough. The thought flashed, A blue and purple ball of light coalesced in the void above the black goat cub's head. The light instantly flashed, bursting out with terrifyingly powerful lightning. Dozens of thunderbolts crazily bombarded down. Thunderclaps shattered the darkness. Miserable screams and booms played together, causing all the humans who heard the sound to have their scalps numb. Snapping, countless burnt and broken tentacles fell, and its bloody mouth festered to the point of being unrecognizable, with black, unknown thick liquid continuously flowing down from the wounds. Soon, 20 lightning lances had been formed, abruptly shot, all cross-punctured in the body of the black goat cub, like a long nail fixed its body, and bloomed in a space-distorting explosion, melting the body fluids and tissues alive. In just a few seconds, the situation was reversed and presented a one-sided crushing. I am willing, for Lord Shiranui, to offer everything. Lin Binbin, who had retreated to the very edge of the factory, was infatuated by this scene, and his eyes were filled with what could be described as insane fervor. He knew that even if it was 10 of himself, he would be stomped into meat paste under a single glance of that monster. Lord Whiteweave's strength far exceeded his imagination, only to see that the black goat cub's life force plummeted to 160 under this fierce attack, and its originally massive 5-story tall body was so crippled that only half of its original size remained. However, the skilled darkest hour was about to come to an end, and the demonic spider's spiritual power was already running out. This signaled that the battle was about to come to an end. In the alternating colors of light and darkness, a core ball of lightning light descended from the sky, roaring down vertically, directly drilling into the body of the black goat cub. It was then seen that the dark giant shadow, which was like a heavenly tree, was wrapped, devoured, and melted by the blue and purple electric light as a whole. After a few seconds, the disgusting odor in the air also finally dissipated. Ding! Finally, the familiar system mechanical sound rang out. The status of the black goat cub has been updated to annihilation. Chapter 65, Lost Water and Vigil. Finally, sending this guy back to the goat village. Baijia noticed that the black goat cub's status was displayed as annihilation rather than dead. Although both represented complete disappearance, it always made Baijia suspect that the black goat pup was not dead. Could it be that what Li Jiayu summoned was not the black goat cub's original body? Even though he had sensed something strange, when he heard the system prompt, Baijia was still relieved, and felt that his body's strength had been drained, so he was unwilling to think deeply about it. The black goat cub, the most powerful creature it had ever faced, had a life force over 40 higher than it, and was the first demonic evil body being it had encountered. The electric light was hidden, the broken and huge body collapsed, and a large amount of black particles gradually floated up on its body before settling down, and the black goat pup was thus completely ushered into the endgame. Wait, what is that? Only to see that with the location where the black goat cub disappeared as the core. The ground was covered with black particles in a 30-meter radius, forming a circular black field. Within the field, the ground was constantly collapsing, like quicksand converging and descending towards the center. Baijia did not find Li Jiayu's figure. The only thing left on the spot was a crystallized body that emitted a pink and purple glow. Although the volume was not large, the glow and the mystery contained within it was far beyond any meteorite fragments Baijia had seen in the past. Li Jiayu should have completely sacrificed herself, and I won't be able to seize the spiritual embodiment in her. No matter what, it's good to have gained something. I just don't know how much spiritual content is contained in this thing. Seeing that the pinkish-purple crystallization was about to collapse in with the black land, a spider silk suddenly shot out and dabbed onto the pinkish-purple crystallization. General spirit reaction detected. General aura reaction? But unlike those meteorite fragments, this looks like a crystal. The demon spider murmured mentally. With a whoosh, the crystal was pulled to Baijia by the spider silk. Lord Baijia, what exactly is happening here? Confirming that the black goat cub had completely disappeared, Lin Binbin dared to come forward and looked in surprise at the huge deep pit that had formed in front of him. The depth of the giant pit was still increasing, and now Lin Binbin could no longer see the bottom. Even Baijia couldn't sense where the bottom of the pit led to, but it couldn't say that it didn't know anything. Thus, the demon spider blandly transmitted, "You don't need to know, so as not to be tainted by the karma of the evil god." In fact, Baijia was not talking nonsense. It looked deeply at the huge deep pit in front of it, and in the bottom of its heart, it had already suspected that this might be some sort of relic of the dark Fongrang mother goddess on earth. Now, the night sky returned to silence, but the cacophony of human voices became more and more obvious, among which were also the sounds of law enforcers and law enforcement vehicles rushing in. "Leave this place immediately." Bai Weaver transmitted a voice to Lin Binbin. Immediately, the spider silk wrapped around the pink and purple crystals, and her figure became invisible, disappearing into the night. "Promise," Lin Binbin answered. His long-cherished wish has been realized. He knows that Li Jiayu has ceased to exist. and if Li Jiayu does not die, I'm afraid that there will be more mutations out of control of human beings produced. Therefore, he did not have any unnecessary emotions other than his thoughts being clear, as well as some sighs. Keep watch for me. The demon spider transmitted his voice to command. As you wish. Lin Binbin obliged. After returning to the back of the mountain, Bai Jia asked Lin Binbin to stay in the back of the mountain and wait for it to awaken before leaving, and also gave him 2 drops of mutant venom in the process. Climbing up to the spider's nest, Bai Jia, unsurprisingly, found the golden white little snake sleeping snugly with the 5 spider eggs. In the eyes of the demonic spider, Bai Huahua had already transformed from a water snake into an amphibian, and was even not far from being a complete land reptile. Could it be that this lair of mine really has some kind of scent that makes this stupid snake willing to give up the natural ease of living environment in the water? Of course, she could just be craving for mind mutant venom. Ever since Bai Jia had completed its 5th evolution, it had allowed White Flower to come and help watch the spider eggs when it was away from the spider nest, provided that it was hungry and couldn't eat the spider eggs as food. Or else Bai Jia would nibble White Flower as if it were a corncob. The little snake, which was still sleeping, suddenly opened its ruby-like eyes at this moment. Sister White Weaver, you're fat and here? Nuisance scurried to the demon spider's feet, but the demon spider was too tired, and didn't have the slightest intention of taking care of the little snake. This kind of tiredness was more of a mental exhaustion, because the injuries and vitality had been recovered through the skill high-grade self-healing, but the delirium caused by the curse of corruption and the mental weakness after turning on the darkest hour still had an effect. Sister Shirari, why did you put a rock under the bed? A rock? Where's a rock? Just the medium. From under the spider web, the little snake's mouth took out a square, flat object as blue as a distant peak. That's my cell phone. A holy sword? What holy sword? Only a crunching sound was heard. A crack instantly appeared on Bai Jia's fruit cell phone. Loosen up, put it down and stop biting it with your teeth. Oh. The little snake obediently swung the cell phone onto the ground web, and Bai Jia hurriedly shot out a spider silk to hold it back, carefully inspecting it. Soon, Bai Jia realized that something big was wrong. There was a crack in the screen was the next best thing. What's the situation? How come it won't turn on? Wait, how come the phone is wet? 1 minute later. Shirori-san, why are you staring at your holy sword? I can't believe I still have the nerve to ask. I'm trying to think of a reason to get Lin Binbin to help me fix my holy repair cell phone. The demon spider coldly said, go on and sleep. Don't disturb me. The little snake gladly said, then can I sleep on the top of the head of the white weaving sister? No, you can only sleep underneath me at most. Why? I'm afraid you'll wet the bed. Stupid Shirari-san, that's clearly just someone's saliva, and I don't pee at all. If you make any more noise, you can go back to the watering hole and sleep. Oh, White Flower finally quieted down and obediently laid down in the space arched by the 4 legs on the right side of the demon spider. Under the tree. After obtaining this spiritual liquid, Lin Binbin's essence instantly recovered to its full state, and his vitality also increased to 32. However, more than getting the spirit liquid, what made Lin Binbin overjoyed was that he had the opportunity to spend a long period of time in close proximity with Lord Shiranui, coupled with the fact that not long ago he witnessed the incarnation of Lord Whiteweaver descend. Lin Binbin knew that he had gained the trust of Lord Whiteweaver, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was even the closest human being. Of course, it was only him who thought so. Therefore, Lin Binbin stood solemnly on the surface and stood on guard. But in fact, his heart was in turmoil, and the scene of Lord Whiteweaver crushing the Black Mountain goat cub was constantly flashing in his mind. Bai Jia didn't care what he thought, and after spending more than an hour seizing the spirit energy of the pink and purple crystals, he relaxed and slept. In the back of the mountain in this area, one person was guarding under a tree, and a snake was lying under his legs, quiet and silent for years. On the other hand, in the East District of Yangon City, it was a pot that had exploded. Chapter 66 Huge Deep Pit. Dialogue at the Abyss. Star Transmission University. The restless and panicked crowd was stabilized by the arrival of a large number of law enforcers. The mutated humans were brought under control, and those who were injured were sent to the hospital. The unrest on campus was quickly suppressed, with hundreds of students and faculty members who had mutated out of control, and the number of people injured as a result was in the 4-digit range. But fortunately, the number of deaths was kept to a dozen or so. However, there were 2 things that caught the attention of the law enforcers and were reported to the leaders of the Law Enforcement Division and the Yangon municipal government. The first thing was that they realized that the injured ordinary people did not show any signs of further mutation, and continued to observe them. They were still no different from normal people. The second thing was that when they appeared in the first floor hall of the 3rd girls' dormitory building, intending to rescue the trapped students, they were actually shocked to find that there were fainting mutant girls all over the place. and there were more than a dozen of them. And in the middle of these mutated humans, intact stood a Yi Jing body leisure, beautiful and unassuming, with the slender glasses of the woman. This woman was in a trance, with fear on her face. It was hard to believe that such a woman, who looked like she had a scholarly look on her face and had no power in her hands, was surrounded by a group of mutated humans. So how could she be unharmed? To be on the safe side, the enforcers still brought the girl to the hospital for a routine checkup. No matter how much the girl explained that she was fine, and that she had an uncle who was the head of the criminal investigation department, nothing could stop the fact that she had to undergo medical isolation and observation. Yangon City, Dongcheng District, Longxi Road abandoned factory. In the night, the police cordon blocked off the entire abandoned factory, and there are also armored cars with real bullets and law enforcement vehicles surrounded, refusing to allow onlookers to enter. Not many people came to join in the fun. There were also some young people who were not afraid of death, only they dared to try to visit the scene after that kind of earth-shattering commotion. Director Xia, does the Criminal Investigation Department know? Your Inspector Tour, why he came here to send out a distress signal, and disappeared? A middle-aged man with a gaze as sharp as an eagle and without anger said. The one who was called Director Xia was a gentleman with a single gold-framed eyeglass and a gentleman in a suit. Director Xia looked at the middle-aged man. More than that, I would like to ask you, Director Fu, why the law enforcers arrived so late and missed the best time to rescue them. Director Xia held up his glasses and calmly said, moreover, there was so much commotion here. When the law enforcers arrived, did they not find any suspicious people? Director Fu rubbed his brow and said, with the frequent occurrence of weirdness at Star Transmission University, most of the law enforcers' forces were deployed over there, and this factory is located in a remote area. So by the time the law enforcers arrived, all that was left was a messy scene, and this appallingly huge deep pit. The two were standing at the edge of a circular deep pit wider than a basketball court, which could not see the bottom, only a darkness, as if it was leading to an abyssal hell. This huge pit was precisely the remains formed after the black goat cubs disappeared. Director Fu twisted his head to look at the deep pit. It was as if there was a weird gravitational force inside that was luring him to jump down. He gulped and couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. Director Xia stroked his chin and slowly said, this deep pit should be at least several hundred meters deep as well. And the drone that was just released just dived to about 150 meters and lost contact. So it's evident that it's not something we can handle. But I can share with you something that the Criminal Investigation Division has learned. Director Xia continued. According to the surveillance, at 5 p.m., a female professor from Star Transmission University eluded the eyes and ears of law enforcement and sneaked out of the school without authorization, in the exact direction of Longxi Road in the Eastern District. Subsequently, at 5:10, Yu Rui left the campus through normal procedures and caught up with that female professor along her path, but did not inform her superiors or colleagues. Oh yeah, the two of them have an unusual relationship. So, that female professor should have come here as well. Director Fu's face moved slightly. Could it be that she killed Yu Rui? Director Xia shook his head. It's uncertain. Maybe she found out that Yu Rui had a mutation so she defended herself in self-defense. But the scene didn't find any traces of the female professor except for Yu Rui's belongings. And unfortunately, the surveillance here is also missing. More importantly, the scene even showed traces of a suspected Nyx battle. I just don't know what kind of monster that fought with Nyx was. Maybe, both Nyx and the monster that made the sheep's cry fell into this pit and will never come out. If that's the case, then I can really sleep well. Director Fu sighed, took out a cigarette and lit it, gulping it down. He said heavily, the current complexity of Yangon City is far beyond what you and I can handle, whether it's the deep pit within this factory or that Nyx spider. However, such dark moments won't last much longer. Soon, the Federal Secret Keeping Bureau will move into Yangon City. Director Xia's eyes lit up. The Federation's Secret Keeping Bureau? That's the organization that specializes in dealing with weird, hidden, and other special events? Director Fu nodded. That's right. As early as when interdiction was defeated, the mayor and I applied to the Federation. But due to the concentration of bizarre events across the Federation in recent times, the Secret Keeping Bureau was short-handed, and it was only now that it was arranged to move to Yangon City. Director Xia sniffed and let out a long sigh of relief. Great! The dawn is finally coming. I've been suffering from insomnia for too long lately, and I'm always worried that that niece of mine is in some kind of danger in Star Transmission University. Upon hearing this, Director Fu's expression suddenly became strange. Your niece would still be afraid of danger? I have some impression of her. I heard my subordinates report that in the school, she faced a dozen or so mutated out-of-control humans by herself and actually survived it. Director Xia's eyes under the lenses couldn't read the meaning. He just responded without moving. Oh, is that so? Although my family's Qiming is a little girl, She grew up learning national martial arts, karate, and taekwondo, and is proficient in all kinds of self-defense and grappling techniques, so it's quite reasonable to survive from a dozen or so mutated humans, isn't it? Director Fu stared dead-on at Director Xia, but saw that the latter had a serious face, with no intention of joking. But she was unharmed. Moreover, I've seen the photos. How could such a slender and weak girl beat the crap out of a dozen mutated humans? Director Xia politely smiled slightly and said, "That's because you don't understand her family background." Chapter 67 Life Force Leap. Bai Jia was woken up by White Flower's harassment. Once he opened his eyes, he realized that it was still dark around him. Sister Sama is too powerful, but she can really sleep. A delicate girlish voice resounded in his heart. No wonder he's grown so much again. Between the words, the small snake's cold and slippery snake body slowly swam around the giant spider's body, winding around and around like a beautiful snake. Bai Jia then remembered that he had finished seizing the spirit energy of the pink-purple crystallization, and with little intention, he quickly fell asleep. Moreover, he didn't hear the tip that his life force had reached the extreme value and that he could start evolving. Plus he didn't find any skin molts around him, so it was obvious that he hadn't ushered in the sixth evolution. A feeling of temporal and spatial disorientation surged through his heart, and he opened the data panel in a daze. Name, Bai Jia, White Weaver. Title Demon Spider White Weaver. Night Goddess Nyx. Race, Shadow of the Phantom Thunder, Demonic Evil Body. Vitality, 430. Skill, Darkness Summoning LV. 1, New. Eternal Nightfall LV. 1, New. Darkest Hour LV. 3, Advanced Self-Healing LV. 3, 10,000 Entangling Silk LV. 5, Spider Sense LV. 5, Advanced Deterrence LV. 7, Stealthy Camouflage LV. 7, Mutant Venom LV. 9, Spawning LV. 10, Footage Slash LV. 12, Max, Eating Bite LV. 12, Max, Sharp Edge Spider Silk LV. 12, Max, Stinging Hair Poison Needle LV. 12, Max, Poison Arrow Spray LV. 12, Max, Corrosive Poison LV. 12, Max, Talent, Compulsion of Refining Poison, Body of Devouring Spirit, Lightning Mastery, Darkness Affinity, Satiety, 62, Body Length, 150 centimeters Foot Spread. The increase in vitality. It's too much, far more than I imagined. Bai Jia was instantly energized. Although it hadn't evolved, it was enough for Bai Jia to be pleasantly surprised. It first looked at the first new skill, Darkness Summoning, New Awakening Skill. Consuming a large amount of spiritual energy, it can communicate with other dimensions and summon mysterious dark race creatures. As the skill level increases, the higher the life force of the summonable dark creatures, the spiritual energy required to summon the same dark creature decreases. Like Li Jiayu? Spider immediately tested it curiously. With his mind slightly constricted and an intricate spell formation appearing under his feet, he sensed several strange auras crossing the spacetime barrier and responding to him, which in turn carried their own different emotions. There was loyalty, admiration, greed, curiosity, jealousy, longing, and even lust. Wait, Lust X? Spider hastily cancelled his spell casting. Worthy of being a dark race that is evil to the core. That aura reminded it of a chimera. Bai Jia felt his heart beating violently, thinking that this skill should be used with caution, as it seemed to not only consume spiritual energy, but also cause him to lose his sanity. After taking a few deep breaths, in order to divert his attention, he gazed towards the second new skill, Eternal Nightfall, a newly awakened ability. Consumes spiritual energy to deprive the target within a certain range of all sensory functions, causing them to fall into an endless abyss of darkness, rapidly depleting their sanity. As the level of the skill increases, the time the target falls into the darkness increases, the range of the eternal night expands, the consumption of spiritual energy increases, and the skill's cooldown time decreases. A ranged blinding skill? It would be more apt to say it's an intimidation skill. Spider felt his body length again, and was satisfied that it was heading towards long human legs. Gathering up the data panel, it pulled the small snake on its body to the side and spread its senses around. It saw the crouching Lin Binbin. Suddenly remembered that he gave him the task of the night watch. They dismissed the idea of the other party as Eternal Nightfall experimental object. After all, it is not easy to fight workers. And Lin Binbin also seems to have sensed. Body trembled. Called out in a low voice, Lord White Weaver? I have woken up. The demonic spider transmitted its voice. Congratulations to Lord's cultivation for refining again. There is no longer an existence in this world that can pose a threat to Lord. Lin Binbin arched his hand in the direction where the demon spider was. As a human infected with mutant venom, the surge in the demonic spider's life force would also feed back to the agent. For this rainbow fart Bai Jia's heart was very receptive, but did not respond and did not show his face. You've worked hard. Go back early. Bai Jia was too embarrassed to ask what time it was now, so he only pretended to be aloof and told him to leave and have a good rest. Yes, subordinate will leave. When Bai Jia picked up his cell phone, he actually found that it was able to turn on normally. Before he could celebrate, he was shocked because the time was clearly already the night of the next day. He had actually slept the whole day and made Lin Binbin wait for the whole day. Sister Sama, I'm so hungry. The little snake rubbed its head against the spider's leg. It was also true that after such a long time, even its own satiety level had dropped a lot. Bai Jia removed the Qiankuan cloth bag hanging from the top of the tree, infused it with spiritual energy, and took out a steady stream of fruits from it as if it was a magic trick. These fruits were exactly what Lin Binbin had brought according to his previous instructions. The little snake's eyes went straight as he watched, his mouth watering. Perhaps it was because he had eaten too many disgusting and highly poisonous things after being reincarnated as a spider. So Bai Jia was now particularly enamored with naturally sweet foods like melon and fruit desserts. This was probably based on a compensatory mentality, subconsciously wanting to prove that he wasn't one of those creepy and scary venomous insects, and still retained hobbies similar to humans. By eating nearly 24 fruits, Bai Jia's satiety level was also barely raised to 70%, although it wasn't as useful as the poisonous insects, but at least the spirit and senses were satisfied, coupled with the fact that his vitality had just achieved a leap. Bai Jia's happiness at the moment came to an unprecedented height. That said, the life force has broken 400, and it still hasn't been able to take form. So, just how many times do I have to evolve before I'm able to take form? Alas! In fact, the evolutionary route is not even clear at all. So perhaps one has already lost the opportunity to take form, or even that there might not be such a thing as taking form at all. If one can't take form, then wouldn't one have to avoid humans for the rest of one's life, hiding in the shadows, living a miserable life, or to stay away from the human world and escape to the Amazon plains to recognize one's ancestors and return to one's roots? Thoughts swirled, and suddenly, Bai Jia's mood fell from the heights to the bottom, but there was no harm for it to laugh at itself for a few moments. And the worst ending is probably to be discovered and set on fire by humans themselves, and be destroyed by technological weapons that even the ghosts and gods are afraid of, right? And to be labeled as the evil demon of the day after death, deserving of death? If one's residual body is still intact, it might even be listed in the Jin Demon Museum for stupid humans to admire. Humph, but are humans worthy? Once he thought of this, the demon spider suddenly felt that death wasn't so uninteresting anymore. Chapter 68, The Third Legend, Elevator Malfunction. After finishing his fruit feast, Bai Jia had a whim and injected 2 drops of mutant venom into the little snake. It made the little guy so happy. The reason why he did this was because White Blossom was the first non-human being to receive mutant venom, and Bai Jia wanted to see what kind of changes would occur in her. However, after completing the venom grant, apart from the increase in vitality, there didn't seem to be anything special. Neither did she inherit the spider's abilities, nor did she appear to have physical signs similar to the spider's. Bai Jia could only attribute the above to Bai Hua's special physique. Afterward, Bai Jia did not keep the little snake for the night, but drove the satisfied little snake back to the waterhole. White Flower was surprisingly obedient this time, grunting and twisting as it left. It was still nighttime, and the overly sleepy Bai Jia had no desire to sleep, so he simply walked down the hill toward the campus. Thank you, uncle. I've already been discharged from the hospital and returned to school. Nothing abnormal was checked. Well, it's fine, uncle. I'll take care of myself, Xia Qiming said to the other end of the phone. On the contrary, last night, those terrible movements. What in the world is going on? The young girl's black pearl-like eyes turned around. What, secrecy again? Uncle, you tell me about it? If fellow classmates saw Xia Qiming with this tone of voice, they would definitely think they had seen a ghost. That lady class president, who was always quiet and elegant, would actually be pampered? The secret-keeping bureau intervened? Xia Qiming violently covered her mouth and lowered her voice. The secret-keeping bureau can handle these shenanigans? After a moment, Xia Qiming calmed down and asked without moving. On the other end of the phone, it was her uncle, also a hand of the Criminal Investigation Department, Director Xia Xiang. Xia Xiang covered his mouth with his hand and lowered his voice. The ones in the secret-keeping bureau are, to put it nicely, new humans, but to put it badly, they are freaks with no one in sight. But there's no doubt that there's nothing they can't handle. And if there is, they'll increase their personnel commitment, or fire coverage. New humans? Xia Iming said suspiciously. Does that mean they? That's right, Xia Xiang affirmed. Among them, the vast majority of them have received highly intelligent mechanized modifications, and have also undergone gene editing modifications. so they possess abilities unimaginable to normal people. I think that Yangon City will soon be at peace, so stay in school, be a house girl, and don't wander around causing trouble for me. Alright. Xia Qiming's face showed helplessness. I'm going back to my dorm room to wash up and sleep. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries, Xia Qiming hung up the phone and walked straight towards the girls' dormitory building. It was now 11:30 at night, and there were already very few students on the roads of the campus. Frightened by the recent constant storms, walking downstairs, Xia Qiming suddenly realized that the dormitory manager's duty cubicle was empty, and most of the lights in the first floor hall were broken, making it look dark and creepy. Rubbing her hands on her lotus root arms, Xia Qiming felt a little cold for no reason. It's really autumn, we have to prepare to add more clothes. She walked into the elevator alone and pressed the 7th floor. The elevator ran up, but at this moment, it abruptly stopped at the 6th floor. Xia Qiming thought that someone was trying to come in, but as soon as the elevator door opened, but did not see anyone, only the slightly flickering lights of the building alternated between light and dark. Xia Qiming thought it was the person who wanted to take the elevator to go back, so she wanted to close the door. However, the elevator was like a malfunction. The door didn't respond and stayed open. She felt a trace of coldness welling up in her heart, and her fingers kept pressing the door close button. The light of the door closing button also flashed on and off, but the door just wouldn't close. Xia Qiming let out a cry of suspicion, then poked out half of her body to look towards the hallway on the side of the doorway. There was no one. It was empty. Every girl's dormitory door was locked tightly, and the same was true on the other side, with only dim lights flickering on and off. Maintaining such a posture made Xia Qiming feel a little stiff in her upper body, and she could only retract her body and stand frozen in the elevator in a daze. The air seemed to have gotten colder. She suddenly remembered a rumor she had read in the campus forum earlier. When riding alone or with few people in the elevator, it would stop for 10 seconds at the previous floor of the target floor, and the automatic door would not close and close. What's even more frightening is that eerie cat calls sometimes come from the end of the building. Immediately after that, in her mind, a third campus legend of Star Transmission University surfaced. It said that within the female dormitory building, every time in the middle of the night, someone would come out of the dormitory and go through the garbage cans in the building, looking for garbage to eat. But whenever someone went looking for the girl who ate the garbage, they found nothing. Combined with the recent bizarre happenings in the school, Xia Qiming's body became even colder. Why don't I just walk down the hallway? Xia Qiming thought this. It was only one floor away anyway. This decision eased her tension slightly, so she walked into the hallway, the familiar scent of a girl's perfume in the air giving her a slight sense of security. For that, at least, was a scent that belonged to a human, and not an alien odor like those mutated humans before her. But just 2 steps later, before she reached the stairway, she stopped dead in her tracks, as her brain was sending her the feeling that something was wrong. But what was wrong? She wasn't sure, exactly, other than some darkness at the end, and 2 rows of closed dormitory doors. She tried to control the muscles in her feet to lift and step, but she just couldn't do it with any effort. It was instinct, or the subconscious mind at work that was preventing her from continuing forward. However, in front of her eyes, there was clearly nothing, right? Ho ho ho. Xia Qiming heard the sound of her own nervous breathing. At this moment, how Xia Qiming wished that one of the rows of dormitories would open its door and walk out a little girl, smiling generously and telling her, "It's the light piece in this block that's broken. Don't be afraid. There's a senior sister here." Then she took her with her to the stairway, but the savior did not appear. She was stuck in place, in a dilemma. Could it be that there was something that she could not see with her naked eyes, but was really there in front of her? That's just it. Let's go try the elevator again to see if it works. It should be a malfunction. Maybe it's already back to normal. Thinking like this, Xia Qiming gave up her intention to go to the stairway and smoothly retreated back to the elevator. Inexplicably, in the middle of the malfunctioning elevator, she actually felt like she was back in her comfort zone, her tense emotions and muscles relaxing. So, like a bewitched person, she began to unceasingly press the elevator door closing button. Summer class president. What's this? What's wrong with her? Her face is so white, and her eyes are still red. I've never seen her with this pitiful look. Bai Jie took in Xia Qiming's behavior and felt puzzled. In the past, the class president was a confident, elegant, and quiet beauty that exuded intellectualism, and he never expected to see her scared like this by a malfunctioning elevator and a dark hallway. In fact, Xia Qiming's intuition was correct. At the end of the hallway, there was indeed something there that was the giant spider that had entered invisibility and was hanging from the ceiling of the corridor. Chapter 69. When you gaze into the abyss meows. It wasn't that Bai Jie intentionally tried to scare Xia Qiming. but it was how it wouldn't have thought that Xia Qimeng would be able to detect his presence. In Bai Jie's impression, the class president was just an ordinary person, and his own spider sense had not appeared. The reason why Bai Jie appeared in this girl's dormitory building was not to satisfy his dirty thoughts and perverted fetishes. It had only one purpose, which was to find where Wang Miaozhu was. Since defeating the black goat cub, its perception ability had risen to a new level once again, which gave it the confidence to search through the dormitory buildings. Star Transmission University had more than a dozen female dormitory buildings, and the current one was the third building Bai Jie had swept. I didn't expect to run into class president Xia, so in that case, it's highly likely that Wang Miaozhu from the same institution is also in this building. But is that elevator malfunctioning? It hasn't been able to go up. Forget it, the class president will call the dormitory management or maintenance to take care of it, so I won't worry about it and stroll up 2 more floors. After all, strolling around the girls' dormitory is also considered a beautiful thing. Thinking like this, Bai Jie was about to leave. Suddenly, the velvet hairs on Bai Jie's spider legs stood up one by one. Dangerous? 8 eyes fiercely gazed towards the end of the other side of the corridor. Bai Jie stared straight at the end of the other side of the hallway, wanting to stare out something, but the light at that end actually snapped and suddenly went out. Now, the entire corridor became even more dim, and the opposite end then seemed to be an abyss connecting to another bizarre world, and no one knew what would appear inside. The direction of the spider sense is right there. Bai Jie just quietly watched. Suddenly, a sound that surprised Bai Jie came from the opposite side. Meow. The call, delicate and long, indeed came from the end of the other side of the corridor. What's the situation? As I gazed into the abyss actually meowed? Was it a wildcat? No, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Similarly, hearing this cat's cry, Xia Qimeng inside the elevator also shivered violently and broke away from her spellbound state. She instantly associated it with a rumor she saw in the campus forum. Stalled elevator, door that won't close, eerie cat call. It came together. Sizzle. Xia Qimeng began to breathe in a thin voice, feeling some lack of oxygen and dizziness. The fear of the unknown made her feel pain as if she was drowning. The cold air almost taught her to collapse. 2 jade hands helplessly holding onto the elevator wall, crouching down helplessly. What to do? Will that cat appear at the elevator door? Or will it keep purring like this? Why didn't the dormitory doors open? Didn't anyone hear this weird cat's cry? Xia Qimeng closed her eyes and tried to calm herself down. However, that weird cat's cry was getting clearer and clearer into her ears. Meow. There was another purr. It was a sound that made Bai Jie certain that it wasn't from an animal that had mutated out of control. Furthermore, shouldn't all the stray animals in the entire city be decentralized for shelter control? Ding! A system prompt entered his ears, and Bai Jie's spirit lifted. Weak spirit reaction detected. Aura reaction. Could it be that cat? At the same time, there was a clicking sound. The spider's gaze stared. There was no cat appearing. All that could be seen was a dormitory door opening. Far away, the light brought out from inside also illuminated the dim hallway, dispelling some of the eeriness and terror. Behind the door stepped out a girl wearing a cute Muppet bear pajama with a luscious and proud figure. Well, muttering under her breath, she walked over to the trash can in the hallway and actually started rummaging around. Why are you hungry again? Where did it go? The delicate voice echoed very clearly in the hallway. Nice and weird. An arc of electricity flashed through Bai Jie's brain, and it flared in its heart. Discomfort coming from the depths of its soul's memory. Because, the image that was happening right in front of its eyes, it clearly coincided with the third campus legend of our school. The girl who ate garbage in the middle of the night? It immediately understood that the protagonist of the legend that countless students had only heard of, but not seen, had been bumped into by itself. Click 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 click. Blah blah blah. To be honest, Bai Jie was startled by the rummaging and garbage eating sounds. It wasn't, was it? Someone was really eating garbage? Because more than once when it was still human, it had brainstormed this bizarre scene, but didn't believe that it was real. Even if it was true, it thought that it should never encounter this third schoolyard weird story in its life. After all, how could it possibly enter the girls' dormitory? However, what he didn't do in his previous life, he did in this life. He really did experience the weird campus story. Wait a minute, I'm at least a demon. Evil and treacherous existence. Life Force 430 is still afraid of these? Come coincidentally, himself today to see. You are what side of the bull ghosts and snakes and gods, tubuing ghosts or evil gods, can help me evolve, is good. Thinking of this, his heart was determined. Bai Jie walked along the ceiling towards the girl in the nightgown. As he passed by the elevator room, he spotted Xia Qimeng, who looked confused and crouched down, only to see Xia Qimeng shivering imperceptibly all of a sudden, her body telling her that there was a strange gaze watching her, favoring the fact that she was still invisible to her naked eyes. Thus, Xia Iming squeezed towards the corner of the elevator with more and more fear, no longer gazing at the pitiful class president. Bai Jia looked in the direction where the pajama girl was again, only to find that the trash can was empty, leaving behind scattered garbage that had fallen to the ground. Where is everyone? Are you okay? A pleasant female voice like a babbling brook suddenly sounded behind him. As soon as Bai Jia turned his head, he realized that the pajama-clad woman was already standing at the elevator door, gazing at Xia Qiming with concern. Me, I'm fine. Xia Qiming reacted, and the joy of seeing a normal human being as well as the happiness that her savior had finally appeared in her eyes. She was about to get up, but suddenly froze. It wasn't because her legs were numb from squatting for too long. Rather, it was because Xia Iming was shocked to discover the stains on the pajama girl's clothes. She instantly recalled the sound of rummaging through garbage that she had just heard. She even suspected that the woman in front of her was a cat demon transformed. This elevator should be broken. Look at you. Are you afraid to take the stairs? It's fine. The light is just broken. I can accompany you. Say, what floor are you on? The pajama girl asked. Thanks. No need. I'll just walk there by myself. Xia Iming barely stood up. Feeling herself regaining her sanity and strength after a few conversations, she flew out of the elevator and crossed over next to the pajama girl. Wait! Just then, the pajama girl turned around and suddenly called out to Emi Xia. The invisible spider, too, saw the pajama girl's appearance through this turn. Chapter 70 Pajama Girl, Building Cockroach. She has a powdered jade like goose egg cheeks, dye eyebrow slender, eyes like water, skin like sheep fat, not powdered but looks choo-choo moving. There is also a soft and delicate waist. One hand is difficult to cover the fullness of the angry protrusion. Even loose pajamas are difficult to cover its delicate and rounded curves. So beautiful. White Jia almost certain that this is the most beautiful woman it has ever seen. At the same time, it always felt that this person was déjà vu, and tried to search in its memory, but it was as if that key clue had been forcibly erased. How could it not recall it? How? What's wrong? Xia Iming twisted her head little by little to look at the pajama girl with a slightly unnatural look. She just wanted to get away from this suspected school legend heroine as soon as possible. Didn't you hear the sound? The pajama girl said with a serious face. What sound? Did she mean the weird cat call just now? Xia Iming had just finished asking when she heard what sound the pajama girl was referring to. Rustling. A large number of scalp-numbing noises, as if there were 1,000 tentacles crawling around the ears. With a dark, damp, sticky feeling. Hissing. That sound became more and more obvious. The pajama girl suddenly sank her voice. Slightly anxious. Come to my side. Xia Iming was still uncertain when she saw a scene that she would never forget in this life. Only to see a giant brown and black oval-shaped shadow with two slender tentacles on its head, drilled out from the corner of the building, accompanied by rustling crawling sounds and the sound of Xia Iming jerking backward. Even Bai Jia, who was hanging from the ceiling, almost fell down with a shiver, angrily scolding in his heart. What kind of unjust creatures are these? What is that? Xia Qiming lost her color and hurriedly moved closer to the pajama girl. What else could it be? Isn't it obvious? Cockroaches. The pajama girl was used to it. That's right. Those dark brown oval shadows were densely packed. Swarms of cockroaches. They were flattened, with slender antennae, 6 legs full of thorns, and 2 pairs of wings slightly vibrating, as if they were about to swoop over the next moment. What's even more frightening is that the smallest of them is the size of a slipper, and the largest is even comparable to a suitcase. Object, Echidna cockroach, mutant, vitality, 1/8, body length, 40 centimeters, status, stable. Bai Jia had gone numb at the sight of this scene. Its human memories made it want to get away from this place immediately, while the spider's instincts made it want to instantly kill these disgusting reptiles to dust. As for the faint spiritual embodiment on these cockroaches, oh, don't want it. Even if it was delivered to Bai Jia's mouth, it wouldn't swallow and take it because it was just too diabolical. Even when it had just been reincarnated as a spider, what it ate were breadworms and cicada chrysalises and the like that were barely acceptable, but it had never eaten a cockroach. This is already the 3rd wave, but the scale and number is far greater than the previous 2. It's not good, the pajama girl said gruffly. Is this the end? What are we going to do? Xia Qiming was about to go crazy. She wasn't afraid of snakes. She wasn't afraid of spiders. She was afraid of these cockroaches that carried countless bacterial viruses on their bodies. The pajama girl seemed to have seen Xia Qiming's discomfort and spoke out to comfort her. Don't be afraid. Xiao Chang isn't that dirty. Cockroaches are actually a very misunderstood kind of animal because they will often clean themselves and secrete some wax on themselves. If you catch one and look at it, you'll see that it doesn't get a bit of mud on it, and it doesn't have any parasites. It doesn't eat shit either. At best it eats your food. Like flies. Ah, mosquitoes, fleas, that's really dirtier. A lot of malaria, bubonic plague, black plague are caused by them, but there hasn't been a single plague in the world caused by cockroaches. So yeah, cockroaches are still friendly to humans. They're not like mosquitoes, which are born having to drink human blood to survive. At the same time, cockroaches were originally good for nature, being able to eat dead branches and leaves to help decompose. Only now it comes to the human environment, such as the house. There are no dead branches and leaves, so it can only eat some of your leftovers, plus it favors an ugly appearance, looking a little annoying, and the ability to reproduce is too exuberant, so it fell into today's infamous name. Overall, this is the demonization of it by modern people. Upon hearing this, Xia Qimeng looked at the pajama girl with a strange expression. Then how do you plan to deal with these cockroaches? The pajama girl didn't hesitate. Get them killed. Xia Qimeng was skeptical. Just by you? The pajama girl shook her head slightly and glanced at Xia Qimeng. Of course it's not just me. Isn't there you here? Xia Qimeng's face was bloodless. Me? It's okay for you to let me smash a cockroach with a slipper. Such a big. Do you think I can feed them? At the same time trembling, she took out her cell phone. I'm going to call for help. Where are the enforcers? Why haven't the enforcers come yet? The enforcers won't come, the pajama girl said with confident certainty. Why? Because I've already set up a boundary. Xia Qimeng? As they spoke, the two were already surrounded by the group, and the surrounding 3 meters away was all blackened with a sea of bugbears. Even the demon spider hid above their heads, not wanting to be rubbed by the cockroaches, and Xia Qimeng couldn't care less about the demon spider's unseen and bizarre existence at the moment. This pajama girl is weird. I won't rush to strike first. Let's see what she'll do. Bai Jie secretly said. Bai Jie focused half of his attention on the pajama girl, but did not notice any spirit-embodied reaction. The results did not disappoint Bai Jie's expectations, only to see that the pajama girl's moist and crystalline lips slightly opened and closed, and her mouth spat out obscure and rustling syllables, actually synchronizing the solemn and mysterious words from the depths of her throat. 9 tails, quickly come to the rescue. As soon as the words fell, a piece of illusory clear light blossomed abruptly from her chest, then coalesced into a pink figure, and the shadow landed on the ground, transforming into a pink fox with 9 tails. Oh hoo! What a stunningly beautiful fox! Bai Jie and Xia Qimeng both lit up, as if they had found a treasure. Even the great discomfort brought about by the hordes of cockroaches was greatly washed away. The fox's lower layer of fluff was as pure white as snow, its back and face were covered in a vibrant and lovely pink color, and its fur shone with a moving luster even in the dim light. Its head and face are round, its nose is pretty and its eyes are charming. Its pupils are like ice crystals, its 2 long fleshy ears are slightly cocked, its body is full and wide, its legs and tail root are thick, its 9 thick and long tails are fluttering without any wind, and its tail hairs are long and thick, which makes it very cozy and decompressing to look at. Object, 9-tailed spirit fox, half-demon evil body. Vitality, 108. Body length, 90 centimeters. Status, healthy. Weak spirit energy reaction detected. A half-demon evil creature with such a high life force, and it doesn't even look out of control. How is this possible? And, the aura reaction is actually only weak? The demon spider looked puzzled. Chapter 71 Pink Fox. Crumb Spider. Meow. As soon as this pink fox made its appearance, it pampered itself, rubbed its back towards the pajama girl, and let out a cat call. Delicate and long, familiar and eerie. Bai Jie, Xia Yimeng. Combined with the eerie cat call in that hallway earlier, could it be from this guy? Wait a minute. How does a fox purr? In the next second, a dense energy fluctuation appeared around the 9-tailed spirit fox, which was keenly captured by Bai Jie. This is clearly spiritual energy. The temperature inside the room suddenly dropped. It was obviously a summer night, but it was as if he was in early winter. Cold air emerged. A diamond-shaped ice crystal appeared out of thin air around the 2 men and a fox. Puffing. The next moment, the ice crystals were all scattered, like a rain of bullets shooting towards the mutant cockroach group that was in a black cloud situation. Plop plop plop, muffled sound after muffled sound. Black and brown juice splash, stained all over the wall, as if stained with weird dark graffiti. No cockroach can escape the rain of ice crystals attack. Xia Qimeng covered her mouth, her bright eyes shocked. The lenses of her glasses were covered with a layer of frost because of the falling temperature. Although these cockroaches look appalling, their actual vitality is not high, and they don't reflect the actual battle power of this 9-tailed spirit fox. Pity pity pity, Bai Jie said darkly. How about I come and give this little fox a little more difficult? Once this ventriloquist's thoughts rose, they were out of control. He even began to brainstorm the appearance of this extremely good-looking fox, being bullied into a sorry state and begging for mercy. The shadow corner of Bai Jie's heart even resounded with Jia 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 laughter. Not long after, Before the cockroaches could launch an effective attack, they were all killed in action, becoming countless fragments and meat paste, and occasionally you could see a few legs and feet covered with spiny hairs trembling. Xia Iming sighed violently in relief, feeling like she had been saved from drowning, although the stench of decay was still floating in the air. But the good thing was, she didn't have to take off her shoes to fight these horrible mutated cockroaches. She was about to thank the amazing pajama girl when she heard, "Weird things are really getting worse. Thank goodness for you, my nine-tailed baby." The pajama girl was stroking her chin and sighing 1 second, but the next second she leapt over her shoulder and picked up the mighty nine-tailed spirit fox and rubbed it recklessly in her arms. Meow. Xia Iming seemed to be able to feel that this good-looking fox's expression revealed a sense of helplessness, and her gaze vaguely sent out a distress signal. Thank you for saving me. I haven't asked for your name yet, Xia Qiming asked out loud. This question did not interrupt the reckless behavior in the pajama girl's hand. She replied without twisting her head. My name is Yang Shining. Just a sophomore. Just a sophomore? Hearing this, Bai Jie snapped to mind that when he disappeared, it was during the summer vacation when school hadn't started, and if he hadn't transmigrated, by the time school had started, he would have been a junior-senior by now. As for why sophomore Yang Shining was in the same dormitory building as junior Xia Qimeng, it was due to the expansion of Star Chuan University in the past 2 years that there was a mix of multi-year grades living in the same dormitory building like now. Bai Jie had once flirted with Chen Chang that perhaps, in the near future, if the school continued to expand like this, mixed-sex living would no longer be empty talk. Unfortunately, it's all nonsense now, can only come to the girls' dormitory to hang out. Ah no, it is a search to fulfill the dream. Oh, hello, my name is Xia Qimeng, Jr., living on the 7th floor. Xia Qimeng said dryly. Oh, so it's senior sister, nice to meet you. Well, Yang Shining replied more or less with a sense of coping, then fiercely buried her face into the pink fox's snow-white stomach, losing her temper and sucking in the scent in a big gulp. Her mouth also muttered, "Stinky fox, for the sake of you helping me this time, I'll forgive you today, but if I catch you sneaking out to rummage through the trash cans for something to eat again, I'll punish you with a month of confinement." Xia Qiming was suddenly dazed, thinking that could it be that it wasn't Yang Shining who ate the garbage, but the pink fox in her arms? But really, a fox can't look like a fox. Such a good-looking fox is actually reduced to looking for garbage to eat in the middle of the night. Is it due to the mistreatment of its owner? Or is it its own quirks? Excuse me, is this the pet you have? Xia Iming just stood in place for a long time, feeling that it was neither right to walk nor wrong to stay still. Aha! The pajama girl grunted and sucked on the fox, only stopping her out-of-control behavior when Natsuki made another sound. Oh sorry, I almost forgot about you. Yang Shining pulled her face away from the fox's snow-white stomach, a few thin white hairs sticking to her cheeks, and said, "I'll take you back." Xia Qiming just wanted to say no. Meow. But at this moment, the nine-tailed spirit fox suddenly let out a sharp chirp, directly breaking away from Yang Shining's hands and jumping to the ground, its back arching, its hairs exploding and standing up, and its nine tails stopping wiggling. Nine tails, how do you? The puzzled expression on that pajama girl's face only lasted for half a second before it was replaced by a tense look like an enemy. Space was compressed and distorted by an unknown and mysterious force. The air seemed to have been pumped into a vacuum, and wisps of pure black smoke emerged from the corpses of a bunch of cockroaches. Those pure black smokes slowly spread, and as a result, they collectively converged into a large curtain made of black smoke. The moment the black curtain took shape, Yang Shining shouted eagerly as if she had foreseen something. "Destroy it!" Immediately afterward, within the black curtain, a white bone arm stretched out from it, emitting a gloomy aura, and the nine-tailed spirit fox was also finished storing up its momentum, as dozens of ice arrows as thick as an adult's wrist rained down furiously on the black curtain. Snap, snap, snap. When the ice arrows touched the white bones, the latter collapsed like destruction. So much so that the skeletons that walked out of the black curtain with their entire bodies all had broken arms and legs, and were pulverized after holding on for a photo. A little interesting, but don't think that's all. This is just an appetizer. Bai Jie in the darkness looked at the two men and a fox and silently said, "These skeletons were summoned by Bai Jie. What was just used was the newly awakened skill, darkness summoning." With a thought, spiritual energy flowed, and another black curtain slowly rose behind the two men and a fox, on both sides of the corridor, one in front of the other. A total of 2 black curtains blocked the path of the 2 people and 1 fox. Not good. The aura in here is even weirder. The pajama girl looked vigilantly at the second black screen, which was even darker and more unfathomable. Wow. Abruptly, a large number of bats with bloodshot eyes, long wings unfurled, and sharp fangs morosely reflective flew out from the second black curtain with a flutter. Kiki. The swarms of bats chirped mournfully, transforming into black fishy winds that swept towards the duo and the fox. Nine tails. Amidst the cries of alarm, invisible chi coalesced and turned into a wind blade slashing to meet the bat army. The nine-tailed spirit fox actually manipulated the ice arrows to intercept the white bone skeleton on one side, while urging the wind blades to form a net to bombard the bats on the other. However, facing a two-sided encirclement, the nine-tailed spirit fox was ultimately unable to support the bats, and several bats broke through the barriers of the net of wind blades, and were about to pounce and bite the nearest Xia Qiming between the necks. Not good. Can't play it off. The spider's heart suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 72. What a cute spider. Seeing this, Bai Jia was about to strike. However, a subtle sensation suddenly appeared, causing it to dismiss the thought. Senior sister Xia. A cry of alarm rang out. Surprise surfaced on the pajama girl's pretty face, and she subconsciously tried to close her eyes, unable to bear looking at it anymore. Underneath the delicate lenses, the watery, black pearl-like pupils of Xia Qiming's eyes contracted violently, as if they had encountered strong light, and the bat's figure was reflected in them. Rapidly zooming in, snorting wind, emptiness tearing, see Xia Qiming's snowy skin is about to be pierced by the sharp and slender fangs. In a flash of lightning, Xia Qiming's eyes changed. The demon spider's fluffy hair also reacted at this moment. Its heart condensed, focusing all of its senses on Xia Qiming's body. At this instant, time seemed to stop and the air almost froze, only to see that Xia Qiming's eyes were shrouded in a layer of grayness, becoming cold and emotionless, not containing any kind of feelings in the human world. Her aura was all austere, as if she was a goddess from the heavens who happened to pass by the earth. Then, uncatchable by the naked eye, Xia Qiming's figure appeared 2 meters later as if she had moved in an instant. With a narrow escape, she managed to avoid the bat's stinging bite. This was, Bai Jia's 8 eyes flashed with a blue and purple ethereal halo, and he did not find any spirit-embodied reaction. Yang Shining was stunned, obviously also unable to comprehend the image in front of her. How is it that the young girl who was so soft and timid that she didn't dare to approach the dark staircase the moment before? Her temperament changed all of a sudden, and in the blink of an eye, she dodged the bat's attack? And what made her eyes drop even more was still behind, only to see Xia Qiming's knees slightly sunk, 2 jade hands fiddling, lightly, snapping and fanning away 2 bats, then lifting up her slender jade leg, like a meteor catching the moon kicking away the rest of the bats, so fast that it almost distorted the air, leaving only residual shadows. Between emitting miserable screams, the bats fluttered and flew out backwards like a large chunk of fungus. The pajama girl hesitated for a split second, then pinched her hands and firmly and silently recited 4 words. Spiritual eyes open. Faint clear light attached her eyes and commanded, 9 tails, destroy the evil spirits. Meow. All of a sudden, the 9-tailed spirit fox's chi flourished, and within the fox's eyes, ice blue ethereal light overflowed, and the wind blades and ice arrows coalesced and molded exponentially, bombarding the 2 black curtains furiously. The wind snorted and ice crystals flew. Now, the dark creatures in the 2 black curtains were almost blocked from coming out, only leaving a field of corpses, and these corpses did not last more than 5 seconds in the air before they flew into oblivion without leaving a trace, because these dark creatures would automatically dissipate after they died in the present world. Although it consumed some of its own spiritual energy, the demon spider watched with great interest. A string of illusory information data floated before her eyes. Object, Xia Qiming. Vitality, 1. 6. Body length, 166 centimeters. Status, average, slightly wind-chilled. Xia class president. You even have a secret on you? The blood-sucking bat just now was in existence with a life force quite a bit higher than that of the erosive cockroach. But there's no spiritual aura reaction in your body. So why is that? Of course, even if there was, as long as you weren't parasitized by the bizarre purple light, I wouldn't seize your spirit energy. That's just it. That's it. I've gotten part of the information I wanted to know. Bai Jia mentally manipulated the 2 black curtains to close. When that was the case, Yang Shining was just about to let out a sigh of relief when she saw the bizarre incident fall, but her body suddenly trembled. Then, a pair of eyes covered in a strange clear light fiercely looked towards where Bai Jia was. Spider? A shocked cry like a bell echoed in the hallway. What do you mean? This big-breasted woman can see me. White Jay's heart set off shocking waves. This was the first time it had truly been seen by a human in a state of invisibility. After all, even Li Jiayu only had a feeling in her heart and was slightly skeptical, but she didn't dare to be sure. This pajama girl, on the other hand, was almost certain to have seen her own form. Surprised at the same time, Bai Jia also felt a few moments of embarrassment. This time he is withdrawn, or extinguished? The pajama girl's information panel suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Object, Yang Shining. Vitality, 17. Body length, 172 centimeters. Status, healthy. No notes behind the name. She's just an ordinary person? But this vitality and the means just now. Bah! Ghosts don't believe it. If we want to explain this life force that far exceeds that of an ordinary person, it might have something to do with the technique it just performed. However, this name, this jolt, why do I feel that it also looks a bit familiar? From the time the pajama girl Yang Shining exclaimed in shock to the various thoughts flowing through Bai Jia's mind, only half a breath of time had passed before Bai Jia could make up his mind. A second, louder voice came from Yang Shining. Nine Tails, look, what a cute spider. Bai Jia, can you keep your voice down? Cute? I'm afraid you have a misunderstanding of the word cute, don't you? How dare you say that to the unfathomable Bai Jia-sama? So you're brave. Young lady, you'll die of poison if I drop a hair on you. Or you can just pretend to be a statue. Anyway, so embarrassed that you don't want to move. In a second, countless thoughts flashed through the demon spider's mind. Meow. After the black curtain closed, the nine-tailed spirit fox wailed strangely as it also seemed to have sensed something. What spider? Xia Qimeng, on the other hand, returned to her former normalcy, gasping slightly and looking at Yang Shining with confusion in her pale face as she asked, Meow, ow. The nine-tailed spirit fox revealed its tightly clenched sharp teeth, letting out a low rumble like an engine. Looking unkindly at a certain part of the ceiling, its body draped in chi, ready to launch an attack at any time. Demon Spider could not help but laugh a little. A gluttonous to dumpster diving stinky fox, only barely a quarter of his own vitality, actually grinning at his own teeth. But at this moment the demon spider was forgetting that it itself had also eaten some bugs and insects that were no better than garbage. Shoo! Yang Shining put the fingers of one hand up in front of her lips, while the other hand pressed down on the nine-tailed spirit fox's head, and softly said, Nine-tailed, you're no match for this spider. Be quiet. Then he tilted his head and said with a smile, This lovely spider lord, I know that you have no malice towards us. You should just be playing a joke with us, right? You are smart. If not for the fact that I am unwilling to let the battle spread to the wonderful girl's dormitory or damage your good skin, just based on the fact that you found me, I would have to tie you up and take you away to be studied. Bai Jia secretly slandered. At the same time, Bai Jia couldn't help but feel some curiosity towards this Yang Shining, and with an inexplicable sense of familiarity about her, this curiosity became more and more uncontrollable. Unfortunately, the demon spider could not speak, and in front of Xia Qimeng and the nine-tailed spirit fox, he did not intend to inject the mutant venom into Yang Shining's body. Therefore, after much deliberation, the lovely spider lord finally chose to slip away. Bzzz. In Xia Qimeng's field of vision, the ceiling above her head suddenly erupted with a blinding blue and purple light, and the last bit of anxiety in her heart disappeared. Chapter 73, The Sewer. Ugh, it's gone. Yang Shining sighed and also sighed in relief as a drop of cold sweat slid down above her pink cheeks. It? Xia Qimeng repeated questioningly. Also, the spider lord you just mentioned. That's right, there was a cute yet huge spider figure here just now. Although I couldn't see the exact appearance, I could perceive the rough outline through my spiritual eyes. Yang Shining pointed at the ceiling. Moreover, combining its size and stealth ability, I suspect that the spider that left is most likely the nix that made interdiction suffer and drew sideways attention from the entire Federation. Xia Qimeng's expression stiffened, and she drew in a sharp breath of cold air. You're saying that Nyx was just above our heads? Yang Shining nodded slightly. That's right. Moreover, it looks like this spider lord won't hurt anyone at random, or is not interested in human lives. You and I should be thankful for that. Otherwise, if it really comes to blows, you, me, and Nine Tails won't be able to escape, and the boundary shielding the mortals will shatter, and the people in this building will be buried with them at that time. Hearing this, Xia Qimeng pondered for a long time, looking at the location where the blue and purple photoelectricity had just flickered. Suddenly, Yang Shining turned to face Xia Qimeng and said with a straight face, Alright, it's getting late, I should send you back. Xia Qimeng looked puzzled and was about to refuse, wanting to say that she didn't need to be sent. Just then, she saw Yang Shining had already made seals with her hands at a rapid pace, and the nine-tailed spirit fox's eyes were even bursting with light, projecting it straight into Xia Qimeng's brow. At once, Xia Qimeng was like being fixed in her body, unable to move in the slightest, and her eyes were as empty as an ancient well. Collect. When Yang Shining completed the sealing in her hands, two rays of light sailed from the walls at the end of the two sides of the corridor of the building, and the rays of light closely followed the contours of the walls, and eventually recycled into the body of the nine-tailed spirit fox, and disappeared into oblivion. At the same time, the lights in the corridor also returned to normal, and even within the dormitory room also sounded a subtle human voice. It seemed that the boundary had withdrawn. For nothing, Senior Sister Xia, I think we will have another chance to meet again. But by then you will inevitably no longer be able to remember me. Young Shining turned her gaze back to the nine-tailed spirit fox at her feet and knocked a popping chestnut into its flattened brain. Humph. I blame you for not being able to control your mouth. Not only did you scare senior sister Xia, but you also attracted the foreign insects. No longer paying attention to the nine-tailed spirit fox's watering, pitiful appearance, she placed her index finger against her perfectly formed chin and murmured. However, tonight was a bit of a windfall, actually being able to see a spider that big. It's just a pity that I didn't get a good look at what the real face looks like. The video on the internet and the feeling of being up close and personal in reality are really quite different. When I found it, my heart was both scared and excited at the same time. Knowing that it's dangerous, I still can't help but get closer. Yang Shining was murmuring, when suddenly, she felt her pants being tugged and realized that it was the nine-tailed spirit fox. Meow. The corner of Yang Shining's mouth hooked, stroking the nine-tailed spirit fox's head, picking it up in a hug and teasing. The little guy knows that he's jealous? If you dare to disobey me again in the future, I won't want you. The silhouettes of one person and one fox went far away and just gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor. What Yang Shining didn't know was that after 10 seconds or so, Xia Qiming came back to her senses, looked deeply at the direction where that one person and one fox disappeared, and turned around to walk towards the stairwell. What Yang Shining would not know was that Bai Jia had not stayed away and had taken in Yang Shining's actions. A bit interesting, Yang Shining even has this kind of tricky means, not a weird violet light parasitic body, but has the ability to surpass Zhang Yueya, and can still discover where I am. The fact that the building is so lively but no one has come out is probably due to the boundary she has laid. Could she be a witchcraft clan member? It's just that, even if she has a secret on her, without the spirit reaction, it has nothing to do with me, and having her here will, on the contrary, shelter the safety of some students. Thinking of this, Bai Jia no longer cared about Young Shining and the pink fox that could catcall, and continued to search in this girl's dormitory building. There were a total of 10 floors and nothing was found. There were neither spider senses nor hints of auric responses. However, it did not rush to search the next dormitory building, because this one had just had a bizarre incident. After spending all this effort, I still haven't found Wang Miaozhu, but since so many mutated cockroaches have appeared here, it's highly likely that meteorite fragments also exist. I've searched the rooftop of the building, the toilets, the laundry room, the shower room, and all sorts of nooks and crannies, and there's no aura reaction. Then, where did these cockroaches come from? Nowadays, in the entire building, there was only the underground left to look for. With this thought, Bai Jia directly dove to the bottom of the building and flipped open the manhole cover. Bai Jia forced himself to endure the discomfort and nausea, and searched through the sewers underneath the campus ground. The first moment he entered the sewer, Bai Jia regretted it, because it was too stinky, extremely malodorous. The demon spider crawled upside down at the top of the sewer, fighting to keep itself from touching the sewage below. It was a good thing that Yangon City had always paid a lot of attention to the improvement and quality of the underground sewer system. After all, it was the second face of the city. The demon spider benefited from this, being able to travel inside without having to curl its legs. At the same time, it secretly vowed that when it went back, it would definitely jump inside the white flowery pool of water to wash itself properly, and then let her use the pure water to give itself a spa. Because, just by smelling the smell in here, it felt like it was unclean. As for whether or not Bai Huahua was happy about her water pool being polluted, it didn't matter. She should be able to purify the water herself, and if she was really unhappy, the demon spider would give her 2 shots to make her comfortable. Burrowing into Bai Jia's perceptions was the pungent smell of composting mold, the rotting smell of blood and flesh mixed with the foul stench of the sewers. This is the sewer under the girls' dormitory? It's even as horrible as this. Thinking about it this way, that stupid white sweetness automatically oozing and drooling while sleeping is not so hard to accept. The smell was far beyond the imagination of normal people, and even Bai Jia, who possessed a super high vitality, couldn't endure it, making it want to immediately return to its own cozy, yet fragrant spider nest. Woohoo! Bai Jia hesitated whether to come back another day or not, when it suddenly heard a weird cry, and its fluffy body instantly stood up. This cry was like a baby's voice, so sharp that it could penetrate the bone marrow, and it also had a tragic meaning. It was so scared that it almost wanted to kick its fur. This is a sewer. How could there be a baby's voice? Bai Jia wondered if a child had fallen into the sewer and couldn't get out. That's why he was crying so miserably. Or did someone put a tape recorder to play it on a loop? However, that sound was enough to give people the creeps. How do you know it's not normal? And it doesn't sound like a recording playing. Chapter 74. What the hell are you screaming about? Rustle. Swish swish. Suddenly, Bai Jia looked behind him. inside the sewer passage that was as high as one person. Only to see countless rats in groups running through the dirty water towards the depths. Fortunately, because Baijia was upside down at the top, he was not stained by the splashing dirty water. Looking at the direction of these rats, it seems that they are heading towards the sound of cries. Baijia followed the direction of the rats, not slowing down, even if it suffered from the extreme stench. It decided to find out what was going on. Sewer is dark, although Baijia can rely on perception, know the general terrain and objects, but still choose to cohesion with the arc in front of the eyes to give themselves light. A sense of security immediately filled his heart. Without going far, Baijia vaguely saw a rounded shape on the corner wall of the sewer. The arc zoomed in, only to see that it was a huge lump of sarcoma. Uneven surface, green and red stems and tubes split and intertwined, protruding on the surface of the sarcoma, and from time to time, you can see that there is a flow of liquid from it. The huge sarcoma attracted rats to burrow into it, while around it, slowly crawling a few palm-sized fat maggots. "You big master." Seeing this scene, Baijia directly cursed, because it was too disgusting. Weak spirit embodied reaction detected in target. Baijia's eyes lit up, and it felt like the stench didn't even seem that unbearable anymore. So, what's the next step to seize the spirit aura? He swore that he wouldn't unleash his bite on the flesh tumor even if he was dead. Not even if he was dead. Baijia could only hope that there were meteorite fragments within the sarcoma. So he decided to destroy the vitality of the sarcoma with thunderous means to see if he could find meteorite fragments in the pile of black ash. The destructive spiritual energy in his body was about to be mobilized. Just then, all of a sudden, Baijia heard a tender yet strange childish voice. "Are you here to play with me?" Since the fluffy hairs on the spider's long legs were always in an erect state, representing that danger was always present, it did not take it lightly, but when it heard the voice again, it still couldn't contain the chills crawling all over its body. Behind the sarcoma, a figure stepped out. No, it couldn't even be described as a silhouette. It was a humanoid monster. The person was less than a meter tall, with greenish-black skin, a head as big as a bucket, and his features twisted and squeezed together. The body was bloated, the limbs were fat and thick, emitting a rotten odor, and it was ghoulishly surveying Baijia. The green round pupils of the eyes were surrounded by a circle of bloodlines, further emphasizing the extremely spiteful eyes. Upon further scrutiny, it was also holding several human skulls in its arms. This scene caused Baijia to experience a bone-chilling cold. After freezing for 2 seconds, Baijia was able to find a term from his memory to describe this monster, ghost baby. It seemed that this was the same guy who had been screaming randomly, scaring himself and attracting the rats. Virtual information appeared in front of Baijia's eyes. Object, giant monster baby, demonic body. Vitality, 199. Body length, 95 centimeters. Status, unstable. Weak spiritual reaction detected. Seeing the other party's vitality, Baijia's body's coldness only faded a few points. Even if the other party was a demonic-bodied body, it would not make Baijia feel unable to deal with it. Giant monster baby still cracked open his mouth. The corner of the mouth almost extended to the ear, presenting 2 rows of sludge full of fine fangs. Crispy voice, come to play with me Baijia sneered in his heart to dispel the fear. "Oh, I am afraid that you cannot afford to play." In a flash, electricity flashed and thundered, as the gloomy passageway was illuminated by the sudden appearance of a huge electric light. 12 lances composed of thunder and lightning were in the shape of petals surrounding the head of the monster baby, ready to fire, and the destructive and berserk aura was constantly overflowing. Giant monster baby's face suddenly changed. Even the cracked mouth slowly retracted. Hiss. At this time, Baijia suddenly heard an extremely subtle inhaling sound. It condensed its mind and zoomed in on its perception, discovering a familiar aura hiding nearby. It was actually her. Baijia laughed in his heart, but had no intention of revealing it. Instead, it was curious as to how she had found her way here. The aura of that shadowy observer came from Yang Shining. She hid at the corner of the passageway, taking in the divine ability that Baijia had executed, and fell into a great shock, amazed in her heart. Those pillars of light, how come they look even more terrifying than the monster babies? How could she not expect that within a few days of the online video of Ni Lux defeating Interdictor being circulated? This Ni Lux had already become so powerful to such an extent. The reason why she was so surprised was actually because the world hadn't really seen Baijia's means of attack. Oh, the pink fox lying behind Yang Shining's shoulder also let out a fearful whimper. In this instant, the 12 lightning lances made the giant monster baby that even she and the nine-tailed spirit fox didn't dare to face directly not dare to act rashly. Snort! A lightning lance, under the control of the demonic spider, violently penetrated the huge flesh tumor. Destructive energy instantly erupted, and countless arcs of electricity were like teeth and claws of demonic insects madly devouring and biting. The sarcoma shattered, turning into charred black pieces of meat and smoke, and the green-black juice that gushed out was also quickly evaporated, exposing a monster form in the center. However, no meteorite debris appeared. Bai Jie immediately gazed towards the monster. Object, sewer crocodile, high order awakened body, vitality, 98, body length, 180 centimeters, status, stable, weak spirit reaction detected. The crocodile curled up and seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Even the blast of thunder could not awaken it. Little fish, run! Suddenly, the giant monster baby let out a terrified scream. Immediately, he saw the crocodile's body shaking and awakening, scurrying out 10 meters away at once, so fast that it was as if it wasn't on land, but swimming freely in the water. At the same time as the giant monster baby screamed, Bai Jie's mind actually stopped for half a second alive. His head was vaguely painful, and when he recovered, the crocodile was about to disappear in Bai Jie's eyes. Run, I'll see where you can run to. Bai Jie did not intend to let go of the treacherous creature that had a spirit reaction. He let out a cold snort as the wind tore, lightning roared, and light shot out in all directions, and 7 lightning lances in the air shot towards the crocodile's fleeing figure. It was about to see the pillars of lightning light piercing into the crocodile's body, nailing it to death viciously. Ah! A high pitch that was sharp enough to penetrate human eardrums suddenly rang out, echoing in the narrow and cramped sewer passageway, surprisingly causing Bai Jie's thoughts to fall into chaos once again. What was even more unimaginable was that the scream actually affected the speed and direction of the lightning lance. This time, the duration reached 1 second. Even Yang Shining, who was hiding far away and covering her ears, became disoriented and confused. The nine-tailed spirit fox was even flooded with white eyes, and a pink tongue drooped on the outside of its mouth. One must know that in any battle, half a second of time was already enough to divide life and death. However, it was good that the giant monstrous infant screamed at that time and the time afterward, and was unable to act, otherwise it would have been too outrageous. However, the crocodile still dodged the lightning spear and escaped. Lightning column instantly exploded on the wall. Blue and purple arcs of electricity gushed out. The sewer then appeared spider web cracks, a lot of dust rustling down. Bai Jie couldn't believe it. Shut up! What the hell are you screaming for? Bai Jie was furious, its anger burning to the extreme at this moment. When it was a bird-trapping spider, although it was without hearing, it was very sensitive and annoying to the perception of noise and vibration. Such spider instincts still continued as it evolved. Therefore, Bai Jie hated noise very much, and coupled with the sense of crisis brought about by the stagnation of thought, the giant monstrous infant was tantamount to touching it on top of its reverse scales. The sewer crocodile had already taken advantage of the opportunity to escape, leaving the giant-headed monster baby in place, and the demon spider naturally could never let the latter go. Chapter 75, Worm Hell. Snort! The electric light of the remaining 4 lightning lances violently doubled and soared out furiously, sweeping in front of the giant-headed monster baby in a flash. Boom! There was no room to dodge. The entire body of the giant monstrous infant was struck. Immediately, its greenish-black, bloated body was wrapped in raging electricity, and every inch of its flesh was torn, scorched, and melted by the intense electric current, emitting an even more corrosive odor. Not fun! Not fun! Oh! The giant monstrous baby let out a mournful scream, vaguely mixed with cries, its voice no longer sharp, nor did it have that magical power that made people's minds stagnate. Bai Jie vaguely, some not really here, those screams mixed with cries, seems to be called mom. Hearing this, Bai Jie inexplicably felt shuddering, a thought that made its scalp tingle flashed by. It was only at this time that it realized that the giant monster baby neck there is a rope strangled by the blue and purple bruises. Could it be that this guy, originally abandoned baby, was abandoned in the sewers, and under the coincidence of the meteorite spirit radiation, inspired a great resentment, only to become like this? Also, what the hell is that crocodile in the sewer? How is it related to this giant baby? Do urban legends really exist? In the sight of the demon spider, the life force of the giant monstrous baby was rapidly decreasing, but just when it reached 150, the status column in its data panel suddenly blurred. Then, ding! Giant monster baby's status has been updated to out of control. Hearing this prompt, Bai Jie's heart suddenly shrunk, only to see the lightning fade away. The body of the giant monster baby was scorched black and in disrepair. The giant-headed monstrous infant staggered forward, held its head high, and let out a terrifying, kitten-like cry from its mouth, but somewhat like a child's cry. The spider sense was also, at that moment, stronger. In the darkness of the dirty water, there was a face with slanted eyes emerging, looking openly at Bai Jia from the bottom. The eyes of that face were dark and eerie, as if the water of the river Styx. There was a mouth, but no teeth, and there were countless worms bending and writhing in the mouth, as if they were seaweeds, with a pained and hideous look. Then, a yellow, rotting hand reached out from the left and right walls. Bai Jia saw countless festering, zombie-like, ghastly white faces poking out of the sewer walls one by one, their heads twisting and drooping in different directions. It's bad. Nix, be careful. In her ears, came Yang Shining's sudden shout. Not caring about her intention to hide, she actually opened her mouth to speak out a reminder. The demonic spider naturally knew that danger was coming, but it just loomed large and looked at the giant-headed monstrous infant with cold eyes. At this time, the giant monster baby, trembling, as if struck by lightning, and then in the next second, exploded. Dead? No, it wasn't dead yet, because the information panel about the giant-headed monstrous infant hadn't prompted the target to die. Splat! A large amount of minced meat flew in all directions, and because the demon spider instantly unfolded the grid barrier, all the minced meat that was close to the demon spider was melted by the high temperature, but the rest of the broken flesh, when it touched the wall, was like a worm with vitality, contracting, expanding, and turning into a black liquid that covered the entire section of the sewer passage. Even Yang Shining's four sides were also encompassed by the black liquid. Yang Shining's face turned pale as she muttered to herself, "This evil spirit actually unfolds a domain. It's fortunate that I didn't choose to do anything about it when I first discovered it." Meow. The pink fox also let out a trembling cry. "Ninetailed, don't be afraid. Since you can't get out, you'll just have to let it go. And isn't there still a big spider up front here?" Yang Shining stroked the fox's head and comforted it. Immediately, her hand abruptly pinched the knuckle and silently recited, "Spiritual eyes, open." With the strange clear light attached to the eyes, the pink fox on her shoulder also stopped trembling and her chi solidified. Koku. Strange sounds were transmitted, and a large number of blood-colored fleshworms drilled out of the underwater passage covered in black liquid like bamboo shoots after the rain, wriggling densely. What is all this? Seeing this scene, the spider couldn't help but feel numb inside. At the same time, it was so disgusting that the spider leapt down from the top, weaving a spider web between its breaths so that it was able to step on it without being touched by the blood-colored fleshworms. New information data coalesced before the spider's eyes. Object, worm inferno, creepy, demonic evil body. Vitality, unknown. Body length, unknown. Status, out of control. Weak aura reaction detected. The demon spider froze on the spot when it saw this information, but it didn't even have time to spit it out. Simply because as soon as the information took shape, Bai Jia clearly noticed that his own thinking had also become stagnant, and even more bizarrely, his own spiritual energy was being lost at a rapid pace. Without much thought, it must be related to this worm hell. In the next second, countless withered and rotting hands grabbed at Bai Jia, but were intercepted by a spider web that shot out swiftly and spread out. These spider webs are made of 10,000 tangled silk, which can extend and expand on its own, and the sticky toughness is extremely strong, making the withered hands unable to advance an inch. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the blink of an eye, Bai Jia surrounded by layers of fine snow-white cobwebs, constituting a brief version of the spider's nest. But Bai Jia's heart did not take it lightly, because their own spiritual power is still rapidly losing. In a few breaths, he had already lost 1/12 of it. How do I kill this monster? Where is its main body? Could it be that the sewer walls are all over? The moment his thoughts flashed by quickly, Bai Jia also urged his long, thin arcs of electricity to tear into the nearby walls like thousands of centipedes. In the sizzling sound, the withered hands, human faces and fleshworms that grew on the walls melted away, but then quickly reappeared, like a crop of leeks that regenerated at super speed. Bai Jia's heart immediately sank. On the other hand, Yang Shining threw out a talisman in her hand, and the talisman was pasted on the black liquid of the wall, and a bright fire erupted. The good thing is that Yangon City's sewer ventilation system is perfect, or if too much methane gas is deposited, it cannot stand up to her like this means. The nine-tailed spirit fox, on the other hand, gathered spiritual energy around her body. Wind blades and ice crystals intertwined, 10,000 of them firing in unison, wearing down the withered hands of flesh and blood that probed towards them. It's over. If we don't break through this domain, we'll all have to stay here if this continues. Yang Shining's face grew more and more somber, somewhat regretting coming here, anxiety burning her heart. She couldn't help but cast her gaze towards the eerie figure in the center of the worm hell, protected by thousands of spider threads. "Nix!" she abruptly shouted. "There are two ways to break through this evil domain. One is to find and destroy its core or body. The second is to unfold an equal or stronger domain within the domain. In fact, Yang Shining still had a third point that she hadn't said, and that was that she could wait for the energy of this evil sneaky domain to be depleted. However, she knew very well in her heart that since this evil sneaky domain was able to rapidly extract the spiritual energy from their bodies, it shouldn't run out of gas that easily. As things stood, she could only pin her hopes on the fact that the Spider Lord's spirit was not low, could understand her words, and had the means to break the domain accordingly. Chapter 76, The Eternal Night Descends. I can see the core of this domain. Right above your head in that strange baby human face, clear light flowed in Yang Sherning's eyes as she shouted. At once, the blue and purple light in the demonic spider's 8 deep eyes flashed, and its eyesight coalesced to the top. It saw a charred, childish face that was gazing at itself with a resentful gaze. But in the next second, the face seemed to be aware of it, sinking into the black liquid, appearing again on the side of the wall, and when the demon spider's aura relocked on it, it actually disappeared again, poking out again in a different location, and so on and so forth, dodging the demon spider's perceptions. Damn, even if this evil spirit is out of control, it still has the instinct to avoid harm and survive. A cold and stern light flashed in Yang Shining's eyes. In this case, what should be done? Bang bang bang. A large number of miniature explosive talismans were thrown out. Yang Sherning's beautiful and moving goose-egg face was instantly illuminated by orange-red fire. One of her jade hands reached into her neckline, and from the middle of the two masses of warm softness, she took out a piece of black crystal pendant that was still with body temperature. She looked at the black crystal pendant in her hand with a complicated gaze. As things stood, she had to prepare for the worst. Right at this moment, Yang Shining was suddenly affected by a throbbing in her heart, while her mind was also occupied by a great fear. She fiercely raised her head to look at the eerie spider shadow in the spider web. It was a feeling of fear that knew no source, no shape, no consequence, unspeakable and indescribable. A feeling that awakened the deepest memories of her genes. She empathized and understood that before the era of slash and burn, the originator of mankind, in a dark primitive forest, in the deathly silence, was watched by a pair of eyes full of intimidating power, cold and merciless, and himself, powerless to resist, unable to call for help, unable to pass on the voice, was like a substance, more suffocating than the deep sea of darkness wrapped, almost about to die. She clearly had not felt fear like this when she entered the dim underground waterway and was surrounded by the evil spirit's domain. She looked at the spider in death, every trembling cell in her body invariably telling her that it was the source of fear and darkness. Meow. The nine-tailed spirit fox wasn't much better, directly using its two snow-white front paws to interlock over its nose, covering its eyes and shivering. Only 8 blue and purple eyes that looked like deep nebulae flashed with crystals, and all of a sudden, Yang Shining lost all her senses, as if she was already dead. She couldn't hear, she couldn't see, she couldn't smell, she couldn't touch, her mouth had no taste, and her heart had no feeling except for the fear of the unknown. The eternal night had arrived, and all the spirits were silent. It was the effect of the demon spider's skill, eternal nightfall. However, this sense of chaos did not last long. The pendant in Yang Shining's hand levitated out of thin air, emitting an eye-catching light that actually dispersed the boundless eternal night. Ahoo ahoo. The 5 senses and 6 senses instantly returned. Yang Shining was like a drowning person who had sunk into a 10,000 meter deep sea a second ago, but gained fresh air in this second, and eagerly and thankfully gasped for air. The arcane light from the pendant likewise flowed onto the nine-tailed spirit fox, helping it to break away from the abyss of eternal night. 1 person and 1 fox were reborn, not far away, in the center of the worm hell. Bai Jie's purpose had already been achieved. Through the skill eternal night, the strange baby face could no longer detect Bai Jie's aura lock. And not knowing the coming misfortune, he even forgot to move his position, and just stood still, only 10 meters away from Bai Jie, in order to give the strange baby human face nowhere to escape. Bai Jie had encompassed the entire worm hell in the range of eternal nightfall. As a result, Bai Jie had lost half of his spiritual energy after the release of this ranged skill. Adding to the fact that worm hell was constantly devouring its spiritual energy, it was about to be drained in the truest sense of the word. It couldn't help but sigh at the perversity of this skill. If the field of worm hell was even wider, it might not even be possible for it to destroy the core of the field. His mind was tightened, and his killing intent was solidified. Spiritual power transfer, clattering blue and purple electric current, crazy explosion, and convergence. Focus a point, like thousands of spears, fierce cleave in the strange baby human face above. Black blood splashed, miserable screams. The face that made people shudder, turned into smoke and slowly annihilated on earth. Suffering on earth, don't come! Bai Jie's ears seemed to be still echoing with the mournful screams and agonizing cries. and such a sentence flashed through his mind. The effect of eternal night also ended at this time. Bai Jie just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but realized that something was wrong. Around here, there doesn't seem to be any changes? It was dumbfounded. The withered yellow hands were still scratching the air indiscriminately, the worms kept wriggling, and the human face moaned silently with its mouth open. It didn't look like it had been destroyed at all. What? Why isn't it over yet? Yang Shining's eyes widened as she lost her voice in surprise. In the next second, the black liquid covering the entire sewer shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. I see. It's the worm hell that has drawn too much spiritual energy, and now that the core has been destroyed, this spiritual energy is still supporting the existence of the worm hell. Nix! Yang Shining shouted towards Bai Jie again. The domain is going out of control. As long as we destroy the evil objects that already exist, without the spiritual energy to sustain it, we can get out. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie's brain dropped black lines. You were the one who said that it would be safe if we destroyed the core, and now you're the one who's slapping yourself in the face. Can you be more reliable? What's more crucial is that I'm at the bottom of my spiritual energy right now. Hey, just as Bai Jie was planning to use the foot blade in sharp-edged spider silk, which did not consume spiritual energy, he sensed that a stream of pure and subtle energy was surging towards him through the air. That was spiritual energy. One could only see the 9 tails of the pink spirit fox fluttering towards the sky, emitting a glistening light, and it was from these tails that those invisible spiritual energy came. Unexpectedly, this stinky fox still has the magical ability to charge treasure. Bai Jie was instantly delighted. In the space of a few breaths his own spiritual energy had recovered by 10% and was still increasing at a rapid rate. Demon Spider Heart is controlled by all the confidence-filled, after a thought, is countless blue and purple arc of electricity along the layers and layers of spiderweb, spread to the worm hell. In a flash, the snow-white dense spiderweb was drenched with blue and purple electric light, and used as a conductor to crazily bombard and kill the evil spirits connected to the spider silk. At this moment, the entire dark and foul-smelling environment shone with blue-violet light, as if it had been transformed from the most disgusting city sewer to a beautiful cosmic nebula. However, Yang Shining and the 9-tailed spirit fox were not in a beautiful mood, because despite Bai Jie's intentional retention, the arc of electricity still fried the bodies of both the man and the fox to a crisp. Yang Shining's pretty face became as black as Li Kuei. Her originally cute pajamas were destroyed inside and out, and the pink fox's pink fur all turned pitch black, with only the black crystal pendant intact. Cough cough. Yang Shining coughed violently, spitting out clouds of smoke from her mouth. Chapter 77, The Mysterious Forbidden Region Extra. In the sewers, as the black liquid faded away, the fleshworms, withered hands and human faces also finally dissipated. The sewer was back to its usual disgustingness, only that there were numerous more cracks on the walls of the passageway, which once again reflected that this sewer had been sturdily repaired. Ding! A system prompt rang out. The status of the worm hell has been updated to annihilation. Bai Jie was relieved. He shook his head and turned to look at where Yang Shining and the 9-tailed spirit fox were. They were both no longer there. Thanks to her reminder, I was able to find out where the so-called core was, as well as that fox's spiritual energy supply. Bai Jie approached the exploding sarcoma and found a stone that emitted a pinkish-purple halo in a pile of mud, which seemed to have appeared after the annihilation of the worm hell. It was full of fatigue, but it was comforting. Then it quickly withdrew. It did not want to stay here for a moment. Star Transmission University's back mountain. Returning to the spider nest, having just put down the remnants of the meteorite wrapped in spider silk, Bai Jie hadn't even had the time to stretch his legs before he was left in a complete daze. It was occupied by the sudden shock of the high ground. It saw, where it slept, that soft bed made of thick spider silk, lying on 5 small black spiders. That's right, the spider eggs had hatched again, and the last batch hadn't been sent away for long before the second batch arrived. The 5 little ones were 7 times similar to the demon spider's current appearance, dark black in color, with a demonic blue and purple pattern imprinted on their backs, while their bellies and legs were covered in pinkish-purple fluff. In its mind, a figure inexplicably appeared, carrying a large basin filled with small spiders, grinning and laughing. Ha 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 ha, the cubs are coming. It hastily snuffed out the bizarre image. The demonic spider felt that it was afraid that its brain was still not awake, and it was frightened by these sudden deaders. The information of the little spiders automatically surfaced in front of its eyes. Object, demon spider of compassion eater, half-demon evil body, juvenile. Vitality, 6. Body length, 23 centimeters. Status, healthy. Compassion devouring demon spider? I wonder if it will inherit my 10,000 tangled silk and spider sensibilities. Well, We'll just have to wait until you're a bit older to test it. Rustling. One of them spotted Baijia's arrival and became impatient, running towards it in a panic. The other 4 little ones were also awakened by the commotion of the one who struck first, and then also approached the big spider, forming a fluffy encirclement, not minding the odor that the big spider had brought with it from the sewers. The big spider could not cry. It still wanted to have a beautiful sleep after seizing the spiritual essence, because it had experienced too many things today. The 5 little ones rubbed, stuck, and crawled around. Let's dash butterfly me have a good night's sleep, okay? The big spider sent out a mournful intention, and also received a vague and childish response from the little spiders. Exasperated, the big spider stomped his foot violently. What mom, nest tender butterfly? Fortunately, the spider's nest already had poisonous insect snacks. The big spider felt that the 5 little ones were not hungry. It should be that before it came back. These little ones had used their meals. Suddenly, Baijia remembered something. Right. Where is that stupid snake? White flower. Forget it. Maybe it was shared by the little ones. Wait for me to get up from my nap and then go to her for a beautiful bath. It then gently peeled away the little spider, returned to the soft bed, and began to seize the spirit energy of the meteorite remnants. I don't have time to care about you guys. Stay aside. But the little spiders didn't listen and came over again. Luckily, after they each found a position beside and on the back of the big spider and plopped down, they finally stopped making noise. With the pink and purple glow of the spirit embrace entering his body, Baijia's vitality rose for the first time in a long time. It was looking forward to what changes this meteorite fragment would bring to itself. 431, 432, 433, 440, 450, not much longer. The vitality had already reached 490. However, even when the spiritual energy in the meteorite fragment completely disappeared, Baijia did not hear the expected mechanical voice, but the sleepiness still came as expected. When Baijia awoke, it was already sunrise the following day. After confirming that the 5 little ones around him were in good condition, he opened the data panel. Name, Baijia, White Weaver. Title Demon Spider Shiranui, Goddess of the Night Nyx. Race, Shadow of Phantom Thunder, Demon Evil Body. Life Force, 499, Max. Skills, Eternal Nightfall LV. 3. Darkness Summoning LV. 3. Hour of Darkness LV. 5. Advanced Self-Healing LV. 5. 10,000 Tangled Silk LV. 7. Spider Sense LV. 7. Advanced Deterrence LV. 9. Stealthy Camouflage LV. 9. Mutant Venom LV. 10. Spawning LV. 11. Footage/LV. 12. Max. Eat Bite LV. 12. Max. Sharp-Edged Arachnid LV. 12. Max. Talents, Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Lightning Mastery. Darkness Affinity. Mysterious Forbidden Domain, Awakening. Satiety, 65%. Body length, 160 centimeters. Unfortunately, it almost broke 500, making me OCD. Baijia looked down carefully, first stopping at the vitality column. Although it didn't evolve, at least it confirmed that he wasn't far from his 6th evolution. After a cursory glance at the skills column, he stopped at the talents string of characters for a long time. Mysterious Forbidden Domain. Awakening in progress. What does that mean? Combined with awakening, but not fully awakened yet? Ding! The system's slightly illusory message presented itself. Mysterious Forbidden Domain, a mysterious talent in the process of awakening. Current awakening progress is 5%. Note, as the life force rises to the extreme, the body evolves to a powerful realm. The brain gradually develops its potential, and after a special cultivation method or spiritual inspiration, this potential will turn into a mysterious spiritual power. The greater the progress of awakening, the wider the field of brain development, the stronger the spiritual nimbus, and the more subtle changes can be derived. Chapter 78, 5th Talent. Underground Dark River. Spiritual Thoughts. Baijia immediately gathered his mind, and a mysterious energy dispersed along with his thoughts towards the surroundings, just like an invisible tentacle, which was similar to the previous perception ability, but different. This mysterious energy is more comfortable, more clear, more tangible, is the 5 senses plus the 6th sense of a high degree of unity. Baijia immediately knew that this was spiritual power. Spiritual thoughts spread rapidly, actually covered 100 meters in a radius of the wind and grass movement. Color, taste, sound, movement, texture, vitality, interaction. All kinds of pheromones were incorporated into Baijia's perception world by the spiritual thoughts. Suddenly, Baijia frowned at the smell of rotting heather flowers, and then saw a field of palm with small pockets of different colors. It hastily retracted the spiritual power. and shivered. Spiritual thoughts to avoid that piece of land of right and wrong. Concentrate to focus in one direction. Found that the perception range can reach nearly 200 meters. This talent only awakened 5%, if to 20%, 50%, or even 100%. And how? The test ended. And at this moment, the 5 little ones were still sound asleep. In the early morning sunlight, Bai Jia left the spider nest, revealing a lurid form of 1 meter 6 in size, and walked straight to the shady side of the back of the mountain. Not long after, he came to a clear and quiet water pool. Plop! Spider a long jump into the water, set off a circle of light ripples. Ripples spread around, touching the rocky shore, and slowly and leisurely back. The water pool is not much. The spider soaked in the water. It occupies about 1/5 of the territory. The bottom of the pool wasn't much deeper, but it was deep enough for the spider to bury its entire body beneath the surface. The water was ice cold, straight through the heart and lungs. Every inch of the body was wrapped in soft and delicate. Bai Jia just didn't move in the slightest, obviously soaking in cool water, but he had the urge to be in a hot tub, creating drowsiness and wanting to sleep again. Where's the stupid white sweet? I didn't even come out with such a big commotion. I clearly sensed that she was hiding in the bottom of Tana. Just as he was puzzled, Bai Jia saw the sandstone under the water move, and from the rocky crevice on the shore that was a mixture of greenish green and golden brown color, a golden wobbly object was drilled out. Sister Sama, I missed you. Who was it if not White Flower? The golden white little snake looked like it had grown quite a bit, and between weaving around the spider, the latter clearly felt like it was being rubbed and bound by a thin rope. It fixed its eyes and information about the little snake floated into the void. Object, Spirit Jade Pure Pupil Snake, high-ranked awakened body, vitality, 50, body length, 55 centimeters, status, healthy. Bai Jia then suddenly realized that he dared to say that this guy was going for advancement. Why do you have a strange odor on you, sister? The demon spider's old face flushed. You should smell wrong. Oops, it's fine. I'll just wash my sister Sama. The demon spider was just about to refuse, but once it thought about it, it wasn't a chargeable item, so it didn't matter. Then, it let the soft and slippery little snake roam around its body. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, sniffing upwards and rubbing downwards. If it hadn't been able to sense that the little snake was releasing its spiritual energy, it would have kicked the latter several meters away in discomfort. Why did Sister Sama remember to come see me? Little snake asked delicately. Got a bit of something unclean, so I came to you to wash myself, the demonic spider rightfully said. But in its heart, it was actually worried that White Flower was putting on a look of disgust and squinting at itself. Sister White Weaver, you're noble, you're marvelous, you're the one who evolved fast and only came to me when you got dirty outside. Brainstorming here. The 8 long spider legs couldn't help but pick at the gravel at the bottom of the tan. But it's good that reality is like this. Did Sister White Weaver get into another fight? The legs have gotten longer again. Oh, so secure. Shirare-san, do you think the force is still appropriate? Alright, that smell on Sister Bai Wei's body is gone. After a full 20 minutes or so, Bai Hua Hua crunchily said, and the words were quite a bit of inviting credit. Bai Jia secretly slandered, are you sure you're not smearing your smell onto me to replace that sewer smell? Oh, hard work. The demon spider's tone was not salty. Then, the little snake was slightly shy and hesitated. Then can Sister Lord reward me? No. The demon spider sternly refused. This little thing needs to be rewarded. Why don't you learn at a young age? The bigger reason why it refused was because it considered the potential risks of the mutant venom and was unwilling to easily give it to the stupid white sweet. Well, the little snake lost its way and flopped down on the gravel under the water, feigning pity. The demonic spider also had no intention of getting up and leaving the water pool for the time being, making a rare spa and lying down for a while. Right, I remembered. That smell. It's very similar to what I smelled before. White Flower suddenly transmitted her voice. The smell of this stinky gutter. You've smelled it before? Bai Jia instantly became interested. About 2 days ago. The smell all scurried to my house, and it took me a while to purify the water pool. Bai Hua Hua recalled. Bai Jia listened and silently spat. It's only been less than 2 days, and you only remembered it now? Then did you see anything strange in this neighborhood? Bai Jia asked. Strange things? Bai Hua Hua froze. That's, like crocodiles or something? A cockroach or rat or something bigger than you? Bai Jia added. Bai Hua Hua thought for a while and transmitted. No yet, I didn't see anything. All the bugs in this neighborhood have been eaten by those 2 little ones of Sister White Weaver so much that they don't dare to come out. Ahem. I didn't expect Bai Hua Hua to be able to recognize it. That being said, are those 2 little guys so edible? Bai Jia suddenly felt that the decision to release those 2 little ones wasn't very conducive to ecological balance. That Strange odor, how did you smell it? Bai Jie grasped the point and asked again. Well, it seems to be coming from the underground waterway connected to the waterhole. Underground waterway? Bai Jie instantly guessed that the waterway underneath the water pool was feared to have intersected with the sewers of Star Transmission University somewhere. And that strange odor was most likely brought out by the sewer crocodile or the giant monster baby. How long and wide is the underground waterway? Where does it lead to? Bai Jie wanted to know if it was possible that the sewer crocodile was hiding in the underground waterway. Bai Hua cocked her head and transmitted her voice. How long is it? I don't know. If it's a waterway, Sister Bai Wei definitely can't squeeze in. However, the furthest I've swum down a waterway is a large underground river. That river is more than twice as wide as my home. A dark underground river? Bai Jie felt bad, because if there was an underground dark river present, then there were many places for the sewer crocodile to go, both along the sewers that could merge into the several big rivers in Yangon City, and also hidden in the underground dark river in the back of the mountain. It seemed that the idea of seizing the spiritual essence from that crocodile had to be abandoned for the time being. Chapter 79, Yang Shining. In the water pool, Bai Jie was chatting with White Flower. In the next second, it was attracted to the attention of a soft, slender and graceful silhouette that drifted into the range of perception. Those who could get up so early and not go to class, but dared to come on foot to the shady side of the back mountain, naturally wouldn't be any ordinary college students. That's, I go, how come it's her again? Bai Jie was speechless. How come he bumped into her 3 times in less than 24 hours? That silhouette, naturally, was Yang Shining. In this regard, besides being surprised, Bai Jie felt more alert and offended, as if his privacy had been discovered. When he saw Yang Shining again in the sewer last night, Bai Jie thought that the other party was the same as himself. Based on the cockroach's mutation, he found that place. When the worm hell completely dissipated and Bai Jie wanted to ask questions, the one person and one fox had already disappeared. Now, since Yang Shining was able to discover and locate it again and again, it meant that Yang Shining had already posed a huge threat to Bai Jie to some extent. Even, Bai Jie had already moved to kill. Only a dead person could completely ensure that he would not open his mouth to reveal where his location was. Wow! Bai Jie surfaced, and with a prancing leap and the pull of the spider silk, he arrived at a large tree on the shore and entered a state of invisibility. Sister White Weaver, take a dip again. The little snake hadn't yet noticed the arrival of the uninvited guest and said in a delicate voice, "Go back to your waterfall cave. No one is allowed to come out without my order. Do you hear me?" The demon spider solemnly transmitted her voice. "Oh, sister, be careful." The little snake heard the seriousness in the demon spider's words, and seeing the latter's invisibility, it was no longer savage and obediently nip-slip drilled into the rock crevice under the water. Bai Jie unfolded his spiritual thoughts and saw Yang Shining gradually approaching from afar. What he saw was much clearer than the naked eye. Yang Shining was facing the sky, but she could not hide her stunning appearance. Like ink hair lightly pulled, eyebrows like spring mountains, eyes like autumn waves. Last night was burned by lightning traces completely disappeared. Long and powerful jade legs without haste and not slow stride, with elegant lotus steps hiking, but it seems to walk on the flat ground easily and comfortably. She is no longer dressed in pajamas today, but wore a water green dress. The pink belt around the waist is like a red stream, gurgling to both sides of the flow, until the meat, composed of a pink peach belt, outlining the slender waistline. Daytime look, more beautiful. Demon spider cannot help but sigh. More critical is, so big. If one's own morphing, if one has half of her posture, it's not hard to reincarnate oneself. Wait, did he just have some strange thoughts? I must have not woken up, or I must have been confused by this fairy. Ah no, the demoness has confused my mind. Bai Jie couldn't wait to slap itself twice to wake itself up. After sinking its heart, many questions flashed through its mind. How on earth did she find herself? Could it be that there is that compassion-seeking cicada like the witchcraft clan? But why did she find herself? It's just that there's a 9-tailed spirit fox. Could it be that she thinks she can deal with me? Or is it that seeing as I had let her off the hook twice before, she's confident that I wouldn't dare to make a move against her? Yang Shining walked to the water pool near the front. There was no fox around her, and at a distance of 10 meters from Bai Jie, she was standing in a pavilion, still knowing to maintain a safe distance. But at this distance, even Bai Hua could sense her. Bai Jie neither moved nor made a sound, borrowing the branches and leaves to hide, pretending that he was not there. It would like to see what this fancy woman wants to do. Only to see Yang Shi gazed at the surrounding, and then took out a black crystal pendant from the plump gully in front of her chest, and between her lips, the pendant floated up, emitting a glittering light. Then, Bai Jie heard Yang Shining's voice echoing in his head. "Nyx? Or, would it be better for me to call you Lord Spider?" Yang Shining having this ability did not particularly surprise Bai Jie. After all, even White Flower was able to transmit a voice to herself when she was only a mutant being, albeit only one way. Bai Jie was only slightly surprised for a moment, looking deeply at the black crystal pendant and sending out his thoughts along with the source of that voice. Human. Before inquiring about the mysterious existence, report your name first. Although Bai Jie had heard her name in the girls' dormitory building, the rules had to be established by himself. As the female voice, which contained endless charm in its coolness, entered her ears, Yang Shining was slightly and imperceptibly disoriented for a moment, feeling that something was not quite real. She responded, "My name is Yang Shining, so please ask." "My name is Bai Weaving." "Bai Weaving?" Yang Shining repeated herself, as if she was reminiscing. Bai Jie directly interrupted her thinking and transmitted a single voice. "And how did you find me?" Yang Shining guffawed and said, "Then I will address you as Bai Weaving." "Bai Weaving? Your spiritual intelligence is really high, at least much smarter than that stupid fox in my house. And the voice reflected by your divine thoughts is surprisingly so nice." Bai Jie was instantly offended. How could it say that it was a college student before it was reincarnated? Was it appropriate to compare its intelligence to a stinky fox that stole garbage? Obviously not appropriate. Moreover, even if she called herself by her first name, she didn't even add the word Lord. "I have to say, human, you have a lot of guts." Yang Shining continued, "I have indeed been looking for you, and ever since I found you last night, I can't forget you." Saying that is a bit ambiguous, but the meaning is just like that. As for the method I used to find you, it's also very simple. Any mutated creature or bizarre creature that is seen once by my spiritual eyes will be able to observe the traces of energy left behind in its passage. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie couldn't help but take a deep look at Yang Shining's eyes, and other than her autumn water-like eyes hazy with a layer of vapor, there wasn't any abnormality. "Oh, you dare to come to me. Aren't you afraid that I will eat you?" the demonic spider asked in a voice transmission. Style flowed in Yang Sherning's beautiful eyes as she spoke dangerous words in a soft voice. "Zheng Yueya, you killed her, right? Although, most humans think that the Lord's Lair and the spider that bullied Interdictor are not the same one. I don't think so. After you killed Zheng Yueya, yet you didn't harm innocent humans, including that time in the shelter base, which shows that although you possess the ability to plunge an entire city into panic and turmoil, you're not a murderous creature. Moreover, I always feel that there is something familiar to me in you." In a flash, the demon spider was hooked. The other party actually had the same feeling as it? Yang Shining still had half a sentence left unsaid. She couldn't say why. She wanted to get close to the demon spider White Weaver. She could only attribute it to the fact that she was attracted by the mysterious power of the demon spider. Then, Demon Spider slowly said, "The purpose of your looking for me, what exactly is it?" This was the most crucial question that lay between a spider and a person. Decided between the two, is to continue this painless idle talk, or blood-splattered 10 steps. Chapter 80 Opportunity to Transform. 9 Li Holy Maiden 2 chapters in 1. After Bai Jie asked this question, the woods were quiet. The woods were quiet, and it was only after about 4 or 5 seconds that Yang Shining spoke quietly, and her tone was a few points more solemn. "I wish to establish a demon sentinel contract with you. Do you know what you just said?" Bai Jie's voice was suddenly cold, like ice to the ears. Yang Shining's face remained unchanged as she said, "I hope that you can become my contracted demonic creature, just like my 9 tails." He. The demonic spider laughed, transmitting its voice to Yang Sherning's heart, amplifying that seductive meaning in its timbre by several times, yet making it feel euphonious and cold. "Listen to yourself. Are you speaking in human language?" The demon spider sneered back. "With you, you also presume to drive me?" Yang Shining raised her hand. Her words were filled with helplessness. "Don't be in a hurry to get angry. Just listen to me first, okay?" The demon spider's dissatisfaction inexplicably subsided a bit because of these somewhat petulant words. "If you become my contracted demonic creature, you will have the following benefits." Yang Shining looked towards where the demon spider was invisible and said in a vibrant voice, "First, I promise that you and I will enjoy equal status, and I will not force you to do anything if you are unwilling." Hearing this, Bai Jie sneered disdainfully in the bottom of his heart. "Just this? Your status is already below me. Why would I want to lower my status and be on the same level as you? Second, if you become my contracted demonic creature, I will pour out the maximum amount of resources to help you grow and cultivate." Bai Jie's heart stirred and directly interrupted. "What resources can you have?" The corners of Yang Sherning's mouth raised in a confident arc as she transmitted, "As the holy daughter of the Jioli cult, I naturally hold resources that the vast majority of people in the world do not have." Jioli sect? Yang Shining explained, "It's a transcendent organization hidden beneath the surface of the Federal Society, and it's filled with foreigners who are able to control demons and parasites, most of whom are from the Jioli tribe. The Jioli tribe? That's outrageous. Bai Jia was sure that he had heard of the witchcraft clan, but he had never heard of the Jioli clan. However, he was convinced of the authenticity of the Nine Dawns sect organization, after having seen Yang Shining's extraordinary methods. Third, if you become my contracted demonic creature, I can use the holy relics of the Nine Dawns cult to help you cross the life barrier, even if you transform into a form. Boom! A silent explosion occurred in the demonic spider's mind, and a hint of shaking even appeared in its intent. It didn't send a voice response, but that didn't mean that there wasn't a ripple inside. Transformation. Transform. Transform. Returning to the body of a human. This had been Bai Jia's ultimate long-cherished wish for some time, and even now, Bai Jia was still very eager. As long as he became Yang Shining's contracted demonic creature, he would be able to transform into a human form. Once he transformed into a human, he would no longer need to be like he is now, hiding and living in fear and trepidation. One can graciously enter the human world, live normally with close friends, socialize, return to campus, and even, the first thing you need to do is to go back home. White Jia's thoughts are all over the place, and his heart is longing for the future. Yang Shining continued to increase the size of the lure, although you yourself seem to have the ability to be able to evolve. But, you are all alone. It is inevitable that there is a risk of going astray. With my help, I can help you grow in the most perfect direction. Whether you want to transform into a human or become the Spider Queen, I will be able to help you. All in all, you can grow to a level you can't even imagine, breaking through the limitations of the races of life and becoming the ultimate transcendent creature. Bai Jia had to admit that he was moved by Yang Shining's pie painting, but after a long time, it still firmly replied, I refuse. In a blink of an eye, a slight hint of surprise, 2 points of loss, and 3 points of regret appeared on Yang Shining's pink cheeks. Is that so? For this outcome, I've actually expected it, but it's still a bit hard to accept. White Weaver, can you tell me the reason for your refusal? The demon spider faintly transmitted her voice. You are still too weak for me after all, and I don't like that experience of being bound. Never, only I make the rules. No one can restrict me, and it's the same now, and even more so in the future. The barriers of the life races, I will personally break them myself. As for whether to transform or not, is not that important to me. With such strong words, Bai Jia's deeper concern was still his distrust of Yang Shining. Even if Yang Shining had promised more bargaining chips and benefits, it was impossible for it to hand over its freedom to a strange human. That would be disrespectful to its own life. This was the fundamental reason for its refusal. As for the so-called transformation is not important. It was a confusing statement that it released. Yang Shining gradually blossomed into a smile of understanding, and in a flash, Ying was ashamed of her jealousy and nodded slightly. I understand. Bai Jia watched Yang Shining smile and always felt in his heart that the other party would not give up so easily. Of course, he himself did not intend to let the other party off easily. Right, Bai Jia suddenly said. I do have some questions I want to ask you. Last night in the corridor, why did you and your fox make those strange moves? Strange acts means? Laying a boundary and going through the garbage. Yang Shining explained, even though she was a bit surprised in her heart why Shiranui cared about that. I'm a student of this school, so I live in that building. But Ninetales it's too disobedient and will always sneak out when I'm not looking and look for garbage to eat. Looking for garbage, eat? Bai Jia was dumbfounded. It had thought that it was that nine-tailed spirit fox that had been mistreated by its master and was starving, so it would come out to look for food in the trash. Not bad. When a general demonic creature grows to a certain degree, it will contract all sorts of quirks and will be difficult to eradicate. And this bad habit of the nine-tailed has also been giving me a headache, Yang Shining said with both hands spread out. Upon hearing this, a few wisps of bad feeling rose in Bai Jia's heart. Demon growing up, contracting a weird fetish? One shouldn't have reached that level yet, right? Yang Shining didn't know about the demon spider's worries at this time, and said, after a long time, there were also rumors that there were girls in the dormitory building who would come out in the middle of the night to rummage through the trash cans and eat the garbage, but in reality, that was nothing more than me yanking the nine tails out from inside the trash cans. Later, whenever I found the nine tails slipping out, I would unfurl the boundary, shielding it from mortal senses, before going to seek it out, so as not to be misunderstood by others again. Bai Jia secretly nodded. So that's how it was. Last night, in the sewers, why didn't you just look for me on the spot? Bai Jia asked again. Because I went after that crocodile demon, and when I turned back, you had already left. Yang Shining said back. Chased it? No, although I could see the energy traces it left behind when it fled. It obviously fled farther than I thought. And by the time I chased it out of the exit of the sewer discharge, Its traces had completely disappeared. Yang Shining spat out her tongue. Bai Jia secretly slandered, "This is all you want to be my master? This Jiuli holy maiden is nothing more than that. However, it subconsciously and automatically ignored the fact that it had also let that sewer crocodile escape. After thinking about it, Bai Jia asked the question that it had pressed down before. What is the connection between your Jiuli sect and the witchcraft clan? Yang Shining was surprised. You actually know about the witchcraft clan? Bai Jia said without any ripples. Previously, there were some small people from the Witch Compass race who attempted to disadvantage me, and they were easily exterminated by me, and this name was also known from their mouths. Yang Shining suddenly realized, and said slowly, the witchcraft clan originated in the Miaojiang region, and obtained extraordinary abilities by virtue of the imperial parasites, and was one of the earliest batch of inhumans, or transcendent humans. Many years ago, among the witchcraft clan, some people emerged who were not satisfied with the rigid clan name system within the clan, namely the clansmen of the outer hall. They broke away and improved the spells practiced by the witchcraft clan, thus creating the spells to establish equal contracts with creatures. And those people were the original Jiuli clan, but they were also known as rebels by the witchcraft clan. Learning from the lessons of the development of the witchcraft clan, the Jiuli clan believed that the family system was not conducive to the continuation of the development of the community, and changed the family system into a religious organization, in which bloodlines of different clan names, and even those of foreign clans, could join, and the Jiuli religion was thus formally established. Historically, due to the fact that the witchcraft clan, relying on its 1,000 years of heritage, has suppressed the Jiuli cult in every way, so the Jiuli cult has always been an organization that lurks in the shadows. Of course, times are different nowadays, and today's Jiuli cult is no longer afraid of the witchcraft clan at all, because the congregation of the Jiuli cult doesn't need to defend against the parasites, and can also obtain transcendent abilities through the secret method within the cult. At the same time, unlike the Witch Compass clan's fighting style, which is mainly based on imperial compulsion, our sect has been able to establish equal contracts with all thousands of living beings, and has inherited some of the means of the ancient Taoist religion. Of course, the rise of the Jiuli sect cannot be separated from the unparalleled achievements of this holy maiden. Bai Jia was probably enlightened, not expecting such an organization to exist in the Federation Society. Perhaps, there were also some people and organizations that Bai Jia did not know about. After all, limited by the territory of Yangon City and the perspective experience of an ordinary college student, Bai Jia's cognitive pattern could not be opened after all. Those in charge of the human authorities are just going to let you develop under their noses? Bai Jia asked tentatively. It wanted to know the federal government's attitude and measures towards these inhumans, with the Secret Keeping Bureau and the military region around. Even if we have the greatest ability, we still have to abide by the laws of human society. Yang Shining said, the Secret Keeping Bureau? Could it be that brings together the strongest inhumans in the entire Federation? Regarding the Secret Keeping Bureau, Bai Jia had once heard only a few words about it while surfing on the internet, but it thought that it was just a product for the people of the Federation to masturbate and blow off steam, not realizing that it really existed. The agents of the Secret Keeping Bureau are also known as Secret Keepers, which not only include the strongest inhumans, but also new humans that combine genetic and mechanical modifications. The technology of gene editing and human mechanization can transform an ordinary human into a new human capable of holding aura. The essence of this technology is to strengthen the human body to the extreme, allowing the life force to be raised to the extreme, the heart delivering blood to the brain to give the brain huge amounts of nutrients, the brain developing its potential, and combining this with the method of cultivating with the help of aura, thus obtaining all sorts of abilities beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And the new humans, not only are they far stronger than the inhumans that have existed in the folklore for so long, they are also able to be mass-produced. Only due to the cost, the vast majority of the populace will never be able to access this technology and become new humans in their lifetime. At this time, Bai Jia suddenly remembered that his fifth talent, mysterious forbidden domain, that he had awakened was mentioned in its analysis. The potential of the brain, after being stimulated by a special cultivation method or spiritual energy, would turn into a mysterious spiritual numinous power. It could be seen that there were likely to be people among the secret keepers who used spiritual nimbus as a transcendent ability. Bai Jia felt that a strange and novel world was opening its doors to him. That being said, I rejected you today, so your hallowed holy maiden won't dump the entire church to round me up, right? Bai Jia said in a seemingly careless manner. Yang Shining smiled. Naturally impossible. My Jiuli sect is neither an organization that takes by force, nor do I have that much power. I know that my coming here is a bit sudden, so I prepared a gift to make amends to you. Bai Jia gave a polite "oh." The next moment, Yang Shining saw that, at the top of the large tree in front of her, a blue-purple light ball suddenly erupted. the arc of electricity dissipated, and a huge spider clad in a blue-purple demonic pattern hung, appearing in front of her. One person and one spider, less than 2 meters apart. What gift? A seductive and eerie female voice, slightly curious, resounded in one's heart. Young Shining's back was slightly oozing with cold sweat, and was still a bit stiff, but her face did not show any abnormality as she fumbled for something from the hem of her skirt. Meow! Suddenly, with a cat's cry, the black crystal pendant in front of Young Shining's chest emitted a dazzling light, and the nine-tailed spirit fox jumped out of thin air. As soon as it appeared, it was covered in exploding fur, its gaze staring ferociously at Bai Jia. Nine-tail, go back to. Before Yang Shining's urgent recall call landed, a huge pressure from a high-ranked being suddenly descended. Skill, high-ranked intimidation. Yang Shining's heart suddenly tightened, almost about to lose her breath, feeling as if the gravity of the ground had suddenly increased by several times. Woo! The nine-tailed spirit fox whimpered and also caved in, prostrate on the ground, shivering, with its gaze focused on its nose, not daring to sweep towards the spider that was emitting a terrifying pressure in the slightest. Nowadays, the life force of the demon spider is 499, which is the limit of the current race, leaving behind the life force of the nine-tailed spirit fox by nearly 400. Bai Jia hadn't released the pressure to the extreme, or else I'm afraid that the nine-tailed spirit fox would have to pass out directly. As for Yang Shining, she had only shared 2 or 3% of the pressure borne by the nine-tailed spirit fox, but this is also enough to make Yang Shining fall into a great shock and fear. In Yang Ning's eyes, the demon spider was no different from the demons in the legends. Between light strokes, it shook the sky and the earth, freely utilizing the great power of nature. Perhaps after 1 or 2 breaths, or perhaps the time it took to burn incense, the spider's reserved voice came. Where's the gift? Yang Shining felt her breathing smooth out a bit and handed out the object in her hand. Panting slightly, here it is. Bai Jia used his spider silk to fetch the object and examined it with his bearded limbs. A bracelet? Chapter 81, Identity Replacement. Yang Shining explained, it secretly contains mustard space, which can store items and creatures, and it is one of the few mustard space magic artifacts of our Jiuli sect. Mustard space magic weapon? However, Bai Jia already had the witchcraft clan's Qiankuan cloth bag. It didn't matter if this bracelet had or didn't have it, and it was worried that Yang Shining had a hand inside the bracelet. It suddenly thought that maybe it could be given to Lin Binbin. It was more appropriate for him to use it for a period of time and observe it before deciding whether or not to keep it. Where did you get this bracelet from? According to the elders of the sect, it came from a relic. What is a relic? Yang Shining shook her head. Mysterious relics and places of recovery. Any more specific information is unclear to me. Suddenly, she took 2 steps back slightly and looked at the huge spider that was playing with the bracelet and asked, I don't know. Are you satisfied with the gift I gave you? Bai Jia slowly said, not satisfied. Could it be? Do you think that with this thing, you can make up for your fault of coming to disturb my purification and making rude requests to me? Yang Shining took another half step back, secretly saying in her heart, she had answered many of your questions just now, but you didn't mention half of them. The voluptuous and moving young girl smiled apologetically and said, since you are not satisfied, I still have something to give. Demon spider no longer talk. 8 deep blue-purple eyes emit intimidating pressure. Want to see what other good things? Suddenly, the black crystal pendant in front of the young girl's chest once again emitted light, hanging in the air, at a speed that the demon spider could not even react to, shooting out a ray of light that did not enter the demon spider's body. White Jia heard a shock, not only because of its speed is too fast, but also because the spider sense actually did not react beforehand. In the next instant, it heard a system prompt come through. Unknown power of the Unity contract detected. Shielded. Bai Jia immediately understood that the black crystal pendant was trying to control itself, transforming itself into Yang Shining's contracted demonic creature. Moreover, even though Yang Shining claimed that the so-called contract between the Jiuli sect and the demonic creatures was based on the law of equality, Bai Jia was able to surmise from both the expression of the Imperial Demon and the Unified Royalty Pact that the so-called equality was only relative to the witchcraft in witchcraft, and that the unknown power of the Unified Royalty Pact was only relative to the witchcraft and the witchcraft. Equality was only relative to the witchcraft clan, and there was no real equality between the Inhumans and the demons. No, Bai Weaver, listen to my explanation. This is not what I meant. Yang Shining explained in a panic. She sensed that the spider in front of her was overflowing with a dangerous aura. After the black crystal pendant glowed, the pressure of skill high-level deterrence had been withdrawn, and she fiercely picked up the nine-tailed spirit fox, her figure storming back, leaving 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Wait, the demon spider let out commanding words. I still have something to verify with you. As soon as the words fell, an extremely thin snow-white spider silk abruptly broke through the air and shot in, not entering Yang Shining's snow-white wrist. Almost at the same time, a huge snow-white net that covered the sky descended from the sky, enveloping her entire body and tightening it, and no matter how much the nine-tailed spirit fox in her arms tore at it, it was unable to make the silk net break in half. Yang Shining was shocked and furious, but she didn't dare to say much, falling into the unknown fear of not knowing what she was going to face. Immediately, in Yang Ning's slightly sulking gaze, a drop of liquid emitting a pinkish-purple halo dissolved on her wrist along the spider silk. It was precisely the skill-altered venom. In a flash, heaven and earth turned upside down. The stars shifted. Time and space were disoriented. The universe was silent, and Yang Ning's consciousness returned to a dark chaos. Seeing Yang Ning lost in thought with her eyes closed, Bai Jia quietly waited for the change to happen. The reason why he had injected Yang Ning with the mutated venom was because Bai Jia still retained his vigilance, for this only woman who knew Bai Jia's exact hiding place and was still able to track its movements. However, the next moment, a scene that Bai Jia had never expected happened. The black crystal pendant that was hanging down in front of Yang Ning's chest floated up again on its own, emitting light that reflected on Yang Ning's face. Bai Jia clearly saw that Yang Shining's eyes were returning to her senses and awakening her consciousness, and the connection between himself and the drop of mutant venom in Yang Ning's body was broken. What's going on? It was the first time Bai Jia had encountered such a situation, and it was somewhat caught off guard, but it quickly made up its mind. If one drop doesn't work, then two. If two doesn't work, then three. Bai Jia sent out 3 more drops of mutant venom in one breath, and then stared at Yang Ning with a deadly stare, all of his spiritual thoughts enveloping him, carefully sensing her changes. Luckily, the glow of the black crystal pendant didn't last long before it dissipated, and the pendant drooped back down to its original state. Success! Bai Jia couldn't help but sigh in relief. Well, at least it was a LV-10 mutant venom. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. This Yang Shining's body has too many mysteries, and actually has drug resistance. When he first realized that Yang Shining had found her way to the back of the mountain, Bai Jia did not think of directly taking her life and silencing her. However, after realizing Yang Shining's identity, background and resources, Bai Jia changed his mind. Since this woman wanted to be her own master, she might as well let her taste what it would be like to be controlled by a demon spider and have her master and slave status changed. It was only after a full dozen seconds that Yang Shining awoke, staring at Bai Jia in a daze. The little fox looked uneasily at her master and then at the demonic spider, her ice crystal eyes flashing with panic. What did you just do to me? Her words trembled, her tone filled with complex emotions. She was scared, she was doubtful, she was confused, and she coveted. For a moment, she swung. She was actually coveting the feeling she had just experienced, but she was the holy daughter of the Jioli sect, the idol worshipped by thousands of congregations, the genius in the eyes of many seniors, and an extraordinary person who hadn't been seen in 100 years. Why would so want that mysterious and weird pink and purple liquid? Why would the heart not be able to resist the idea of admiration and submission to the spider demon in front of them? Yang Shining woke up, but not completely. Her expression was no longer confident and pleased, and she fell into a state of bewilderment, immersed for a long time in her thoughts that were unable to accept reality. How could she not have imagined that the demon spider not only had destructive thunderous means, but also had the bizarre ability to manipulate people's hearts? Woman, wake up! When Charming's words rang out in the deepest part of her mind, her out-of-focus eyes barely managed to return a few moments. Despite being 10 meters away, she could still smell the strange fragrance emanating from the demon spider between her noses. The demonic spider transmitted its voice and asked, "Tell me, who am I?" The young girl replied in a thin voice, You are White Weaver, Lord White Weaver. Very well, then, who are you? I don't know. Oh, it seems you don't remember much about the dream, so I might as well remind you. The demon spider said quietly. You are my contracted human, my earthly attendant. Do you understand? Yang Shining flashed a look of painful struggle, but as the pinkish-purple halo under her eyes suddenly flashed, she went into a trance again, before stifling and stuttering. I understand. I am Lord Hakoriai's servant. Meow. The nine-tailed spirit fox called out in dissatisfaction, but was glared back by the demon spider with a single glance, not daring to make another sound. Since you already have my spiritual liquid flowing in your body, you can no longer lie to me? You cannot defy my will. If I fall, it will be difficult for you to survive as well. Next, I'll ask you a few more questions. Answer them poorly, or be sensed by me to be lying. But there will be punishment, the demonic spider politely said. Upon hearing this, the young girl's breath stuttered and she bit her watery lips. At the same time, the sky was cloudy, and there was a vague thunderclap that, It was actually thunder plasma churning between the clouds. Chapter 82. Many children, many daughters, many foes. First, has the bracelet you gave me been tampered with? The demon spider asked. No, it was given to Lord Whiteweave by me with all my heart, only because I wish to enhance my goodwill with Lord Whiteweave, and in the future, and then look for the opportunity to establish a contract with Lord Whiteweaver. The young girl trembled and said. The demon spider thought that the other party hadn't given up the idea of accepting herself, and was prepared to play the game of brushing favoritism, but she ignored one point. The demon spider is not NPC, but boss, no good feeling progress bar, only anger value. Second, what is your pendant? Yes, it's a holy maiden relic that can ward off evil and protect the Lord. Just now it was disrespectful to Lord Whiteweaver. It is true that it was not my wish, but it's automatic activation. This thing, I sometimes can't control it. At this time the black crystal pendant has fallen back into the unfathomable gully, cannot see the appearance. For no reason, the demon spider suddenly had the impulse to take it out with his own hands, but it was good that it was forced to hold it down. Thirdly, the holy relic of the Jioli sect that you said can really take shape? Can you really use it? The demonic spider then asked. The holy relic has been able to do so since, but if I really want to use it, I need to seek permission from the sect master. The demon spider secretly bristled. Pie in the sky was pie in the sky after all. After asking some more questions about the Jioli sect and the secret keeping bureau, the demon spider unlocked the spider web bindings on Young Shining and the fox. Just as she sensed that Young Shining's mood had slightly relaxed, the demon spider suddenly asked, will you expose my position when you go back? It sensed that Yang Sherning's mind had suddenly tightened up again. No. Yang Sherning shook her head. I know that even if I pour the entire sect's strength into it, it's still no match for Lord Whiteweaver unless the sect master comes. But the sect master has been in seclusion for many years now. What's more, I won't joke with my own life. Barely sensing it, the demon spider did not notice any hidden emotions in his mind. Lord Whiteweaver, I have an unkind request. Yang Shining suddenly hung her head and said, if I am able to help Lord Baijie advance, will Lord Baijie be able to come to the aid of my Jioli sect in times of crisis? After 2 seconds of silence, Baijie faintly said, when it really comes to that time, I will consider it. You can leave now. Yang Shining froze for a split second, then immediately hugged the fox and left quickly without a word, as if she wanted to get away from the back mountain as soon as possible, a place that had left her with a psychological shadow. Baijie did not mention anything agent related to her. Those few drops of mutated venom were just seeds, and whether Yang Shining could possibly become an agent or not remained to be seen in the changes birthed by the seeds, as well as to test the subsequent changes in her mind. Sister Whiteweaver, why don't you eat that human and the long-haired monster? The little snake jumped out of the water pool and landed precisely on the demon spider's head. The demon spider laughed with a slightly spoiled smile. That's a maid and a charging treasure that might be useful in the future. Since being treated by that stinky fox showing its teeth, Baijie felt that Bai Huahua was much more obedient, at least soft, cute, slippery and obedient. It had to be said that leaving Yang Shining alive was a decision that had the greatest risk but also the greatest potential gain since Baijie's reincarnation. Whether it was the nine-tailed spirit fox or the divine black crystal pendant, it all highlighted that Yang Shining's value was not comparable to that of a witchcraft clan inner hall disciple Long Gu. Of course, Baijie didn't put all of his hopes of advancing and transforming into a form on top of the Jioli sect's holy daughter and that holy object. It still had to rely mainly on itself. The back of the mountain was very lively today, because Yang Shining left in the morning. The demon spider went back to the spider nest at noon and woke up after a nap, then found 8 more ghostly blue orb-shaped gelatinous objects. 8? What kind of incremental number sequence is this? Alas, when is this day going to end? After a moment of wailing, the demonic spider quickly accepted reality, and had to say that its own adaptability seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Not long after, Lin Binbin and Long Gu also came. Lord Whiteweave, the two called out in unison, while slatting their faces as if looking at each other with displeasure. Good to come. Tell us, what have you found out? Baijie's transmission was different from the previous blandness. With more than a hint of anticipation, Long Gu spoke first. Lord Baijie, after the investigation of the clan scouts, Wang Mianyan has indeed disappeared. There is no sign of her within the school or nearby. Even the criminal investigation department is investigating her disappearance. Only that there is no notification that she has disappeared for the time being. Disappeared? She really isn't on campus anymore, causing me to sweep a few buildings for nothing. Baijie belabored. The task that Baijie had explained to the two of them last time was precisely to help it investigate Wang Miaoju's traces and keep an eye out for the recent bizarre events in Yangon City. Lin Binbin continued. There have been several killings in the southern city. The deceased were all young males, and they were all found as dry corpses. surveillance found that a slender young woman appeared at the temporal intersection of all these males, suspected to be Wang Myojin. Furthermore, a large number of law enforcers are closing in on the southern city district, seemingly preparing for something. Bai Jie nodded slightly. Lin Binbin had made friends with the behind-the-scenes boss of the ring because he had distinguished himself by fighting in the underground ring, and it was not surprising that he was able to inquire about the movements and progress of the enforcers through some black and white means. South City District. It was an old city area, and to put it mildly, one hadn't been there much since he was in college, since the bizarre incident happened there. Now, one would have a reason to take a trip there. I see. The reserved voice fell, and both of their faces were solemn. When it came to the rewarding session, Bai Jie injected Longo with a drop of mutant venom and gave the Witchcraft Clan's Qiankuan cloth bag to Lin Binbin. As for the bracelet with concealed mustard seed space given by Yang Shining, it kept it for itself, as it confirmed that the bracelet did not have arms and legs, and realized that the space within the bracelet was a bit larger. Bai Jie explained, the more spirit liquid the better. If one's will is not strong enough, but absorbs more spirit liquid, one may instead risk losing control and turning into a bizarre creature, causing Lin Binbin to burst with gratitude. After the transformation of the mutant venom, his physical body was also able to contain and catalyze spiritual qi. Using the Qiankuan cloth bag was naturally no big deal. In addition, Bai Jie also gave Lin Binbin and Longo 2 juvenile demon spiders. That's right, it's Send. Bai Jie didn't hide it anymore. Anyway, there was a constant supply of these little guys, so he directly said to the two agents, this is bestowed upon you, take good care of it, and it will protect you when it's crucial. As the saying goes, one child, one daughter, one flower, many children, many daughters, many enemies, no children, no daughters, a living Buddha. Bai Jie now had 3 compassion-devouring demon spiders and 8 spider eggs by his side, and if it wasn't for the fact that the agent felt that the little spiders weren't worth much, it even hated to send out the 8 spider eggs along with them. Thank you, Lord Whiteweave. The 2 people who had gotten the bone-devouring demon spider were overjoyed, as if they had been given the most precious treasure, and their emotions were even higher than those who had gotten this spiritual liquid, especially Long Ge, who had envied the little golden spider in Lin Binbin's hand for a long time. Chapter 83, A Fateful Reunion. By the way, Lord Whiteweave, last time when you fought that black bizarre creature, I saved the video. Do you think it's necessary to upload it to the human network? Lin Binbin suddenly said. What did you say? Hearing Lin Binbin say that he saved the video of himself and the black goat cub, it really made Bai Jie eat a shock. How did this Lin Binbin still have the qualities to be a paparazzo? Bai Jie was about to bite out a refusal, but he strangely paused as he began to think carefully about the pros and cons of uploading the video onto the internet. Even if the video was uploaded, it would definitely be taken down quickly and would not spread widely. Then the person who would see this video the most would definitely be the federal government, and the federal government would definitely attach great importance to it and raise its threat level. However, this video also had a deterrent effect at the same time. Bai Jie thought for a moment and transmitted, keep it for now. After the two left, Bai Jie returned to the spider nest, flipped open his cell phone, and swiped through social media. This action attracted small spiders who also came to watch, occasionally using their 4 feet and whisker limbs to point on the cell phone screen. Little children can't play with cell phones. It's okay to watch, but not to point. A thought was sent out, and I don't know if the 3 little ones understood, but anyway, they were honest, saving Bai Jie's intention to use a high-level deterrent. Fortunately counted obedient. Now is talk therapy. Later can be domestic violence plus electric therapy. Bai Jie was quite satisfied with the reaction of the 3 little ones. It hated bear children the most. Obedient children were fine. Bai Jie searched for Yangon City, South City, dry body and other keywords. Found the relevant information. Although the information in the picture mosaic, but Bai Jie can still see the general situation. This is more than a dry corpse. This is clearly a skeleton wrapped in a layer of thin yellow-brown skin. This is called a murder case? As expected, many netizens expressed their shock and skepticism in response to the relevant topic. Why are all the victims male? I hope all male residents of Nanchang district will be careful. I won't allow my husband to go out to work anyway. Is the murderer a vampire or a vixen? It's creepy. Is it too late for me to move out? I've put a down payment on my house in South City. Let's hope the CID solves the case as soon as possible. Behind these words lurks a lingering, hazy fear. For certain speculations, the officials did not put a stop to it, and promised to strike hard to catch the culprits as soon as possible, as well as to eliminate any out-of-control mutant creatures that might exist. Bai Jie realized that this was a major signal. Not only did the officials no longer hide the existence of those bizarre creatures, but the official means would probably be displayed in front of the public, and the way of the world had finally changed. Star Transmission University. Downstairs of the male dormitory, Chen Chang walked out from the door of the dormitory building and saw two familiar figures. It was Xia Qiming and Lu Wei, class president. Xia Qiming's appearance was unexpected by Chen Chang, and a trace of embarrassment surfaced on his face as he touched his nose and smiled sarcastically. You know I'm leaving, huh? Xia Qiming looked Chen Chang up and down, as if she wanted to see something new in him. She nodded. Of course, ever since the last time I was in the library, when I saw you make a big splash by subduing students with mutations in their bodies, I realized that such a day would come. It's just that I didn't expect that it would be so soon. The tall and cold Lu Wei walked to Chen Chang's side, patted the latter's shoulder, and said in an earnest voice, other than that, there aren't many people I'm optimistic about. I can count them on two hands, and you're even one of them. I watched the video of the library's lone suppression of the mutant mouse man, and it has 1,000th of my elegance. The corners of Chen Chang's mouth twitched slightly, and he forced a smile. Thank you, Brother Wei. Snap. Lu Wei violently and heavily patted Chen Chang's shoulder, his sword eyebrow raised in dissatisfaction. This name is not very appropriate. It has to be changed, although I will be your leader in the future. But there is no need to be formal. You just call me Wei. Okay, Wei. Brother Wei. Xia Qiming's eyes behind the elegant lenses are slightly cold. Staring at Lu Wei, unkindly said, I told you long ago, don't hit the idea of our classmates. Didn't expect Lu Wei shrugged. I also didn't expect that the superiors of Gaia Technology paid so much attention to him and had to poach him. The conditions he got are much better than when I first joined. Xia Qiming's brows lowered as she sighed in her heart. She knew that Gaia Technology had given brand new, extremely high conditions, making it almost impossible for Chen Chang to refuse. For example, by dropping out of school and participating in the experiment now, he could directly join the security department of Gaia Technology. However, she also knew that the excellent salary package was not the only criterion Chen Chang looked at. There should be other factors influencing Chen Chang. By the way, He Jun has found it. Xia Qiming raised her eyes to Chen Chang. He Jun he has news? Chen Chang's eyes stared. Through Xia Qiming's eyes, he had a bad premonition. I got the news from the Criminal Investigation Division. His body was found in the Southern City District. After identification, one of the dried corpses matched He Jun's height, body type and clothing. Xia Qiming regretted. Chen Chang's heart sank. Although he had been prepared, he still felt a bit sudden when he actually received this news. Sure enough, He Jun, that fatty, alas, is finally gone? This is really a dead fat man. A bitter undertone spread from Chen Chang's heart, and He Jun's occasionally cynical and from time to time cynical expression appeared in his mind. He recalled that before the summer vacation, He Jun had also said that he would invite a few of their roommates and Snap to go for a pedicure together. Then, he recalled the dead Snap, and remembered the scene when Snap came to their dormitory to visit them and gave them special products from his hometown. And by Jia, it had been a long time since I had contacted him. Not a single text message. Ever since Chen Chang had told Bai Jia about He Jun's disappearance and Wang Mianan's suspicions, Bai Jia hadn't responded to any of Chen Chang's messages. He couldn't help but worry about Bai Jia's condition once again, but he didn't dare to tell others about this worry. In the past, only Chen Chang and Wang Xiaofan were left in the boys' circle, and now, Chen Chang would also be leaving the campus. In less than 2 months, things have changed. The past was vaguely like a dream, and it all followed the wind and rain to the heart. I hope you all will be well, Chen Chang said silently in his heart. Take good care of yourself, and come back to school when you have time. Xia Qiming's crisp voice rang in Chen Chang's ears. Lu Wei suddenly said, you, a class president, are surprisingly so dedicated. With your status background, you shouldn't be so addicted to the role of class president, right? Xia Qiming's eyes were slightly raised. Her line of sight lightly swept past Lu Wei's face. That look clearly wrote, you need to care? At this instant, Lu Wei, however, felt that his orderly heartbeat suddenly missed 2 beats. The last time he had such a feeling was when he was driving the Axeman interdictor and facing the ghostly spider. Xia Qiming stretched out her white jade hand and said in a complicated tone, see you again. Chen Chang froze and silently extended his right hand, holding it together with that slightly cool catkin. Class president, goodbye. Thank you for the help you gave me in the past. Spinning around, Chen Chang turned around and left side by side with Lu Wei. That was the direction of the school gate. Autumn wind sent away the last trace of summer air. Slightly yellowish fallen leaves rustling hit on Xia Qiming's body. Shi Yi Jing body leisure. In place for a long time to stand. Far away to see off those 2 silhouettes. Chapter 84, A Girl in the Middle of Nowhere. Xia Qiming's memory was immersed in the conversation she had with Lu Wei 10 minutes ago. At that time, Chen Chang had yet to come downstairs. The two of them were initially speechless, and it was Xia Qiming who started the conversation. As if she had no intention of saying Have you ever heard of the Secret Keeping Bureau? I'm in the security department of Gaia Technology, so I've naturally heard of it. Lu Wei nodded. The Federal Secret Keeping Bureau, an official agency that specializes in dealing with weird, hidden and other special events, has the power to override the entire federal law enforcement division. And those who can enter it are not ordinary people. No, to be precise, it's the elites amongst the transcendents. Brand new humans. Xia Qiming asked. Transcendents I can understand. Rumor has it that agents of the Secret Keeping Bureau all have special abilities, and they also take in the folks extraordinary people. But the brand new human beings you're talking about seems to have some kind of special meaning, Lu Wei said in a deep voice. Although they are still nominally human, they are actually already basically a different species from humans. And brand new humans are not only the strongest existences in the Secret Keeping Bureau, but also the beings that have traveled the furthest in all of humanity. If it weren't for official controls, they would have long ago risen up and pressed down on the heads of all humanity to shit on them and make a fool of themselves. The agents of the Secret Keeping Bureau are categorized into etbes, which are 6 levels, based on their merits and abilities, and the new humans, at the very least, are B-level existences. Xia Qiming thought about it and then asked, then if it's a member of your Gaia Technology Security Department, what's the approximate rank if they enter the Secret Keeping Bureau? A rare smile appeared on Lu Wei's cold face. The highest would be up to level B. And if I go in, I can at most get a level C. Xia Qimeng looked puzzled. Why did you choose to stay in Gaia Technology? Lu Wei said seriously. Because there's more money. Xia Qimeng's face stiffened. Rather expected. Lu Wei continued. The difference between the security department of Gaia Technology and the Secret Keeping Bureau is roughly between private and public, with or without an official establishment above, and naturally different in terms of treatment. There are 2 other important reasons why I am unwilling to enter the Secret Keeping Bureau. One is that the Secret Keeping Bureau requires that the mechanization of the human body cannot be higher than 55%, and the second is that the Secret Keeping Bureau has stricter requirements and will also be exposed to more dangers. Like that weird, lightning-using stalking spider. Even if I were to pilot a higher-level mecha, I wouldn't want to face it again. Xia Qiming smiled gently. Is there a possibility that you can't pilot a higher-level mecha? That's why you're saying that. Lu Wei's cold face suddenly became a bit ugly. However, he didn't dare to move his mouth or his hands, so he could only endure it. Yangon City, Southern District. In an apartment building. It was now the evening, and a clean and white young man living alone was preparing dinner in the kitchen. At a closer look, on the table in the living room, there were 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, a bouquet of white flowers in the center, an unopened bottle of red wine and a bottle of zero-additive drink. The youth's name was Oichen. He had just graduated from university not long ago and was working near the southern city center. He was very satisfied with his current life and work, and was also full of hope for the future, despite the fact that there had been some changes in the Federation recently, and Yangon City was in turmoil, with many bizarre things happening. He considered himself just an ordinary commoner, one of the many. Those bizarre things that were rumored by word of mouth. How could it not be his turn? Because, he thought he was ordinary, not outstanding in appearance. His character is not good or bad. From elementary school to college, his grades have been steadily in the middle of the pack, and he has never missed a beat. Work is also steady progress, but will not cause others too much attention and envy. Relationships, also lack of good. He was confessed to. He also chased the girl, but are shallow. There is nothing thrilling, worth a long time to recall the memory. Even his name, Ichen, is also in the same year the birth of the baby name, one of the highest frequency of use. In this regard, he has both helpless, but also has been accustomed to. Just when he thought his life would be so salty and uninspiring, a girl so beautiful that people cannot breathe, broke into his life. It was about a week ago one night. Oichen was returning from his hometown to the southern city by car when he encountered a black-hearted driver. That black-hearted driver drove him to the middle of nowhere and threatened him that he had to pay an extra $100 before he would send him back to the city. Oichen had never been blackmailed like this before, and refused this unreasonable request with a very hardened spirit. Then, the result was predictable. He was left next to a graveyard, fearful and angry. He lifted his breath and walked nearly 10 miles to finally find a bus stop, and on the seat of the stop was sitting a beautiful girl. At first he couldn't believe that there was a girl waiting for a bus alone in the middle of nowhere so late near midnight. Oichen was a staunch atheist, and he didn't believe in those videos of scary creatures on the internet at all. But the moment he saw the girl, he was shaken. The word which flashed through his mind. The girl looked to be the age of a college student. Her features were exquisite without any makeup, with a hint of enchantment. Her figure was exquisite, and she was wearing a white gauze dress. The dress was half covered, The snowy jade shoulders and delicate collarbones looked a bit dreamy under the faint lamp sign. The hem of the dress was only just wrapped around her hips, allowing her white and slender thighs to be visible. There was an air of youth permeating her surroundings, and her bold attire and confused look added to the seductive power that made people's hearts flutter. Knowing that it was a night that was already almost fall, it was surprising that she still dared to wear so little. Upon seeing Oh-Ichen, the girl smiled a moving smile. Without a doubt, it was bizarre. If a normal girl was alone in the countryside and encountered an unfamiliar male, how could she think that she wouldn't show that kind of seductive smile? Oh-Ichen's heart was beating fast, not knowing if it was because of fear or something else. He swallowed down his nervous saliva and sat on the girl's left side, 2 seats away. To ease his tension, he asked her in a loud voice, "It's so late, why aren't you home yet?" The girl hesitated and said she was lost, adding that she had been waiting for hours for a bus. Although it was reasonable, Oh-Ichen's heart went wow when he heard this, because the time was already 11:30, which meant that he would most likely have to spend the night here. However, he had never stayed so close to such a beautiful girl, and there was a possibility of spending the night. Although it was a wild night, all in all, he had mixed feelings. The girl kindly comforted him, "Don't worry, there will be another bus coming." The girl's words seemed to have some kind of magic. Just when he was rambling, he did not expect, really waited for the last bus. On the bus, Oh-Ichen realized that the girl's dress above, there are a lot of stains, and wrinkled. The girl explained that it was too dark and fell on the road. After the driver sent them to the city, the girl also followed Oh-Ichen back to his home. But it was not that Oh-Ichen had any bad intentions, but it was a helpless move, because the girl said, "I have nowhere to go." Oh-Ichen snorted and said, "Then you find your friend to go? Or maybe you stay in a hotel." The girl shook her head despondently. "I don't have any friends and I don't have any money." Oh-Ichen? Facing Oh-Ichen's face full of questions, the girl explained, "I lost my memory. Actually, I woke up in that wilderness. I only remember my name. It seems to be King. Wonderful. Marriage. Chapter 85 Warming it up for you." Just like this, the beautiful girl stayed at Oh-Ichen's home. Such a big beautiful girl like a flower, or amnesia, actually felt relieved to live in his home, which was not right was subconsciously filtered out by his brain. It was difficult for him to refuse the beautiful and deadly temptation. The girl's voice, body and beauty, spit out countless sinful silk threads, weaving into a sinful cocoon, trapping himself inside. A famous artist once said, "The only way to get rid of temptation is to give in to it. I can resist everything except temptation." That night, Oh-Ichen tossed and turned on the couch, not sleeping well. It was hard for him not to mess up his thoughts when he was alone with a man and a woman. Or rather, no boy could top that. His mind was in disarray. His thoughts seemed to have countless threads pulling, connecting to that hot, yet pathetic creature in the bedroom, feeling that his 20 years of ordinary life was finally coming to an end. In the midst of his thoughts, he seemed to vaguely hear some strange sounds, which made his mind wander, and then he inexplicably fell asleep. Early in the morning, Oh-Ichen woke up, smelled a fragrant wind on the face, opened his eyes to see, "Is that the girl is giving himself a quilt?" The girl surprised some embarrassed, "I'm sorry, let you sleep on the sofa yesterday." Oh-Ichen felt his face was a little hot. He pretended to be atmospheric. "It's fine, but you last night, did you not sleep well?" I seem to have heard some strange sounds." "Ha!" The girl let out a soft cry and covered her mouth with her fingers. Her cheeks floated with a faint blush, her demeanor was coy, and her gaze revealed shyness. In fact, Oh-Ichen wasn't quite sure if that strange sound last night was real. He thought it was an illusion in his sleep, and he even suspected that what he had was an aphrodisiac dream that he just woke up and forgot about. Oh-Ichen scratched his head with some embarrassment, and when he looked around, he realized that breakfast was actually ready on the table, and it was still steaming. Under the girl's sweet and with a hint of bewitching smile, he hurriedly used the breakfast. His heart thumped, and he went out to work in a hurry. However, even after arriving at the company, Oh-Ichen was still full of floating thoughts, and even his colleagues and leaders noticed that he was out of sorts and joked. Xiao Chen wouldn't be in love, would he? He quickly denied, which has. But the crimson color of his ears had already betrayed him. Seeing the time on the computer come to 6:30, he felt his cells start to leap for joy as he finally got off work. He had never been so eager for self-time after work now. After opening the door to his room, Oh-Ichen was a bit confused and exited to look at the door number to make sure he hadn't made a mistake before entering again. Because the room was so clean, the floor was mopped to a shine, the table and cabinet were polished to a shine, and the dirty clothes were hung outside the window. Even more unbelievably, there was a hearty meal on the table. At that moment, the girl, dressed in a man's pajamas, came out of her room and spread a smile that eclipsed everything else. "You're home. A scene like this would happen at least once or twice a day. Oh-ichen had wanted to take the girl to the doctor to try and help her retrieve her lost memories, but every time, the girl would tell him with too sweet to intoxicating dimples. Now, isn't it good? Oh-ichen was silent, but a slight sweetness flooded his heart, and in the real and the beautiful fantasy, he chose the latter. When a person indulges in illusions, he will regard the vague and illusory demeanor as real wine. The two of them got along like this, and Oh-ichen spent the best week of his life. The longer he spent with the girl during these not-so-short days, the more Oh-ichen was struck by the charm that the girl exuded without even realizing it. But even though he was walking on the edge of the abyss, at every critical moment, Oh-ichen hung back. He thought that he couldn't take advantage of someone's danger. The other party was amnesiac and hadn't expressed that aspect of his will to himself. He didn't want to wait for the other party to retrieve his memories and then backhandedly take him to court. This was the last shred of sanity he had when he was in the chaotic dream world. Because, just getting along like this was already enough for him to look back on it for the rest of his life. But how could he have imagined that this time wouldn't be in his memories in his later years, and that it wouldn't be as good as it appeared to be? Meow ma, you're back? Oh-ichen heard the door slamming in the kitchen and shouted at the living room. Because he had enough trust, Oh-ichen gave a copy of the house key to Wang Myujin, who had to go out every evening. But Oh-ichen wasn't sure what she was going for, and just assumed that she was going to look for clues that could help her recover her memory. The sound of changing shoes and a familiar female voice came from the living room. You've been going out more and more lately. I've heard that people have died again in the southern city recently. For your safety, it's better to go out less in the future and wait until it's more peaceful. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll heat it up for you. Saying that, Oh-ichen walked out from the kitchen, and then froze, because he saw that Wang Miaoju's hair was a bit messy and there were some bruise marks on her neck. What was even stranger was that, unlike her previous plain face, she had put on exquisite makeup, with fiery red lips, winking eyes, looking around, highlighting her extremely beautiful features, and that flirtatiousness was what attracted men the most. In addition, she is a hot red dress strapless, slender jade neck, a piece of breast such as congealed white jade, half cover, plain waist a bunch, even not a handful, a pair of long moist and proportionate legs bare, even sandals wrapped feet are also silently enchanting, exudes a stunning seductive force. This is a breakthrough in his previous impression of Wang Mianyan, is a truly charming around the fingers of the natural beauty. Her moist and blazing lips trembled slightly, spitting out soft words that made people's heart tips tremble. I don't need to eat, but I need you to heat it up for me. Her lotus steps moved gently, her posture was exquisite, and she slowly leaned towards Oh-ichen. Oh-ichen forgot to breathe. No, he couldn't breathe at all. He only felt that the blood of his entire body was converging towards his head and lower body. Every inch of Wang Miaoju's skin was sending out silent invitations, and her ethereal breath seemed to have drilled into Oh-ichen's perceptions, leaving his mind empty. Hot. How hot? Wang Miao smile, powder-carved jade-like cheeks leaning in Oh-ichen's ear, fragrant lips spit hot over his face, and wine and greasy said, how hot do you want to be? How hot? Sound trembling soul, word hooked heart. Just at this moment, the knock sounded. Oh-ichen, like a fish returning to the water, breathed violently, dodged Wang Miaoju, and fled as if to open the door. Hello, who is it? Oh-ichen gasped slightly and looked at the three people outside the door with a reddish color. No, to be precise, it was two humans and a cyborg. We are from the Community Safety Management Committee, and this is naturally an enforcer from the Law Enforcement Division. The bearded man in the lead gave a strange look at the red-faced Oh-ichen. You should have heard about the recent murder case in the southern city, right? The bearded man asked. He was referring to the bizarre dried corpses. Chapter 86, the two divisions join forces. No. Oh-ichen nodded in response. You may have seen the pictures. That was not an ordinary murder case, but caused by a bizarre creature that sucked people's essence. The bearded man said gruffly. Creepy creatures? Oh-ichen froze for a moment. Of course, regarding the point that the person who hurt people is a bizarre creature. It's not publicized to the public for now, but it's still necessary for the residents of the southern city to know so that they won't be targeted by that thing. The bearded man admonished. It's hard. Could it be that there really is a monster? Oh-ichen asked hesitantly, staring nervously at the Hujiaman, wanting to see from the other party's face whether or not he was lying. Where is the time to joke with you? The scruffy man glared at Oh-ichen. All in all, if you find anything unusual, remember to call the Criminal Investigation Division, and if you encounter danger, you can also use your cell phone to urgently call for help from the law enforcers stationed in this neighborhood. Okay, understood. Oh-ichen nodded in agreement. The bearded man swept the room again and looked at the pair of female shoes at the door. Unknown emotions flashed under his eyes. You're the only one in your house? Where's your girlfriend? Ha? Oh, Ichen subconsciously looked behind him, only to realize that Wang Miaojin had disappeared. Oh, she should be sleeping. That's fine. Go out less during this recent period of time. Pay attention to safety, and also at least determine the identity of the other party before opening the door. This is the call for clues just issued by the Criminal Investigation Division. Take a look. Let's go. Good. Oichen took a piece of paper handed over by the bearded man, on which the 6 words Criminal Investigation Department of Yangon City were written at the beginning. The paper described the cause of death of those dry corpses. The paper described the cause of death of the dried corpses, and said that it had been discovered that the strange creatures would disguise themselves as women and suck the essence of men, and often came out in the evening and at midnight. At the end of the paper, a surveillance photo was attached, showing a woman in a red dress with shoulders exposed and a man in a suit hugging each other as they entered the hotel. Looking at the woman in that photo, suddenly an inexplicable sense of familiarity entered Oichen's brain. His breathing gradually became smaller, his surroundings became quieter and quieter, and his body temperature became ice cold. He felt that his body from the soles of his feet to his calves and then to his arms, was freezing piece by piece, as trapped in the ice cellar. The world seems to be quiet on this. Bang! The door was shut. Oichen froze and moved his eyes to the door, feeling that something seemed to close with it. He had a strong urge to reopen this door and let the darkness and air from outside come through. He had never needed the security behind a door so desperately. Ichen, what are you doing? Behind him came the softest, most evocative soft words. Oh, nothing. Oichen forced himself to calm down and regain his naturalness, looking towards the shapely figure leaning against the bedroom door. It was the community that came to conduct the census just now, but there was a slight tremor in his voice. Wang Miaozhuang had a wry smile on her face. Then I'll go rest first. You also go to bed early. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Just as Oichen's heart slightly relaxed, her voice suddenly came again from within the bedroom, causing a slight chill to rise up on Oichen's back. By the way, if the sofa is not comfortable to sleep on, you can go into my room to drink a glass of water. I don't mind. Good. Oichen calmly responded. Then, in the next second, his eyes rounded all over his body, his chi and blood surged, washing away the coldness of his limbs, and with all his strength, he violently turned around and grabbed towards the door handle. Open it. As he watched, his hand was less than 30 centimeters away from the door, about to touch the doorknob. Soon, he would be able to open the door, snatch it out, and leave this house that he had rented for a year and now felt incredibly horrible. However, suddenly, he heard Wang Miaozhu's voice again, reciting words of unknown meaning. Life and death stay. The moment the words fell, Oichen was stunned to realize that he had fallen into rigidity, unable to move even a single inch of his body. No, not only that, even his heart stopped beating, his blood no longer circulated. Every cell, every inch of his skin lost movement, and the world seemed to have turned gray. Only, his own consciousness is still able to think normally. In addition, he could hear the ticking of the clock in the living room, the sound of traffic outside the window, as well as the sound of Wang Miaozhin's footsteps slowly walking behind him. Ichen, how well we got along in the past week. It's a pity. It's all because of that group of people just now, disturbing our purity and destroying our relationship. Wang Miaozhu pouted as if she was a lover throwing a small tantrum, but in Oichen's ears, it made his soul tremble. All of a sudden, he was plunged into great fear. It dawned on him that in the past week, it was probably because of his own goading that he was saved from a disaster. It was just that this ending, it seemed, could not be avoided. Although he was unable to turn around, Oichen knew that Wang Miaozhu was staring at him from behind, and her demeanor was bewitching to the extreme. She murmured in her ear with lover-like intimate words, "Didn't that person just say, don't go out this late? It's dangerous." But the hot breath exhaled from Jade's mouth simply couldn't dispel the coldness in Oichen's heart. Be obedient and stay at home. Stay with me. Director Xia. After tracing the clues, we've locked the target. It's in the small district. Meanwhile, we've evacuated the residents in the other buildings. The bearded man reported to the man with his hands behind his back in front of him. The man turned around. Single-rimmed gold-framed glasses. A suit, courteous and dignified. His face was clearly Xia Qiming's uncle, the director of the Criminal Investigation Department, Xia Xiang. Director Xia nodded. Tough on you guys. That cohabitant. How's it going? The bearded man sighed. He was fine when we found the target, but we gave him a hint. We just don't know if he can escape. Or, hopefully, the law enforcement division's backup will be in time. Upon hearing this, Director Xia locked his brows and said into his headset, Fu Yang, the target may have a hostage in his hands. Tell the law enforcement division to be careful. On the other side of the headset, the voice of the director of the law enforcement division was heard. Well, thanks to your reconnaissance, we've surrounded the Wenchang neighborhood and laid a heavy dragnet, making it difficult for her to fly. Can the enforcers alone take care of that demoness? Xia Shiyang asked, without any surprises. It should be possible. Fu Yang replied. The cyborgs don't have essence or blood for her to absorb. Fu Yang said this, paused for a moment, and said vaguely, even if there are accidents, she definitely won't be able to run away. Because, they are coming. Xia Shiyang instantly felt like he had eaten a tranquilizer pill, and let out a slight sigh of relief. That's good. Chapter 87, Under the Blood Moon. Secrets and surroundings up. The moonlight is bright and the stars are few. Wang Mujin sat on the edge of the windowsill, looking out at the silver moon in the night, her red dress fluttering with the evening wind, her long white and plump legs swinging dozens of meters in the air, appearing beautifully touching and bizarre. In her extremely beautiful eyes, she reflected the moon, a blood-red moon. Knock, knock. The security door was opened as the knocker realized that the door was not locked. Immediately afterward came the sound of dense and rapid footsteps, like mechanical metal stepping on wooden boards, across the windowsill at a distance of 2 meters. A group of enforcer cyborgs looked in unison at the beautiful figure that could fall down the stairs at any time. The enforcer lieutenant spoke with an expressionless face. Ma'am, you are suspected of crimes against humanity, intentional homicide, and obstruction of public safety. Please come with us. Wang Miaozhuang slightly sidled her head and leisurely said, Did you guys know? Her tone was so natural that it was as if she was chatting with a friend rather than facing the law enforcers who were asking about the crime. There is a kind of bird that flies all its life, rests in the wind when it gets tired, and only lands once in its life, and that time is when it dies. I know, the lieutenant said flatly. You know? The name of this bird is the footless bird, also called the bird of ultimate bliss, a legendary capricious bird that will only stop when it dies. How do you know? Wang Miaozhuang turned her head and gave the squadron leader a surprised look. I just retrieved it with the intelligence chip. Ha 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 ha. Wang Miaozhuang laughed, a very unrestrained and unladylike laugh, but at the same time, it was also enchanting. Then do you know what kind of bird I am? No idea. The squadron leader panned and rotated his head from side to side, slightly mute. I'm the immortal bird. The woman of stirring beauty abruptly bloomed into a smile that eclipsed the stars and moon. But unfortunately, no humans appreciated the scene. Then, leapt forward. The mechanical people hurriedly chased after the balcony, but did not find the red-clothed wrapped body at the bottom of the building, and with another sweep of their sight, they found Wang Miaozhu's figure moving rapidly above the roof of a row of shorthouses. Report! An enforcer came up behind the lieutenant and said, Hostages have been found in the bedroom. The squadron leader walked to the bedroom and saw that Chen was calmly lying on the bed, the one he hadn't slept in for a week, the bed that belonged to him. Director, the hostage's vital signs are intact, the squadron leader reported into his headset. In the next second, his words suddenly paused, because, on the hostage's clear face, he saw a bright red lip mark that vaguely, surprisingly, looked a bit like 2 blood moons. Under the night, Wang Miaozhu saw more and more silver-white figures encircling towards her. The pupils of her eyes transformed into a red moon, enabling her to see the many changes in movements under the night. Bang! Suddenly, an enforcer jumped down from below and landed on the roof. His hands raised, heat energy was generated, and there was a flash of fire. Swoosh! 2 silenced bullets shot out. Wang Miaozhuang's face was unperturbed, her body spread out like a bird or crane, her entire body leaned back, propping her hands back up to the ground in an extremely natural position, and then she rolled on the ground in a sticking roll, her jade body slithering on the ground like a snake. In a split second, the mood of a bird in crane being frightened and a grass snake retreating quickly was revealed. Boom boom! The bullet head shot onto the hard concrete surface, but it made an ear-piercing friction sound. It actually allowed Wang Miaoma to narrowly dodge 2 bullets. However, it was unknown whether Wang Miaozhuang's stance movements were faster than the bullets, or whether her eyes had predicted the pattern of the law enforcement officer's shooting between his raised hands. Swish swish! Wang Mianan stopped advancing, but changed her direction and jumped to the right, soaring 7 or 8 meters away in 2 swipes. Swoosh swoosh! In an instant, there were more than a dozen silenced bullet sounds around, but these bullets only missed by a hair's breadth on the path that Wang Miaoma passed through, crashing out a series of sparks, and did not leave behind a little bit of blood splatter. Life and death stay. A thought flashed by. The blood moon in Wang Miaozhuang's eyes suddenly brightened by 1 point, and then the red-clothed myriad shadow flickered one after another, leaving behind a few blood-colored residual shadows in vain, and shuttled past 7 or 8 law enforcement mechanical man's bodies. When she stopped, a patterned short sword actually appeared in her hand. The sword blossomed, and cold on shot out in all directions. In the next moment, Fine sparks erupted from those 7 or 8 enforcers before their bodies fell apart and were cut into several pieces. Snapping. Sudden applause rang out in the quiet night. Wonderful performance. Beauty, your stance has reached the level of C grade. It seems that tonight won't be very boring. Wang Miaozhuang stopped and glanced towards a certain place with a calm air. In the darkness, a stout man's figure appeared. The man's face was stalwart, but he had a bald head, covered in pimply flesh, and his upper body was naked, with a black girdle strangling his muscles to make them even more prominent and large. Wang Miaozhu hesitated slightly and said, "You are De Mangwan?" The bald muscle man stumbled and nearly fell. The veins on the top of the bald muscular man's head bulged. "I'm straight. Thanks, and you can call me King of Force." "Okay, power. Can't understand the word King of Force?" "Understand it, Mr. Mighty. Just." King of Force's face shook. "If you weren't my type, I would have already hammered you into a meat pie with a lump of iron." Wang Miaozhuang remained breezy. "Well, being so vulgar, it seems that you are indeed an iron-straight man. It's a pity. If you didn't harm those few lives, we could still absorb you into the secret-keeping bureau, and then we might be able to have something beautiful happen." King of Power lamented. "The secret-keeping bureau? What is that?" Wang Miaozhuang said curiously. Without waiting for King of Power to answer Wang Miaozhan's question, another clear female voice joined the darkness. "Alright, big guy. She is neither an inhuman nor a modified new human, but an evil sneaky creature that feeds on human essence and blood. Can your outer body withstand her sucking? Don't let your lower body dominate your brain and be fooled by her appearance. What's more, even if she doesn't have a single human life on her hands, how could the secret-keeping bureau allow a non-human to join?" The speaker slowly walked from the night curtain behind Wang Miaozhuang. The woman was dressed in a white tracksuit and white sneakers. Her figure was as tall as a crane, and her legs were extremely long and slender. No better than Wang Miaozhan. Although she was dressed in modern times, it was as if she had walked out of an ancient national-style painting. Her face is beautiful. The corners of her eyes are long and narrow, and her pupils seem to be hazy with a water vapor, especially her breath, which was extremely long, and the speed of her heartbeat. If anything, it was clear that it was also an expert. "This beautiful sister. How can you say that about me? How is it that people are not human? My name is Wang Miaojian. I don't know what you call yourself. Sister?" Wang Miaojian's tone revealed a hint of surprise and aggravation, as if she was a wonderful girl who had stumbled upon her big sister next door. The woman's face was expressionless. "Federal Secret Keeping Bureau, Class C Secret Keeper, Violet Dust. Aha, hello Sister Z Dust. If only I could find an iron rice bowl like you after graduation." Wang Miaozhuang smiled faintly and said enviously, "Ha." Violet Dust steeply sneered. "There's no need to wait for graduation. You can come with me now. There's plenty of jail food for you." Chapter 88 Under the Blood Moon. Guarding the secret roundup next. Violet Dust's cold smile was morose as she raised a hand, her 5 fingers spreading out before she violently grabbed it. Wang Miaozhuang immediately felt that he was locked by an invisible qi, and felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. It was as if the oxygen was being withdrawn. No, not just oxygen. Even the air was disappearing. Sister Z Chen is really powerful. The corners of Wang Miaozhu's delicate mouth lifted slightly, and her complexion did not see a trace of panic. However, because sound could not be transmitted in a vacuum, Violet Dust and King of Power could not hear what Wang Miaozhan said, and could merely see the shape of her mouth. "You're beautiful, but you're also dangerous." King of Power shook his head. In the next second, he appeared directly to Wang Miaozhan's left side, causing the latter to be flabbergasted in her heart, not expecting the former to be so big, but very agile in terms of speed. King of Force launched out one hand. The veins on his arm rippled up. It was actually like a big mountain pressing down on the top of the mountain, and it was hard and crowded towards Wang Miaozhan's center door. "Be careful. This palm has the power of 1,000 pounds. The corner of the King of Power's mouth raised in a cruel implication and said. Wang Miaozhuang felt a strong pressure. Her body trembled. Her mind turned, and between her ears, she heard a strong wind tearing and the air exploding. A rough palm that condensed mountain-moving aura, as if it was a gigantic hand that broke through the void, appeared out of nowhere in front of Wang Miaozhuang's chest, and the palm wind irritated her brow to the point of pain. She wanted to dodge. However, her body mobilized very slowly. Right now, the iron palm was about to blast on her body, and her flesh and blood faced the horrifying end of crumbling and shattering. Life and death stays. The moist red lips slightly opened, and there seemed to be a mysterious law flowing out from it. What? Violet Dust on the side stared wide-eyed, her eyes full of incredulity. In a split second, Wang Miaozhuang had actually disappeared, and she could not comprehend how that Wang Miaozhuang had evaded her own qi blockade. Z Chen, be careful. The King of Power let out a stern whistle. During the rapid sweep of Violet Dust's eye pupils, she finally spotted Wang Miaozhen's shadow in the corner of her vision, only to see that Wang Miaozhen was as ghostly as a ghost. The silhouette of his figure was tinted with a layer of blood color, and with a single leap, the entire person overlapped with the moon in the night sky behind him, so vaguely that it actually made the moon look a few points redder. The shadow of the blood-red ghost soared and enlarged in Zi Chen's eyes, and an evil aura was smelled between his nostrils. Fix it for me. Violet Dust raised his hands and violently clenched them towards the void. The chi that was far superior to the previous strength instantly enveloped Wang Miaozhuang. Like several clusters of seawater squeezing in, and like diving into the deep sea, it was difficult to lack oxygen. Wang Miaonun's movement was restricted again. She no longer smiled, and in her eyes, a hint of displeasure flashed. Bang! After the sound of stone slabs shattering, King of Power once again burst in with a strong wind, both fists covered in a layer of iron color. Good timing, Wang Miaozhu softly chanted. The King of Power's elbows closed his stomach, and then violently blasted out, continuously, like a machine gun cannon, madly pouring out punches and winds towards Wang Miaozhen. Snort snort snort! The blistering wind whistled and the air exploded. However, with the blood moonlight appearing in the eyes of Wang Miaonui, the Force King's fist momentum has suddenly become weak and feeble. Hard stop in the position of an inch away from Wang Miaonui. What was even more strange was that the King of Power's face appeared half a second of disorientation. No, it can't be. Realizing what had just happened, the King of Force's eyes were wide with rage as his figure sprinted back. What kind of trickery have you cast? Even Zi Chen also pulled away, his gaze vigilantly sizing up Wang Miaoma, as if he had reacquainted himself with the latter. Let me go. I won't harm you all. Wang Miaozhuang laughed lightly. No, that's impossible. Violet Dust firmly shook her head. Oh, is it hard to believe that you guys are still confident that you can leave me behind? Humph. We can't, but others can. Others? Upon hearing this, Wang Miaozhuang swept her gaze towards the surroundings, but only found some enforcers. Are you looking for me? An emotionless mechanical voice came from the sky. Wang Miaozhuang followed the voice and saw that a figure glowing with green light slowly walked into the silver moon. No, not walking, but sliding. The green figure stepped on a skateboard-like flying machine under his feet, and with the help of the flying machine's translation, he crossed the void. Wang Miaozhen took half a step back. With you? The mechanical voice returned. Originally, I thought that with the two of them at C rank should be able to capture you. I didn't expect that dealing with you as a traveling grudge-level creepy would still require me to make a move. At this time, that green figure also slowly descended to Wang Miaozhuang's near front. One could only see that the visitor was covered in muscular gray, covered in dark green mechanical armor, with a metallic luster on top of the armor, with occasional green lines running across the surface, and a green light at the top of his head, emitting a faint glow. He resembled a cyborg, or more accurately a cyborg. More noticeable was a long dark green blade on its back. What is your ability? Wang Miaozhu was curious. You're asking about my ability? The knife-backed cyborg muttered. You can call me Swordheart. My ability is my sword. But if I'm not mistaken, the one behind you is clearly a sword, right? Never you mind. Good. The atmosphere fell into silence, and 2 seconds later, a green light suddenly flashed through the night. Wang Miaozhuang only felt a flash of shadow by the corner of his eye, and the voice behind him came, immediately turning around. However, Cyborg Kenshin had already stuck close to him. At the same time, one side of his blade, the smooth body of the blade reflected this night's bright moon color, emitting a bright light, eye-catching, yet deadly enough. Wang Miaozhuang's pupils shrunk slightly, and 4 words were once again spat out from his mouth. Life and death stay. In an instant, Swordheart and his swords, both came to a standstill. A scene that was all caught in the eyes of the Power King and Z-Dust, who were fully attentive. What kind of ability is that? Could it be time stopping? But, doesn't time only exist in human intentions? With a single movement of her body, Wang Miaozhen left to 3 meters away. Swordheart looked at Wang Miaozhen and only said, this ability of yours, there must be a time limit to use it, right? Before the words landed, Wang Miaozhen saw a dark green terrifying sword on, which was smashing across the void, just like a vicious shark tearing into the air. This time, Wang Miaozhuang did not choose to read out those 4 inexplicable words, but rather, the blood moon light in his eyes flashed, and his eyes outlined the figure of Swordheart straight. However, in the next second, Wang Miaozhuang stifled a grunt. Her right hand tightly gripped the wrist of her left hand, and she watched as several blood arrows erupted from her left wrist, and then the palm of her left hand fell straight to the ground. Not only that, a long and narrow blood scar also extended from Wang Miaozhen's chest and lower abdomen all the way to her thighs and knees. However, it was good that this blood scar was not deep, or else she had already turned into 2. Chapter 89. She is something that belongs to Lord Shiranui. I forgot to tell you that I'm a B-ranked secret keeper, highly mechanized and modified, and I have the latest smart brain chip to aid in combat. So the mind control type ability you just used is fine against ordinary humans. It's ineffective against me, but I also have to admit that your stance is very good, and you dodged in time. But unfortunately, my sword is faster. Like a chivalrous man who acted on behalf of the heavens and rid the people of evil, Swordheart carried a 3-foot micro-life in his hand and slowly approached towards Wang Miaozhuang. You also admit that it was a sword? Jian Xin was speechless, because this would be Wang Miaonian who had lost a large amount of blood and her face was a bit pale, and she was actually concerned about the question of whether his weapon was a knife or a sword. Swordheart, what to do with her? Violet Dust came forward and asked. I think we should just escort her back to the station? King of Power interjected. No. Swordheart shook his head, pronouncing the end of Wang Miaozhen. Her weirdness has already exceeded the level of a traveling grudge. Execute her on the spot. At the end, he added. However, it's best to leave a whole body for the Secret Keeping Bureau to do research. Wang Miaozhuang held her broken wrist. Although she was seriously injured, her posture was still upright. Her face was stained with her own specks of blood, and the corners of her mouth were hung with a rueful smile. You can't execute me. You don't have the right to do so. I'm sorry, you're no longer human now, so naturally you can't enjoy human rights. Swordheart wiped the blood on his weapon and said indifferently. The King of Force and Z-Dust took a step forward, one on the left and one on the right, and surrounded towards Wang Miaoma. Swordheart raised his step forward. The Secret Keeping Bureau has 3 attitudes towards bizarre creatures and bizarrely contaminated humans. 1 is to eliminate, 2 is to take in, and 3 is to. That's just it. It's not important. What's important is, since you have human lives on your hands, you can't be kept. No, I don't want to die yet. Wang Miaozhuang murmured in a low voice. I've read the information. Swordheart's voice went cold. He Jun, Zhonghua. Aren't these people all caused by you? You also dare to say that there are no sins on you? Seeing the King of Power and Z-Dust approaching, Wang Miaonian also slowly began to back away. A look of reminiscence flashed across her face as she shook her head in pain. I have no way. Those men. Also all of them took the initiative to find me. Except for He Jun and Ichen. None of them treated me as a human being. A week ago, I used to hide in the middle of nowhere in order to stop hurting others, but being that thing kept eroding my sanity and even made me lose my memory for a while. It was only by chance that I met Ichen who brought me back. I don't want to hurt anyone. However, there is something inside me that is urging me to do that, and if I don't listen to it, I will lose control and become a monster. Kenshin nodded slightly. Maybe you're right, but you're contaminated by the weirdness, and that's a fact that can't be reversed, so we have to end you here. He held his long dark green sword across his chest and said flatly, to a certain extent, I believe in your words because, surprisingly, you didn't choose to utilize the hostage-taking method to escape. Wang Miaonan's mind floated back to that simple face, and she secretly smiled bitterly in her heart. I've also never seen such a timid boy. Originally, after I recovered my memory, I didn't think of harming him, and I was even prepared to do so tonight. What a pity. This sound of dark sigh, but I do not know whether it is for himself, or for that man. In the next second, Swordheart said in a condensed voice, do it. The killing opportunity suddenly appeared. In an instant, the King of Power rushed in front of Wang Miaozhuang, his iron fist raised high with the momentum of breaking 1,000 enemies, but it was only used to deal with a demonic and soft-looking woman. Violet Dust, on the other hand, opened her lips and spat out a mouthful of cloudy white airflow, which formed into an arrow, leaving a path of white mist several meters long in the air, shooting straight towards Wang Miaozhen. Life and death stay. Wang Miaozhuang's heart let out an unwilling voice. The iron fists and air arrows stopped abruptly, and even their masters, King of Force and Z-Dust, were in a frozen immobility. However, a bit of bright green light reflected in Wang Miaozhuang's eyes, which were not affected in the slightest. As expected, this ability of yours still has a limit on the number of targets. Behind that bit of green light was the figure of Kenshin pushing his sword and stabbing, a sharp blade wrapped in a deathly aura that was stabbing at his own brow. One must not be stabbed, or one would surely die. Anxious thoughts flashed by. Wang Miaozhuan forcibly shifted the target of life and death stay to the tip of Swordheart's blade. However, the price paid for this was that the iron fist and the air arrow resumed their normal movement, and the girl's blood moon eye shed 2 lines of blood tears. Snap! Snort! After 2 muffled sounds, Wang Miaozhua felt that the bones of one of her arms had been knocked to pieces by the King of Power, while her abdomen was pierced with a bloody hole by the chi arrow. It was as if the whisper of the god of death was ringing in her ears, and her body's heat flew away with the massive loss of blood. The only thing she was thankful for was that her feet were still fine. She forced herself to endure the severe pain, clenched her silver teeth, and her figure retreated violently, spilling a shocking trail of blood. Who? She gasped violently. Her gaze was a bit dazed, but through a layer of blood, she could still see her surroundings. There were more and more enforcer cyborgs climbing over the roofs of all kinds of buildings, surrounding herself. I swear, I'll hide in the deep mountains and won't come out to harm people. Please, Wang Miaozhuan said in an almost pleading voice. This kind of pleading, together with the jade face covered in blood tears and mottled bloodstains, could be described as poignant and incomparable, making it impossible for any person to look at it and not be moved to compassion. Sorry. Swordheart's blade broke through the stagnation and once again chopped straight ahead with an unbreakable sharpness. Although King of Power and Violet Dust had expressions of intolerance on their faces, however, the biting winds of their fists and the dangerous arrows of chi still came at the same time. They wanted to put the demonic girl in a situation of certain death. Wang Miaozhen also felt that the air around her was being extracted, and her own movement was like a prison. When that was the case, a blood aura flashed in the demonic maiden's eyes, and with that, the King of Power's gaze was dumbfounded, and then he actually changed the path of his fist and slammed it towards Purple Dust. What? Z-Dust's heart was shocked, not thinking that Wang Miaozhuan was still able to manipulate the Force King's mind at this time. The power that extracted the air around Wang Miaonan dissipated immediately, but the blade aura that was still left in the heart of the sword chopped towards Wang Miaonan, with the ruthlessness of cutting the other party completely in half. Just in the nick of time, the moment of life and death of the lightning. Sizzle! Several slightly transparent white threads broke through the air, accurately and skillfully wrapping around the dark green blade, like white snakes spinning and twisting on the dark green blade. Clang clang! The blade's momentum stagnated, sparks splashed, and star pellets jumped in through. The fatal sharpness of the blade came to a raw stop at a position 1 foot away from Wang Miaozhuan. Who is it? Kenshin roared angrily, looking in the direction of the silken threads reaching out in the sky. In the middle of the quiet night, a clear man's voice came from the sky. It does not matter who I am. All you need to know is that I am the supreme god walking on earth. The King of Power also regained his clarity in an instant, pulling away from Violet Dust as his wary eyes searched the night sky. Gods? How could there be gods in this world? Why bother pretending to be a god? Dare you come out and meet me? Violet Dust said in a distant voice. Doubt flashed through the demonic girl's beautiful eyes, and at the same time, she was glad that she had escaped for the time being. That woman, you cannot move. That clear voice in the darkness said. As it spoke, its mysterious figure was also under the moonlight, gradually appearing. The three could only vaguely make out that the person's posture was upright and muscular, and should be a man. The man stood on top of a high-hanging tower, jumped, through the 100 meters high altitude and down. Snap sound, landed steadily on the side of Wang Miaonui. It was the sound of leather shoes treading on the ground. Only then did the three of them see that the visitor was wearing a white mask with black spiderweb patterns covering it. Inhuman? No, I feel a bizarre aura on him. You want to save this woman? Kenshin asked in a cold voice. The spiderweb masked man said indifferently. She is something that belongs to Lord Whiteweave, and mortals like you cannot get your hands on her. Chapter 90, Codename Nyx. At the top of a tall building in the distance, Director Xia and Director Fu were looking at the masked man surrounded by a group of law enforcers and 3 secret keepers. The visitor is not good. This Wang Miaozhu actually has an accomplice? What surprises me even more is that he dares to come to the rescue. The water in Yangon City. It's too deep. Fortunately, the Secret Keeping Bureau has intervened. Or else I'm afraid that with only the 2 divisions joining forces, it would be difficult to close the case completely today. Not bad. From the beginning of the confusing case of missing students, to the mutant spider regicide, the appearance of fusion animals and meat mountain monsters, the strange ringing in giant pits in the East City District, and now the victimized dry corpses in the South City District. Behind every incident, there are bizarre transcendent powers interfering, beyond our ability to handle. On this side, Xiaoxiang and Fu Yang were longing and sighing. The situation on the roof of the opposite building has fallen into an extremely tense, unrelenting situation. Shirari, Lord, who is this person you speak of? And you, who are you? Kenshin asked suspiciously. The corners of Lin Binbin's mouth under his mask lifted slightly. She is the only true god of salvation who rescues the world from bizarre changes, the noblest and most beautiful, yet most powerful existence in the world. For you and others to be able to hear her name is already fortunate and even blessed. As for me, I am merely a lucky and loyal squire under Lord Shiranui's command. At those words, Kenshin sighed. Alright, another lunatic. Violet Dust was expressionless, tainted by weirdness. Bah! King of Force spat and said disdainfully. Brat, don't be ungrateful. I've seen a lot of people like you who think they can do whatever they want when they have a little bit of transcendent power. Presuming to go against the Federal Secret Keeping Bureau will have you eating your own fruit. Between the words, Kenshin had already shaken off all the spider silk from the blade. Since you want to take her away, let me see what you can do. Just as Swordheart's body was flickering with green glittering light and his blade was poised to strike, Lin Binbin had already stuck directly behind Wang Miaojin, her hands encircled and wrapped around her waist, and with a turn back, she immediately threw herself up with her feet off the ground, wearing flowers. Wang Miaoyan's face changed slightly, and she was about to react. At this moment, Lin Binbin whispered in Wang Miaoyan's ear, "If you want to live, don't resist." Although Wang Miaonun's face was unnatural, she still allowed Lin Binbin to grab herself, and behind Lin Binbin's back, there was an extremely thin snow-white silk thread connecting, like a fishing line, taking him and Wang Miaojin away together and flying into the air. King of Power and Z-Dust didn't even think about it, and immediately took a step, about to jump to catch up, but the potential energy on their bodies drew away quickly. The two felt that they were suddenly pulled by an unknown force, and this force was getting bigger and bigger, and the point of force quickly spread from one point of the body to half of the body, and finally, the whole body was unable to move. They fixed their eyes to their own body to see, only to be shocked to find that all over the body was entangled in a dense fine spider web, will wrap them like a cocoon chrysalis general. There was no way to know when these spider threads came onto their bodies. Where to go? Jianxin shouted violently. The long knife in his hand was suddenly thrown out, like a green meteor, speedily shooting towards Lin Binbin and Wang Miaojin's figures. Thud! In an instant, the crowd only saw lightning flashing in the sky, and then a blue and purple pillar of light about 3 meters long fell vertically, directly colliding with the green meteor, erupting into blinding sparks and electric light. Only then was the sharp and crisp sound of tearing heard. Crack! The dark green long sword disintegrated in the explosion of electricity and fire, turning into dozens of metal fragments that fell like snowflakes. How is this possible? My sword has never broken. Even lightning couldn't possibly shatter it. Although Kenshin's face was wrapped in a metal face helmet, it was not difficult to imagine his exaggerated expression under the helmet from his horrified shouts. Bang bang bang! A row of flames lit up around them, and the enforcers all raised their palms and shot out hundreds of bullets, like brilliant fireworks, crowding towards Lin Binbin. Seeing how the two Lin Binbin floating away in the air could not be faster than the speed of the bullets, they were about to be shot into two sieves. Wang Miaozhu was also like an enemy, and was about to unleash his ability to stop the movement of some of the bullets. The blue-purple electric light wanders converged and instantly coalesced into a four-sided square grid that surrounded the two people in the air and absorbed the metal shooting storm as much as it could. And a large number of the bullets were melted by the high temperature and turned into metal liquid dripping down like swarms of boiling hot raindrops. What in the world is happening? The eyes of Xia Xiang and Fu Yang in the distance stared to the maximum, each holding binoculars as they gazed at this scene in amazement. Is this still a power that humans can achieve? No, this shouldn't be that masked man's means. Moreover, I always feel déjà vu. The hundreds of enforcer cyborgs were also confused, not understanding why a four-sided grid suddenly appeared, stopping all of their bullets. King of Force's mouth opened extremely wide, almost able to stuff down 3 duck eggs. Violet Dust had seen a ghost expression on her face as she muttered, "I'm afraid this is an ability that only an A-rank secret keeper can have, right?" Swordheart categorically said, "Impossible. A small Yangon city. How could a human comparable to an A-class secret keeper be born? So this is by no means a human targeting us." Before the words fell, the crowd suddenly gave birth to a feeling at the same time, that is, the sky had turned dark. That's right. Even though it was nighttime now, the crowd just had a partial feeling that the sky seemed to have become even darker. What's happening? Why do I feel like my eyes can't see too clearly anymore? The moon seems to have all gotten darker. You guys, did you smell a smell? A very fragrant smell. Yes, I've never smelled this kind of fragrance before. Full of danger and secretly strange. Like temptation. The three of them were powerless to fight anymore. Yet they were still on guard, vigilantly keeping an eye out for changes in their surroundings. The King of Force and Z-Dust were bound by the spider web, and Swordheart's weapon was also destroyed. Even if they forcefully continued to pursue, they were only afraid that they would end up in the same situation of being controlled by the bizarre spider web. As for the crowd of law enforcers, even if they kept pouring bullets, it was just like firing farewell salutes and fireworks, watching Lin Binbin and Wang Miaojin go far away. Quickly look, what's that? Z-Dust suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, Swordheart and King of Force, the two secretaries of department and a group of cyborgs also saw that Lin Binbin and Wang Miaozhuan were being pulled to the top of a skyscraper by being suspended by a bizarre silk thread. the four-sided power grid that surrounded the two disappeared, and a spider figure of terrifying size and bizarre appearance slowly appeared out of the darkness. That's it actually appeared? Why is it? King of Power stared at the spider figure in a daze. That's right. Kenshin nodded his head, his tone unprecedentedly grave, feeling a bit of bitterness in his mouth. Quasi-freakish level bizarre. File code name Nyx. The most terrifying bizarre creature in Yangon City. Also considered to be the source of a series of bizarre events in Yangon City. Chapter 91 Class A Secret Keeper. Nightmare Beast. Suddenly, a moving female voice full of charm and reserve entered the hearts of the crowd, interrupting their rambling thoughts. Even the ordinary people living and walking within a few hundred meters nearby heard it. This seat only traveled here to retrieve my own items, so I advise you to stop chasing after me. Otherwise, I will not blame this seat for being impolite. Stunness was written all over the faces of the crowd, and the air all instantly quieted down as if they had entered a vacuum. They didn't expect that the biggest mystery of Yangon City, the source of the suspected weirdness, was communicating with humans? Snap! Wang Niaozhuan was forcefully pressed down by Lin Binbin, kneeling on one knee with him, but it didn't stop her from looking at Lord Whiteweave's figure with a complicated gaze. With Lord Whiteweave here, this little life of yours is considered to have been retrieved, Lin Binbin said coldly. Lin Binbin had followed Lord Whiteweaver along to the southern city for the sake of Wang Niaozhu. More accurately, it was for the spirit embodiment within Wang Niaozhuan's body. This voice is? Nyx? Surprisingly, it's that spider talking? How is this possible? It can't be an illusion, right? The voice that had just penetrated into everyone's mind was the new ability that the demon spider had successfully realized after awakening its talent, Mysterious Forbidden Domain, to 10%, capable of transmitting voice to humans within the range of its spiritual thoughts. The progress of the awakening of the Mysterious Forbidden Domain seemed to be unaffected by life force, and did not need to capture spiritual energy in order to increase. As long as Bai Jia repeatedly used and mastered the spiritual energy, its progress would increase. Just as everyone was reacting and at a loss for words, another cold and magnetic male voice echoed in the night sky. It's nice to finally meet you, Nyx. I was struggling to find you, but I didn't expect you to show up uninvited. The crowd followed the sound of the voice and saw a tall man in a dress with a handsome and peerless face walk into view. You're the master behind that masked man, aren't you? So, should I address you as Nyx, or Shirari? The man's magnetic voice was especially noticeable in the night sky. Human, you actually know me. Having said that, not a trace of surprise could be heard in the demonic spider's swinging voice. In fact, it had long since discovered that this dress man was hiding in the shadows just like itself, which was why it didn't leave immediately after receiving Lin Binbin and Wang Niaozhuan, but instead spoke out a warning. That's natural. The dress man laughed. Even in the new human circles throughout the Federation, no one knows about your existence yet. Since your excellency did not request it, how about I address you as MS Whiteweave for now? MS Shirari? You think you're a gentleman? The demon spider instantly broke his defenses a bit. What? You want to stop me? After barely calming down, the demon spider asked, with a hint of teasing and contempt in her tone. Nonetheless, I just want to try out your excellency's means. For that woman, I am not interested, and she is not the target of my mission. You are. The implication of the man in the gown was probably that he and Kenshin each had a different purpose, and that he had come to Yangon City to deal with Nyx. Brave human. I'm getting a little interested in you. What's your name? I'm sorry, I actually forgot to introduce myself. Your Excellency Shiranui can call me Ghost Jade. I work for the Federal Secret Keeper Bureau, A-Class Secret Keeper. Class A? Regarding the Division of Strength in the Secret Keeping Bureau, Bai Jia had heard Yang Shining mention. Class A already belonged to the second echelon of strength amongst the Secret Keepers, and in the distance, hearing Ghost Jade conversing with the demon spider so loudly, Director Xia's face drooped with black lines as he asked, "This is a Secret Keeper Bureau agent? A Secret Keeper? So loud. You're really afraid that no one will hear you, right?" Fu Yang thought for a moment and said, "The Secret Keeper Bureau should have countermeasures, and will perform memory erasure on ordinary people who pry into the secrets within its range. Also, say, what exactly did this Nyx say to Ghost Jade? Just now, Nyx seemed to only have a single line of transmission to Ghost Jade? That's right, but more than that, I'm more worried about whether or not we'll be wiped of relevant memories afterward. Like you said." Fu Yang's face stiffened. After seeing Ghost Jade appear, Z-Dust and King of Power turned their inquiring gazes to Swordheart. The current Swordheart's demeanor was relaxed, and he said indifferently, "The Secret Keeping Bureau has long prepared a risky plan for Nyx's appearance, and that plan is the A-rank Secret Keeper, Ghost Jade. And Ghost Jade wouldn't have appeared if Nyx hadn't come out." "Grade A? I've never seen an A-rank Secret Keeper before," Violet Dust muttered, turning her head to look at the calm and collected Ghost Jade. who seemed to have an invisible confidence about her. But, even if it's an A-class secret keeper, can it deal with Nyx? King of Power hesitated. Demonic Jade, do you really intend to offend this seat? The demon spider asked in a voice transmission. And this time, everyone could hear it. Ghost Jade nodded with a serious expression. I naturally know that striking out at His Excellency White Weaver not only requires courage, but also the readiness to pay the price. The demon spider laughed coldly in his heart. Snap! Demonic Jade snapped her fingers. In the next moment, the air suddenly became cold, and a transparent and sinister form coalesced out of thin air and floated. And all of them, like carp that saw food, surged across the void towards the two people and a spider in the center. Sculpture small skills. Seeing this, the demonic spider was unimpressed. What is that, a ghost? Violet Dust asked. Yes and no. These forms are condensed by the ghost jade extracting the yin chi particles in the air, and are called yin spirits, similar to what you understand as ghosts. In response to the swarming yin spirits, Bai Jie simply moved his mind. Unfold. A hemispherical power grid enveloped the 10 meters around the duo and the spider. Even the yin chi particles were to be interfered by the blue and purple light net of ultra-high temperature and voltage. And those yin spirits, just approaching before they could touch, were crushed by the arcs of electricity that stretched out above the grid with teeth and claws. Ghost Jade's face was unchanged. Her palms suddenly clenched, and her gaze condensed. In the next second, 5 yin spirit forms were actually generated inside the power grid, in front of Bai Jie's eyes. Enough! That noble voice suddenly resounded in every heart. Ghost Jade, if that's all you're capable of, then I don't mind directly removing your head. Buzz! The 5 yin spirits each held a transparent sharp weapon in their hands, urging their sharpness to slash straight at the spider, and they were about to chop at the top of the spider's head. There was a loud clang. The 5 sharp weapons seemed to have struck something hard. The crowd fixed their eyes on it and realized that a pitch-black warhorse stood proudly in front of the demonic spider, blocking the 5 yin spirits' attacks. The warhorse seemed to come from hell, with crimson flames flowing all over its body and its eyes burning blood red, emitting a cursed and evil aura. Object, Nightmare Beast, half-demon evil body, vitality, 108, length, 5 m, status, stable. Snap! The electric net collapsed and there was a flash of blue and purple light. When he looked again, the figures of the demon spider, Lin Binbin and Wang Miaozhu were already gone, leaving only the tall Nightmare Beast looking down on the living beings. Chapter 92 Wang Miaozhen. Zheng Yuaya. That demonic creature can even summon other bizarre creatures, can't it? Shocked by the Nightmare Beast's evil aura, Xia Xiang and Fu Yan were dumbstruck. At the top of the skyscraper, the Nightmare Beast stood tall, its eyes burning with crimson flames locking onto Ghost Jade in death, as if the other party would attack as soon as it made a move. Ghost Jade, why don't you keep Nyx? Seeing the demon spider disappear with the two of them, Swordheart couldn't tense up and question towards Ghost Jade in a stern voice. Since the Secret Keeping Bureau sent you to deal with that weird creature, it means you must have a card. Upon hearing this, the poise on Ghost Jade's face was gone, and frost surfaced under his eyes, cold as if it was substantial. Shooting violently towards Jian Xin. Shut up, White Weaver's weirdness is far beyond my imagination. Besides, you are not qualified to question me yet. Roar! A large number of yin spirits and enforcer cyborgs chased after the demonic spider in the direction it had disappeared, but they were shaken by the Nightmare Beast's roar, and many of the yin spirits even directly collapsed away. It opened its mouth like an abyss. Flaming red light flickered. Huge energy was brewing in it, and after a breath, crimson monstrous fire light poured out, and it was like a tsunami in the sky that fiercely pounced on the remaining yin spirits and the enforcer cyborgs. Bang 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 bang! Under the night sky, a series of colorful and beautiful fireworks bloomed. Puffing and snorting, the Nightmare Beast snorted, as if mocking the incompetence of the humans. Then, its form began to be transparent and illusory. Even though they were all unwilling, the humans could only watch the Nightmare Beast slowly dissipate into the earth. These people who witnessed the Nightmare Beast's descent do not yet know what kind of ominous and fearful encounters they will have in their sleep in the coming days. On the other side, Bai Jia, on the other hand, was entangled in a transparent spider silk and led Lin Binbin and Wang Miaozhu to fly away from the southern city center towards the back of the mountain of Star Transmission University. After arriving at their destination, the spider silk unwound, but Lin Binbin did not see the expected 8-legged figure. He knew that Lord Whiteweave's incarnation had returned to the darkness. Lord Whiteweave, why don't you just kill that Ghost Jade? That person actually dared to offend you like this. The offense deserves death. Lin Binbin asked the question that he had been holding back on the road. He had long been displeased with that foul-mouthed Ghost Jade, and if it wasn't for the power grid blocking him, I'm afraid that he would have been unable to control himself to go up and violently beat up Ghost Jade. Bai Jia just gently smiled. That person cannot be all our enemies. Point blank. Bai Jia did not continue to explain. Turn to Lin Binbin voice transmission. Tough for you. If not for your squatting investigation in the southern city these days, this trip is not necessarily this smooth. Lin Binbin bent down and stroked his chest and said, it is my honor as a subordinate to do my small part for Lord Whiteweave. Once Lord Whiteweave makes his move, it will be impossible for any human to stop you, my lord. Then, Wang Miaozhu is right? The demon spider turned its attention to Wang Miaozhen, the woman who had made it crouch for more than 10 days with no results, and transmitted a voice to her with interest. Do you know what's coming to you next? At the same time, Wang Miaozhuan's information data was presented before her eyes by the demonic spider. Object, Wang Manan, symbiote. Vitality, 42. Body length, 174 centimeters. Status, stable. Weak aura reaction detected. Wang Miaozhu had been staring at the darkness of a certain treetop, and was not too surprised that the demon spider knew her name. Upon hearing this, she abruptly blossomed into an enchanting smile. Even the dried blood on her face couldn't hide her brightness. She sweetly said, with Lord Whiteweave's means, it would be easy to kill me, and there should be no need to bother bringing me here before doing so. Come to think of it, I should still have some value to Lord Whiteweave. She had heard Lin Binbin address the demon spider, so she simply followed suit. The demon spider let out a delightful light laugh. That's right, I have some questions I want to ask you. Wang Miaozhuan tilted her head. If the answer satisfies Lord Whiteweaver, will I be able to survive? The demon spider said in a nonchalant manner. If you can satisfy me, why worry about not being able to live? A trace of panic and helplessness flashed in Wang Miaozhuan's eyes. She knew in her heart that the other party's words were extremely variable and could not be treated as a promise to spare her life. Suddenly, a snow-white spider silk cut through the night sky, and a point of light with pinkish-purple liquid pierced into Wang Miaonyang's snowy neck. Wang Miaozhuan's pretty face changed slightly, but she didn't dare to move, because she sensed a great danger from the spider silk. Once she tried to leave, this spider silk could cut her neck. As the mutated venom was injected into Wang Miaoma's body, her expression immediately became disoriented. Seeing this scene, Lin Binbin on the side unconsciously licked his lips, a touch of fascination hidden under his eyes. Alright, next, I'm going to ask you some questions. At the same time, I advise you that you better not lie, or else the end will be something you definitely won't want to understand. Wang Miaozhuang slowly regained her clarity, and also noticed that she had undergone some sort of change. The most obvious was that his abilities and physique seemed to have become stronger. Even his wounds seemed to have begun to heal, while reverence and awe inexorably appeared in his heart when he faced Lord Whiteweave. First of all, what does the disappearance of humans on the campus of Star Transmission University and the Dryads in the southern city have to do with you? Bai Jia asked. Wang Miaozhu didn't seem surprised by this question, and after a moment of contemplation, she directly spoke. For some reason, about 2 months ago, I became very, 10% what? Wang Miaozhuang stammered. Needing a man. Lin Binbin's eyes flashed a trace of disgust, and the demon spider head drooped 3 black silk threads. It's not just that kind of need, but it's the fact that I have to take their essence from men, because only then can I avoid losing control. And the disappearance of people on campus and the incident in the South City, then it is related to the loss of control when I take the essence. Capturing essence chi? Bai Jia instantly recalled Zhang Yueya saying that she kidnapped Snapdragon in order to seize her sanity. Bai Jia said quietly, Zhang Yueya, this name should not be unfamiliar to you, right? Hearing those 3 words, Wang Miaonan's pupils slightly contracted. Then she said in a complicated tone, I know her, although we belong to different grades, we have always been bosom friends. Oh, BFFs? Bai Jia silently spat. I think it's secretive, right? On the surface, he responded. I understand. You're both affected by some sort of weirdness. Wang Miaozhuang's face changed and pursed her lips. You are right. Ever since that day, Zhang Yueya has been like a different person, and my needs in that area have also become strange. Bai Jia continued. That day, it was the time when the meteorite landed, right? Wang Miaozhu nodded slightly. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you, Bai Jia-sama. After the meteorite landed, some sort of mutation happened to all of us, and we needed to get different things from others in order to maintain the status quo and not go out of control. She needs to grab people's sanity and I, on the other hand, need to suck the essence out of men. How come it's always men who get hurt? Bai Jia secretly bellyached. But in reality, Zhang Yueya's reason for targeting men as the objects of her sanity grabbing, it could probably surmise that perhaps it was stimulated by Long Xiaofeng's betrayal that she listed men as the target of her retaliation. At the same time, It also realized that all humans parasitized by the strange purple light should have the risk of losing control, so they need corresponding safety bolt measures to curb the loss of control. Chapter 93, Mentor's Clues. Cleansing the Weirdness. Bai Jie curiously said. You seized essence. Then why is what Zheng Yueya seized different from you? Wang Miaozhuang shook her head. I don't know about that. Maybe it has something to do with our different abilities and traits. After you were affected by that thing, do you think, are you still yourself? Suddenly, Bai Jie threw out a question that came out of nowhere. Does this, important? Wang Miaozhuang hesitated. Isn't it important? Bai Jie asked in return. Wang Miaozhuang displayed a reminiscent look and slowly said, probably not. Every minute and every second. We are in the midst of alternating life and death. The self that passed in the last second dies, but the next moment ushers in a new life. After being tainted by that thing, all I wanted to do was simply to keep the cycle going. And once that cycle stopped, then there would be no point in thinking about the question of who you are. So, you killed several lives one after another to keep yourself alive? Bai Jie was suddenly aggressive. I never wanted to harm anyone. Wang Mianan said with a straight face. Only one of the missing people in the school was related to me. The others should have been Moon Eye's tactics. As for the dead people in the southern city, they were the ones who had plotted against me in the first place, and even planned to kidnap me and sell me on the black net. Bai Jie was clear that the one person she was talking about was He Jun. In fact, even for the men whose essence I seized, as long as I paid attention to my measurements, they wouldn't have died, and those few people were just to blame for their end. So, what did you do to He Jun? Bai Jie transmitted its voice to Wang Mianan alone. It had first noticed Wang Mianyan through Chun Chang, who had told He Jun that his disappearance was related to Wang Mianyan, and as Bai Jie's roommate who had been together for more than a year, there was a certain amount of friendship that existed between the two. Plus, not long ago, it was even more curious about He Jun's experience after it was informed of He Jun's death through the Criminal Investigation Department's briefing. He Jun? I didn't expect that Lord Whiteweave would actually ask about him. It seems that he and Lord Whiteweave might know each other. Wang Miaozhuang smiled faintly before narrating. At that time, due to Yuaya not knowing how to restrain herself, 5 people had already disappeared from the school, making the situation very tense, and I was on the verge of losing control, so I could only turn my thoughts to He Jun, who was pursuing me. Bai Jie was shocked, thinking to himself, where did that brat He Jun get the confidence to dare to pursue you? Really good cabbage are being. Alas, forget it, the person is gone anyway. During the process of getting along with him, I found that he's not quite the same as those people I've dated before. At least, he won't just make a move on me. And, what's more, even though he discovered the weirdness in me and knew that being with me would risk compromising his life expectancy, he still didn't exhibit any fear or desire to leave me. I had also promised him that I would not harm his life, but I apologized to him, and in one of my sleeps, I was suddenly on the verge of losing control and didn't rein it in, causing him to be put on the spot. Also, since that accident, I secretly fled to the southern city. Bai Jie, what about your previous agreement to pay attention to the proportion of fire? He Jun, this. It is also considered to die under the peony flower, and to be a ghost, right? Bai Jie was silent for 2 seconds, changed a concerned question. Then you, can you know Li Jiayu? Li Jiayu? I've only heard of her as a professor in our school. Wang Miaozhu spoke in a self-conscious tone. At the same time, Bai Jie sensed that the other party wasn't lying, and it seemed that she might not know about Li Jiayu being parasitized by the weird purple light. Then, who else within the school is in a situation like you and Zheng Yueya? This was Bai Jie's main concern at the moment, and it was also the most crucial clue for it to evolve. It was pretty sure that since that meteorite had landed within the Star Transmission University Lake, there must be more than just so many humans who had been bizarrely contaminated. Unfortunately, Wang Miaozhu shook her head slightly and said, I'm not sure who there are, but I only know that among the school's mentors, there's a person just like Zheng Yueya and I. The mystery in that person is far above us. Mentor. Bai Jie was instantly shaken. That person has a close connection with Zheng Yueya and seems to keep eyes and ears in the Criminal Investigation Division, while I, who just know that such a person exists, am not familiar with that person. Wang Miaozhuang added, Criminal Investigation Department? Eyes and ears? Could it be that Agent Yao who most likely colluded with Zheng Yueya? When he had the chance in the future, Bai Jie also planned to go to the Criminal Investigation Division to take a stroll. As for the specific identity of that mentor, Bai Jie secretly said that it was a pity, although it was not clear yet, but at least it was a locked range. Even if he couldn't find it in the school, if he could catch Agent Yao, the truth might come out. If Zheng Yueya was still alive, it would be good. Surely can get more information from its mouth. After organizing his thoughts in his head and feeling that this Q&A was almost over, Bai Jie transmitted his voice and asked, Your body, is it you? Wang Miaowei, who is in the lead? Or is there something else that is manipulating it? I don't know. The young girl shook her head. What do you mean? I think that I've already become one with that thing. Indistinguishable from it. Obviously. That thing was the weird purple light that Bai Jie called. Got it. Interesting. Bai Jie asked again. Can you sense it? Wang Miaozhu explained. Usually it doesn't respond to me, and I can usually only sense its presence when I'm about to lose control. Do you, then, want me to help you purify the weirdness in your body? Bai Jie asked slyly. It doesn't matter how I think about it. Wang Miaozhuang sank his waist and respectfully said, what matters is how Lord Bai Jie decides. Very well, if you are obedient, I can consider sparing your life. Because he foresaw what was about to happen. An unspeakable excitement surged uncontrollably in the bottom of the demon spider's heart. Sizzle. 2 snow-white spider silks shot out from the darkness and wrapped around Wang Miaozhuang's unmanageable thin waist, pulling her directly into the air and disappearing into the lush top branches and leaves. Yah! The demonic maiden immediately let out a delicate cry. The blood aura in her eyes shone slightly, and she subconsciously wanted to activate her ability to protect herself, but she forcefully held back. Chapter 94, Enjoying the Prey. At the top of the tree, the spider webs that acted as curtains and cordons were driven by Bai Jie's thoughts, opening up one by one to provide space for Wang Miaozhuang's entry. At the same time, there are more than 10 transparent and contains the divine law silk threads to bundle cohesion into a ribbon, covering Wang Miao's pair of beautiful eyes, around the head of the cicada, entangled into a section of snow-white headscarf to cover the eyes. In this way, although Wang Miaozhuang entered the doorway of the spider's nest, she was unable to see the spider or the spider's nest. Bai Jie heard that Wang Miaozhu's breathing was slightly shortened. Her snow-white skin was flushed with an intoxicating redness. Her head oozed out fine crystalline beads of water, and her head was drenched in fragrant sweat, her shyness and nervousness overflowing. Suddenly, Wang Miaozhu felt that the spider silk tied around her waist was sending an irresistible force, dragging her towards the darkness of the spider's nest, and her back was invaded by a slight coolness, which was clear that the evil danger was gradually approaching towards her. She also smelled, floating gently in the air, an ethereal scent that resembled an orchid and cinnamon scent, while at the same time making one delirious, like a hallucinogenic and addictive ecstasy. With her vision obscured, her sense of smell and sixth sense perception seemed to be magnified several times over, and both the danger and the foreign aroma were so strong that they almost prompted her to faint. Time passed very slowly, and every second seemed as long as a century. How the demonic maiden wished that the suffocating sensation would end soon, but didn't want it to happen. Huffing and hissing, the young girl's breathing became more disorganized and frequent. In this instant, she sensed that a huge spider lying at the core of the silk web was emitting a deadly and dangerous aura to lure herself closer. No, rather than luring, it was hunting, and she, herself, was the poor prey. Any resistance she had, any ability she had, was as if it was as fragile as child's play in front of such a bizarre existence. Rustling, fine cold hairs stood up on the pink light of delicate skin, as there were 2 forelegs and whiskered limbs with sharp blades, gently hitching onto Wang Miaozhuang's snowy shoulders. The young girl's breathing suddenly stopped, and her sanity almost collapsed at this moment. The cold hardness, the poisonous sharpness, the soft and fine fur, the huge and oppressive body tilted up, and all of them pressed against Wang Mianan's neck and collarbone. This dangerous and weird touch is even deeper into the soul, teaching her to lose control and tremble. The huge spider body is so half leaning on Wang Mianyang's jade back. The force is not heavy, but it presses her almost breathless. White, Lord White Weaver. It was as if she had already anticipated that those 2 thick poisonous fangs would abruptly elongate and then ruthlessly stab into her own flesh and blood, gulping down her life. Snort! A stabbing pain came from his shoulder and neck. In an instant, the sky spun. The universe was splendid. Wang Miaozhuang's consciousness exploded like fireworks, and her soul simultaneously went through spasms of extreme joy and torture of extreme pain, and then plunged into the darkest of darkness. She was in a trance, dreaming of a beautiful aurora borealis of pink and purple shining under the bright starry sky, and a treacherous and demonic blood moon hanging high in the sky. Demonic spider skill, bite, activated. I don't know how long it took, but as the subtle spiritual energy surged into his body, a familiar mechanical beep suddenly sounded in the spider's consciousness. Ding! A long-lost system prompt sounded. The conditions for species evolution have been met, and evolution is about to begin. A heavy drowsiness rushed in like a flood, a feeling that was unprecedentedly strong. Strongly bracing himself, he bombed the unconscious Wang Miaozhuang with his remaining thoughts, dropped the spider nest, and ordered Lin Binbin to look after it. As Bai Jie was slumbering, he felt all 3 little blue and purple spiders surrounding his feet, emitting either nervous or elated emotions. Only after it told the three little ones again that they couldn't run around and could only stay by their side did it relax and fall asleep. Yangon City, branch of Gaia Technology Company. Chen Chang had already been here for 3 days, and had long since completed the entry procedures, and was now in the probationary period. During the probationary period, he not only needed to understand the process, classification, and key technologies of human body mechanical modification experiments, cooperate with the relevant experiments, derive the relevant data and analyze it, but also start special training to prepare for the regularization assessment after about 3 months. Once the assessment was passed, the scores and opinions from both sides would be combined to determine whether Chen Chang would go to the headquarters or stay in the branch. Although he didn't have to go to school anymore, life here was far less pleasant than at the university, and his days were filled with studying, experimenting and special training. In this regard, Chen Chang felt fulfilled and safe. At least he didn't have to worry about encountering those weird incidents on campus. He also wished that he could be like Lu Wei earlier, having abilities beyond mortals and being able to protect people who were important to him. Chen Chang, Minister Lu is looking for you. A colleague came next to Chen Chang and informed. Lu Wei? What was he looking for himself for? Chen Chang put down the instrument in his hand and walked out of the lab, heading towards the most central office area on the floor. Lu Wei was the vice minister of the security department of Gaia Technology. This point Chen Chang only knew after he came here. He didn't expect him to look less than 30 years old, yet he was already sitting in such a high position. Gaia Technology had branches in more than a dozen cities in the Federation, and the hand of the security department of each branch was the deputy minister. As for the security department minister, that was the existence of the security department that led all the branches. Therefore, Lu Wei was not only the hand of Gaia Technology's security department in Yangon City, but also Chen Chang's biggest leader. Brother David, what are you looking for me for? Chen Chang knocked on the door and then walked into the minister's office. At this time, Lu Wei was frowning sadly at the computer, and from time to time, he ruthlessly knocked on the keyboard. Wait, I'm playing a video game. Chen Chang. Chen Chang still couldn't figure out how in the world this person got into the position of vice minister. Oops, what is this teammate up to? I'll hammer you to death with a backhanded lump of iron. Daring, help, limit law. The tendons on Chen Chang's eyebrows jumped before dropping a few black lines. Not playing, this game dogs don't even play. Vice Minister Lu angrily got up and copied the keyboard for an over-the-shoulder slam. Snap, black parts shot through the air in all directions. Ahem, Chen Chang, I've kept you waiting. Lu Wei straightened his grooming and sat on the reclining chair, slightly embarrassed. Chen Chang used all of his strength to keep a strange expression from appearing on his face. At this moment, the door automatically opened and a robot walked in, pouring Chen Chang a cup of coffee before leaving. Looking for you here, there is something very important. Lu Wei's tone suddenly became serious as he slowly said, Bai Jia, this name is not unfamiliar to you, is it? Chen Chang's pupils shrunk imperceptibly, and his heart tightened instantly. Chapter 95, Bai Jia, he's dead. Bai Jia was my college roommate. Of course I'm familiar with him. Chen Chang lost it. Well, in that case, your relationship should be pretty good, right? Lu Wei had a tone and look of casual conversation. Chen Chang nodded. However, unfortunately, he disappeared 2 months ago. Disappeared? Do you think he's still alive? Lu Wei suddenly asked. Chen Chang immediately paused, not knowing how to answer. It was only after 2 seconds that he said with slight hesitation, I don't know, but I hope that one day he will be able to come back. Not only that, right, you do believe that he is still alive, right? Lu Wei suddenly said. Chen Chang's heart instantly jumped as he looked at Lu Wei, displaying an uncertain look. I don't understand what you mean. He's not alive now. He's not dead. Can he appear again? In fact, I'm not so sure. Oh yeah? Lu Wei picked up his coffee and took a sip, then said something that gave Chen Chang the creeps. But how are you going to explain the fact that he contacted you after he disappeared? Silence. A long silence. A muffled explosion from Chen Chang's mind. Amidst the silence and calm exterior, doubt, worry, and panic filled Chen Chang's heart, setting off a wave of shock. How could it be? What is Lu Wei talking about? Did he know about Bai Jia contacting me? Unbeknownst to Chen Chang, his current reaction and the rapid flow of his mind under his eyes had already exposed himself. Brother Wei, are you saying that Bai Jia contacted me after he disappeared? After a few seconds of silence, Chen Chang finally looked at Lu Wei with a puzzled expression. The expression was very natural, with just the right amount of doubt and surprise. However, Lu Wei just shook his head. Chen Chang, there's no need to hide it anymore. Last night, I had already received a secret document from the Secret Keeping Bureau, which saved the text message records between you and Bai Jia after his disappearance. Ignoring Chen Chang's stiff expression, Lu Wei put down his coffee, stood up, and said in a wooden voice, "The Criminal Investigation Division has investigated clearly that Bai Jie stole the cell phone of a resident in the North City Flower Garden District and used the number on it to contact you. He identified himself in the text message and advised you not to get involved in the midst of the missing student incident or expose the fact that he is still alive." The pupils of Chen Chang's eyes contracted violently, as if they had been hit by a bright light. "But after that, the number was cancelled and Bai Jie stopped contacting you. You must be very puzzled, right? Since he's still alive, why didn't he show up? And why didn't he let you tell the truth about him being alive?" Lu Wei sighed and slowly said, "This point is still being investigated, but based on the information available so far, the extremely likely point is, at that time, he should have already been contaminated by the bazaar, but didn't dare to make a sound, so he only had to contact you. This would also explain how he was able to manage to sneak into an upscale residence alone to complete the theft." Chen Chang moved his lips and said slightly hoarsely, How did you know all this? Those text messages. I have obviously deleted. Could it be that? It's because I joined Gaia Technology and the company viewed all my private data, isn't it?" Chen Chang's voice suddenly grew louder as he spoke. He was a little worried that now that things were exposed, he didn't know what it would bring to Bai Jie. After all, Bai Jie had instructed millions of times not to let the fact that he was still alive get out. Lu Wei shook his head. "No, Gaia Technology will not violate the privacy of its employees just because of the onboarding procedure. To be precise, that secret document I received was sent by the Criminal Investigation Division. As for why the Criminal Investigation Division found out about this, I inquired about it because they received an anonymous whistleblower email yesterday, which pointed out that Bai Jie was contaminated by the weirdness brought by the meteorite, and attached the information data about your contact with Bai Jie. That whistleblower email has a very high credibility in the eyes of the officials." Whistleblowing, mail? Did a third person know that he had contacted Bai Jie? Who was it? Chen Chang's face was covered in thick suspicion and he clenched his teeth. He knew that he was very nonchalant right now, but he couldn't control himself anymore. Lu Wei waved his hand, signaling the other party to calm down. "Listen to me as I continue. Although I don't know the reason why Bai Jie did that, and whether he was contaminated by the weirdness or not, but what I can basically tell you now is, Bai Jie, he's dead." "What did you say?" Chen Chang swished and stood up, looking at Lu Wei incredulously. "Impossible. Since you know that he was able to contact me, it means he's still alive." Lu Wei's gaze didn't move, and he said with slight regret, not too long ago, in the back of the mountain of Star Transmission University, there was a fire. You remember, right?" "Of course I remember. What happened?" Chen Chang looked anxious, suddenly a little afraid of hearing Lu Wei's next words. "In the fire, in addition to the 3 male corpses, an additional section of body stumps was found, not belonging to any of those 3 people, and after the gene banks test and comparison, that section of stumps was confirmed to be Bai Jie. It just wasn't publicized." "No." Chen Chang's face suddenly turned pale, his lips trembling slightly, not knowing what to say. Lu Wei spoke to himself. "You should also know clearly in your heart that since none of the missing persons from the early disappearances of Star Transmission University, including Yi Jun, Long Xiaofeng, and Snapdragon, survived, then naturally, Bai Jie is also in a bad way. What's more, now that his body limbs have been found, that's why he suddenly stopped contacting you. Not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't." "Then," Chen Chang said in a shy voice, "Bai Jie, how did he die?" Lu Wei couldn't bear to face Chen Chang, turned towards the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the core business district complex of Yong'an City, and took a heavy breath before slowly spitting out the lurid information. "The Secret Keeping Bureau guesses that Bai Jie, he was precisely victimized by Nyax." Chen Chang immediately said, "Nyax? What makes you think that it was that demonic spider that killed Bai Jie?" "When Bai Jie took the initiative to contact you, it just so happened that Nyax was also hiding in the North City Flower Garden neighborhood, and after Nyax fled from there, Bai Jie never contacted you again, right?" Chen Chang drifted off. His eyes slightly reddened as he recalled that ever since he had told Bai Jie that He Jun had disappeared, Bai Jie had never replied to a single message again. How could this be? How could this be? Chen Chang covered his face with his hands, finding it difficult to accept such an ending. He narrated, "Regarding the matter of Bai Jie sending you a text message, there are currently 2 possibilities to deduce. 1. At the time of sending you the text message, Bai Jie was contaminated by the weirdness, so he probably only dared to hide in the secret room of Zhang Yue's house. After Zhang Yue's death, he escaped, but he was eventually devoured by Nyx, which is why Bai Jie stopped contacting you. According to the pattern of a series of events in Yong'an City, as well as the Secret Keeping Bureau's experience in investigating, Nyx had the motive to absorb a series of bizarre characteristics, and it was no surprise that Bai Jie, Who was contaminated by the bazaar? Was targeted by it. Secondly, the one who sent you the text message was not Bai Jia at all, but the Nyax that ate Bai Jia. Bai Jia died at that time. Nyax absorbed Bai Jia's memories and thus was able to talk to you. But of course, this point is extremely unlikely, and there is no need for Nyax to look for you. So the first point is the most likely scenario. Chen Chang hadn't slowed down and was silent, his mind a mess. Condolences. Lu Wei walked over to Chen Chang's side again and patted the latter's shoulder. There's another important thing. The phone number that contacted you. The last time it was used before it was cancelled, the signal was at Star Transmission University, Back Mountain. Both the Secret Keeping Bureau and the Criminal Investigation Division believe that there. Since it's the place where Bai Jia's body limbs were found, it's also suspected to be the place where Nyax devoured Bai Jia. Chapter 96 6 Evolutions. Skill Fusion. Wang Miaozhuan woke up and realized that she was still alive even though she had become very weak, and there didn't seem to be any more dangerous feeling that she would lose control at any time. Even. She slowly lifted her wrist. The wound had disappeared and her palm had recovered. Can't help but look up at the azure sky and bright sunshine in a daze. Murmuring, the air of being alive. It's still really beautiful. Suddenly, she thought of last night's image and could not help but shiver. At this time, a clear voice came from her ears. You are lucky. Not only did you survive, but you will also have the opportunity to become an agent. She turned her head and saw Lin Binbin, who looked bland and leaned his back against a large tree. Amidst the darkness and nothingness, a series of characters that were not real enough presented themselves in front of 8 evil eyes. Name, Bai Jia, White Weaver. Title, Demon Spider White Weaver. Night Goddess Nyx. Race, Crimson Eerie Moon, Eerie Evil Body. Life Force, 520. Skill, Demon Web Blood Sacrifice LV. 1, New. Eerie Silk LV. 1, New. Eternal Nightfall LV. 5. Darkness Summoning LV. 5. Darkest Hour LV. 7. Higher Self-Healing LV. 7. 10,000 Entangling Silks LV. 9. Spider Sense LV. 9. Higher Deterrent LV. 11. Stealthy Camouflage LV. 11. Altered Venom LV. 12. Max. Talents. Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Lightning Mastery. Darkness Affinity. Mysterious Forbidden Domain, Awakening. Satiety, 55%. Body length, 170 centimeters. It was already noon when Bai Jia awoke from the endless nothingness. The 6th evolution. It's finally completed. Crimson Guile Moon? It's so strange. Look at it again. It's so strange. But it doesn't matter if there's matching strength. I thought the demon evil body would change, but I didn't realize it was just adding the word bizarre in front of it. Suddenly, it was reminded of the worm hell it had encountered in the sewers, which also had the word bizarre in its notes. Weird. Weird. The anomalies of the world. The abnormalities of things. Difficult to explain. Incomprehensible. Beyond the ordinary. Beyond imagination. Demon Web Blood Sacrifice, a newly awakened skill that consumes a large amount of spiritual energy. Using a spider web as a carrier, the Demon Web Blood Sacrifice field will unfold, causing the target's blood, spirit and spiritual energy within the field to evaporate in large quantities, and feeding back part of it to the main body. The spider silks in the field will automatically capture lifeforms within and outside the field. As the skill level increases, the field's range expands, the number of targets that can be captured increases, the feeding ratio increases, and the efficiency of the blood sacrifice increases. Domain type skill? The word domain. I still learned it from that big-breasted woman. Collecting its excitement. It then looked at the second new skill with bated breath. Eerie Silk, new awakening skill. Consumes spiritual energy. Formless, colorless, mysterious spider silk that doesn't exist in reality can manipulate the target's actions and mind, but it may also be perceived or even destroyed by spiritual thoughts close to or above the subject. As the skill level increases, the distance of the draw silk expands and the number of targets that can be manipulated at the same time increases. I can't help but think of puppets. With this skill, I won't have to resort to casting altered venom when I see a human trying to lasso, and the maneuverability is much higher than altered venom. However, it seems that this skill has quantity and distance limitations, and is not able to exist stably like mutant venom. Bai Jia was about to look further down the page. Suddenly, the transparent illusory data panel shuddered, then shattered with a snap. System prompts came at the same time. Subject awakening detected. Information updated. Part of full level skills advanced infused. What do you mean? Before Bai Jia could quite understand, a new piece of data panel recoalesced. Name, Bai Jia, White Weaver. Title, Race, Crimson Eerie Moon, Eerie Demonic Evil Body. Vitality, 521. Skill, Calamity Rain Mist LV. 1. New. Demon Web Blood Sacrifice LV. 1. Eerie Silk LV. 1. Eternal Nightfall LV. 5. Darkness Summoning LV. 5. Darkest Hour LV. 7. Higher Self-Healing LV. 7. 10,000 Entangling Silks LV. 9. Spider Sense LV. 9. Higher Deterrent LV. 11. Stealth Camouflage LV. 11. Mutant Venom LV. 12. Max. Spawning LV. 12. Max. Eating Bite LV. 12. Max. Talents. Death Withering, new. Soft Edge Transformation, new. Compulsion of Refining Poison. Body of Devouring Spirit. Satiety, 54%. Body Length. Vitality has surprisingly increased by 1 point. That said, the number of one skills seems to be much less. Surprisingly, there's one more new skill. Calamity Rain and Mist, a new awakening skill that consumes spiritual energy. Fused from the advanced fusion of the full-level skills Poison Arrow Spray and Stinging Hair Poison Needle. On top of performing the original skill, it can further apply spiritual energy to drop poisonous rain or raise poisonous mist within a range, corrupting a piece of life. As the skill level increases, the toxicity is strengthened. The range and density of the rain and mist becomes larger, and can even turn the current range into a life forbidden zone. I go, so perverted? When Baijia continued down the page and saw the talents column, he was even more shocked. What's the situation? There are actually 1, 2, 3, 7 talents. Death Withering, new awakening talent. Comprehended by the full-level skill, Corrosive Poison Advancement. 1. The understanding and utilization of poison is innate and pure, and can derive many variations. 2nd. Inherently control a large number of germs, can control the spread and cure of disease, and can even start or end a horrific plague, can also impose a disease curse on individuals. Soft Edge Transformation, a newly awakened talent, realized through the advanced fusion of the full-level skills Sharp Edge Spider Silk and Foot Blade Cutting, can arbitrarily change the softness and sharpness of the body and outputs, and can grow sharp blades on any part of the body, as well as hide foot blades on existing muscles. Rigid and flexible, can be soft or hard? In that case, I should be able to cast sharp blades even if I take human form. Just, like Wolverine? Baijia immediately experimented. Chapter 97, Preaching. Unlike other newly awakened talents and skills, the soft blade transformation talent had a very low test cost, did not require a creature as a test subject, and would not cause much commotion, so it could be safely attempted now. With a thought, the foot blades on the 8 spider legs slowly disappeared and turned into normal rounded spider legs. If only I could remove the leg hairs. Well, I hope it's good to not have any reservations after transforming. Another thought flashed through the spider's back and abdomen, and a sharp edge towards the sky appeared on each of them, then slowly disappeared again. As for the other talents and skills, there was no rush to try them out yet, for fear that if he did, the 2 humans would pass away. After enjoying the data panel, Baijia put his attention to his appearance and body type. Spiritual thoughts unfolded. It is clear that the external changes. In addition to the longer legs, foot spread to 170 centimeters. The biggest change, when the top of his head appeared a round of curved moon mark, hanging above the 8 eyes, and not much bigger than his own eyes. It instantly associated itself with its own racial name. Seeing that it was getting late, Baijia looked towards the 2 humans on the slope under the tree, Wang Miaojin and Lin Binbin. At the moment, they were ignoring each other and seemed to be waiting for Baijia's order. Among them, Lin Binbin was meditating, recuperating and exhaling, while Wang Miaozhu was walking here and there, not being idle, skulking around at the top of the mountain, but not leaving Baijia's range of 200 meters. Human. Baijia sent out a voice transmission to Wang Miaoyan, come here. Hearing that reserved and charming voice, Wang Miaozhuang's complexion condensed, her eyes hiding a few moments of nervousness and a few moments of excitement as she twisted her delicate and supple posture, curling up and running to the vicinity of the spider's nest. Lord White Weaver, you're looking for me? Wang Miaozhu said in a thin voice. She obviously sensed that the aura of the demonic spider had changed a lot compared to last night. The demonic spider asked, how do you feel now? Wang Miaojin seriously said, Honorable Lord White Weaver, except for feeling a bit weak at the very beginning, I don't have any discomfort right now, and I can't sense the existence of that thing anymore either. Baijia knew that by that thing, she should be referring to the bizarre purple light. Sure enough, after he had seized all of the spiritual embodiment, the eerie purple light had also disappeared. The demon spider was hesitating to ask the other party if she still wanted a man. At this second, Wang Miaozhuan's information panel suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Object, Wang Miaozhin, mutant, vitality, 3, length, 174 centimeters, status, healthy, Bai Jia nodded secretly as the label symbiote disappeared. The vitality had also returned to the level of a normal ordinary human, of course. The current vitality value was affected by the mutant venom. Can you still use your previous ability? This was a point that Bai Jia was concerned about right now. Can. Wang Miaozhuang replied. This was a bit out of Bai Jia's expectations. After the bizarre violet light creature disappeared, Wang Mianan also had no more spiritual embodiment in her body. Yet she was still able to use her transcendent abilities? However, compared to before, it's much weaker and has many more restrictions. Wang Miaozhuang added. Bai Jia secretly pondered, could it be that Wang Miaozhuang's body had already completed its transformation during the time it was parasitized? So like the secret-keeping bureau's gang, it possessed special abilities? Then what are you going to do next? You're already wanted by the humans. Bai Jia transmitted his voice quietly. I have nowhere to go right now, and I only hope that Lord Bai Jia will take me in. Saying this, Wang Miaozhu directly knelt down on one knee, hanging his head and trembling. In fact, Bai Jia also had the exact same intention. Of course, a large part of it was due to the fact that the other party was still able to perform transcendent abilities. Moreover, like himself, Wang Mianan was a sinner and could not normally integrate into human society, so there was no need to worry that she would turn against him. As for the lives stained on Wang Mianan's hands, including He Jun's death, Bai Jia did not intend to pursue them either, because He Jun and Wang Mianui are both willing to fight. Since He Jun deeply likes Wang Mianui and voluntarily falls into Wang Mianui's sweet trap, it is naturally necessary to be prepared to pay the corresponding price. On the other hand, a large part of Wang Miaoma's sins were caused by the weird purple light, and now that the weird purple light has been eliminated, her sins have been reduced accordingly, not to mention that she has already been retributed for the remaining part of her sins. That is, she was wanted by all of humanity and had lost her previous life as a university-class flower. If she could keep Wang Miaozhuang by her side, her own lineup of agents would be expanded, and with Wang Miaozhuang's extraordinary abilities, she would be able to survive in the future with greater ease and seek greater possibilities. Very well, woman, tell me your name. The demonic spider issued a solemn inquiry. Lord White Weaver, my name is Wang Miaojian. Wang Miaojian seemed to anticipate something, and her tone carried a few points of urgency and delight. How about I call you Little Wang? Bai Jia secretly spat, almost laughing out loud at the thought. That was how it called Wang Xiaofan in school before. Ahem. Bai Jia straightened his mind and faintly said, in that case, you can stay. Thank you, Lord Bai Weaver, for taking in. Wang Miaozhuang said happily. The two, Bai Jia and Wang Miaoyan, completely belonged to a two-way run, with the former in need of a more capable agent, and the latter in dire need of the shelter of a strong person. But your strength is still far from enough, the demonic spider suddenly said. Wang Miaozhuang immediately looked gloomy. After a pause, the demon spider continued. Therefore, I had to advance you some power first. What power? Wang Miaozhuang raised her head, slightly puzzled, then thoughtfully said, it's the you gave me last night. As she said that, her voice became smaller and smaller, and on her pretty face, two blushes actually surfaced. Instantly, a snow-white silk line with several points of pink and purple glittering light embellishments, together with sliding into the fragrant shoulders of Wang Miao. Ah! Wang Miaozhuang immediately cried out in pain. Bai Jia was speechless, thinking, what are you screaming so loudly for? Lin Binbin is afraid that he still thinks that I'm doing something bad. After bestowing 5 drops of mutant venom in one breath, Wang Miaozhu directly closed her eyes, tilted her head, and laid down on the ground. After being seized of the spiritual essence, Wang Mianyan's vitality was too weak, not as good as the other two agents, and Bai Jia had to use this method of evangelization to enhance her strength. After 10 minutes of lethargy, Wang Mianan slowly turned awake. Bai Jia's gaze stared, and relevant data floated before his eyes. Object, Wang Mianyan, mutant. Identity, agent number 3. Vitality, 36. Agent identity? The panel update is quite timely. Bai Jia thought silently. Use your abilities on this incarnation of mine. Bai Jia ordered. What? Wang Miaozhuang had just woken up, and before she could get rid of her muddiness, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The demon spider was no longer hidden, and revealed itself from the bottom branch, hanging by its spider silk, dangling in front of Wang Miaozhuang at a distance of 10 meters. This is the first time that Wang Miaonan has seen the figure of Lord Whiteweaver so clearly in the daytime, and her mind and soul are in great shock, not only for the exaggerated size, but also for the treacherous and demonic lines and patterns that are full of dangerous aesthetics. Seeing that the demonic spider did not transmit its voice anymore and appeared in front of his eyes, Wang Miaozhu confirmed that he had not heard wrongly. Chapter 98, Why didn't I meet you earlier? Lord Whiteweaver, please forgive me. As the words fell, Wang Miaozhu let out an aria in a low voice. Life and death stay. an arcane power instantly blocked by Jia. Jia instantly felt that the time on and around him seemed to have stopped flowing, but his mind seemed to still be functioning. At the same time, the system's prompts also came at this instant. Unknowable speech spirit interference detected. Shielding in progress. Snap. The rule that bound the demonic spider immediately collapsed. The demon spider's body and the air around it regained its freedom. Jia transmitted. This ability of yours appears to be a stoppage of time within a range, but time is only a concept in the imagination of living creatures, and its essence is still the movement of objects. Therefore, you are actually imprisoning the movement of all objects in my vicinity, causing them to fall into absolute stasis. Wang Niaozhuan's pretty face displayed a hint of astonishment. You're right. But the time my ability just worked on you was less than 1/60th of a second. The time she mentioned here referred to the scale of motion experienced by other objects in motion, as opposed to objects that were confined to absolute stasis. Or it could be understood that there existed various different kinds of time in the universe, flowing at different rates, and this ability of Wang Niaozhu's was to adjust the rate of time to zero for a certain target in range. Life and death stays. Life and death are only separated by a thin line, but they can be infinitely stretched and lengthened in the moment of staying without limitations, thus creating possibilities beyond life and death. When you were at your best before, how long could you stagnate for? How many targets or ranges could you lock onto? Jia asked in a voice transmission. This, I'm not too sure. About 0.5 seconds, up to 3 to 4 targets, and more when facing the Enforcer Cyborg. For range, it can probably lock on targets within 3 meters at the same time. Wang Niaozhu replied. Not exactly perverse, but it's pretty strong. This is the legendary time stop skill that is not passed down to men but to women, an extraordinary ability that countless boys can only dream of. However, such a short pause time, even if a man gets it, he can't do much. Show me your second ability. Okay, Lord Whiteweave. A second later, Wang Niaozhu raised his head to look into the spider's eyes, and a scarlet dazzling blood moon emerged in the former's eyes. The red light reflecting the entire pupil dyed with the color of blood in general. Ding! Unknowable mental interference detected. Shielded. Jia was suddenly enlightened, associating it with Zheng Yueya's hypnosis-like trickery. He just didn't know if this Wang Niaozhu's trickery was even better. I can manipulate the minds of men who look directly at me, making them obey my wishes for a period of time. But for women, it can only cause a momentary trance. However, against secret keepers, it's obviously much weaker. Wang Niaozhu explained. Is there more? Jia faintly said. All of the above were abilities that it had seen Wang Niaozhuan perform when it rescued her, so it did not feel particularly surprised. Just when it thought that Wang Niaozhuan had already exerted all of her abilities, it heard her stammer. There's more, Lord Whiteweave. There's more? This caused Jia to be slightly surprised and pleasantly surprised. However, how did this Wang Niaozhu bring a shy blush back on her face now? The corners of her eyes seemed to be stained with winks. A premonition of something wrong surfaced in Jia's heart. Not right. Just listen to Wang Niaozhuan shyly said. I can bring others extreme pleasure, regardless of men and women. Jia. At this moment, the demon spider's mind had only one thought that repeatedly lingered. Why didn't I meet you earlier? If I had been a human before my reincarnation, I'm sure I'll drag you along to study with me. Yangon City, branch of Gaia Technology Company. Creepy creatures and humans contaminated by creepy are categorized into the following levels of harm based on the threat of the events they cause. 1. Swimming grudge level creepy, which refers to the hazardous elements in its body that pose a certain threat to the safety of the people's lives and property. 2. Ferocious level weirdness, refers to weirdness that may induce a large number of casualties in building destruction crises. 3. Quasi-fierce level weirdness, which has the risk of causing an entire medium-sized city to fall into chaos or even perish. 4. Underworld fury level. Inside the conference room, a young man with a high nose and dark, oily hair, dressed in a light linen suit, stood next to a huge presentation screen, narrating. At the wide oval tabletop, there were 24 humans sitting around it. Among them, they included both the secret keepers of the Federal Secret Keeping Bureau, the leaders of the Criminal Investigation Division, the Law Enforcement Division, and the municipal government, as well as the security personnel of Gaia Technology, such as Lu Wei and Chen Chang, in addition to some unfamiliar and dignified faces. Brother Wei, who is he? Chen Chang attached to Lu Wei's ear and asked quietly. However, he saw Lu Wei holding his index finger in front of his lips and typing into his cell phone. Chen Chang took out his own phone and saw the message from Lu Wei. Class A agent of the Secret Guarding Bureau, codename Galaxy. His mental power is very strong. Whispers will be heard by him even if they are whispered. Chen Chang immediately pursed his lips. With the current threat exhibited by Nixes, it has already reached the quasi-freakish level. The youth codenamed Galaxy said indifferently. According to the Secret-Keeping Bureau's judgment, Nyx has the motive of approaching a series of bizarre events with humans, and will collect meteorite fragments with bizarre characteristics. On September 9th, Zhang Yueya from Star Transmission University was found dead in her home in the North City Flower Garden neighborhood. On the same day, the cell phone of a homeowner in the district was stolen. On September 10th, the Criminal Investigation Division found the suspected lair of Nyx in a tree in the neighborhood. On the same night, there was a citywide outbreak of mutant animals attacking humans. Note that there exists an extremely high possibility that the Nyx mentioned here and the Nyx that appeared later on are the same creature. And this, too, is a judgment made by our Secret-Keeping Bureau. In the early morning hours of September 12th, a fire broke out in the back of Star Transmission University, and 3 male corpses and a severed hand were found in the back of the mountain. Of the 3 corpses, apart from one that had its brain pierced through, the other 2 were unsure of the cause of death, and were suspected to have suffered from extensive corrosive liquid erosion. As for the severed hand, after DNA testing and matching, it was confirmed to be attributed to Bai Jie, a missing student from Star Transmission University. According to the characteristics of Nyx that we have now concluded, it hunts creatures that are affected by weirdness. It is highly likely that Bai Jie was killed because he was strangely contaminated by a meteorite and hid in the back of the mountain, only to be targeted by Nyx. The other 3 male corpses naturally have nothing to do with Nyx. Chapter 99, The Source of the Weirdness. Wartime Status. On the night of September 14th, a pet fusion-type monster appeared in the North City Flower Garden neighborhood and attacked humans, and was killed on the spot by the enforcers. In the early morning of September 15th, a change occurred in the shelter base. The bizarre creature Flesh and Blood Mountain appeared and was killed by the Axe Enforcer Interceptor. Then the Nyx, which had grown in size to more than a meter, appeared and took away the meteorite fragments. On the evening of September 18th, a terrifying sound that resounded through Dongcheng District appeared at the abandoned factory on Longxi Road in Dongcheng District, and a huge deep crater was found at the scene, as well as suspected traces of Nyx's battle. On the night of September 24th, the Criminal Investigation Division and Law Enforcement Division, in conjunction with the Federal Bureau of Secret Keeping, planned to arrest Wang Mianan, who was suspected to have been strangely contaminated, in the Southern District, but they were met with Nyx and a mysterious person who stopped them, and that mysterious person even called Nyx Lord White Weaver. Suddenly, Galaxy laughed coldly. Ha! This demon spider is quite good at compelling humans. To summarize, we can basically say that Nyx, or the White Weaver, it's highly likely that it's the true source of Yan'an's weirdness. On September 25th, we received clues from an anonymous email and placed the breakthrough on Bai Jie, who had contacted his classmates before his death, and by locking in the location of the signal, we further suspected that Nyx might be hiding in the back of the mountains of Star Transcept University. This was likewise supported by the Information Intelligence Department of the Secret Guarding Bureau, who were certain that Nyx was still in the back mountain now. Hearing this, the faces of everyone present changed. Chen Chang frowned and couldn't help but send a message to Lu Wei. How is the Secret Keeping Bureau so sure that that spider is still staying in the back of the mountain? Lu Wei lightly glanced at Chen Chang and replied, the Information Intelligence Department is not only supported by science and technology, but also has the extraordinary ability to perform divination based on established facts and clues. Chen Chang, wizard? Lu Wei, show some respect. They are intelligence officers. At the end of the commentary, Galaxy coldly said, whether it's killing Zhang Yueya, devouring Bai Jie, creating fusion monsters to attack humans, or causing mountain fires, seizing meteorite fragments, causing humans to mutate, and thus causing crime and unrest, it's all connected to it. The directive of the Federal Secret Keeping Bureau is, for this creature, it must be annihilated as soon as possible by all means. Inside the conference room, a long silence fell. Several seconds passed before the sounds of discussion gradually resounded. With just us, can we take care of that spider? Violet Dust asked. Galaxy glanced at her. The Information Intelligence Department did calculations on the end of White Weaver, and the result was only one word, and that was death. This time, not only did we, the Secret Keeping Bureau and the Law Enforcement Division, act together, the Bureau also invited external assistance. In addition, at critical moments, the military region will also send support. Galaxy faintly said, military region? As for utilizing the power of the military region, Fu Yang of the Law Enforcement Division stood up with a thump, his eyes widening. What if there are civilian casualties? Galaxy shook his head and said, as I said, that would only be at a critical time, not to mention the current Yangon city, which has already entered into a wartime state, so it would also require the government to provide the appropriate cooperation to minimize unnecessary losses. He suddenly turned his head to look at the silent and expressionless Ghost Jade. Ghost Jade, do you have any questions or suggestions? Ghost Jade's face was like an ancient well. No questions. I believe that I am very relieved to leave this operation fully in your hands. Galaxy nodded slightly. I don't know how much more time passed before the meeting ended, and from inside came out a human with heavy hands or extraordinary abilities. Lu Wei and Chen Chang were also among them. Now, you should believe that Nyx devoured by Jie, right? Lu Wei glanced at Chen Chang and said indifferently. Chen Chang was silent. After Bai Jie had contacted himself, he went to the back of the mountain and was coincidentally preyed upon by the Nyx as prey. And the cell phone signal that Bai Jie was carrying ended up in the back of the mountain of Star Transmission University. Now, it was almost certain that the demonic spider Nyx, the source of the weirdness in Yangon City, was most likely hiding there, since the rest of Bai Jie's body could not be found, and Bai Jie had never contacted him again. Chen Chang could only believe that the spider had devoured Bai Jie. Now that the meeting was over, a directive was carried out, signaling the beginning of an extreme extermination plan against the demonic spiders. An outright war between humans and bizarre creatures was about to erupt in Yangon City. Lu Wei walked next to Chen Chang and habitually patted the latter's shoulder, saying, "Don't leave later, I still have something important to tell you." "Well, I should say that I want to discuss it with you." Chen Chang was puzzled in his heart, but still nodded his head and said, "Good." Wang Miaozhu stayed in the back of the mountain. To be precise, she stayed near the spider's nest, and Lin Binbin brought her a tent, as well as the necessities of life. Nowadays, she was far away from human society, similar to a human surviving in the wilderness. Bai Jie had asked her why she didn't go live at Lin Binbin's house. As long as she paid attention to concealment, she wouldn't be noticed by humans and law enforcers. Wang Miaozhu, however, said that she was afraid that Lin Binbin would do something untoward to her, and she also preferred to be closer to Lord Bai Wei, to better serve Lord Bai Wei. Bai Jie mentally spat out, "It seems that this demoness has quit men." In fact, Wang Mianwan still has something to say in her heart. That is, the so-called fear of misbehavior is secondary. She is more disgusted with Lin Binbin's behavior. She is more disgusted with Lin Binbin. Look at her, that kind of bad eyes. That kind of feeling. In the white weaving adults for her down more spirit liquid after. More and more obvious and strong. Bai Jie actually have a very want to ask words, but embarrassed to speak. You don't need to wash up, don't you need to poop? But on second thought, people now at least no longer ordinary people, in case they really do not need it, and it's not really appropriate to ask this. In addition, Lin Binbin even proposed to the demon spider to guard it closely, which of course was strictly rejected by the demon spider. If not the demon spider block, Lin Binbin may really move a tent to live here. A woman, a small snake, and 3 small spiders were already annoying enough. The demon spider didn't want to suddenly have a lot of human scent and disturbance near the clean spider nest. But on the second day of Wang Miaoma's stay, the demon spider woke up with a sleep, which made it even more annoyed. Woke up, something even more devastating happened. 8 spider eggs hatched. Now there were a total of 11 little spiders running around on the ground web and climbing up and down on the demon spider. Not only that, it also discovered that there were 12 more spider eggs in the nest, the number of which was quite a bit more than the last batch. It collapsed and completely clammed up. The demon spider cried, because now the level of the spawning skill has heckled to full level, and the number of spawns at once has been incalculable. 3, 5. Still all could endure. But now the number has completely broken through the psychological line of defense. Rationality is violently confused and unspeakable shame washed away. Like a dam that breaks the dike, collapsing and falling apart. Unable to accept reality. Mom, I miss you so much. Looking at the chaos in the spider's nest, the demon spider suddenly, the mind was incredibly fragile. Wanting to return to his mother's arms. Never wanting to see the shocking shock in the spider's nest again. Chapter 100 Deadly Threat. Medium dose 2 chapters in 1. The demon spider was worried that the number of spider eggs in each subsequent batch might get bigger and bigger, so that although it might develop a spider colony, it always felt a bit scared, probably subconsciously. It doesn't want to wake up as soon as it opens its eyes and be surrounded by densely packed, full of endless small spiders, and even then, it's not impossible to be gnawed away by its heirs in its sleep. In the natural world, the female spiders that have just finished breeding small spiders, due to the lack of physical strength to hunt for prey, will choose to feed the heir with the flesh. This is a real existence, but in the thousands of spider species, this situation is not much. Of course, the scene in front of them now had been more or less that flavor. A total of 11 blue and purple patterned baby spiders, either lying or walking, were living in their own nests. After a good long period of mental self-effacement and the return of rationality, the demonic spider only reluctantly began to think about how to solve the problem. When 12 more guys are born, the space will be even more crowded. Should we not release some of them? No, that's not a long-term solution. Or, Give some more to Lin Binbin or Longu? After all, I can't really find a bigger, more suitable place for nesting at the moment. Wait, a thought suddenly flashed through the demon spider's mind. And that was, why even stay here? The back mountain of Star Transmission University, close to the city and with a high density of people in the neighborhood, was technically not suitable for it to stay for a long period of time. When it first chose this place as its second home, the main reason was to investigate the disappearance of He Jun and Wang Niaoli. Now that He Jun's end has been irrevocably sealed, and Wang Niaoli has become its agent, although the mentor who might have been parasitized by the weird purple light has been involved. But since there are no clues as to whether the mentor is a man or a woman, and whether she is a permanent resident of the school, it is a bit of a haystack to continue searching for her at the school. The school continues to look for quite a bit of needle in a haystack. In addition, the Criminal Investigation Department's agent Yao, it can also try to let the human servant to start investigating. The Criminal Investigation Department can be much smaller than the Star Transmission University. Thinking about it this way, I can indeed consider moving. And as for the selection of the address of my new home, I can also leave it to Lin Binbin and Longu to complete. Suddenly, Bai Jia sensed that there were two strands of spider familiars sending out thoughts towards him. It's those two little guys. Speaking of which, after I released the two of them, I rarely visited them. Looking for me now. What could it be? Bai Jia entered invisibility and came to the shady side of the back mountain, where the original Blood Shadow Spider Queen was now at the nest of the two little ones. The two little ones have long sensed their mother's arrival, so they waited at the entrance of the nest in advance. Seeing the two little golden spiders that are now bigger than basketballs, Bai Jia can't help but sigh. They're growing too fast, so it's obvious that they haven't eaten too much in the back of the mountain. Relevant information also appeared in front of his eyes. Object, golden laser snake swallowing spider, awakened body. Vitality, 33, max. Body length, 35 centimeters. Status, healthy. The life force has reached the limit of the current race. Unfortunately, my talent spirit devouring body was not passed down to you. Otherwise you could have evolved as well, or even developed a different evolutionary route. The demon spider lifted its invisibility, and the two little ones immediately stuck up, rubbing against each other affectionately and walking in circles around the demon spider. From the thoughts coming from the two little ones, the demon spider knew the purpose for which they had called themselves here. You guys have children? It actually suddenly remembered at this point that these two guys were a male and a female. It was just a matter of not being human anyway, so there was no need to avoid any taboos. After freezing for a second, Bai Jia released his senses to probe into the nest, because with its current size, it was impossible to get in. Then, it saw dozens of hundreds of transparent golden spider eggs wrapped in layers of spider silk. Good guy, can really be born awe. In contrast, his own skill didn't seem so exaggerated, Bai Jia thought to himself in self-assurance. Bai Jia didn't know what to say to the two little ones. He couldn't say, wish you guys happiness, right? After thinking about it, Bai Jia dryly transmitted his intention. Good job. Keep up the good work. Casting the glory of the demon spider clan depends on you. The two little ones raised their whisker limbs as if to say that they guaranteed to complete the task. After the encouragement, Bai Jia was about to educate the two little ones not to overhunt the poisonous insects in the back of the mountain, and to do their best to catch fish. Suddenly, a gust of palpitations came from its heart, and the downy hairs on its legs stood up. The long-lost spider sense. Moreover, the uneasiness in its heart was becoming stronger and stronger. What's going to happen? Now that the skill level of spider sense had reached LV 9, it had long been able to detect the direction of the source of danger. However, Bai Jia was actually shocked to find that this time, the danger was coming from all directions. It was as if, having fallen into the deep sea, the immense pressure and breathless darkness surged from all directions, straight to his death. Turning to noon, Bai Jia returned to the spider's nest with a heavy heart. While the crisis had not yet erupted and seemed to be in the midst of brewing, the back of the mountain. It was finally convinced that a great danger would descend here. At the same time, there was a powerful spiritual thought locked onto its position. No, not only that, there seemed to be clues of destiny from the underworld that arcane and mysterious probed its location. Suddenly, a call came from his mind. At this instant, Bai Jia felt something in his heart, and his mind connected to that call from the human agent. Lord Bai Weaver. Lin Binbin was telepathically transmitting with Bai Jia through a small spider. The Law Enforcement Division and the Community Management Committee have suddenly made a move and are organizing the forced evacuation of the residents in my side of the region. I just probed and the evacuation seems to be around the perimeter of the Star Transmission University. The situation seems to be very urgent. Bai Jia instantly fell into silence. Hakurai-sama? After 3 seconds, Bai Jia slowly transmitted. Well, I'm already aware of it. Next, You are not allowed to enter the back mountain without my order. My lord, could it be that something is about to happen? Lin Binbin's tone was suddenly high and tense. There's no need to think much. I have my own ideas. Just follow orders, Bai Jie said without question. Lin Binbin hesitated slightly before saying, yes, Lord Bai Weaver. Bai Jie nodded slightly. Now, I have something for you to accomplish. At the same time, on top of the rooftop of a teaching building at Star Transmission University, a woman, with a voluptuous figure and a trench coat that was blown in a hunting manner, was looking out at the distant back of the mountain, seemingly merely enjoying the scenery. She looked to be over 40 years old, with shallow crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but it didn't harm her posture. Instead, she had a special, indescribable mature charm. Its 5 features were born with a dignified appearance of treasure. Black hair, cicada temples, unique makeup set off her fleshy jade face with a point of rosy splendor. She slowly from the trench coat pocket to draw out a long, thin, red wine-scented lady cigarettes, snapped lit, red lips slightly sucked, slowly spit, fragrant smoke, actually the wind blowing and do not disperse, obscuring her look and noble features. Through the smoke, can only be seen vaguely, a wisp of pinkish-purple halo flowed from the bottom of her eyes. Not long after confiding with Lin Binbin, Bai Jia received another voice request from Long Gu, and within that call, there was also a bit of urgency. Long Gu, what is it that you are looking for me for? Lord Bai Jia, big deal. That new elder Long Binghong knows about your existence from who knows where. She just temporarily summoned our witchcraft clan inner hall disciples and informed. Long Gu hesitated as he said this. What did she say? Bai Jia urged. She said. Long Gu gritted his teeth and said, we are told to join forces with the officials and head to the back of Star Transmission University to start an operation to eliminate the treacherous creatures. I see. Bai Jia let out words as calm as the surface of a lake. Is Long Binghong? Then do you know about her compulsion? And the witchcraft techniques she specializes in? Little man. Slightly heard about it. Long Gu replied in a deep voice. Then Long Binghong. Long Gu told the information he knew, one by one. Interrupting the long-distance voice transmission with Long Gu, Bai Jia's ears even seemed to be hearing heart drums like thunder. The fluffy hairs maintained their erected state, and breathing seemed to have become somewhat difficult. Spider senses, unprecedentedly strong, every cell on its body, was begging for help, all urging it, the main body, to leave immediately, dangerous to the extreme. At this moment, the premonition of the fear of falling was exceptionally clear. However, Bai Jia's thoughts still flew calmly. It used its spider silk to wrap all 12 spider eggs, 3 compassion-eating demon spiders, 8 shadow of the phantom thunder spiders, and the 2 small golden spiders, and cured the outer layer of hardness to form an airtight, multi-pronged spiderweb space. The little spiders initially still struggled, not understanding why the demon spider was doing this, but as the demon spider pacified them with a single thought, they all quieted down. Then they took the large and small spider silk threads and threw them into the space bracelet that young Shining had given them, and quickly went to the water pool in the shade of the back mountain and summoned out White Flower Flower. White Flower Flower, I'll give you a task. Take my heirs, alive, away from the back mountain, into the underground dark river. Find a safe place, guard them, and wait for one of my human attendants to come and meet you. Sister Whiteweave. What happened? Bai Huahua's tone was still lazy and uncertain. Listen, the demon spider suddenly amplified the volume of its voice transmission, frightening White Flower's body, but the demonic spider's voice immediately softened again. Immediately, a great danger will descend here. Help me and take them out of here, okay? Sister White Weaver. Little Snake froze. This was the first time she had ever heard the demon spider use such a tone of voice with her. Okay, I promise my sister Sama that I will take them out safely. Please, what about you, sister? Little Snake said nervously. I will be able to preserve myself and come back for you when the danger is lifted. Don't worry, it wasn't that Bai Jia didn't want to escape, but it had already realized that the back mountain was shrouded and blocked by a powerful chi. The edge of the back mountain, moreover, had already been surrounded by a powerful spiritual barrier, somewhat similar to the boundary that young Shining had, at the time, cast open in the girls' dormitory. No, not only that, this kind of feeling of being trapped in a prison is clearly the worm hell general domain, not to mention the difficulty of breaking the boundary. The source of the danger is now at the foot of the mountain, and the enemy has already surrounded the entire back of the mountain. If it carries the little spiders to forcefully break through the domain, it is very likely to encounter the enemy's greatest firepower attack, and then it will be very difficult to save the lives of the little spiders. Even if he succeeded in breaking out, facing the mental power that locked him in place, I'm afraid that even if Bai Jia entered the invisibility camouflage state, it wouldn't help. However, If Bai Jie was to break out alone and leave the little spiders in the back of the mountain, it asked itself that it could not do so. Therefore, it had to guarantee the safety of Bai Hua Hua and the little spiders first, since the other party wants to catch a turtle in a jar, and I'm not good at breaking through and leaving. I might as well prepare in advance before the humans attack. And it seems that the humans don't intend to use destructive lethal weapons to raise themselves and the back mountain to the ground, so perhaps they are coveting their secrets. Bai Jie thought so. Bai Jie used a spider silk to tie the space bracelet to Bai Hua Hua. According to Bai Hua Hua, the current underground waterway was enough to accommodate her and the bracelet to enter. It was just a pity that the waterway couldn't accommodate the size of a demon spider. After arranging all this, Bai Jie returned to his lair at the top of the mountain and found Wang Miaozhu under the tree. Bai Jie didn't have invisibility and just appeared squarely above Wang Miaozhu's head. Thinking about what? Thinking about whether or not I can get out alive. Wang Miaozhuang laughed slightly bitterly. As a human who had absorbed 6 drops of mutant venom, she already had the preliminary ability of spider sense. Don't worry, I won't let my attendant die easily. As long as I'm still around, I'll naturally share my strength to provide you with shelter. The demonic spider calmly said. Sizzle! The spider silk shot out, and in Wang Miaozhuang's astonished gaze, as several points of pinkish-purple glistening liquid didn't go under Wang Miaozhuang's snowy tender skin, she let out a cry and fell into a short-lived ecstasy. Only after a long time did she awaken back to earth. At this time, Wang Miaozhuang had already absorbed 10 drops of mutant venom. This amount had already surpassed the other 2 agents. The matter was urgent. It could no longer care so much, and it did so in order to give Wang Miaozhuang more chances to live. Under Bai Jie's watchful eye, the information panel about Wang Miaonan unfolded. Object, Wang Miaonan, mutant. Identity, 3rd familiar. Vitality, 76. Body length, 174 centimeters. Status, good. A human who had actually reached a life force value of 76. This was the first time Bai Jie had seen it with his own eyes. But, the change that had been worrying Bai Jie appeared, only to see that the young girl's pupils turned a blue and purple color. A curved moon mark appeared on her forehead. 2 fangs longer than fingernails grew out of her mouth, glowing with a morose cold light, and a large area of black blood vessels could even be seen under the skin of her snowy neck and chest. Ding! A system prompt came. Poisoner has received a medium dose of mutant venom. If he continues to be infected with more mutant venom, his body will show more signs of a poisoner, and he will even face loss of control. After being infected with a medium dose of mutant venom, the poisoner can still suppress the mutant venom in his body through different means and change back to his original form. Chapter 101 September Snow, Ice Mirror Butterflies. Originally, this mutation sign is not irreversible. That is, I do not know what kind of way to suppress. The demon spider was suddenly enlightened. How does it feel? Can there be discomfort? The demonic spider asked in a voice transmission. It feels like I, reborn the same, and did not feel any discomfort. Wang Miaozhu looked at her own pair of jade hands, on which several blue-purple lines like blood vessels had actually appeared. Moreover, my abilities have also been enhanced, and it seems like I'm also able to use spider silk. As he said that, he saw Wang Miaozhu raise her wrist, and the spider silk broke out into the air, vaguely carrying the sound of a sharp blade tearing through the air. Bai Jie secretly nodded. If a medium dose, and still not be able to get spider silk-related abilities, that was a bit unreasonable. Wait, it still feels cold. Wang Miaozhuang suddenly hugged her arms and pulled her sleeves. At the same time, a sluggish cold wind blew by, as if it was entering the deep fall. The temperature of the surroundings, obviously dropped a lot. The demon spider looked up at the sky, which was covered by a sky-shading film of similar ice crystals that extended to the foot of the mountain. It seems that this should be the materialization of that boundary domain, causing the climate of the back of the mountain to change for it. Good thing. Whiteflower's side has already left with the little ones. Thoughts flowing, Bai Jie gazed at the foot of the mountain and muttered in its heart, is it coming? At this moment, it still didn't understand how exactly the human knew its location, but that point wasn't important right now. A familiar aura entered Bai Jie's perception. It was Longa who had entered the mountain, but not as an agent, but as a disciple of the inner hall of the witchcraft clan that had previously come to exterminate the demons. It had previously told Longa that he could enter the mountain to participate in the operation to avoid being suspected by his fellow clan members. Although Longa was filled with fear and trepidation, he still undertook to do so, and once Elder White Weaver died, then it would be difficult for him, a proxy human, to escape death as well. Hoo-hoo! The wind was getting stronger and the air was getting colder. The leaves of the trees all condensed into a layer of thin frost. A second ago, the sky was still bright and sunny. This moment, it was a bit gloomy and depressing. Rustling, the whistling cold wind blew the branches and leaves. Like a reckless drunkard, wandering between the trees like crazy. Cool, pouring into Wang Miaozhu's lapel, actually making her tremble. And even colder than the weather was Bai Jie's state of mind at this moment. Wang Miaozhu's eyes, a little bit of white on fell from the sky, sparse and gentle, landing on the leaves, spider legs, human faces in the ground, and then quickly melting away. It was snowing. Bai Jie also saw, in the distance, two huge ice blue butterflies, fluttering their wings that were even more beautiful than snowflakes, flying towards him. Gorgeous butterflies and white snowflakes dance. A ray of warm sunshine through the clear ice blue sky sprinkled down to the earth, shining on the frosty grass and trees, constituting a picture of the stunning beauty of the cold winter frost. But it was this stunningly beautiful picture scroll that contained a deadly killing opportunity and the aftermath of death, making it difficult for people to relax and enjoy it. September. Flying snow? This boundary. It's a bit interesting. How come it looks like I have suffered a great injustice? These humans want to encircle me. Then wait and see exactly who is the prey. In front of the 8 eyes, a string of illusory characters floated in an instant. Object, Ice Mirror Butterfly, Half-Demon Evil Body. Vitality, 101. Body length, 65 centimeters. Status, good. Weak spiritual reaction detected. Inexplicably, Bai Jie felt that its stealth camouflage skills did not work in the slightest in the eyes of these butterflies. There was nothing to hide, like running naked in the snow. The trees at the top of the mountain are not dense. There are many open spaces, so there is no need to unfold the spiritual thoughts. Bai Jie stood on a tree branch. Will be able to see through the naked eye, a tall and beautiful female figure in the back of the butterflies, to their own elegantly walking slowly. With every step she took, a snowflake-like mark was left behind underneath her jade feet. This person, could it be the secret keeper? Wang Miaozhuan gazed straight at the figure, but quickly dismissed herself. The woman's aura was clearly different compared to the secret keeper she had seen before. Snort. Between the black smoke drifting out, space was compressed and distorted, and a thin line like ink floated vertically beneath the demon spider's feet. The thin line expanded, and the smoke filled in between, forming a black curtain several meters high, from which several 2-meter-tall werewolves drilled out one after another, followed by uncountable dark red bats, swooping to form a black cloud over the werewolves' heads. Go! As the cold words fell, the Saw lunar werewolf and the blood-sucking bats moved as much as they could, quickly closing in on the two butterflies. The Ice Mirror Mystic Butterfly didn't mean to sit back and wait for death. Between the cold air gulping, it condensed into dozens of icy diamond-shaped flakes, reflecting a dangerous cold light, like flying daggers, leaving a white aerosol trajectory in the air, and shooting at the werewolves and bats' black clouds. Puffing, the slices flew fast and sharp. Some were shattered by the werewolf's fist, but more of them pierced into the werewolf's flesh and cut the bat into pieces as easily as cutting fruit. Those thin slices were clearly lenses formed from ice, which were actually sharper than swords. The diamond-shaped ice mirrors kept generating, breaking and tearing through the air, and the cold mist suddenly rose up, actually hindering all of the tsunami moon werewolves and causing them to quickly enter a state of serious injury, with blue blood flowing all over the place. However, the heavier the wolves were injured, the more humongous they became. Coupled with the large number of blood-sucking bats that resisted with their lives, they were finally able to break through the Ice Mirror's offensive and surrounded the butterflies in one fell swoop. There are only 2 Ice Mirror Mystic Butterflies in total. The means should be more than that. Bai Jie's gaze was dead set on the butterflies that were enveloped in black clouds. However, Bai Jie's expected resistance from the butterflies did not happen, and they were actually split up by the bats in the blink of an eye, with their wings and limbs falling like fine snow. Wait! It suddenly realized that something was wrong, only to see the butterflies that were divided into bodies, all of them turned into broken lenses. And then there were 4 brand new Ice Mirror Mystic Butterflies slowly descending from the sky above, once again spitting out their breath to become mirrors, and disappeared into the middle of the bats' black clouds like rain. 2 actually turned into 4. Wang Miaozhuang's face changed slightly. She had seen the power of the creatures summoned by the demon spider, but currently the enemy seemed to be even better. Kiki. This time, it was the bats' turn to flutter and fall. As the wailing and mournful sounds faded, 2 breaths later, all of the tsunami werewolves and blood-sucking bats were killed in battle. White Weaver. At this time, a nice female voice suddenly called out. The tone was like an orchid in an empty valley, actually coming from one of the 4 butterflies. It was really easy to find you. I thought you would continue to hide, but you couldn't resist striking so soon? Or do you think humans were not enough to pose a threat to you? However, Bai Jie moved his gaze attention to the tall silhouette that slowly stepped into view, directly in front of him. Chapter 102 9 Dark Summons. Thanks to Ji Yandan who likes bead chickens. The person who came was Slinky. It was an extremely beautiful, clear and moving woman. Her features were watery and standardized, 25 or 26 years old, with the corners of her eyes carrying a touch of coldness, paired with her delicate and cool features, as if she was a snow lotus on an iceberg, with a special charm. Her skin is white and tender, at the same time exudes a healthy luster. A long green skirt covered with a moon-white bamboo branch pattern cloak, clear spirit and quiet elegance, giving people a kind of ascetic young woman feeling. Without asking, the demon spider instantly knew that she was the elder of the witchcraft clan Long Bing Hung. In the next moment, the voice belonging to White Weaver was transmitted into the woman's consciousness, a few points colder than the air. Is the witchcraft clan tired of living? Dare to barge in here. The elegant woman's face did not change as she spoke coldly. You have committed too many sins and brought too much pain and panic to this city. My Witch Compass clan should take it upon themselves to suppress evil spirits. All you need to know is that today is the day of your death. The ice mirror mystic butterfly in the sky also synchronized her voice, echoing and resonating, quite a lofty and righteous style. Not bad. A clear man's voice chimed in. Whether you are by way or Nyax, these names will be dusted off, and you will eventually fall here. 5 silhouettes appeared one after another on Long Bing Hung's side, namely Z Dust, King of Force, Sword Heart, Ghost Jade, and an unruly youth wearing a light uniform. Insolent youth, face round, nose high, thick eyebrows flying, eyes as big as bells. Between the eyebrows there is a thick unbearable words contempt. Just words are from his mouth. What I hate the most is bugs and insects, especially things like spiders. I can't wait to see you being dismantled. His face was filled with disgust as he looked towards where the demon spider was. Upon hearing this, the demon spider's heart was like water, and was not surprised that the other party could see him, as he had not deliberately hidden himself amongst the leaves, and his invisible body had been embellished with snowflakes to create a silhouette. But Wang Niaozhu couldn't help it. Ha, how come a corpse is talking? Wang Niaozhuang glanced at the youth and curiously surveyed it while saying with a slight smile, Humph, you're that Wang Nianan, aren't you? In order to survive, being a human actually reduced to the point of being a slave. How pathetic, Galaxy said icily. Long Bing Hung slightly furrowed her eyebrows. Alright, Galaxy, cut the crap and don't forget our purpose, the demonic jade on the side reminded. The demon spider gazed at the man named Galaxy, and it immediately knew that it was the other party's spiritual thoughts that had locked its exact location in the back of the mountain. Object, Galaxy. Vitality, 249. Body length, 172 centimeters. This was a class as secret keeper, with neither a lifeform remark nor a spiritual reaction. Bai Jia froze for a moment. It had never thought that a human's life force value could reach this high. It was simply an existence that broke through common sense, because even Kenshin's vitality did not break 100. The demonic spider simply lifted its invisibility camouflage and leapt on top of a boulder, facing the 4 ice mirror mystic butterflies in the air directly with the 6 humans on the ground. Its terrifying and eerie form was revealed in its entirety. 8 deep blue-purple eyes flashed with killing intent like substance. At this time, hundreds of enforcer cyborgs also surrounded the mountaintop. Very good, humans, you. Very interesting. Suddenly, a charismatic voice that resounded through the soul appeared in the ears of everyone on the mountain. That's right, it echoed in everyone's ears. Violet Dust was immediately moved. What's going on? This demon spider can talk? What had just happened was the ability of the demon spider's talent, Mysterious Forbidden Domain, awakened to 15%. Unlike before when it was only possible to transmit sound through thoughts, now it was possible to send out sound in the physical sense directly with spiritual thoughts, and it was enough to encompass the entire back of the mountain. This seed is only warning once. If you and the others retreat now, this seed can still spare your lives. The reserved and slightly magnetic voice once again echoed throughout the entire back mountain, filled with the confidence of controlling everything. The one who should surrender is you, White Weaver. If you give up your resistance, you and that Wang Niaozhuang, on the contrary, will not have to go through the pain that follows. Galaxy sneered. The other humans, including Long Bing Hung, did not make a sound, apparently favoring Galaxy's words. Good. Very good. The demon spider let out a light laugh. Simply a big talker. However, in the next second, that cleansing laughter transformed into a vicious curse. Since you clearly have a way to live but refuse to go, then you will be buried here forever. Boom! All of a sudden, the humans present felt the sky darken slightly, and the air became thin, with a premonition of a great calamity coming. Goosebumps rose on both Violet Dust and King of Power. They actually saw that a gate spanning across dimensions, as if from hell, rose slowly from the ground and opened. White Weaver can actually summon so many bizarre creatures at the same time. Movement appeared on Long Bing Hung's quiet and elegant face, and even Galaxy, who had also never seen this battle before, had his breath caught in his throat. And although Swordheart and the others had seen demon spiders summoning weirdness, It was still not very pleasant to be filled with such a strong darkness throughout the environment. Clang clang clang. There were a total of 9 black gates, arranged in a ring around the demon spider, from which all sorts of horrifying, backbreaking dark creatures came out. The dark creatures used the demonic spider as the center of the circle, forming a circle-shaped battle formation with 3 layers inside and outside. Dozens of white bone skeletons, clad in armor, stood in the outermost circle. Among the skeletons, staggered stood another humanoid faceless black creature, with smooth and greasy skin, similar to the texture of a whale, inwardly curved horns on top of its head, bat-like wings flapping noiselessly. All the ends of its limbs were full of ugly claws, and its barbed tail swung back and forth meaninglessly, causing people to be distracted. They were nightmares, with faces devoid of eyes, noses, ears, and eyebrows, revealing only a large mouth full of sludge and fine teeth, chanting obscure and creepy incantations. The nightmare first appeared in Lovecraft's novel Dreams of the Mysterious Catif, and the original setting didn't even have a mouth. At the feet of the skeletons and nightmares, there was even a hellhound with bloody pupils and sharp teeth growling and barking wildly, echoing through the mountains and forests. And in the center of the battle formation, it was the gnarled muscles, more than 2 meters tall 15 saw-you werewolves, leaning up to the sky and whistling, the primitive desire to hunt and kill. A few want to spurt out. There were also 5 savage blood minotaurs that were 3 meters tall, black-brown in color, with muscles covered with bloodlines, holding huge axes, and with their lower bodies covered by animal skins. Above the heads of the werewolves and minotaurs, uncountable blood-sucking bats, hovering in the sky above, coalesced into 3 dark red blood clouds. A dozen ghost-like apparitions, floating in mid-air, were similar to the Aen spirits summoned by the demonic jade, but only the upper half of their illusory forms were as if they were projections, and the lower half of their bodies were a cloud of smoke shrouding them, making it impossible to see them. As for the close surroundings of the demonic spider, besides Wang Miaozhu, there were 10 dark elves standing with a nightmare beast, forming the inner war circle at the very core. The dark elves held swords and bows, had black-blue skin. Men and women had delicate features. They were tall, and when they raised their hands and eyes, they naturally revealed an evil, noble and beautiful temperament. Among them, the nightmare beast was the very one that had once forced back Ghost Jade, like a warhorse from hell, spewing red flames between its snout from time to time. Skeleton undead, nightmare, hellhound, tsunami werewolf, brute blood minotaur, blood-sucking bat, ghost, dark elf, and nightmare beast, descended one after another at this moment. After leaving behind 9 horrifying dark creatures in this human world, the 9 black gates slowly converged and disappeared. At that moment, the evil aura spread unchecked at the top of the mountain. Light was devoured. The air was filled with a pungent odor like sulfur, and horrifyingly strange hissing, chirping, and murmuring intertwined, echoing in the ears of human beings. Where was it still on Earth? Chapter 103, Compulsion, Machinery and Snowflakes. This place is clearly purgatory. Violet dust covered her mouth and nose and muttered, "Fuck, it's disgusting." King of Power spat, his face full of disgust, but in the next second his gaze turned, vaguely seeing the figure of a dark elf. His complexion changed. "I propose that for the ones that look like human beings, you can keep your hands off them." Wang Miaozhuang stared blankly at the spider figure standing on top of the boulder. The power of Lord Whiteweave had once again broken through her cognition, perhaps influenced by the rich evil aura around her. Her body leaned towards the demonic spider. 2 heads. What should we do? King of Power and Kenshin both froze, having never seen such a big battle before, and cast their hopeful gazes towards Ghost Jade and Galaxy, who were now the highest ranked of the 2 secret keepers, and naturally listened to them. Of course, due to Ghost Jade's ineffectiveness in the last operation to capture Wang Miaozhuang, the command of this operation to eliminate the demon spider all fell on Galaxy. Elder Long. Galaxy looked towards Long Binghung. The latter nodded slightly and spat out an obscure and mysterious sorcery incantation under his breath. Rustling. As soon as the crowd turned around, they saw that densely packed parasites, like a flood tide of retrograde currents, were surging towards the top of the mountain. Centipedes, ants, spiders, vipers, scorpions, millipedes, as well as all sorts of unnamed and strange insects and bugs. It was precisely the parasites driven by the disciples of the Witch Compass clan. The disciples of the Witchcraft clan didn't have to face the bizarre source and the dark creatures directly at the top of the mountain. They only had to sacrifice the parasites at the mountainside, and then Long Binghong unified their dispatching with a witch spell. At the same time, hundreds of silver-white cyborgs were also surrounding towards the demonic spider. The dark creatures, on the other hand, hadn't moved yet, but their killing intent had already erupted from their evil eyes. "Honorable Master, it is an honor to serve you." Among the dark elves, An extremely handsome male elf at the head of the group bowed to the demonic spider high above and respectfully said, "Winnie." The nightmare beast chirped lowly, conveying an impatient mood. It was the first time Bai Jia had summoned such a large number in different kinds of dark creatures, and his mood could not help but surge with emotions. For it, there had long been nowhere to run. The only way to have a chance of survival was to go for broke, so it would let those cyborgs and the witchcraft clan's parasites test the strength of these summoned beings of its own. Kill them, leave no one behind. As the noble and cold command spread into the consciousness of every dark creature in the battle formation, the next moment, rumbling, smoke and dust stirred up in all directions, and 1,000 feet and 100 monsters stamped their feet on the earth, making a thick sound like the thunder of war drums. Roar! Hundreds of dark creatures straightly greeted the vast, surrounding army of parasites and machinery in all directions. Bang 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 bang! Before the two forces collided, they saw flashes of fire, guns and bullets weaving through the forest and swarming in, like a metal frenzy hitting the skeleton undead and nightmares as much as they could, dropping countless broken bones and torn skins. The law enforcers were obviously prepared, not to mention that they had enough ammunition, and their power was far better than before. As if what they shot were not bullets, but explosives. Snap snap snap, the armor on the skeleton's body shattered, and fist-sized leaky holes continued to spring up on the nightmare's body. However, even though the enforcer's shooting caused the skeletons and nightmare's attacks to stagnate, the proliferation process of the vanguard force composed of the latter never stopped. In a matter of seconds, half of the skeletons and nightmares fell, their corpses spreading into a disgusting carpet of flesh and bone. But at this time, the distance between the vanguard force of dark creatures and the machinery and bugbears was already less than 100 meters, only to see a huge black shadow from the undead behind the past, leaped in the air, and then like a mountain-like heavy into the swarm of insects and beasts. Huge feet, iron fists, fierce and vicious. Giant feet, iron fists, ruthlessly smashed down. It was clearly the brute blood minotaur and the tsunami moon werewolf who topped the front. Bouncing, countless metal shrapnel hit their bodies, but actually just rubbed through a little skin. Carry, between the miserable hisses, countless parasites were hammered and torn apart, and the fragments flew into the sky and crashed down again, setting off a horrifying black wind and blood rain. The rest of the skeletons and nightmares also joined the ranks of the hand-tearing bugbears, and the distance between another group of dark creatures and the enforcers was being rapidly drawn closer. Loo, as if a low-engine roar was emitted. A head of hellhound quickly struck out, dodging bullets and crossing over the swarm of insects, like a sharp knife, fiercely stabbing between the enforcer's cyborgs. At the same time, 3 dark red blood clouds also suddenly pressed down, joining the battlefield. Together with the hounds, they frantically tore into the cyborgs, crackling, star pellets jumping and hurling, demonic blood boiling, and a pairs of sharp fangs leaving a hole flooded with electric sparks on the silver-white body. The previous sacrifice of the advanced troops was for this moment to allow the hounds and bats to be able to raid the cyborg and make its advantage of long-range firepower disappear. Swoosh! Dark creature side, also not without remote support. Dark elves remote launch a pitch-black arrow, leaving a stream of light in the air like a parabola. The power is not inferior to modern firepower, resulting in bats and hounds of the raid more forceful. As he watched, the number of parasites and cyborgs was rapidly decreasing, while only the skeletons and nightmares on the side of the dark creatures were severely damaged. Rumble, deafening explosions sounded continuously. The cyborgs blew themselves up. More and more enforcers' chests flashed with red light, and with the constant urgent alarms ringing out, the bats and hounds did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Explosions that sounded like the sound of a great bell shook heaven and earth. Trees exploded and burned one after another, and in the blink of an eye, there were very few bats and hounds left that were engulfed by the explosive flames. Sword Heart. Galaxy's face was grim as he glanced at the secret keeper clad in dark green mechanical armor. Let's go! Sword Heart gave a stern shout and instantly transformed into a green light, killing into the enemy lineup, aiming directly at the 5 savage blood minotaurs. Violet Dust and King of Force followed closely behind. Long Binghong also made a move, only to see the fine snow falling in the air suddenly turned into goosefeather snow. It turned out to be the 4 ice mirror mystic butterflies high in the air were fluttering their wings, gathering a large amount of spiritual chi and condensing it into a palm-sized snowflake. The demon spider had heard Long Gu introduce Long Binghong's magic and compulsion, and immediately had a bad feeling, unfolding the grid barrier, encompassing all the nearby dark elves, Wang Mianan, ghosts and nightmare beasts. As for the other dark creatures that were fighting in the bloodbath, they were not treated so well, as a layer of frost would cover their bodies when a large snowflake fell on them, and gradually spread at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Dark creatures covered by frost, all of them slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the parasites began to reverse the disadvantage. gradually climbed up the body of the dark creatures, and performed all kinds of means, or poison or bite, or bind or entangle. Chapter 104 Rosemary's Ice Mirror. Reign of Calamity thanks to White Ride Maple's Great God certification. Clang! The extremely powerful sword style danced down from midair, as fast as lightning, as wild as thunder, stabbing through the chest of a minotaur, causing the minotaur to emit a moo cry of rage. Kenshin's knees sank, his feet stepped on the minotaur's broad shoulders, and he used his strength to draw his sword and leap into the air, reversing his body shape, and then once again shooting like an arrow at the second minotaur that came at him. Snort snort! Cracking sound continuous. Genshin hand long knife as a sword to make. Instantly in the monster body even stabbed 11 swords. 11 layers of sword chi as if the Yangtze River surging and rushing, distorting the air. Buzz! As the last sword trembled, a huge bull's head fell to the ground with a bang. Within just one breath, Swordheart had decimated another bull's head after heavily wounding one. Although this could not be separated from the assistance of the Ice Mirror Mystic Butterfly Snowfall avatar, it was enough to prove that his sword skills were extraordinary. On the other hand, Violet Dust exhaled her breath into an arrow. A thin white line like an arrow pierced through the eyebrow of the Saw Moon werewolf. The latter immediately fell to the ground. She also grabbed in the air with her left hand. A werewolf not far from her was instantly fixed and hard to move, and in the next instant, it was killed by the King of Strength's chaotic fist blasts. Suddenly, Violet Dust's back was cold. Just as she was about to react to avoid the coming danger, her body form came to a standstill, along with her blood, breath, cells and thoughts. Her gaze just happened to rest on the eyes that reflected the light of the blood moon. Life and death stay. When Violet Dust came back to her senses, a coil of spider silk was already wrapped around her waist, and her body was being quickly flung towards a minotaur's axe head. This spider silk naturally came from Wang Miaojin, who had absorbed 10 drops of mutant venom, and was already able to shoot out spider silk with a low toughness. It's over. Violet Dust was in a state of despair. The girl surnamed Wang, you actually dare to come out? The King of Power let out a long whistle. His halberd pointed angrily and rushed, but due to the lack of distance, he saw that Zi Chen's body was attached to the axe blade, and was about to be split in half in the next second. Suddenly, Zi Dust's body shone with the luster of a mirror, and a crackling and shattering sound could be heard. The spot where Violet Dust had originally survived was replaced by a pile of splintered lenses, and in the next instant, Violet Dust reappeared at a distance away from the Minotaur, the spider silk on its body crumbling away. What happened? King of Power and Kenshin were dumbfounded, while being very thankful. Elder Long, thanks to you, or else my secret-keeping bureau would have lost an agent. Galaxy said with gratitude on Long Binghung's face. We are all humans. This small matter is nothing to worry about. Just don't forget our agreement. Long Binghung said in an unperturbed manner. Elder Long, just now that was a double? Ghost Jade looked towards the 4 Ice Mirror Mystic Butterflies in the sky and asked. My Mystic Butterflies have already unfolded a half-formed domain Mystic Ice Mirror in this square range. Within this square domain, not only can they continuously rain down snowflakes with the ability to freeze with frost, but they are also able to use the ice mirrors to exchange stand-ins with objects within the domain with a life strength lower than their own. Long Binghong answered. Surprisingly, he did not hide the secret of his compulsion from the secret keeper. A half-formed domain? Ghost Jade cast a puzzled look. That is, a domain that can be destroyed without the need to unfold an equivalent domain, or destroy a core, with a lesser degree of rule perfection and strength than a true domain. The compulsion of the woman surnamed Dragon is really interesting. Must get rid of those 4 butterflies first. The demonic spider's eyes cooled slightly, and he coldly grunted in his heart, making up his mind. Immediately, the grid barrier unfolded a corner, releasing dozens of ghosts and spirits. These guys were made up of Yin Chi and had no entity, so they just wouldn't be afraid of the Ice Mirror Butterfly Snowfall avatar. However, see by Jia reinforcement, the other party obviously will not sit idly by. The distant Ghost Jade's own hand lifted, and more than 20 transparent Yin evil forms appeared out of thin air, floating, holding long spears and short blades, with a clear goal in mind, rushing in unison towards those ghostly apparitions that were not affected by the ice and snow. It was precisely Ghost Jade's extraordinary ability to condense Yin spirits. However, these Yin spirits were clad in armor and had a more solid form, and looked a bit stronger than the ones Ghost Jade had summoned during his last confrontation with the demon spider. Banging, gold and iron clashed. Dozens of ghosts and Yin soldiers fought together at once. Their blades clashed, and the Yin Chi was so thick that it swept up gusts of evil wind, forming a new battle group. At this point in the battlefield, in the battle circle between the bats and devil dogs and the enforcers, due to the self-explosion of the enforcer cyborgs, the bats and devil dogs had all been killed in action, but the number of enforcers had also dropped to the initial 20%, with the remaining skeletal undead and nightmares continuing to hold them back. As for the battle circle of the Savage Blood Minotaur and the Tsunami Werewolves, although most of the compulsions had been eliminated, due to the addition of Swordheart and the other 3 secret keepers, along with the assistance of the Ice Mirror Mystic Butterfly, only 1 Minotaur and 4 werewolves remain today. Calamity Poison Rain. The demonic spider's consciousness issued a silent call, only to see several dark clouds gathered with rainwater suddenly condensing out of the already gloomy sky. The clouds merged and finally formed a large mass of black clouds so heavy that people couldn't catch their breath, enveloping the entire mountaintop and hanging high above the heads of the crowd. The crowd held their breath, feeling that the humidity had suddenly intensified a lot, and vaguely visible in the black clouds were blue and purple thunder snakes swimming. The next second, not surprisingly, the dome of the sky connected with the black clouds burst. Pattering rain landed in the world of man. Naturally, this was not ordinary rain, but poisonous rain that could corrode all living things. The new skill that the demon spider had comprehended after its 6 evolutions was displayed in front of the world for the first time. This was also the first time it had ever performed it, but since it had just comprehended it not long ago, it was not yet able to skillfully raise the poisonous mist over a wide area. This rain can't be touched, Ghost Jade muttered, a layer of golden light emerging all over its body, and the rainwater that fell on its body would disappear as if it had evaporated. This is actually White Weaver's ability, but I remember that it doesn't know this in the archives? Galaxy frowned, but he did not make any movements, nor did he emit any chi, but those poisonous rains could not fall on him at all, as if he wore a layer of invisible raincoat on his body surface, difficult to deal with. Long Binghong commented, between the flashes of light from the ring on his finger, a transparent umbrella appeared in his hand, holding the umbrella and dodging the rain, all in one go. More magical is that umbrella contact with poisonous rain, but did not suffer the slightest damage. Visible absolutely extraordinary things. See, these 3 people are fine. The demon spider is not surprised, just the means of the 3 people more curious. Its real purpose is the 4 ice mirror butterfly. Due to being in the sky, compared to human beings, the distance from the poisonous rain and black clouds is the closest. So the ice mirror butterfly is also the first to come into contact with the poisonous rain, the body of the black smoke. At the same time, the surface of the body with the luster of the mirror. But Bai Jia was prepared. Skill, high order intimidation. The massive high-rank life pressure was all focused on the 4 ice mirror misty butterflies. Almost simultaneously, another arcane force that locked onto time was also added to the same target under the gaze of a pair of blood moon eyes. Life and death stay. At that instant, the fluttering wings of the ice blue butterfly froze, and the color of the mirrors suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, the 4 ice mirror mystic butterflies began to struggle violently, clearly experiencing immense pain. Not good. The mirror double was interrupted without being generated. A fluctuation of disorientation surfaced on Long Binghong's jade face as she shouted out in alarm. After only half a second, before Long Binghong could save them, under the erosion of the poisonous rain, those 4 ice mirror mystic butterflies had already festered all over their bodies, turning into 4 clumps of rotten meat that fell miserably to the ground. Ding! A system prompt sounded. The status of the target ice mirror butterfly has been updated to dead. No! A mouthful of fishy sweetness welled up in Long Binghong's throat, and a trace of scarlet flowed out from the corners of his delicate mouth. Chapter 105 Ice and Electricity. Through Long Ge's information, Bai Jia had a rough understanding of the new Elder's compulsion. In the face of danger, the ice mirror butterfly could instantly activate an ability similar to that of a double, allowing the mirror to take the damage instead of itself. And once the mirror double was destroyed, the ice crystal butterfly's body could even change into an equal number of doppelgangers, which would take quite a long time to disappear on their own. Therefore, it could never tolerate a variable that could split infinitely and save lives to survive on the battlefield. Rain, rain, rain. The rain was still falling, but the snow had stopped. Bai Jia looked at the sky above his head. This boundary field still exists, so it can be seen that it was not unfolded by the ice mirror mystic butterfly. Along with the sound of the rain and the screams of the parasites, Bai Jia also heard, one after another, the system prompts. Target bone-eating centipede status has been updated to dead. Targeting snake status has been updated to dead. Target yellow camel skink status has been updated to dead. Target red needle scorpion status has been updated to dead. Target white jade toad. As for Swordheart Violet Dust and the other 3 secret keepers, when they were about to dodge the poisonous rain, their bodies were each enveloped by a golden shadow, and the golden light flowed so that the poisonous rain couldn't erode the 3 of them, just like Ghost Jade did. As for the dark creatures and Wang Miao Nui on his side, Bai Jia unfolded a miniature grid barrier for them to avoid the poisonous rain. I'm afraid that the only ones on the field that don't fear the poisonous rain and dare to take it on hard are the ghosts and spirits and the ghostly soldiers of the Ghost Jade. Sizzle. Several spider silk shoots out. The 4 ice mirror fascination butterflies body robbed. When received in front of the eyes, the 4 butterflies have already changed back to 2. Bai Jia immediately began to seize the spirit. Although the butterfly should not have been affected by the radiation of the meteorite spirit, Bai Jia speculated that it might be the spirit naturally nurtured by the life of the half-demon evil body. The life force is starting to rise. 522, 523, 524. The life force rose to 550 before stopping. White Weaver's aura. Stronger. Long Binghong wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and noticed something. Her gaze condensing. She said in a deep voice, "The compotes of my witch compass clan have been killed or injured, and the White Weave clearly has the ability to devour other compotes and strengthen itself. 2 gentlemen, don't hold back any longer. If we let it go on like this, I'm afraid it will become more and more difficult to deal with." In the next second, she pinched her jade hand. Her pink lips opened and closed, spitting out obscure and ancient syllables, and an ice-blue spell formation was generated in front of her, which was as beautiful and cold as a 12-horned snowflake. Moo! The crowd heard that a chanting sound that seemed like a dragon but not a dragon actually came from within the spell formation. Huge and thick spiritual energy gathered, and an aura that shook heaven and earth appeared. Then, a giant ice-blue auger was seen rising from the center of the spell formation, when its complete and massive form was displayed in front of the world. Shrapnel, snow, rain, and hail all fell for a moment. The giant auger was more than 20 meters long. Its torso was thicker than a water tank, and it had short horns on its head. Short horns on the head, electric eyes and purple tongue. Upper eyebrow part, there is a piece of raised meat. Ice scales and blue hyenas. Gnarled beard. Neck locks. Back flow of blue and white patterns. Cold ice and snow around its body. Abdomen color white. There are 4 big feet. Huge claws can be like catching rats that grab a bull. The tip of the tail grows hard meat spikes. Go on, eat that spider, and the spirit energy in it will be yours. Whoosh! As Long Binghang's words fell, the cold Jiao transformed into an icy gale and drove straight into the demon spider's position, and wherever it passed, the dark creatures were either easily swept away or frozen into ice sculptures by the cold air. Even a brute blood minotaur with the highest vitality wanted to block, just raised his huge axe, was swallowed by the huge mouth with the axe. Long Binghang intentionally glanced at Galaxy and Ghost Jade. This auger evolved from the cold breath snake compass. It has the power of freezing the Qianquan. If certain people are unwilling to make a move, then the White Weaver's corpse can be returned to my cold auger. With Elder Long displaying his divine abilities like this, we naturally won't hide our clumsiness. Ghost Jade laughed evilly and lightly. Ghost Jade's figure also flickered, rapidly approaching the battle circle at the same time. A golden silhouette that was equally as tall as Ghost Jade's body size hung behind him, helping to clear the dark creatures in his way. Long Binghang stared curiously at the golden silhouette, when he suddenly heard Galaxy's voice coming out. That is the Yingling summoned by Ghost Jade. It can repel evil spirits and is invulnerable to all poisons. The one who just protected the other secret keepers from the poisonous rain is also the Yingling's doppelganger. The light elegant woman nodded thoughtfully and secretly thought, the magic of the new humans is not something that those who are old-fashioned and stuck in their ways within the clan understand. The fine rain gradually subsided, and Bai Jia was clear that in the face of a new enemy, but Calamity Poison Rain was afraid that it would be difficult to be effective. This was still compulsion? It was worthy of being one of the strongest elders of the Witch Compass clan, but it was outrageous that it should be said otherwise. That Dragon Snake Elder's witch spell is just like playing house compared to this Dragon Binghang, the focal point of the battlefield. Bai Jia looked at the huge auger that was pounding towards him like a bamboo streak, and in his heart, he realized that the real battle had just begun. Virtual characters appeared in front of his eyes. Object, Ice Spirit Cold Jiao, Demon Evil Body. Vitality, 320. Body length, 25 m. Status, good. Weak spirit reaction detected. The Ice Spirit Cold Jiao was the highest life force demonic body Bai Jia had ever encountered. The remaining dark creatures in the battlefield flocked to the Ice Spirit Cold Jiao, but it was still like an ant trying to shake a tree, and it collapsed in the blink of an eye. Of course, Bai Jia didn't ignore the ghost jade that was possessed by the golden light silhouette. Nightmare Beast. I'll leave that human to you. Roar! The Nightmare Beast hissed. It had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and immediately stomped on the ground, flames bursting out from underneath its feet, dragging a long blood-red fiery light as it ran headlong towards Ghost Jade. You guys go forward to support Wang Miaozhu, Bai Jia commanded to the Dark Elves. Wang Miaonui was fighting 1 against 3, dealing with Sword Heart, Purple Dust, and King of Power, and was actually presenting an evenly matched situation, and was no longer as vulnerable as when she had begged for mercy under Swordheart. Then you, Master? The handsome dark elf man expressed his worry and said, I'll personally deal with that big guy and show me your strength and worth. the demon spider said indifferently. Promise. The order was given, and Bai Jie sent out all the dark creatures that were guarding his side. At this time, the demon spider could be called a lone spider. Seeing the dark elves cut into the battlefield between the secret keeper and Wang Miaozhu, Ghost Jade, who was mediating with the nightmare beast, actually raised her hand again and condensed 10 in spirits. Ghost Jade, just how many hands did you guy leave behind? Swordheart instantly couldn't help but break into a shout. Violet Dust Power King, on the other hand, only dared to mutter in a small voice. Rumble. The ice spirit Cold Jiao stopped abruptly when it was less than 50 meters away from the demon spider. Its blue pupil shot electricity. Its upper body was raised high. The cold air in its mouth was overflowing. Berserk chi fluctuations emanated from it, and an ice blue color comparable to a train's thick spit gushed out. Buzz. At the same time, more than 10 meters in diameter, the grid barrier is also abruptly unfolded. Boom! The high temperature that was enough to make the metal melt collided instantly with the violent power of the ice blue. Extreme cold and extreme heat intertwined. Although the ice-spitting breath could not immediately break through the power grid, but also let the barricade tremble violently. A circle of ripples in the barricade above the ripples open. Electricity net swimming silk winding, condensed into 5 lance-like lightning light column, stirred up the space ripples, abruptly toward the ice-cold Zhao bombarded and killed. Chapter 106, Winter Tundra. Death withering. Fear flashed in the eyes of the ice spirit Cold Jiao, but it was unable to immediately retract its spit to dodge, so it could only watch as the lightning lance stabbed at its neck and chest. Thunder. Blue and purple electric light flashes violently. Majestic thunder instantly spread ice scales. Ear-piercing sound seems to penetrate the eardrums, but in the next moment, it was seen that the ice spirit Cold Jiao was actually unharmed. What? This time it was Bai Jie's turn to be shocked. An upright man did not know when to stand beside the ice spirit Cold Jiao, was looking at the demon spider with an unruly face, and the body of the ice spirit Cold Jiao was covered with an invisible film of qi, which seemed to be the thing that insulated the damage from the lightning. How is it like an insulating ability? It's hard to believe that this Milky Way is a rubber man. While guessing, Bai Jie couldn't help but spit in his heart. Of course this was just spitting. In fact, insulators and conductors, there was no absolute boundary. The so-called insulation is just people's recognition of materials with higher resistance values in their lives. In actuality, there is no absolute insulation. When the voltage level reaches a certain level, it is possible to break through the insulator. Shiranui, how does it feel to realize that your electric shock is useless? Galaxy smiled. When he raised his right hand, the ground shook, and it was several huge rocks that broke out from the ground underneath Baijie's feet. Fortunately, because of the spider's sense, Baijie had already made a prediction and jumped ahead of time, avoiding these rock stabs. However, the grid barrier was also cancelled as a result. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the ice spit was instantly like a floodgate opening, once again rushing towards Baijie, seemingly wanting to freeze the spider to death. That Milky Way really possesses super strong spiritual thoughts, even beyond my expectations. Only this can explain why the other party can dodge their own perception. Came to the ice-cold scaly auger next to. Thoughts flashed. Baijie did not make a stop. The body shook. The spider legs a stretch. In the many trees between the toss and turn, left jump right leap, hundreds of branches shook, the cold air poured over, countless branches and trunks were frozen and destroyed by the spitting breath, and became diluted ice. Baijie also didn't dare to land easily, as the ground would inevitably have hard rocky protrusions ready to penetrate its body. It had thought of bursting into Galaxy's side to decapitate the other party with its sharp blades, but the ice spirit Cold Jiao stood proudly at Galaxy's side, making it unwilling to approach it hastily. Although the ice spirit Cold Jiao's life force was only 320, Bai Jie, who knew that life force did not represent actual combat power, chose to be cautious. After all, his spider's body was too small. Bai Weaver, use all the means you have left, or you won't have a chance. Enin laughed, although his gaze did not move, but his spiritual thoughts always followed to lock the demonic spider, at the same time close to the ice spirit Cold Jiao's body, not moving an inch. The magical Chi film always covered his and the Cold Jiao's body. One person and one augur, complementing each other. Human, Jiao insects, I have to admit that you have annoyed me. I will definitely make you eat your own evil consequences for offending me. The demonic spider's slightly sulky voice echoed throughout the mountaintop. In the next moment, a circle of purple poisonous mist enveloped around the ice spirit Cold Jiao and the Milky Way, and quickly engulfed both of them. The poisonous mist not only contained intense toxicity, It also had billions of epidemics of viruses. As long as it was alive, it was hard to escape the infection and weakening of the plague in the air. It was the demonic spider talent death withering empowerment that was unleashed together with the skill calamity rain and fog. This time it didn't choose to rain on a large scale, but instead raised the poisonous mist in a small area. Outside of the poisonous mist, Wang Miaozhu, the secret keeper, and Elder Long quickly moved away, not daring to dip into it. Not good. Galaxy in the center of the poisonous fog was not concerned at first, confident that his spiritual thoughts could be used to deal with the poisonous rain like it was, so that these poisonous fogs could not invade his body. But the truth was that he was wrong. Although he was able to keep himself dripping, and even isolate the conduction of lightning and direct the electric current into the ground, but the number of toxins, viruses, bacteria, far beyond the limit of his spiritual thoughts can capture, at most can sense, but cannot do all the isolation. After all, the size of the viruses and bacteria was much smaller than a raindrop, and unlike lightning, they could not be captured and guided by his spiritual energy as a whole. In the next instant, his throat itched, his body temperature rose, and he violently covered his mouth and nose, but his face still gradually became blue. Black veins protruded on his skin, and his eyes were filled with blood. Expand the domain. Long Bingheng suddenly shouted loudly and delicately. Bai Jia's heart sank. That ice spirit Cold Jiao, being a demonic life form, was actually able to cast a domain? The ice spirit Cold Jiao opened its huge mouth and let out a long, clear whistle. In a flash, the wind and snow that had disappeared due to the death of the ice mirror butterfly once again became violent, and the cold wind raged, dispersing the poisonous mist while actually causing countless germs to freeze, and the soil to turn into permafrost. The purple poisonous mist also turned into blue icy mist, and the culprits that had caused the people to suffer all sank and merged into the eternal tundra. Under the austere winter, not even viruses could move freely. Hoo-hoo. Not caring about the cold, Galaxy breathed heavily and took out a small vial from somewhere, filling his mouth with tons and tons of medicine. The symptoms of disease and poisoning magically slowly disappeared from him. On the contrary, Bai Jia's situation was not optimistic. Deep within the realm of the ice spirit Cold Jiao, Bai Jia clearly felt that his speed had become slow, and his joints and limbs were very stiff, as if there were ice crystals stuck inside and emanating a piercing coldness. Snap! Suddenly, with a sweep of its tail, the ice spirit Cold Jiao produced a storm of ice and snow more than 10 meters high that swept towards Bai Jia, with a might that was still above the previous ice spit. A strange suction force came from the storm. The demon spider could not dodge in time and was swept into it. Countless ice and snow suddenly cut into Bai Jia's body in 1,000 cuts like knives, and the intense pain made it lose its consciousness almost in an instant. Crackling sounds suddenly. A total of 3 layers of blue-purple electric curtains cascading from the ice storm erupted. Ice and snow abruptly dissipated, from which revealed the bruised spider form. Although the demon spider finally managed to get out of its trap by deploying the grid barrier, its body still suffered from different degrees of frostbite and scratches, and even the effect of the skill high-grade self-healing was greatly reduced. Akori-sama, glancing at this scene with her remaining light, Wang Miaozhuang's face flashed with a hint of panic. Wang Miao Nui, bind your hands and surrender. Your end is unlikely to change. A cold pronouncement came from beneath Swordheart's hard-faced helmet. The life breath has dropped greatly. It seems that the situation has been finalized. Long Bingheng let out a small sigh of relief. Even though the demon spider was cowering within the electric curtain, Galaxy always had a way to force the demon spider to come out. Ha ha! Seeing that the demon spider had hundreds of deep and shallow wounds, and purple blood kept flowing down, a vengeful and quick smile appeared on Galaxy's face. White Weaver, you're nothing more than that. Although he had taken the potion, the torment of the disease in his body had yet to be eliminated, which made him feel fearful and angry. A dirty and evil junkie like you is polluting the world even if you live. So you might as well return to the hell where you are supposed to be at an early date. Chapter 107 Bleak Lightning, Crushing Frozen Earth. The demon spider said in a bland manner. It seems that your medicine didn't cure the disease in your brain. The smile on Galaxy's face stagnated. White Weaver, you're really still talking tough at the end of your life. Saying that, Galaxy raised his hands violently. Boom boom boom. Dozens of rock pillars rose up from the bottom of the demon spider, protruding angrily towards the sky. However, only to see the bottom of the demon spider's feet blue and purple electric light appeared. Dozens of lightning lances shot out in all directions. The rock pillars instantly shattered. Thunder! The sound of cracking and blasting resonates. One of the lightning lances did not reduce in power, and even the energy skyrocketed, carrying a dazzling blue-purple light toward the Milky Way to stab and kill. White Weaver, are you stupid? Your lightning is of no use to me at all. The corners of Galaxy's mouth raised in a confident sardonic smile, and the invisible film on his body abruptly solidified by a few points. Almost at the same time, the thick tail of the ice spirit Cold Jiao swept again, and the ice storm more than 10 meters high once again roared. To the darkness. Right now. In this instant, as if it was an aria that spanned eternity, this voice traveled from the edge of deep space billions of years ago, resounding in the ears of every living creature, releasing the eternity of the most dark to the world. In the next instant, a subtle meaning emanated from the demonic spider, clearly in the daytime, but as if it had just awakened from the darkness of hell. Blue and purple thunder light like a ribbon fluttering around its body. Scattered. A new, lightning-rich grid barrier instantly unfolded. Barrier on the existence of a black halo, and blue-purple arcs reflect. The ice storm suddenly swept in, and the lightning lance with its soaring light also crossed 100 meters, blasting at Galaxy's body. But at this time, Galaxy's face no longer had the confidence of being in control of the situation, but was replaced by panic and alarm. Rumble. On the spider's side, the storm that looked like thousands of ice blades was intercepted by the power grid, as if it was hard separated by a sharp axe, and turned into two channels of turbulence surging towards the left and right. Thunder. Galaxy's end. The lightning is poignant and ferocious, mercilessly penetrated his waist and abdomen, and continued to flash arcs of electricity, dancing claws and teeth. Galaxy throat surged a mouthful of fishy sweetness. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. His expression of pain, gaze dismayed. He saw an invisible silk thread connecting himself and the demon spider. It was this thread that had silently controlled his mind just now, making it impossible for him to utilize his ability to isolate lightning. Silk of Trickster. Bai Jie took into account that Galaxy's strong mental thoughts could easily detect the existence of the Trickster's silk, so he didn't unleash the skill until Galaxy was caught up in his anger and arrogance, catching his opponent off guard. White. Weave. He let out a beast-like low roar. Unwillingness and anger filling his heart as his spiritual nimbus transformed into a long knife and violently severed the invisible silk thread. Then, the lightning that was still devouring in his waist and abdomen was withdrawn little by his spiritual thoughts until it was empty, leaving only a charred black, face basin-sized hole of blood and flesh. No, not just flesh and blood. The hole also has the structure of metal machinery, scarlet and the electric sparks generated by the broken parts. Don't want money to flow down together. If a normal person suffered such a serious injury, would have died. At this time, it was evident that Galaxy's high life force value as well as the miraculous nature of this mechanically modified flesh. He actually stood up straight. White Weaver. Galaxy's face twisted as he roared out of character. He hadn't suffered such a serious injury and endured such a great shame since he became an A-rank secret keeper. Spiritual thoughts instantly swelled and then exploded out, all focusing on the creepy spider shadow in that power grid. However, something unexpected happened again. His spiritual energy actually couldn't penetrate the rock layer in the grid barrier. As a result, Galaxy was unable to force the demonic spider to revoke the electric curtain. Impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't understand the powerful powers of the demon spider's skilled darkest hour. Rumbling. Suddenly, above the sky, the clouds churned and rapidly darkened as energy coalesced and the roar of angry thunder was heard. Long Bing Hung, Galaxy and Ghost Jade and other humans felt something in their hearts. All of them looked towards the sky, vaguely visible between the dark clouds. There were blue-purple thunder plasma wandering and rolling, like a dragon and snake hiding behind the clouds, occasionally appearing at first glance a scale. That is, Long Bing Hung's face suddenly changed, and he shouted at the ice spirit Cold Jiao. Not good. Quickly come back. Galaxy also looked horrified. An inch of sweat on his body stood up. The ice spirit Cold Jiao's body froze, as if it was immobile like a statue, because it felt that it was firmly locked by a terrifying aura. And under this might, it was actually too scared to move. Long Bing Hung's reminder was ultimately one step too late. Boom! Like a loud bell ringing through the heavens and earth, a blue and purple thunder column several times thicker than a water tank suddenly drilled out of the clouds, like a giant dragon descending to the earth, falling down with a bang. Thunder God descended. The heavenly tribulation was furious. Heaven and earth were torn apart. Destructive energy all pounded on the ice spirit Cold Jiao body above. In an instant, the snow and ice annihilated, and the winter tundra domain was shattered. That was precisely the fourth variation derived from the demonic spider's talent Thunder Control. Following Thunder Lance, Thunderclap and Grid Barrier. After Thunderbolt Lance, Thunderclap and Power Grid Barrier, the fourth variation Heavenly Thunder Leader Qilin, and it was boosted by the Hour of Darkness. Damn it! Although Galaxy had already applied an insulating state to the ice spirit Cold Jiao, he really couldn't resist the amazing power of the thunderbolt that descended from the sky, and it even directly pierced through his insulating film. Snort! Crackle! Moo! Raging thunder and fire instantly spread ice spirit Cold Jiao's entire body. It struggled, hissed miserably, but could not stop the life force from rapidly passing away. Stop! Long Binghang's almond eyes were red. She could only watch her compulsion suffer, but she didn't dare to take a step closer. Break it for me. The veins on Galaxy's face rippled, and he suddenly let out a long whistle. His chi swirled, and his thick spiritual thoughts turned into countless tentacles, constantly purging the particle charge on his body for the ice spirit Cold Jiao. The ice spirit Cold Jiao is crucial in this battle. He naturally can't sit back and watch it fall into the hands of the demon spider. Long Binghang also strangled his hand, and a snowflake spell formation appeared from underneath the ice spirit Cold Jiao. But how would Bai Jia let go of the hard-won opportunity now? From the beginning of the battle, it and the Secret Keeper's side had been testing each other. After basically confirming the abilities of the ice spirit Cold Jiao and Galaxy, and that there were no more cards, it finally decided to use the Guile Charming Silk to severely injure Galaxy and end the Cold Jiao's life with a thunderous method. It dodged to between the head and neck of the ice spirit Cold Jiao, and its two large fangs abruptly elongated, biting down fiercely. Skill, Devouring Bite, activated. White Weaver, Sins. Ignoring the two furious shouts and the agonizing struggles of the Cold Jiao underneath him, the blazing essence blood surged into Bai Jia's body along with the divine spirit embodiment. Chapter 108 Demon Net Blood Sacrifice. Thanks to Shilin de Da's Great God certification, Vitality once again saw a spike. 560, 570, 600. The life force of the demon spider broke through to an unprecedented value. The invisible pressure emanating from the spider caused the hearts of the humans present to tremble. But what was even more bizarre was the change in the spider's appearance. After the poisonous fangs were dyed in blood, the blue and purple patterns on the body surface of the demon spider flowed with eye-catching light, while the round of curved moon mark above the eyes suddenly shot out red light, and in the next second, even the patterns of the whole body also turned blood red. Sacrificial, bloody, treacherous and demonic. White Jia feels his body is getting hotter and hotter, and the feeling of expansion is constantly coming from the body, and at the same time, he is surprised to find that his body type is actually getting bigger and bigger, and the spider legs are getting longer and longer, and the foot-spreading body length has actually reached 2 meters. Just when it was wondering about the changes in its appearance, suddenly, the snowflake array of blue light flashed, the dying ice-cold Jiao disappeared in place. The demon spider secretly said that it was a pity that it hadn't sucked enough. Snap! Long Binghang's face was pale and he directly sat down on his knees, panting sharply. Where are the people from the military region? Quickly make them do it, Galaxy yelled into his headset. Surprisingly, it's come to this. Ghost Jade helplessly shook her head gently. TSK, it looks like it's the end of you guys. It's just enough to deal with me. How dare you make a move against Hikori Aisama? Wang Miaozhu easily dodged Swordheart's swing and said with a flirtatious smile. Swordheart grunted coldly. The sword light and shadow became swifter and swifter, but he couldn't touch a corner of Wang Miaozhen's red dress. Now on the battlefield, Ghost Jade and the Nightmare Beast were battling hard. Swordheart and the other 3 Secret Keepers and the Yin Spirit also took Wang Mianyang and the Dark Elf for the time being, while the Enforcers and the Compasses were all wiped out. And even the Ice Spirit Cold Jiao had suffered a heavy wound, and it was hard to predict whether they would live or die. With just Galaxy and Long Binghang, it was definitely impossible to defeat White Weaver. The strength of the demon spider White Weaver was far beyond their expectations. They had deployed 5 Secret Keepers, including 2 A ranks, and thousands of law enforcement robots, and even promised significant benefits to allow the Witch and Compass clan elders and disciples to come to the battlefield. To think that the situation was still defeated in such a sorry state. It's over. This farce, the demon spider mercilessly pronounced. It was because there was not much time left in the darkest hour. In the next second, the skilled demon web blood sacrifice opened. Only a meteor-like stream of fine red light flashed from the sky above the mountaintop. The light became brighter and brighter, and the speed of the flyby became more and more rapid. Countless thin, red, long rays of light illuminated the entire mountaintop, as if spiders were spitting out silk, continuous and uninterrupted, intertwined with the gray sky, forming a magical, sinister, bloody red web that covered the top of people's heads. A pair of clear and beautiful eyes trembled violently. Could this be White Weaver's domain? No, this is only a half-formed domain. But why does it make it impossible for me to raise the thought of resistance? If only I hadn't moved my thoughts of coveting the demon spider's corpse and hadn't gotten involved in this matter. Long Binghang despairingly looked towards the blood-colored giant net above her head, 1,000 thoughts flashing through her mind. Regretting it. This battle not only let her Witch Compulsion clan many disciples carefully cultivated compulsion all destroyed, but also lost her 2 Ice Mirror Butterfly. Even Ice Cold Jiao is also seriously injured. Do not know how long to recuperate in order to recover. As for their own, even more so, there is a risk of falling here. Retreat! Retreat! Facing the blood-red heavenly net, Galaxy's figure retreated rapidly, while not forgetting to notify his teammates. Sword Heart, Purple Dust, King of Force and Ghost Jade also stopped fighting and quickly distanced themselves from the enemy. Wang Miaozhuang and a group of dark creatures were about to give chase when they heard a reserved voice transmission. Don't chase after the poor enemy. In the next second, whoosh, dozens of blood-colored silk threads descended from the sky, piercing into the bodies of the crowd of humanoids without the slightest bit of reasoning. And in the instant that their figures briefly stiffened, dozens of more blood-red spider threads wrapped around them, rendering them unable to move. Long Binghong raised the transparent umbrella in his hand, but the umbrella was pierced through like papier-mâché, and Galaxy's spiritual thoughts attached to the blood-colored silk threads that ushered in were also erased and stripped away by a force majeure, and all of a sudden, he was horrified. What is this? I'm losing my essence blood. The Force King sensed the abnormality and roared in horror and disorientation. However, as his struggles grew larger and his mind became more out of control, the blood-colored spider silk connecting his body became scarlet and thicker, and the dense energy spread along it to climb up the giant web. You don't need to tell me this. Hurry up and calm down. Swordheart was barely able to maintain his composure, but his voice could not help but tremble a little. Violet Dust had a white face, and cold sweat couldn't be stopped. Galaxy and Long Binghong, on the other hand, gritted their teeth and closed their eyes, their faces showing pain. Ghost Jade was the strangest, actually surveying the spider silk that was drawing energy from her body with a curious expression on her face. What kind of field is this? He muttered. The entire sky was becoming deep red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Jie's life force was becoming higher with it. The demon web blood sacrifice not only seized spiritual energy and spirit, it also absorbed essence blood and transformed it into life force, feeding back into the demonic spider. 610, 620, 630. Just as the life force surged to 650, the effect of the skill Darkest Hour disappeared at that moment. Not only these people at the top of the mountain, but even the disciples of the witchcraft clan hidden on the mountainside were all entangled in the blood-colored spider threads, and their essence blood flowed out. The disciples were wailing, begging for mercy, and suffering. Originally, when their parasites were annihilated, they had suffered a great backlash, but now they had to endure this death threat. But there was only one exception, and that was Long Gu. Although he was also stabbed into his body by the blood-colored spider silk, he did not suffer any harm. The pain and panic on his face was just his disguise. Lord White Weaver, simply divine. This kind of tactics, even the clan leader is no more than that, right? Looking at the boundless blood-colored net above his head, Long Gu was deeply shocked inwardly, and felt shame at having once presumed to be unfavorable to Lord Bai Wei together with the Dragon Snake Elder. How could an existence like Lord Whiteweave, who can dominate the lives of all living beings, become anyone's vassal? The fact that he hadn't blown his own identity to join the demon spider side was also Bai Wei's intention, in order to allow him to remain as a hidden son of the witchcraft clan. Lord Whiteweave, Lord Whiteweave. He kept reciting the demon spider's honorific title in his heart, rising with boundless fervor. At the same time, Star Transmission University, on the rooftop of a tall teaching building, a plump and mature trenchcoat woman was looking out over the back mountains. Surprisingly, she was not discovered and driven away from this precinct by the government and the law enforcement division. Her pair of good-looking willow eyebrows slightly knitted up, her red lips opened and closed, and she said to herself, "Alas, unexpectedly tricky." She drew out another red wine cigarette and lit it. However, the ending will not change because of this. You are still difficult to escape death. Chapter 109, Heavenly Punishment. The situation had been finalized and victory was assured. The lives of all the secret keepers, including Long Binghong, were in Bai Jie's hands. A blood-red mesmerizing net is continuously drawing on human life. Drawing speed is not enough. Take the focus first. Bai Jie thought like this. Then it approached straight to Galaxy's body and opened its mouth. Galaxy? Galaxy snapped his eyes open and looked angrily at the demonic spider. White Weaver, don't be too happy. Even if you have the upper hand now, your end cannot be changed. If you dare to kill us, you will definitely suffer the wrath of the entire Federation. At that time, there will be S-class secret keepers coming to suppress you, and no one will be able to save you. The demon spider asked, "How did you guys find out that I'm here?" This was the question it was most curious about right now. Galaxy revealed teeth full of blood and laughed fiercely. You know you're scared? Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, the Secret Keeping Bureau will find and destroy you. Alas. Sighing in his heart, the demonic spider said indifferently, "That's just it. Since you hate me, I'll respect your thoughts and let you lose sight of me earlier." At the end of the sentence, the front foot grows a sharp blade, harsh sharpness sharp wipe the void. Spare Galaxy like to drive the spirit of resistance, but he is in the demon web blood sacrifice field, ultimately is too weak. Splat! The human head fell to the ground. Blood splattered 5 steps above the head. his eyes protruded angrily, revealing panic. The next, it's you, Elder Long. The demonic spider came in front of Long Binghong again, looking at the latter's watery and standardized face, suddenly feeling that if such a beautiful head landed on the ground, it could not help but be a scene-stealing thing. White weaving, don't kill me. This is all led by the Secret Keeping Bureau. They forced me to participate. Long Binghong opened her agonizingly beautiful eyes and actually opened her mouth to beg for mercy. Good, the demonic spider said. Such an answer was obviously a bit out of Long Binghong's expectation, and her cheeks instantly surfaced with a sense of celebration after the robbery. Really? Really? But Long Binghong asked again with some uncertainty. If you can survive the spider silk, I will consider not killing you. You lied to me? In a flash, Long Binghong sensed that the speed at which her essence blood was being drawn suddenly accelerated. Her vision began to dim and her consciousness fell into chaos. With a pale face, she muttered, "By way, damn it." In a short while, the vitality was completely withdrawn from Long Binghong's body. Her skin was gray, her eyes were closed tightly, and she seemed to fall into a deep sleep. I didn't lie to you, because it is not me who wants to kill you, but the spider silk wants to kill you. Bai Jia knew that Long Binghong would never wake up again. At the same time, the boundary field that covers the entire back of the mountain seems to be affected by the death of Long Binghong. The energy has become thin. As long as Bai Jia can easily break through to escape. It seemed that this boundary was related to Long Binghong, but now, it was also a rare opportunity to enhance its life force, just when it was planning to hunt its next target. Knock, knock. Suddenly, an eerie heartbeat came from within Long Binghong's body, and Bai Jia was in a trance thinking that he had misheard it. Hell! Bai Jia dead stared at Long Binghong's corpse. The latter's body's vitality is actually reviving. Gray face also gradually become red, due to the loss of blood and dry skin become tender again. Long Binghong even resurrected? Bai Jia clearly confirmed with his own eyes that she had just died. Even Long Binghong had an uncertain face, her raven-winged eyelashes trembling slightly, her eyes lost in thought, seemingly unaware of the divine miracle that had happened to her own body. Himself just said that if she can survive the spider silk draw, he will not kill her. This is embarrassing. Bai Jia then thought for a second, but now the situation is complicated. The situation is critical, or cannot keep her. Having made up his mind, he wanted to urge his 4-foot sharp blade to cut off Long Binghong's exquisite head. Suddenly, a violent palpitation like a heavy drum knocked on the heart. The spider sense suddenly strengthened. This was clearly that deadly danger. There was an even more terrifying enemy. For the first time since the battle had begun, a sense of tension appeared in Bai Jia's heart. At the same time, the unfamiliar sound of roaring engines came from the sky. Immediately afterward, with a loud snap, a pair of pitch-black giant feet poked out from the dark clouds and, breaking through the clouds and black mist, like two great pillars of the sky, they cracked the sky and descended, ruthlessly stepping on top of the blood-colored giant net. Boom boom boom. All of a sudden, the place where the giant net came into contact with the giant feet began to sink, tremble, and even break, and the speed at which the blood-colored silk threads crumbled, grew faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, it was out of control. The domain of the demon net blood sacrifice was actually broken. The blood-red spider threads that were entangling the humans on the mountaintop and the disciples of the witchcraft clan on the mountainside had lost their power boost and disappeared, and the humans were finally saved. The energy that continued to surge into Bai Jia's body was also suspended at this moment. That's a pitch-black, massive giant body that was 10 stories tall plunged straight into the sky and was reflected in Bai Jia's eyes. It had a giant golden eye located vertically in the center of its face, and other than that, it had no other 5 senses. Rumble! The black one-eyed giant's 2 feet penetrated the giant net and landed on the ground at the top of the mountain, destroying the trees, cracking the ground, and sending debris and dust flying. As soon as it grabbed towards Bai Jia's side, the latter instantly dodged. You're finished, Bai Weaver. Long Binghong's voice came out as he came to his senses. However, the giant did not continue to pursue Bai Jia, but only lifted Long Binghong up with 2 fingers before gently placing it at the back. Violet Dust Ghost Jade and the other secret keepers also quickly retreated to the back. The support from the military region has arrived. Even if the boundary becomes fragile, Bai Wei won't be able to escape with his wings. Swordheart was certain in his heart when he saw this. This is the power of the military region? Long Binghong's breath was still a bit frail, not yet recovered from the fear of strolling through the doorway of the Ghost Gate. The destruction weapon Heaven Punisher is sufficient to deal with the bizarre existence of the underworld fiend level. Ghost Jade's handsome and peerless face was also slightly moved. Both the government and the military region have realized the threat of the White Weaver. How fucking overbearing. King of Power looked at the towering broad back and couldn't help but marvel. Unfortunately, Finding the military region to mobilize these terrifying weapons requires permissions and applications, and with the Sky Punisher spanning several states and provinces, it was ultimately a step too late, and Galaxy died. Violet Dust lamented. In order to prevent White Weaver from escaping and seizing the first opportunity, the Secret Keepers only had to strike first before the military region's forces were in place. Of course, this had to do with Galaxy's judgment, as he thought that the military region's power would only serve as a backstop, and that he would be able to eliminate White Weave without waiting for the military region's power to reach them. However, the power of the White Weaver exceeded their imagination, and this decision brought not the fall of the White Weaver, but the death of Galaxy. Chapter 110 Heaven's Punishment next. Lord Whiteweave. What exactly is that? Wang Miaozhu retreated to the demon spider's side, looking uncertainly at the mountainous black shadow. The dark creatures that were still alive on the field also disappeared from the earth as the spell formation rose under their feet. As the time for skill dark summoning was up, snap! The pitch-black Cyclops grabbed with each of its hands, and the blood-colored giant web was twisted and collapsed as if an ordinary spider web was easily torn by an adult, breaking at the slightest tug. The spider silk made up of 10,000 entangled threads was as fragile as a silkworm in its hands. As the demon web blood sacrifice field completely disappeared, the blood-colored lines on the demon spider's body turned back to bluish-purple. The curved moon mark dimmed, and its body size shrank, eventually returning to its 170 centimeters foot length. With a sinking heart, illusory characters appeared in front of its eyes. Object, Heaven Punisher, unknown. Vitality, body length, 35 m. Status, stable. Bai Jia was silent, his heart very heavy. At a glance, it could see that this Heaven Punisher was not a body of flesh and blood, nor was it an ordinary mech, but its body, although it looked like charcoal and dark, was actually made up of countless nanomechanical bugs. It is precisely for this reason that the 10,000 tangled spiders will be easily decomposed by it. It was hard to imagine how many nanoscale mechanical creatures were needed to coalesce into such a tall giant, and what kind of brain system was needed to maintain these nanomechanical bugs as one, functioning freely. Is this the bottom card that the federal government did not show at the military parade? In the next second, the clouds suddenly surged again, and a headless mecha with a silver-white body, holding a shield and a giant axe, also descended. With a loud bang, it landed beside the Heaven Punisher. It was clearly the axe-wielder Punisher, and there were no more wounds on the former's body from the original battle with the Flesh Mountain monster. The Axe Enforcer and the Heaven Punisher appeared at the same time. The military region had actually deployed two giant weapons just for Bai Jia, a spider that was less than 2 meters. Ha! You humans really look up to me. The demonic spider's sneering voice spread throughout the entire back of the mountain. Silence. After all having seen its bizarre and terrifying strength, no human dared to respond to the demon spider anymore. The Heaven Punisher loomed unmoving, but it was Interceptor who couldn't hold back and swung his axe fiercely down with a heaven-splitting blow. The demonic spider's aura condensed, and the 3 lightning lances levitated and exploded out. Buzz! The momentum of the axe stagnated, making it difficult to continue pressing down. But the energy of the lightning lances also disappeared at a rapid pace and wore down the surface of the giant axe. At the same time, the Heaven Punisher finally moved. It took a step out and the earth trembled, swinging its double fists to blast towards the demonic spider on the ground, but it was still blocked by the 6 lightning lances. The demon spider would never dare to use its flesh to harden itself against the Heaven Punisher, even if it was to use a sharp blade. Just kidding. Even the 10,000 tangled silk would be gnawed away by the nanomachines, let alone the flesh of a mere spider. A single hair of the Heaven Punisher could not be touched. One could only take a distant attack. The demonic spider's figure retreated rapidly, and its mind moved. Subtle darkness surrounded his body. A bizarre and transparent black spell formation appeared at the location where the demon spider had just survived. Ink-like light shot out from the spell formation, and the black light converged to form a dark sphere. What the hell is that? A black hole? Does White Weaver still have a card? Why do I feel that aura feels similar to the feeling in the giant pit in the Eastern District? Several people, even though they were once again 100 meters away from the battle circle, were still shocked by the strangeness of that dark sphere. Rustling. The dark sphere exuded a shocking suction force that incorporated the corpses of all the parasites present. Under this great attraction, even the body of the penitentiary shook for a moment, and barely managed to stabilize his body after making an effort to cleave away the aftermath of the lightning lance. Only the Heaven Punisher didn't move, and with a grab of both hands, the 6 lightning lances piercing his palms abruptly dissipated. But his hands were also filled with a few wisps of black smoke, and there were faintly invisible nanomechanical bug corpses falling down. But the Heaven Punisher obviously realized that in that dark sphere, something terrible was brewing. It took several steps in a row, and its 2 giant hands strangely lengthened, as if 2 long dark snakes were biting and probing out. pressing the dark sphere. The dark sphere was rapidly expanding and getting bigger. Right at this moment, a large swath of extremely bright blue-purple light reflected on the Heaven Punisher's body, and it was dozens of lightning lances that raced towards it like a storm. Snort snort! The blue-purple light pillars pierced into the Heaven Punisher's chest, belly, and thighs as much as they could. The electric filaments were dazzling and spreading crazily all around its body. A thick stream of smoke came out from its body, and even the two long serpentine arms that it had probed out were suddenly stagnant, and then fiercely retracted back. Suddenly, thunderclouds roared in the sky, and two furious thunderbolts condensed from thunder plasma fell down. Explosively, they bombarded the Heaven Punisher and Criminal Sky respectively. Spiritual power is bottoming out. We must first let the heavenly thunder lead directly and heavily hit these two tricky fellows. A quick battle. The demon spider made up its mind. Previously, the spiritual energy replenished by the demon web blood sacrifice wasn't much, and now that he had performed darkness summoning and heavenly thunder lead in succession, his spiritual energy was even more stretched. But at this moment, an accident occurred. The golden pupil of the Heavenly Punisher expanded, and when the light suddenly brightened, a golden energy shield unfolded on top of his head, forcibly resisting the bombardment of the Heavenly Thunder lead. An interceptor is also support up the left-hand shield, boldly neath the lightning strike. Rumble! Deep cracks appeared on the huge shield of Xingtian, and it was scorched black, but at least it was unharmed. Bai Jia was slightly surprised. It was just as well that the Heaven Punisher was able to unfurl an electromagnetic shield. Even the strength of Interdictor's shield was beyond his expectations. Speaking of which, the last time he fought with Interdictor, he did not attack Interdictor's shield head-on. After intercepting the Heavenly Rage Thunder, the golden energy shield then disappeared. In the next moment, the Heaven Punisher's aura swelled all over the place. His breath rolled around internally, emitting a thunderous, rage-like sound, and the entire body's pitch-black tissues began to tremble violently, as if the sinews and skin and membranes were all propped open, and then with an abrupt quake, his entire body exploded, turning into a huge, horrifying mass of black smoke, giving a sense of doom and gloom. The black smoke covers the sky, twisting and contracting, such as the tide of the river. The river water beat the shore, rolled up 1,000 piles of snow, violently swept toward Bai Jia. The countless, gold-swallowing, iron-eating nanomachine bugs came. It's over. Bai Jia will surely die. Seeing this scene, Kenshin sighed. The Heaven Punisher gave up its bulky giant form. Is it deciding to put its enemy to death in its most terrifying stance? Ghost Jade's complexion stared. Everyone held their breath. Lord Whiteweave, be careful! Wang Miaozhu's alarming cry rang out not far from the demon spider. The fluffy hairs of the demon spider's body stood on end as the warning of death stirred in its heart. It instantly knew that it was impossible for any creature to survive the inundation of so many nanomachine bugs. When it was, the dark sphere that had been molding for a long time shook violently, rapidly expanding and becoming as tall as a 6 or 7 story building, from which stretched out a thick, slimy, black tentacle.